Alright. On that note, here we go. Well, I guess I'll leave Strike Force open. But, so, welcome to the 2.0.0 tier list. It is underway. If you guys want to see the tier list here, I will link it right now. Can someone speak in the broadcast? The broadcast have rules. You can speak in the broadcast. Try not to say anything unless you feel it needs to be said, just so there's not too many people talking over each other. But if you got a funny one-liner or something really important you think people have forgotten and it seems like everyone else is done talking, feel free to chime in. But so I have here, we're gonna have to reevaluate everyone because the level cap is coming, so everyone is getting 2 more abilities, and then we are gonna start implementing the improves by 2 tiers for a few people, for a few things. So on that note,
I had a question regarding that. So are we considering the max special and the max ultimate into their new general rating?
Yes.
That's orange max stuff, so yep. Okay, perfect.
Yes, we are. We are assuming 7775.
Well, that changes a few god tiers.
Exactly. It changes a few, period. So we're going to reevaluate everyone super quick. But for people that we're going to spend a good amount of time evaluating, I've got the shield minions, the Defenders, Punisher, Storm, Loki, Venom, Ultron. I'll be probably leaking Mystique's kit numbers so we can do a proper evaluation of her. I want to reevaluate Miss Marvel because I personally think I got her wrong last time. Was there anyone else that you wanted to revisit, like spend some quality time on? Either you think we got wrong last time or just, your opinion of them has just changed over time or anything like that. Anyone that you want to give special attention? I'll add Nick Fury to this, sure.
I'm really torn on whether or not we should go into Drax for Arena.
I'm always down to throw up Drax. I've been more impressed with him, so. Alright, can add Drax.
More?
I mean,
yeah, Drax is my MVP in Arena right now.
Drax is really good in Arena with the current state of, like, Rocket Star-Lord comps, and he's also really good into Fury Shield, so.
So is Nick against those things also.
Nick?
I use Nick Fury to counter tech and shield teams all the time.
I use Nick Fury to counter existence.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. But, alright, so anyone else, or just the quickies? That's it? Alright. So,
yeah, that's the top of my head.
So there are 81 characters right now that we're looking at, including Okoye. So then we're going to give, well, most of these characters are going to be getting special attention anyway, so I'm just trying to think of a good way to organize it with the Power Core giveaways and stuff. So let's see, there's 81. Of those 81, how many of them are not on here? Is Storm on here? Storm is not on here, so Storm is a new one. Venom is a new one. Loki might as well be a new one, but he is on here. Ultron might as well be a new one, but he is on here. Mystique is a new one. Miss Marvel is on here. Yes, she is. Okay. So we have 3 new ones, so let's do... We'll just save those 3 for maybe like the halfway point, and then the rest of these we'll just do as we go. But alright. So starting from the top, I'm going to say every 15... characters will do like a Power Core giveaway. That sound good to you guys? $10 Power Core giveaway after every 15 characters?
15 sounds reasonable.
Alright. So to start things off, we will look at Aim Assaulter. And we have them at slightly out of order. And I'll go back and correct this later. But so Aim Assaulter, we had Mediocre, Mediocre, and Trash. The changes to Aim Assaulter is just this special Hyperdose. Instead of speed up for 4 turns, heal block for 2 and fill speed bar 50%. Literally the only thing that changes is fill speed bar by 60%. I'm going to say that makes no difference at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's real obnoxious when you fight against him in raids, but he's got no threat. He's got no usability, aside from AI cheese.
I don't even give him cheese. Like, that I don't know.
I mean, we keep having to fight like 5 of them on the screen at the same time, and they always do that, and they always bleed your lowest health person.
They do.
It's still garbage. Continue.
Now this is a bit of like a sorry, I'm too whaley to have that problem, but I actually love when I see an aim assaulter because operative steals a buff and gives it to Fury, and that is a 4-turn speed up. So when I see that, I'm like, oh, let me get that real quick, share that with the team. Suddenly, my entire team has speed up for 3 turns. Life's good. But yeah, we'll go. We had mediocre for campaign and raid, just because he applies a bleed and can speed up. You know, that's slightly better than being totally horrible. We had mediocre for arena offense and blitz, just because, again, just having speed and bleed makes you not the worst ever. And on arena defense and AI, we gave trash. Do you think it goes up to mediocre for arena defense and AI?
No.
Alright. Well, that takes care of aim assaulter. And yeah, I think we're pretty much all in agreement on that. Looking at aim infector. Aim infector went from gaining 2 to 3 random negative effects for 2 turns and healing self for 6,000 and 20% of max health to always gaining 3 random negative effects. That was the change to aim infector here.
Still bad. Got it.
Got so much synergy with Scientist Supreme. Now they can screw each other over even harder.
I mean, on the bright side, technically, now aim assaulter will always get the slow, and therefore always still have the debuffs when Scientist Supreme goes to do her flip. So, does it heal for more health? Oh, yeah, no, that's true. Okay, it goes from healing for 6,000 to healing for 10,000.
Oh, my bad. He's God tier then. Let's do it.
So,
you can sit in the corner for even longer.
Yeah, we had trash across the board. Any changes?
Nah.
Let's put it this way: none of the aim really changes.
I know, but we gotta do our due diligence just in case we miss something. So am I what? Am I? Oh. Okay. So aim monstrosity goes from healing for 2,000 health to healing for 3,000 health, which is all the more troll.
Auto include the new arena meta.
All the more troll because aim monstrosity only has 58,000 health, which you would think it would be more, but aim monstrosity is like on the low end of health.
And he gives himself defense down. It's so good.
Yeah. So, if anything, I think that hurts him. That's like the worst possible upgrade. So we had him at mediocre for campaign and raid. I'm actually ready to give him trash for that. He applies defense down. He applies defense down on the basic with offense up. So the whole thing was his basics hurt when he occasionally uses them, and that was it, really. But
yeah, I mean, other people are getting stronger. He's staying the same, and there's way more stuff that can just screw him over now.
Someone said, "I know what my orange mats are going into." I'm down to downgrade into trash across the board. Any objections?
Nah. Game has changed and he hasn't changed around it.
Yeah, plus 1,000 health healing for those orange abilities. Yeah, nope, you're out. Aim monstrosity. All right, that's number 3. Aim researcher. Equally disappointing. Goes from 6,000 health lowest health ally heal to 7,000 health. It's an extra 1,000 health for aim researcher. Aim researcher was already trash across the board.
The percentage
my
of
global
health,
healer.
the percentage of health went up also though.
Did it? Nope. No, it didn't.
Did it?
Nope.
Oh my bad. I just saw the text move. Then never mind.
Wishful thinking.
But she's a global healer, guys.
Yep. So we're gonna stick with trash across the board. Any objections?
No.
It's a big letdown, man. Big letdown for these guys. Aim security goes from healing self for 7,000 to healing self for 8,000. I'm noticing a trend here. So we had aim security at usable for campaign and raid because aim security is a passable tank.
So aim security is still a passable tank, but I feel like the number of things that can screw over that taunt have just increased in the game.
Absolutely. And there's no other buffs to expect. So we going down to mediocre for this?
I'd say go down to mediocre, because if that taunt isn't removed, aim security is like a credible threat. But, I mean, that buff is never not removed anymore.
I mean, I was for mediocre the entire time, but
Yep. that's fine with me. Mediocre across the board, making these aim easy. This brings us to Ant-Man. So Ant-Man is getting 2 changes here. Gum Up the Works is going to from 200 to 220% damage.
I'm so mad about that one.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, you mean like the character itself? Yeah.
Aim overall.
Big disappointment.
Yeah, that's a letdown. And then Stomp goes from attack everyone for 130 and slow with Wasp do 160 to attack everyone for 140 and with Wasp do 170.
Whoa, that's huge.
Literally, but yeah.
I'm so mad because I've been using so much Ant-Man and Blitz, and like he needed a big upgrade, and look at what he got.
You guys ever watch Metalocalypse? It reminds me of that scene where it's Murderface's birthday, and his birthday present was disappointment.
Sounds about right. So we had Ant-Man at usable green for campaign and raid. I guess since he's still an Avenger, I'm still comfortable giving him usable with green there. Any objections?
Yeah, and like the value of 2-turn debuffs has really increased with the meta shifts and all the new champs and the like. Yeah, like he's still definitely there. It's just, he could have been so much more.
Yeah, now he's like low usable, scraping by in Demi even with a team carrying him. We had him in Demigod for Arena Offense and Blitz. I think we might have to take him down to usable.
Definitely.
Any objections, Soundless? Soundless? Living up
Can
to
you
your
hear
name,
me,
buddy?
Major Soundless?
Huh?
Sorry, I was hack up along. Sorry, what's up?
Downgrading Ant-Man to usable in Arena Offense and Blitz.
Sure.
Okay. And keeping him at the same usable for Arena Defense and AI, or is he worse than that? I think usable's fair. He still has slows and ability blocks and buff steal.
Yeah, I mean, he has what he has. It's just game, please.
So he's losing his...
Do I really look like a guy with
I
a
haven't
plan?
checked already. I was hacking.
You know what I am? I'm a dog chasing cars. You know, I just do things.
I gotta remember to change their overalls, too. Alright, moving on to Mordo. I know that seems like we're skipping ahead a bit, but he's listed in the game files as Baron Mordo, which has a B. So, moving on to Mordo. Mordo experiences 50% chance to stun primary target if they're not blind, 50% chance to blind up to 3, and 50% chance to slow 2, up to always stun primary, 50% chance to blind up to 3, 50% chance to slow 2. That's pretty good. Now it's a guaranteed stun. I don't have to remove the sound effects for YouTube. Yeah, it's the music that's copyrighted. Sound effects are fine.
But like you were saying before when you were talking about this, is it always good to have a stun over a blind?
I think that equation has changed, actually. I think the value of a guaranteed stun has gone up substantially since we did that.
A little bit, so it's still a thing. So just to clue people in on what we're talking about here. So, Mordo, like, what we were saying is he can stun or blind, and I, for the longest time, hadn't even upgraded this to level 5, because I like the guaranteed blind. There are a lot of instances where a blind is better than a stun. There are now also plenty of instances where a stun is better than a blind, but a lot of times if you're stunning someone, like, it depends on what, right? If you're trying to stop a CrossBones explosion, a blind is no good to you. It's still just going to blast you in the face. You'd rather have a stun. But for, like, a Gamora ult, you'd rather have the blind because you're still going to take no damage that turn from her, but her ult is going to go on cooldown because she's going to use it and swing but not hit. So sometimes a blind is better than a stun, and that's what we were debating. So this being a guaranteed stun, actually you lose out on the opportunity to score a blind when you'd actually prefer a blind, and you'd rather stun someone else and then hope that the blind splashes onto the target you want to blind. But ultimately, stun is the slightly better debuff, and having it guaranteed at least allows you more control going in. So it's a slight upgrade, but it's now it's weird. It changes his use case a little bit.
And now that sort of debuff extension is coming into the game big, I think extending a stun is much higher value than extending a blind.
Agreed,
But there's also the things where you can't pass on
exactly.
a stun when you could pass on a blind.
Exactly. Neither Scarlet Witch's passive nor Venom's ult will spread a stun, whereas it would spread a blind. So
That's true.
So
I've been having a lot of success against Deadpool actually with stun, which always feels good, and then it feels horrible when you miss with a blind.
yeah, blinding Daredevil or Deadpool is a waste of your time. Yeah.
Well, no, there's also cases where stun is a lot better to, who was talking about that? I saw it a second ago. Slade. Because also if you wanted to stun, say, a tank from taunting or a healer from healing, if you blind them, that doesn't do shit, so...
Right. Yep. So I would say, if nothing else, it's a slight upgrade. I don't think it hurts him, but it's a slight upgrade because you now know what you're going to get out of him. But,
yeah. One mechanic a lot of people might not be aware of is that stunning a character removes all their sort of, like, passive abilities. Like, if you stun a Red Skull, he won't generate energy for the rest of the team. If you stun a Hulk, he won't get Death Proof and Speed Up when he pops below the health threshold.
Right. Yep, nothing can happen. They can't take any action. I will say that there is actually one thing that they can do while stunned, which we'll talk about later. If someone is stunned, they can still be mind-controlled by Loki to punch their ally in the face.
Do
you not think blind has more... You're actually going to waste, like, a high-value stun or something like that from Black Widow?
Situational. Sometimes stun is better, sometimes blind is better. That's what we're talking about right here, is whether stun is better in more instances or if blind is better. If someone is blind and Loki mind-controlled, they will still hit their target. Nothing makes them not hit their target. However... and we'll talk about this when we get to Loki, but just because we brought this up now, if you mind control Black Panther and he kills his ally, you give him a reset. So, fun fact.
And if you blind Black Widow and she has her special up instead of her ult, well, you just played yourself.
Yeah. Stun is better in all instances.
I have to say, just the having a confirmed thing as opposed to having to play the RNG is a major boost. Even if stun was definitely the lesser, being able to plan around it makes it so much better.
Yep,
that's exactly my argument. Yeah.
Yep, it is. But so the fact that Canage said stun is better in all instances, it's not better in all instances. Big single target abilities like Winter Soldier's punch, Iron Fist punch, all these things. Gamora's ult, Thor ult, Quake ult. There are a lot of things it's way better. Just blind them and then let them hit nothing at all. Rocket ult. There's a lot of instances where I'd way rather blind someone and they lose. Like, they still do nothing for that turn. They just also put their ability on cooldown and it's better, but neither here nor there. We'd have to literally count out the abilities, but it doesn't matter because you can still blind a bunch of people, so it's not bad. But so, universal use, yeah, it's universal, but sometimes it's a stalling tactic instead of solving the problem. You blind Rocket before he ults, that's it. You don't have to worry about Rocket's ult for a long time. You stun Rocket, you get one turn before that's an issue again. So it's sometimes not the better solution, but it doesn't matter. And then his Demons of Danak, his ultimate, gains 30% damage, and that's it. So that's not a massive thing. But so I always like reevaluating Mordo and seeing where he's at. We had him Demigod with green in Campaign and Raid, and for me, I think that's where he sits, Demigod with green. Any objections there?
I don't think Mordo will ever not be Demigod with green.
Fair enough. He does bring a lot to the table, though. Like, specifically for Campaign and Raid, I could see a case for him being God because he heals no matter what. So he's got sustain as long as he's not being immediately taken out. And
he's never going to be a God.
I don't know. Heal block, blind stuns. I mean, from a Mystic Controller, there's not much more you can ask him to do. I'm fine leaving...
conditional on the wave structure, I think.
A little bit. He's definitely weaker to, like, 10 enemies, but... man, he can do so much work on his own. You land one good stun, 3 good blinds, and the fact that it can slow also, and this ability is just constantly up, but think about it, 3 blinds, and like someone pointed out, like, you can make Hydra Rifle Troopers and Punishers miss, and he can do a lot by himself, but I'll leave him Demigod Green with now. I'm not going to fight you guys too hard on this, but, like, you couldn't ask him to do much more specifically for Campaign and Raid. So for Arena Offense and Blitz, we had him at just Demigod. I can see it. I have not brought the What Are You Blind team into Arena Offense, but I use them in Blitz, and they are insanely reliable. So I say at least demigod here, but I don't know if I would give him the green, just because we haven't seen a meta comp show up with Mordo on it yet. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I feel like even if you had a meta comp, it would definitely be green, and he wouldn't be a god by himself, as we all know. And we really have to wait for the comp to come together.
Fair enough. And then finally, we had him at usable on arena defense and AI. I'm not sure.
Has not changed.
You don't think?
Nope.
I don't know. Heal block is more of an issue now, but yeah, it's more about first and second turn burst, and yeah, I guess we grade him that because his AI always tries to use his ultimate. That's right. All right.
Yeah, AI is dumb.
Yep, AI is dumb. All right, moving on to Black Panther. Black Panther, in addition to that passive that we're evaluating him by now, he's getting 100% speed bar fill. His special goes from 190 damage and 30 piercing and 2-turn offense up to 230 damage, 30 piercing, 2-turn offense up. So just a 40% damage increase on his middle ability, which is nice because it gives him a better chance to actually get a reset off of that middle ability. But that actually makes his middle ability do more than his basic at that level. And then his ultimate goes from attack primary for 250, chain to 1 to 3 for 170, charge do 220 to do 280, so plus 30% to the primary, plus 30% to the chain to 1 to 3, plus 30% to the if charge. So just plus 30 across the board, and then plus 5% extra crit chance, and it says all attacks have plus 30% piercing and 15% extra crit chance, but I think that that's referring specifically to all the attacks as part of that Panther rush. I don't think it...
Yes.
Yeah. But the 20% extra crit chance is nice. I mean, it's exactly what he needed. It's more damage. I don't think it really changes him much. We had him at God for campaign and raid because he can pop off, and I think that that's still true. He's still situational, but yeah, I mean, he can hit the right targets and just go on a killing spree. He is my favorite for any raid node I ever didn't finish the first time. He's on the second squad, and he just gets so many turns out of it. So
for a while we were talking about a label that would not represent that people go to God tier with a favorable comp, but represent that people go to God tier against a favorable comp, right?
Right.
I'm strongly considering that for Panther because he's been so disappointing me. Like, take a look at the Mystic 3-9 fight, for example, of like something that doesn't favor Panther.
Mystic 3-9, even Mystic 3-9 a little bit favors Panther because he's got a guaranteed slow on every basic. While he is not the most optimal for that stage, that is a very specialized stage where that stage is all about evasion. Like, there's just, you know, like, I don't hold that stage against him, and even on that stage he's better than some other choices, but that stage is akin to like saying like, oh, Gamora's no good on this protect the operator stage. Well, it's just not her thing.
I love Gamora on Protect the Operator stages because I always just murder everything.
If you have the strength to murder everything. If you don't, she's not your pick. So.
Yeah, I was just more specifically thinking that in very low enemy number fights, where it's like, man, you need to do incredible amounts of damage against a single target. He really falls behind.
He does a bit. I would be okay with giving him Demigod Green, but I mean, I use him quite a bit, and it could.
I do too. Yeah, the new Fox Next raid structure is just throw a billion enemies on the screen. So.
Yep, I always use him for cleanup crews. He doesn't start fights well, but he ends fights well. So I'd be okay giving him Demigod Green for that. Soundless?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's changed much in my book either.
Well, we had him God, but Shinny's making a fair point that it's a lot about the enemies.
No. I mean, it is and isn't, but if we did that, we'd have to do fucking everything then, and it's not.
No. We don't have to do everything. And that's just being lazy. Look, we want to be accurate, okay?
And we've been moving in that direction for a while. We did a lot about, it depends on the enemy comp for a few picks last time.
Yep. I give him Demigod with green, and I like him. So I think Soundless is only opposing it because I think he's being lazy. I don't think
No,
he's...
I still think he's very good in raid and campaign, but
We've
we're
never
looking
said he's not.
He's demigod with green, which means he performs at god with the right team, but on his own he's just a demigod, and I think that's right. If you just stick him on any old team, he's not...
Yeah, if he's on a random team against a random team, and it's not cleanup duty, and it's a whole bunch of really high health people, or I don't know, like a whole bunch of Hydra riflemen who just like bring him down early, or something that isn't possible to really clean up, he has a miserable time.
Yeah, he needs, like, the resets are a huge part of his kit. He does good damage, he hits hard, but yeah, he doesn't do, like a lot of good characters can be really effective out the gate. Black Panther becomes more effective as the fight goes on, but on his own, he doesn't have any tools to make sure the fight goes on. He doesn't have sustain or anything, so he needs to load in against easy-to-kill enemies, or he needs the team to get him to the point where he can do his job. So.
Yeah, sort of similar situation to Doctor Strange, where he's the best toolkit in the entire game for that task, and that task does come up a lot, but when that task isn't on the menu, like... sucks.
Yep.
Doesn't suck. Not as good.
Right. Yep. No, I'm fine. Demigod usable. Fine for me. On to Black Widow here. So, Black Widow, we already know she's getting this 15% speed, and we've since learned how it works. Has anyone been able to confirm, by the way, if Drax's taunt at the very, very start of a match changes her speed?
It's so hard to track, because I do run them together quite frequently, but I have no idea.
Well, hold on. I think I might be able to do an experiment here and get us an answer to this. So Loki is how fast and gains 15% turn meter? Because I want to see with Drax if she'll go before Loki or Star-Lord, and we'll answer this right here. So Loki is 115 speed, and he gains 15% speed bar. So that would mean 1,000 minus 150, 850 divided by 115. We are looking at 7.391 ticks, and 7.391 ticks times Black Widow's base is 135. She would not get a turn before Loki, but let me do that math again, just because I forgot what that exact number was. 1,000 minus 150.
7.391.
Yeah, that 7.391 times 155. She would go before Loki. So that's all we have to do is put Drax and Loki on the team, and then see who goes first, and that will answer it. Easy enough, right? My methodology seems solid.
That'll do.
Let's get an answer.
That'll do, pig.
And then, just because, let's see if I can actually win this match. We'll just do like a hybrid Guardian team. Sure. Yeah, sure.
And if it does work, that means you get to thank me because I brought this up.
Yep, this was Salus's idea. And if it doesn't work, Salus is dumb. No,
Then it's Khasino's fault.
No, this was an excellent thing to point out. We have in the notes things that have changed from the tiers. I probably should be updating the change notes.
Boom!
Boom.
What up?
Interesting.
Boom indeed. Just God.
I mean, yeah, we're not gonna fucking change her tags now. I mean, she's already a fucking god, so, you know.
I don't know, I saw somebody on Reddit arguing that Black Widow is useless for all of the new content and really isn't viable for Ultima 6.
Someone just said Black Widow always goes before Loki, even without Drax starting it off. I do not believe that is correct. You heard it here first,
boys and girls. Black Widow is not a god anymore, yeah.
I do not believe that is correct. I'll try it, but I think you are wrong. Black Widow got 10% turn meter from Loki. She is not a Mystic Controller.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the recent stuff in the data mines? I have no idea. We're doing a tier list stream. I'll worry about that later.
Nice spot, Candice. That one would actually be. Interesting.
Star-Lord plus Gamora, why? What am I missing? Oh, we need a chain there.
I mean, this isn't. You're not going to win this. There's no way in hell you're going to win this.
Let me borrow all those. Thank you.
You can always win with Widow if you get the cheese chain.
Right? I was trying, but now they're not near. Okay, that did it. Okay, all right. Fucking orange Panther, motherfucker. So now we got to run this again and make sure that without Drax, that is not what happens. So. And
Dude, you suck!
Now Loki should go first. But let's make sure. If that really raises Drax's stock.
It doesn't raise Drax's stock.
It sure does. It makes your Widow way better.
It depends on the length of the fight. For a really short fight, yeah. For a really long fight, I'm not sure it makes a huge difference.
One sec. That would be Loki. Oh no, wait. Widow just went first. Wait, why? Why did Widow go first? Why did Widow go first? Is it because she has like 5% that always happens? Hold on.
She gets partial. Doesn't she have like partial crit on that, and like only the last upgrade kicks in? After the turn?
Possibly. No one else went earlier, right?
Or maybe she's a Mystic Controller.
She's not a Mystic Controller. So now I'm thinking that it doesn't impact it. What is going on here?
You heard it here first. Drax is garbage. Get rid of him.
I want a free sub right now. We'll see.
I have an explanation.
I'm listening.
The game didn't want Soundless to be right.
That must be it, honestly. The risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math.
Oh shit, Vigilant Killer. Maybe Loki granting turn meter was an action? Maybe Loki granting turn meter was an action. So...
You'd have to test... yeah, you can't test that without... Yeah. Never mind.
Well,
yeah,
no,
I mean, if Grant...
Hold on, there's still a way to do this. So, if Drax is taunt... No, Korath would still go first, huh? Nick Fury grants speed up to everyone on spawn, including himself. Does that make him faster than her? What's his speed?
But granting speed up would be an action too.
Yeah, granting speed up would be an action on his part also, though.
Right, but this should help us, I think. So
does Star-Lord grant himself speed?
No. But I think Nick Fury is 99, and if Nick Fury is 99 plus speed up, that still puts him below 150. Although it puts him at like 149, and my Black Widow's only 145, I think. Something like that. Nick winds up 148.5, so he should be faster than her. His passive.
Look at your check, dumbass.
Black Widow's faster than Fury. At 155, because mine doesn't have the level 5 passive. Says the speed on Black Widow's 155. I don't have the orange passive. Nah, I mean. There must be a way to test this. I'm now thinking that doesn't count as taking an action, but so is there anyone that... Well, because the other thing that we want to know is it specifically that orange speed? Like, how is it phrased for when it kicks in? Let's take a look here. Gain 10% speed. This is applied if any character has taken an action. It could have been the Loki turn meter giving everyone speed, but still, she should not have gone before him. He should be faster. Star-Lord doesn't grant turn meter. Star-Lord doesn't grant
a
turn
second
meter.
to be here, and please stay this way.
Thank you very much, Stunt. I will do my best. Let's try this. So, Gamora is 130 speed, and Star-Lord gives... or sorry, we're looking for his passive. His passive gives 20% speed. 20% speed to 130. 130 times 1.2 equals 156. So Gamora should be faster than Black Widow no matter what. Right? Because that puts Gamora at 156.
Yes.
Whereas we need someone who falls... Is there
Okay, we're getting way off the track of...
No, we're evaluating Black Widow, and I've been wanting an answer to this. Let's get an answer.
Let's do this on another time. She's
Why?
still God, no matter what.
I know, but let's get an answer to this. Like, there's no better time.
Sir, can I talk?
Please. What you got?
So, Black Widow is faster than Loki, but she isn't faster than Nick Fury if Nick Fury is alone. I've tested it many times on the Red Skull node.
Okay, so you're saying 100% Black Widow is not faster than Fury, and that is with the level 4 passive, right?
Yes.
Right, because mine's getting 10% speed, and her base is normally, what, 135? Right? 135?
130. Yeah.
Times 1.1 is 148.5. So yeah, so Nick Fury should be faster. So, well, no, so Nick Fury should be faster no matter what. Even with Drax, even with her getting the extra speed, Nick Fury should still be faster. So that doesn't help us. We need someone who would be slower. Or someone who would be faster, but then she overtakes them. So we are looking for someone. They should be the same speed.
I don't have 8 hours, so let's...
It's not going to take that long when you chill.
Going.
Chill.
No, I mean for the whole thing, and we'll be leaving partway through probably. So.
If we have to replace you, we will. This is not going to take that long. Fury's 148.5 with speed up. Man, so they're the same speed, but they shouldn't. So that doesn't tell us anything. It will tell us if Black Widow goes before Fury at any point, then we'll know. Like, that means they should be the same speed. But if they're the same speed, it should be a coin flip anyway. So we can try it, and if Black Widow goes before Fury, then we know confirmed that it counts. But if Fury goes first, that could just be a coin flip. And I don't know if it like defaults to like whoever's like, you know, some other order. If Drax activates it, we'll know Drax activates it if she goes first. So let's try it, see what happens. Don't worry, we're not going to be here all day doing this. Just going to try whatever couple of things we can think of, and we'll see what happens. So we are looking for Black Widow to go before Fury and confirm. It's before the game starts. We'll find out, Mason J. Fury went first, and Black Widow is visibly missing turn meter. They should be both full. So I'm going to say that neither of them count definitively, because she is clearly not full. And if they were at the same speed, they would be. So, yep, I'm going to say myth busted. So, nope, those things don't count. So, now I'm just going to fight my way out of this match, hopefully, and then we'll go back to the tier list. See, that didn't take so long, and now we know. Doesn't count. And it was a stupid idea, Soundless.
Soundless already died of old age.
What up, Andrew? This is one of those times where I prefer the blind. Although I would have liked to have stunned Captain. But I still will. Proof that Nick Fury is a badass, even without his shield team.
You mean having two speed up characters on a team was better than not having it?
Speed was activated after she went. After Nick went. As soon as Nick went, that's when the speed got activated. Yep. No, that's not how it works. You said I'll comp Drax with Black Widow, so she'll always go first. No, no, no. It doesn't. Taunt on spawn is not an action. Neither is turn meter grant on spawn. What about heal on spawn? I would assume no. I would assume that it measures for did someone take a turn. So, I'm going to say no to all of those. I'm going to say until someone takes a turn. That's what they mean by takes action. But, alright, so I think we got an answer to that. So, back to Black Widow. We had her as God for campaign and raid, God for arena offense and blitz, and God for
Trash all of it.
defense
Let's
and
go.
Alright.
Reddit has persuaded me, trash. No, but I mean, Black Widow continues the theme of just getting dramatically better with each upgrade, and it's just ridiculous at this point.
Yep. Someone said the only way to boost Black Widow would be running Cable with her. You could boost her first turn speed by running anyone who goes before her. So if you ran like Nick Fury plus Operative, or if you ran Korath, if someone goes first, then her speed kicks in. It's just as soon as someone takes a turn. So she would speed up after Korath took his turn. So her first turn would be slightly quicker. What up, Cusco? Fury, Korath, Star-Lord, Gamora, yeah. So, anyway, yeah, she does get consistently better. Her special goes from apply speed up to self and shield and Avenger allies for 2 turns, 6% chance to speed up allies for 2 turns, gain stealth and clear all negative effects. 2, gain stealth and clear all negative effects. Clear 1 negative effect from Avenger allies, and then speed up to self and all shield for 2 turns, 60% chance to speed up. So that's new. It used to be 80% chance to speed up, and now they changed it to dispel 1 negative effect from all Avengers. Seeing that?
Yeah. So, I mean, if I remember, it wasn't this big thing where they talked about how they were changing that?
I don't remember if they talked about it, but yeah, they changed quite a few things after the Orange Mat video we made, so that's one of them.
Yeah, there was a big post on that, and there was this big discussion of whether or not that's a buff or a nerf, and I was like, but what about Quake?
Yeah, we'll take a look. We're getting there. And then this one goes from 230 to 290% damage.
God tier busted.
Yeah, and then 220% adjacent chain on that 60%. So, yeah, she's just super strong, so she's going to stay God across the board. All right, moving on to Bullseye. Poor Bullseye. So Bullseye is gaining on his middle ability, which he has on turn 1 and every 2 turns after that. Attack primary for 200% and 20% crit, 80% chance to bonus attack for 190. Goes to attack primary for 230, an extra 5% chance to crit, and that's the only thing that's changing. So
needs so much more.
Yeah, he needs to. I mean, it's still honestly like it's a nice opening hit. It hurts, but then he just mostly sits around until that kill shot, and then that kill shot is a little underwhelming. But that's going to go from 500% to 550%, which is not bad. But yeah, I like what Bullseye was in concept, but man, he should really hit harder if this is his only thing. If he's just a single target, like he should chunk the crap out of people single target.
Yeah, I mean,
the kill shot should just be unmissable, undodgeable.
Oh yeah,
everything.
yeah. That should be 100% unavoidable. Yeah.
No defense up.
And his accuracy should be more than what it is. His accuracy is, well, they have it listed here as 100%. That's not correct, but it's like 130 or something. It might be even lower.
Yeah, I mean, so they either need to make him a credible damage threat or like this AoE team accuracy buff provider. Right now, he's neither.
Yeah, and that's the thing is he does provide accuracy, but it's such a minuscule amount, which is a big missed opportunity. Like, if he made everyone more blind resistant, why am I not seeing my Bullseye? Where the hell is my Bullseye? I want to check his accuracy.
He's next farther down.
Oh, there he is. Okay. So, his accuracy stat is 135. And then he is getting 5% from his passive. So it's 130 plus 5. It goes up to plus 10. And then he ends up giving 10% accuracy to allies at a level 5 passive, which that is just so negligible. Like, if he gave, like, 35% to allies, it'd still be small, but at least it would be, like, a hope. But, yeah. He needs to be way more accurate. So, he's a single-target DPS. He's not that good at it. But he does hurt, so we just had him at usable across the board because he's worth his spot compared to a random person. Like, he'll typically pay off in terms of, just bringing him in. But, yeah, he's a glass pistol, pretty much. Any objections to usable across the board? Does this downgrade him for you guys?
No.
Usable across the board.
Alright, moving on.
I mean, he has a strong opening, his basic attack damage isn't god-awful, and, like, he has an actual ultimate damage move, which puts him ahead of some minions.
Yep, I think he breaks, like, right around average, so that's why I've got him in usable. So, we're going to do Cable and Captain America, and then the first Power Core giveaway. And, I know that normally the streams are a little bit more exciting because we have the music going, but we've deliberately done it this way so we can port it over to YouTube. So in the future I want to find a happy medium where we can have music playing but separate it from what gets exported. But for now...
Could you do it through Discord and just mute your own Discord? Music?
There's probably a way to do that we'll look into for next time. I was thinking something along those lines. But alright, so looking at Cable, I mean, Cable's already really solid, so what really upsets me is Cable is so undervalued. I have been arguing with people lately who do not appreciate Cable. Cable is good, period. Cable suffers from one thing in particular where you don't see him more. He doesn't have a lot of AoE at all. He has like the 1 week AoE, and so that's why you really don't see him that much in the Cosmic campaign, but Cable's really, really good. He is always one patch away from being the new must-have in Arena. He has excellent synergy with Deadpool. He does a lot of damage. He's tanky. Like, Cable's good. It's upsetting me that people are discounting him so much. He brings a lot to the table.
Cable's a really solid general champion that essentially doesn't have any synergies. Yes, I know he has the Deadpool one, which is nice, but, I mean, Deadpool fits so much better with other teams without Cable. Yep. So he's really like a solid general character that just lacks the team, and so many other people have teams that put them over that level.
I did have people trying to tell me that he was not a top-tier pick for the Blaster Challenge, and to that I say, you're wrong. He is a top-tier pick for the Blaster Challenge, period. There's no, like, we are all in agreement. If you disagree, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he's really tanky, and he does a lot of damage. And you need both of those if you want a 3-star.
Yep, and he goes for reset and turn meter manipulation, heavy turn meter manipulation, like minus 50% speed.
Which is really good if you're chain running the same content, trying to find like a clever combination to delay spawns and get things right.
Absolutely good. He's really good on that. And then he is mutant, and there's just a lot more mutants coming into the game, so there's hope for him yet. But all right, so his
that'll come up tomorrow.
Yep. So his middle abilities, he goes from 200 to 220. The speed meter doesn't change, and it just does 170 to adjacent. So it's a very small damage increase there. It doesn't really do anything for his special, but his special still just awesome turn meter manipulation. But yeah, his ultimate is unavoidable. What that means is it cannot be evaded. You can't dodge it. Even if he's blind, it will still hit. So it's a better ult than it seems. Not only does it refill his and potentially Deadpool's also speed bars by 70%, which is awesome. I don't know if we ever tested if that overfills. Can that overfill like with BP? I'd be interested to know. Probably not though. Probably not. But anyway, yeah, that ability can't miss at all, and like it ignores evade too, so it's terrific. It's a great answer to hand enemies and stuff, and that goes up a whopping 60% damage, which it's already an execute that gives 70% speed bar if it refills. That's terrific. That's exactly what that ability needed, so that is pretty good. We had him at Demigod for campaign and raid. I'm on the fence with this. I still, like, he performs at a Demigod level for campaign and raid, but he doesn't have AoE. Like, he tanks well, so he's not going to die on you. He does good damage. He can rewind the turn meter of a lot of people, and rewind the turn meter of one person a crap ton, and he can get an execute and a reset. But, you know, we had him at, like, low demi for campaign and raid. Is that's still where he sits for you guys?
I think he's Winter Soldier's twin cousin, and they both sit right there at the threshold of low demi.
I'd honestly say below demi, but
You got him at usable? See, this is, yeah, for me, he's, like, sitting on that line. I think we're all in agreement that he's sitting on the line between demigod and usable, but which way the coin flips, we could...
I'd say usable green.
I'd be okay with usable green. Let's see.
Why green? He doesn't benefit that much from... Are you saying, like, green just because he needs low numbers of enemies to fight?
Kind of,
Anything.
yeah.
I mean, like, synergy-wise, even with his, like, you know, if you put him on the new mutant team, maybe he does a little better, and blah, blah, blah. Like, he's just not that great by himself.
I don't know.
I'm not sure he particularly benefits from any synergies in the game currently. I mean, yeah, Deadpool is nice, but...
Storm?
Storm, yeah, but the Deadpool Cable Storm team hasn't come together yet.
I didn't say
and
it
it
has
shouldn't.
yet, but...
It really
Yeah.
shouldn't. It's just... Storm's passive benefits him a lot. Yeah, the speed is nice. He isn't tech anymore. He lost his tech tag, which is unfortunate. If he still had his tech
It
tag...
makes no sense. That's just stupid
Yeah,
to me.
I know. But...
The guy who's made
I'll
of...
tell you why. Because he was Cosmic and Tech, and now that they're doing the Stark Tech, they didn't want to give him double bonuses. So...
Mutant in Tech, I think.
Oh. Okay, yeah, Mutant in Tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's exactly it.
That's just really retarded, though.
So I think he could be green in the future, but like
You know how you get around that then? Just code it so he gets higher, the one that's higher than the other.
Just add a passive where he counts as both.
No. What I'm saying is, you know, if they made it correctly, the buffs that you make for Stark Tech, just have it so it doesn't apply to two characters, and whatever one's higher, he gets that benefit.
I think that some people should just have multi-tag, and it should just add to their value, and they should be able to benefit from both.
Agreed, it should be a part of the passive, but that's neither here nor there.
Yep. But so...
I'm going to hold steady at where it's at with sort of the low demi, just because, I mean, his passive can be incredibly valuable. Again, that's somewhat circumstantial, but he's a targeting tanky character.
And the amount of swing he can influence in a match by cutting someone's turn meter down 50% right after killing someone and giving himself 70% up. Well, then he reduces everyone else by 10% with the splash. So he can kill someone unavoidably for a crap ton of damage, get another turn very shortly after, whereby he cuts someone's turn meter down 50%. Like, that's a big swing.
Okay.
So, I don't know, it's a tough one for me. I'm fine leaving him demi, but I want to see what you guys think about the rest of it. Maybe we'll go back. Arena offense and blitz, we had him at God because turn meter is so big. And
No.
Demi.
Alright, we're going to demi. I do think he's a blitz god, but he's not an arena god.
I wouldn't even say he's a blitz god.
He carries most blitz matches pretty hard for me.
I have a lot of demis who carry really hard in blitz.
That's true, that's true. And then for arena defense and AI, we had him at usable.
No.
I'd give him usable. He's on, what is it, turn 2? He's going to do that big ability? I can check ms.gg for that. Yeah, on turn 2, he's going to nuke someone, and you can't avoid it.
And passive brings him up to usable at least, so yeah, that's fine.
Yep, I'll give him usable for sure. You just don't see a lot of usable characters in arena defense or AI. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to be, whether we give him demigod or demigod with green, he's going to be demigod overall either way. So, yeah, I'm fine leaving him where he is. On to Captain America. Captain America has not faltered, so the improvement we're seeing with Captain America,
that special upgrade.
The special upgrade is literally laughable. It goes from granting defense up to 10 allies to granting defense up to all allies. The difference, of course, being absolutely nothing. It does absolutely nothing.
But what if you have 11 people on the field? Wait a minute.
Yep. No, it literally does absolutely nothing. I imagine the devs will take another look at that because, as I may have mentioned, it does absolutely nothing. Is it +1 energy? Nope. No,
Nope.
it isn't. It does absolutely nothing. Alright. No, it doesn't go to 1 to 3 that I'm seeing. Does it say 1 to 3?
Oh, it does say 1 to 3, yeah. Never mind.
Oh, it does. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It does something. Good catch, Canage. This is why we do this live. I am fucking blind. My bad. Good call. Yep. I was looking at this one. I wasn't even looking at the one on the end. So, granting ability energy.
What the fuck?
A small chance to grant ability energy. I said it does absolutely nothing like 27 times. Anyway, let's talk about what it actually does. So 50% chance on top of the first 50% chance to grant ability energy to a random ally. Not bad. Ability energy is not bad. It's not the biggest upgrade for that ability, but that can be game changing. So, all allies, not 10. Yeah. Anywho, no, that's not all that changed. If you look over here, this is what we're talking about. It goes from 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. But alright. Yeah, you can only have 10 people on the field. This is based on data mine at this point. Most of these are what's going to go live. They've been tweaking them. Most of these are pretty accurate. Because the enemies are using them, right? So, like, there are level 7 Captain Americas in Raid that are using this. So we are seeing these abilities. It's 50% each.
At
So,
level 6, he gives defense to 3 allies, not 10.
at level 6. Who said anything about level 6? We're talking level 7. Anyway, you can get more if there are operators. No, you can't. You can only have 10 people on the field. Period.
If you summon more minions and you already have 10, then you don't actually summon any. You get like the buffs associated with summoning, so like Yondu still gets offense up for having pressed the summon button, but no more people pop in.
Right, yeah, you cannot bring more than 10 people onto the field. But alright, so, anywho. It is, it's guaranteed to 1, and then 50% chance for 2, 50% chance for 3. Anywho, so, looking at the shield throw goes up 20% damage, and 20% on the bounce, and that's all I'm seeing. Oh shit, TPT! The all is not for
Thanks
escort
for 4
missions.
months of great content.
It's just a wording change. 10 is all. It's just a wording change. Whether it says to 10 or to all, it means the same thing. The change, as Kanich pointed out, is the ability energy. That's what changed. Yeah, it's currently 10, which means all. Cap is getting worse in some areas. Now, he's not getting worse. He's just not getting big upgrades. He doesn't get big upgrades, but he was already very strong. I think he's still a god for campaign and raid. I think he's still a god for arena offense and blitz. I think he's still a god for arena defense and AI. Any objections?
None.
He's too damn strong. Alright, we will talk about CrossBones, but first, let's do a Power Core giveaway. Let's open this up, and then we will roll this at the end of the next one. So we'll open it for 10 minutes here. By the way, oh, what? Who just opened it? Okay, Spooky opened it. Alright. Exclamation cores, please. All one word. Exclamation CORESPLZ. Cores, please. Not coes, please, like Canage wrote. Exclamation cores, please. And that's it. Then you are entered in for a chance to win $10 worth of Power Cores, Google Play or iTunes. Make it happen. Alright. Moving on to CrossBones. CrossBones is in such an interesting spot. I'm interested to see what they did to his abilities, what changed here. So
Not much.
he goes from 2 counter to 2 to 3 counter on the taunt. Very meh. The explosion got nerfed hard. It used to gain a ton. Now it gains 40% damage, which is good, but it is not as crazy as it was. It used to go up to like 600% or something, just ridiculous.
I want some of this money. Get me in this game. Come on.
480 is still a lot, but yeah, not big changes
I
here.
want some of this money. Get me in this game.
James Croft, thank you for the follow. Muy bien. Lol, thank you for the follow.
I want some of this money. Get me in this game.
Uha Skirl, thank you for the follow.
This table's hot.
Oh my
I want
goodness.
some of this money. Get me in this
You
game.
fuckers01, thank you for the follow.
This table's hot. I want some of this money.
What
Get
is
me in this
happening?
game. Come on.
Voyoltas, thank you for the follow.
This table's hot. I want some of this money.
Previously,
Get me
it
in
went
this
up
game.
to
Come on.
510%. Ah, okay.
This table's hot.
Colger,
I want
thank you for
some
the
of this money.
follow.
Get me in this game. Come on.
Oh my goodness. HNDFL, thank you for the follow.
It's a handful.
Handful, thank you for the follow. So we had CrossBones at Demi for campaign and raid with no green. That sounds about right to me.
Tech.
Ooh. But God with tech, it does a bigger boom, but he doesn't really get ability energy. He gets the defense up, but that's only for 2 turns. I could see the case for Demigod with green for that, though.
I mean, you were talking about how you ran the tech team into the Thor node back in the early days as a way to survive the early stuff, back before they changed the Thor node and made it a lot harder.
Right.
And CrossBones part of that.
He is, but that would mean everyone tech pretty much gets green because everyone spawning with 2-turn defense up is a tier better pretty much.
Yeah, I'd say in fact the tech synergy is strong enough that unless there's any character that is really, really like low usable who goes to high usable, pretty much all of them get green by virtue of being techs.
No argue here. No argument from me.
Soundless?
Well, okay, what was it? Sorry, I was typing the chat. What's up?
We had CrossBones Demigod no green, but he pointed out he's tech, and at this point,
no,
the whole
he's still
team,
tech. Yeah, that was the whole reason why we gave him green in the first place.
Well, he didn't have green in campaign and raid. Do you think you should have it now? I do.
Oh, in campaign, isn't that what that is right there? Campaign and raid.
I just gave him green because I'm assuming he'll be on board.
Not particularly.
Spawning with 2 turns defense up? That
I'm not
guarantees
saying
he's
it's
gonna
not
get to the
good,
explosion.
but like, he still fucking hurts himself with the explosion.
He hurts himself less with defense up.
He still hurts himself. He has to bring in a healer.
Not really. He can heal himself with a taunt, which he can get away with the defense up. But it really does. He hurts himself less. Like, it actually does make him take considerably less damage. It's not that much.
The released Thor node, before they hyper buffed it, if I remember right, people with the tech team were just taking that in with CrossBones and clearing it.
Hi, guys.
No, Demigod green across the board would not be overall God. It would be Demigod green across the board.
I don't think he's green.
I do.
I think there are very clearly nodes. It's somewhat node dependent, of course. Like it's really strong against the early burst node. It's a lot less strong against the sustained fight nodes. But I mean, that's part of what green is.
Here's why he gets the green for me. The tech team is Vision and Merc Lieutenant. They're the backbones of the tech team. That could not synergize better with CrossBones. He's spawning with 2 turns of defense up, so he can taunt if he wants. He is definitely going to survive until his explosion, and as soon as his first turn is done, he gets a speed up and an offense up for going into his second turn, where he will have speed up, offense up, and defense up. And the offense up doesn't make him take more damage, it only makes him deal more damage, whereas the defense up makes him receive less damage.
I thought the tech team was basically Vision, Rocket, Star-Lord,
Merc Lieutenant, and then your choice of 5th, Iron Man, CrossBones, even Korath. But, oh yeah, I should be adding the changes. Okay, hold on. I gotta remember what we changed. So, Aim Infector, well, we can just go back and watch the VOD, but I think Aim Infector, we changed something to trash.
Aim Infector, God with green?
Yeah. No. Aim Infector...
I mean, God with 2 orange arrows?
The 2-turn D-up does not work for Vision, even though it's supposed to. CrossBones always gets stunned by Black Widow. Harder with defense up. Better chance of resist. I should be able to see change history.
But she has offense up, so it doesn't matter.
Where do you see change history?
So it kind of cancels that out, man.
I mean, it does matter if you assume that she's going to have offense up. If he didn't have defense up, he'd be completely screwed.
Well, no, she would have offense up because she stealths the first turn by giving herself everybody in speed up. Then her second turn, she still has offense up.
That's exactly what I said. Black Widow pretty much always, not always, but often has offense up when she stuns. And if he didn't have defense up, he'd be completely screwed.
He's still screwed.
How do I do this? This version history. Oh, I guess I can
click on the link that says last change.
Yep, I got it. Alright, good. Yeah, let's do this before it gets too crazy. So we're at trash or trash. It was trash or trash. We had mediocre, mediocre, trash. So aim monstrosity. All right, this helps. Is now. So he was mediocre, mediocre, trash. Okay. And then aim assaulter was mediocre, mediocre, trash. And he still is. Aim researcher was trash, trash, trash. Aim security was usable, mediocre, mediocre, who is now mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. Alright. Sorry, this won't take long, guys. Was usable, mediocre, mediocre. Okay. Ant-Man was usable green, demigod usable. And now he's usable green, usable, usable. So, Ant-Man, usable green, demigod, usable. Okay, he got downgraded on those two things. Mordo was demigod green, demigod usable, and is still that. BP was god, demigod green, usable. Yeah. Oh, yeah, god, demigod green, usable, yeah. So,
This table's hot. I want some of this
Black
money. Get me in this game.
Panther
Come on.
was god, demigod green, usable. Okay. Then we did Black Widow, still god, god, god. Bullseye, still usable, usable, usable. Cable, demigod, god, usable. Did we change that? Yes, we did. Cable is now demigod, demigod, usable. But he was demigod, god, usable. Okay. And then Captain America didn't change. He's god, god, god. CrossBones was plain demigod, and then the two demigods with green, and that's what we're up to. Okay. We are all caught up. Thank you, whoever reminded me to do that. That was a good call. Alright. And then let me see. So that overall didn't change. That overall didn't change. That overall didn't change. That didn't change. Okay. I think they're all still good. Okay. Moving on to the first one that has changed considerably and
Did we do
arguably
CrossBones for anything other than campaign?
possibly not, but we had him demigod green for arena offense and blitz and demigod green for arena defense and AI, and I still agree with those. Any objections to either of those?
No.
Alright, works for me. On to DareDevil. So, DareDevil, we just have to completely look at his kit from top to bottom. He's the first one that we're looking at as a complete and total new character, pretty much.
Just put greens on everything.
Well, he might get oranges, so now we are doing orange goes up 2 tiers. Well, so just wait, because I would make the case that on a defender team, he is excellent. But so let's get there. So his basic attack, 270, 50% chance to bonus attack for 200% damage. If the target is villain, always bonus attack. That's a strong basic attack against any villain. So that right there gets him at least a green. And I mean, just like you can pick your battles for a lot of things, and hitting into a villain.
I understand where you're going with this, but like if you look at his rating already, he can't go up 2 tiers because he's already at Demi.
Okay, well we'll get there. That's probably fair. Throw baton. Attack primary for 200%. Chain to 2 targets within 2 spaces of previous target for 150. Dodge breaks the chain. Apply 2 counter to self and all defender allies. Brawl. Attack primary for 400%. Chain to 4 to 6 for 240%. Damn. Always chaining to minimum 4. That is so good. At max level, that ability guaranteed hits an entire 5-man team. That is super good. And it's doing 240 per. That's great. And then the passive, self and defender allies gain 10% speed, applied after any character has taken an action. Gain 5% dodge chance per defender ally So that's a maximum of 20% dodge there, and then gain 10% damage. That's also great. So yeah, he was demigod usable. So we got to give him demigod with green, right? Against villains, he's just a nightmare. You guys agree he performs at god tier?
Yeah, I mean, he's insanely good against villains, and we're not even at the synergy yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're still kind of talking about it, so no objections to demigod green there. For arena offense and blitz, does he go up to god tier? I'd have to say yeah.
No.
Against villains, given the entire team counter, given the entire team speed up if you're running that team, just hitting like a truck for villains. His opening move hitting 5 targets, like.
I don't think he still goes out for arena.
I'll tell you
I'd
why
say
I do.
by himself, no, but with defender
Right.
synergy,
Right.
Still not. I don't know.
I'm sold on it. If you give him all the other defenders.
The whole thing about the defenders thing is about they heal in between each fight and blah blah blah, and that's raid shit.
well, there are a few variants in the defenders team.
Hold on. Well, so time out. Let's look at all the things he gets, and then we'll reevaluate. So from JJ, he is getting 40% resistance. Right off the bat, that's a huge asset to him. From Luke Cage, he is getting regen whenever Luke Cage uses his taunt, 2-turn defense up whenever Luke Cage uses his unbreakable, and he gets an offense up if he's called to assist on Luke Cage's basic. From Iron Fist, he is getting a heal worth of 30% of Iron Fist health, potentially. 4 out of 10 times Iron Fist takes a turn. And then from Punisher, if you assume you run him with Punisher, and like for Blitz, we know they're sure to win Blitz team, right? So I have to call him performing a god tier for Blitz. Even if he's only demigod for arena, we're giving him demigod with green because for sure he fights at god tier in Blitz, which is good enough for me. But where's Punisher here? With Punisher, chance to assist on non-attack, so he has no non-attack abilities. If Daredevil's an ally, when an ally attacks him, automatically Punisher retaliates, and city allies gain 5% damage, city heroes gain 10%, so that's another 10% to his damage, and another plus 30% damage against villains. Daredevil can be completely obnoxious against villains. I don't know how many villain-heavy arena teams we're seeing, but think about the preposterous damage. Right, but think about the preposterous damage.
I see a fair number of villains in arena.
Yeah, we're saying villain-heavy teams, so you see like a villain.
But so still, Daredevil can just crush that villain.
But often that villain is CrossBones, who you have to shut down. He's a win condition.
Someone is saying
general
CrossBones,
villain
Sentry,
is
Kingpin.
And Sentry. The whole
Even so, he's faster than him and he hits him hard as hell. I'm perfectly fine giving Demigod with green. I don't think that's being too charitable. Because again, this is arena offense and blitz together. So in arena, he might walk the line between Demigod and God with the synergies, depending on the enemy team. But that's what Demigod with green is. And we're saying with good circumstances, which aren't horrendously uncommon, he performs great. I think he performs as God when things go his way, and I think that the odds of that happening with the right team around him are fairly good. So I think it's reasonable.
And it's also worth considering that there are several variants of the Defender team, some of which are more suitable to certain arena comps, and some of which are less. So
now the final question, and I think we're going to agree on this, is he was unusable for defense. I'm more than happy to give him usable with green for arena defense and AI, just because he hits so much harder now with that
chat,
opening move.
feel free to donate so we can pay
Usable
this
with
fine
green sounds
gentleman
fair.
for being here without bankrupting. Khasino,
Any objections,
Gasbreed.
Salas?
Guess not.
I think you might be undervaluing the how good the defenders are now, man. They are pretty solid.
And how readily you can swap Kamala into a Defenders team.
Now, we get a lot of crap about this one, and I'm always prepared to fight it, but moving on to Deadpool. Do Salas and Shinny and Chewburger get paid for their time on the stream? Chewburger doesn't get a dime. He pops in and out. Salas and Shinny, whenever we do a big tier list stream, I share the donations with them, I try to like set an amount that I'm trying to make with each tier list stream, and then beyond that, I try to share it with them. So, yes, they usually get some kind of a compensation package, but it entirely depends on what we bring in. How is Daredevil not getting got green overall?
Show some fucking
he is.
respect.
Sorry, he is. I just didn't upgrade that. But all right.
How would he be demigod green overall? He has a usable green.
You've gotten several formal invitations. I'm more than happy to have you on, Kinj. I didn't even know that that's something that you wanted to do.
Josh,
what?
He's usable green on arena defense. How would he get demi green?
Overall, because he's demi green and two others.
2 demi greens and 1 usable green?
Yeah.
Would that be demi then?
No. He averages to demi green.
Green is a modifier, not a ranking. Go for it.
I mean, if you're 2/3 of one thing but 1/3 of another thing, how would that overcompensate into the same of the 2/3?
It's the same reason that me and Shinny said demi green, and you said just normal demigod, and he ended up demi green.
Can I say something real quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, up a little.
Yeah, what's up?
Is my sound okay?
Yeah.
Oh, so I would argue that he needs to be a demigod on arena defense at least, because his ultimate, which he always uses, always changes to 3 or 4 target, which deals an
always changes to 4.
amount.
It's gonna hit 5 people.
Yeah, exactly. So, and he goes before, even without BV giving him speed up, he goes before cap, so he can hit the entire squad.
That doesn't make him a god for me. It's a strong opening move, but there are a lot of characters that have turn 1 AoEs, and there's a lot of combos you can run to get a big turn 1 AoE. Like if you want to make CrossBones detonate on turn 1, there are comps that'll do that.
Sure, but my argument was for arena defense that I think he needs to be a demigod.
Well, so we gave him the usable with green, where with the right team, he is a demigod. We're looking at if you just stuck him on a random team, let's say he's not with the defenders, you just threw Daredevil on some random team on defense. How is he going to perform?
Yeah, that's what I would argue he's a demigod, because like one of the top people in my arena does that, and I have to use Drax, and one character that forces me to use as like one special tank, or otherwise I can just get mauled by that DD. I think that yeah.
So you're saying the opening attack hits that strong, because it's the rest of what he's doing is okay. He's got a tiny bit of dodge. His basic is stronger against villains. His basic can be kind of strong. He only gives the counter to himself. He's just not as...
Yeah, but yeah.
So you're saying that opening hit is just so substantial.
Yeah, but yeah, that was just my input.
You guys think a turn 1 400% damage straight to someone's dome is enough to call him a god? Is that crippling enough? Because
I don't agree.
Yeah,
I think you need to pair it with certain amounts of team, certain ways to follow up on that to be effective, which is the definition of green.
Yeah, I agree. It's a strong opening ability, but it's not enough for me. If you know, like Korath is always going to open with a giant chunk to someone.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, maybe I wasn't saying what I meant clearly. That I'm not arguing that he should be an overall guard, but that on arena specifically, the arena defense, that he shouldn't have usable green, but just straight demigod. But I was a little late.
I don't agree that he's full demigod by himself. By himself, I think you're defining him by that opening move. It's a good opening move, but then I don't think the rest of what he's going to do the rest of the time quite lives up to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But for all intents and purposes, you're only ever going to run him on a team where he will open up as a demigod anyway. So for the most part, we're in agreement. I don't know how often you've seen him on a team where he's not synergizing at all. Like even on like just any kind of general hero team, he's gonna have some synergies and stuff. But turn 1, he will always get the full chain. Turn 1, it is a big AoE. I don't know, he could be. I mean, how many better defense characters are there? There's a few. I don't know. He kind of walks the line for me. We could go demigod with no green. I don't know. I'm on the fence. It's a one big opening attack, but I don't know.
I was pretty happy where we had him for good reasons. Like, of course, if you have like a turn 1 kill team with Daredevil, then it suddenly is a lot more threatening.
Yeah, with Miss Marvel, you know what? I'd even be willing, because on a Miss Marvel team, he's insanely dangerous. How do you feel about orange, usable orange? You can make a turn 1 kill team with him and Spider-Man and like I've seen.
I haven't run against it enough to like know how scared of it to be. I could see that. The conservative like skeptic in me is like green is safe, but I could definitely see that.
I'll tell you this, I've run against it only in Blitz, not in Arena yet, but I've brought good teams against it in Blitz at least 3 times now, and I've gotten smashed 3 times. Fury Shield did good, but their Fury Shield, I don't even count them. Everything else I've run into that turn 1 Miss Marvel, Daredevil, Spider-Man kill team has gotten smashed to pieces.
Yeah, I dodged it. I can see that. Usable orange. That works.
Any objections, Soundless?
No. I mean, he's not...
I'm
he's
more
not
scared
God
of
in my
Daredevil
book,
than
like,
I am
straight
of
up.
Gamora in
No.
Arena.
Yeah, and it's just worth noting that the Defender's Constellation... Like, Defender Synergy is technically just 4 people, but included in the Constellation are, like, Night Nurse, Punisher, and Miss Marvel.
Yeah. Yep, pretty damn scary. And just like on a Miss Marvel bruiser team, like he's a really strong hero bruiser, especially into villains. Like if you're trying to run that like villain team, like even if you're running the tech team, even with the defense ups, he'll smash your Merc Lieutenant. Peter Law, thank you so much for the 10 bones. Whoever jumped into chat, good work. But so moving on, I hope that's a healthy compromise for you. You got some moving, but usable without the right team, God with, that's my opinion. Well, that's that orange right there. But okay, so on to Deadpool here. We will be rolling this Power Core giveaway, we'll be choosing the winner for this Power Core giveaway and opening the next one when we get to number 30. So
Does
we're just going to
usable
do it every
orange
15.
mean demigod, green with right team?
Usable orange means usable, but can jump all the way up to God with the right team. And yes, Demigod Green is the right overall rating for him, yes. But so we will open another giveaway and award the winner from this most recent one when we get to number 30. But since we're... Well, yeah, we got a bunch of quick and easy ones coming up after this. But so I get a ton of crap for Deadpool. People always try to fight us on Deadpool, and I'm happy to have that fight because Deadpool's incredible, and I don't understand why people don't appreciate Deadpool. He's so good. But let's look at how he changes. Attack the most injured target for 490, ignoring taunt. That goes up to 550. I mean, come on. Another 60% for his execute. The regen little prize is nothing, but that execute is fantastic. Then his chain here, 230 rebound chain, 3 to 4 for 160. Apply bleed to minion. The main target, it goes to 260, and the bounce around goes up 40% to 200. And still applies bleed to minion. I mean, Deadpool is awesome. There's no two ways about it. Deadpool's super, super good. He is one of the best damage dealers in the game. His execute is super, super strong. His rebound chain is such a strong mechanic if you use it properly. And I'd love to know what the numbers are, like named heroes to minions, but let's assume that half the game is minions. He is twice as deadly against minions, and there's so many of them that's not even where we're like, oh, on the right team. Like, it's not small groupings of characters. Like, half the game he's insanely effective at. Yeah, he's
how on earth is he still underrated?
I don't know. He's like almost totally debuff immune. He's just so good. I don't get it. I really don't. Like, he's so good. The execute is incredible. The applying bleed on chain, that chain can do a ridiculous amount of damage, and when you line it up properly, he just bounces between 2 people and does a ton of damage to both of them. The guaranteed crit on minions with the 80% chance to bonus attack, so he's good against death proof. Like, he's just so good. And yeah, he's not just like debuff immune with the exception of stun and slow. He actually benefits from it. Like, there's times when I'm literally like, crap, I don't want to shoot him with my shield medic. It will do literally more harm than good for me because he'll just heal up off the offense down or whatever it is. He is insanely good for campaign and raid because you run into so many minions. We had him at God tier. I don't regret that one bit.
That feeling when you blind him with Mordo.
And he just heals. Yeah, thank you for the heal. Multi-turn slows, yeah. Even multi-turn slows don't stick. It's just the one. His amazing synergy with Cable and Mutants. He doesn't have amazing synergy with Cable and Mutants. He has good synergy with just Cable, but then you have the problem of Deadpool and Cable do a lot of the same job, and Deadpool does it better. So.
Now he does have big synergy with Kamala.
Yes, he does. But we already have him God for campaign and raid. But so any objections to God for campaign and raid? Soundless?
No, I mean, like, what did he need to explain about him?
Nothing. Just making sure you're on the same page. I
would have said something if I was.
It's important for people to hear because I have people. They think like this is just me, and I'm just like making you guys agree with whatever I say or something. And so I say like Deadpool's a god. And like, what are you talking about? Deadpool's not God. You're crazy. So I want them to be able when they click on this video.
I voice myself, and I voice myself when I'm.
I know. I'm calling on you to reiterate it because there are going to be people who search up this video and they go, Deadpool is not God, and they hear it, and I want them to hear all three of us go, what the hell are you talking about? Yes, he is. So, it's plain and simple. He has my family, and I have to say Deadpool is God.
Yeah.
But anyway, so for Arena Offense and Blitz, we had him at God, and I feel like he's a weird one where I agree that he's a God. Like, he's like top, 8 picks for Arena Offense and Blitz, so like you don't really see him, but just because you don't see him doesn't mean he wouldn't sub in for a lot of the people you're using and not get the job done. Like I would use my Deadpool on Arena Offense and Blitz. He's not the best pick just because other people synergize slightly better, but I would use him and not see worse results.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I don't take my Deadpool out for more spins is that he's somehow not 7-star, and the people he's competing with are.
Mine is 7-star. That's what
I know. I was ahead of you going into this last event, and you somehow pulled ahead at the last second.
I got some good drops. It's pretty great. But I'm pretty pissed. I think Seaton got his Thanos to 7-star. That's some nonsense. But yeah.
Congrats on him getting his Thanos to 7-star.
I'm like halfway. But anyway, so any objections to Deadpool God Arena Offense Blitz?
None.
Oh yeah, Kanage got 7-star too, dude. Kanage, my man. Premium Orb from Sunday, shit gave it up. Nice. So we have Deadpool as Demigod for Arena Defense and AI, and I think we have to give him Demigod with Orange now on the Miss Marvel team.
Green?
Or yeah, green. I meant green.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a pretty safe pick, and it's only going to get safer as the mutant stuff comes out. Eventually, there will be somebody who synergizes with him. It's not there yet, but Kamala's already there.
I would argue Merc Lieutenant just makes him like someone's dead. Turn 2, someone, even though already most likely someone's dead. Merc Lieutenant and Deadpool's like someone is dead. D-E-D dead. Any objections, Salas?
No.
All right. Moving on, Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is already so good, but I, if I remember correctly, he didn't get a crazy benefit from these. He just gets that 100% chance to flip all effects instead of 90% chance to flip 10%.
And the higher bleed damage, but...
Yep, the higher bleed damage, we talked about that. But yeah, so that's going from 135 to 150. His base damage is low. So bleed stack damage is tied to the level of the ability that applies it. So by taking that ability from 6 to 7, the bleeds it applies go. I
thought it was just a percentage of their health.
It is a percentage of base damage, and it scales with ability level. At level 6, it's 135% of base, and at level 7, it is 150% of base. But his
that's
base
why I'm so psyched about the Black Widow rank up, because her bleed is going to go up significantly.
Yeah. This is usually how Salas is with these. He for whatever reason, I don't know why, Salas enjoys acting like he's being forced to be here and that he's at work and that he can't wait for his shift to be over. Someone said you sound like you're like, oh, whatever, I don't give a shit. A little bit. We kind of make Salas be here.
I'm just how I am usually, you know.
All right. Did you remember to clock in? Just kidding. All right. So on the
Drax.
On the ultimate here, revive ally with 50% and heal all allies for 8,000. So the extra 3,000 is kind of nice. The reviving someone dead with 50% is just so good. But I mean, at the end of the day, Doctor Strange is so good. We have him demigod with green for campaign and raid, and I guess we'll give him demigod with green for campaign and raid. He is 1,000% god with the right comp. But yeah, I do think on his own, if there's not, I mean, there's a lot of content where he can flip buffs and get his value out of it, but
And against the right comp, just as
I
important.
still don't know about the demigod green crap on defense, so
we'll get there.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
We'll get there.
I didn't agree with it the first time.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I have a weird thing. I'm fine with taking it down, but I want to throw something out there just to see what you guys say to it.
No.
Would you chill? Just chill. So we have him for God, for arena offense and blitz. I think we're all in agreement on that.
That we are.
Okay. And so finally,
It's not like I use him every day. I mean, come on.
I used to. He was on my number 1 arena offense, taking rank 1 until I got Fury Shield.
Still is.
That's what I'm saying. So
No, I mean, he still is.
what?
He still beats everything.
Yeah, he's super good. And so now the arena defense and AI. So here's why we had him demigod with green. There are a lot of comps you can't take into him. Like, taking Black Widow into Strange then becomes you have to ability block or stun Doctor Strange, or you are punished for using your speed up. That was the original thing. And same thing with Cap's Inspire. You can Cap Inspire on turn 1, but then you have to lock down Strange. You are wasting at least 1 hard CC ability. And if for whatever reason it doesn't stick, like there's a lot of resistance there, you just get fucked. And then, in addition to the fact that Doctor Strange is just a complete shutdown of so many traditional things you do on turn 1, which is why I still like this rating for him. There's another thing, which this one we can't really grade him on, but I promise you it's true, whatever it's worth to you. People don't fight Strange. I just, for sure, I was getting fought less. When I put Strange on defense, people just go, like, yeah, I could probably beat that, but I'll just fight someone else. I know how the match is going to go. Strange is squishy on defense, but you have to take him out before he will turn 1 wins you, and that can be just atrocious. He will turn your speeds to slows, your defense ups to defense downs. He will be a real problem. I still like him with the demigod to green, and he would still be on my arena defense if I wasn't running Fury Shield. Actually, no, I take that back. I started using the turn 1 burst comp, but even still, he's pain, man. I don't fight teams of Strange in Arena. That's what I'm saying. How many of you guys try to avoid Strange comps? Not that you can't beat them, but how many of you guys are like, I'd prefer not to fight a Strange comp if I don't have to?
I pick into them.
You pick into them? I fight Strange comps. I avoid. Me, I pass on Doctor Strange. Me, I avoid. Me, prefer not. I skip Strange. I pick into them. Some people pick into them. I fight them. If I see them, I avoid them. I fight them. So you see, like, half the people are just like, I don't even want to fight him, which he can be beat. But the fact that, yeah, no, there's ways to bait him. Like, you can overcome him. But just right off the bat, that sheer value of the number of people who are like, dude, I don't even want to fight him. Like, I don't want to roll the dice. Avoid because he's less predictable than most. Depends on the tanks. Like, there's just certain things that they're like, no matter what, you either have to alter your play pattern or the champions you're bringing in for Strange. And if one character is making you either make a substitution or alter, stray from your normal pattern, that's good enough for me to say this character is a pain in the ass on defense. Because if we're going to grade them as like, oh, I can't beat them. Like, Soundless will tell you, he loves to point it out, there is no character you look at and go, well, can't beat that character. Those characters don't exist. There's just characters.
Nick Fury.
Nick Fury on his own.
Shit on Nick Fury.
See? Soundless will never admit that he can't beat anything.
No, I've fucking beaten Shield teams on the fucking arena. It's not hard.
I'm not accusing you of being a liar.
Like,
I'm simply saying that in your mind, the absolute best defense team in the game right now, your response is, I shit on that. So you're not the best gauge of what a strong defense is because you don't believe in strong defenses.
That's because there's no defense that's not beatable. There's some
but
that are better than others, but nothing is unbeatable. But the thing is, there's no, like, I don't know. Like,
all right, if we let Soundless do the arena defense column by himself, it would look like this. I shit on that. I shit on that. I never see that. I shit on that. I never see that. I shit on that. I shit on that. No one uses that. I shit on that. I shit on that. You see the problem here? You still have to respect them. We still have
there's
to say
a lot
they're
of shit in the world. Yeah, you're right.
we can call them a god on defense and shit on them. I beat Nick Fury teams too, but you know. So anyway, how Strange performs against Shield team. Well, first off, no one really performs well against Shield team, but Strange.
And Slade, you are exactly correct. The best offense is the best defense.
Yeah. I use aim on defense. What do you do against that, Soundless? Soundless does not have confidence issues.
I laugh at the aim team.
Dude, I'm scared of the aim team, dude. But anywho, so I like Demigod Green just because.
Shit on Goku. I'm Vegeta. What's up?
So anyway, what do you guys think? I'm happy with it, but sell me.
They're actually higher than mine.
I'm saying, what do you guys think for defense? You don't give him Demigod Green?
Okay, so I am thinking, honestly, usable orange.
Usable orange is interesting. I can get behind that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that may be accurate on his own. But still, I mean, just at the end of the day, by himself, you have to. I think he's straight god in Arena D. I don't want to go usable orange. He inconveniences you a lot on any team. Doesn't matter what team you put him on. He's fast enough. He's Demigod Green with a Soundless shit on tag.
Give a little poop emoji you can put next to that.
Yeah. No, I like Demigod Green.
I would say Demi at best.
Oh man, there's comps where you don't want to mess with Strange.
Demi at best. That's just my book.
Solid Demi Green, solid Demi. I'm telling you, he was on my defense and it was holding really well.
Yeah,
and
it's also this dumb luck. It's not like.
It's not.
Like.
It's not. There's.
If I see a fucking Doctor Strange, I laugh and fucking take.
Okay,
that.
what team are you taking into Strange? Beach Spike for the
depends on also what's on the rest of the team, but like my normal team basically.
So Yule Tidebringers is explaining this better. If every tune is beatable, it's not are they beatable. It's would I rather fight him or others. And he's definitely in the I would
rather fight Doctor Strange than like fucking what's it called? The one we were talking about earlier. Like, well, that's also the problem right there because most of those characters are slower than Captain America. So even if they get the turn, you have defense upside. It doesn't really matter either. But like you know the massive AOE team like Deadpool, Daredevil. Like Spider-Man, all that shit. Like, would you rather fight? Would you rather fight that shit, or something with a Doctor Strange on it?
Okay, so here's my view for Strange. Strange penalizes you very heavily for running certain comps. He penalizes you heavily for running the standard Black Widow Cap comp, for example. Mm-hmm. And this means that he absolutely punishes some comps, but he's very easy to bait against certain other ones. That's why I'm arguing for orange. Because he hard shuts down certain ones, but you can get around it if you like.
Even in Cap and Widow, you're also running Vision. Vision just shits on him.
Maybe like again, you're still
definitely.
Well, but now you have to use your Vision on Strange. If it's a character, you have to ability block. Like I'm counting that like characters that automatically guarantee big cooldowns are being used on them. You can't take Vision in that comp and not ability block Strange. You're gonna have a bad time. So you know what I mean? Like in the game of chess, there's some characters where you're like, oh well, we'll see. Maybe if they get the right buff, I'll have to stun them or whatever. Like as soon as you see Strange, you gotta worry about him. Period. There's nothing about it. Like you can't just ignore Strange and see what happens. You have to deal with Strange. Period. And that makes him real good for me. I think usable is too harsh. Yes, you can bait the wins, but You still have to take him out in a few turns, which is not too tough, but you have to take him out in a few turns, or he's going to do a giant heal and revive someone, and that can really screw you.
AoE, so
yes, you can AoE him, but his basic attacks can't miss and apply offense down. It's random chance, but if he offense downs your Quake before she does her AoE, now you're in a shit position where you're like, do I even want to drop this AoE or do I want to wait a turn on it? You know what I mean? Like,
well, the thing is, here's the thing. We're fighting against, the whatever comp you're talking about right now. The thing is, you're gonna do something to prevent him from winsing or baiting the wins out turn
so
one.
he already, you had to waste something on him. So if the rest of your team are characters,
but you're gonna waste someone at any time because you're either going to be doing it to that or to Sentry or
but so like
something.
But so who do you usually ability block? Right, Captain goes before Vision, right? So you would normally ability block Captain.
No, why would I care about Captain? He fucking shield throws on defense. Who cares?
Okay, so let's say I'm running Hand Sentry.
Wait.
You can only ability block one.
You can't ability block Cap shield block with Vision. Or shield throw with Vision.
No, not
Cap
shield
goes
throw.
first.
Right, I said Inspire. The Inspire is what you'd block.
Yeah, but Soundless was saying, why would you want to ability block the shield throw?
Or whatever, he misspoke.
No, what I'm saying is, why would you want to target him when he's just going to shield throw anyways? And
because Cap goes first. You target him with the ability
block. Mine would
block.
go first.
Not if you both have a Black Widow, and who runs Cap with that Black
Why would
Widow?
I have Black Widow if I'm using freaking Nick Fury and I go first?
This is totally different things here. If you're using Nick Fury, you should be using a different team anyway, but that's not
No,
the
because
point.
Nick Fury goes slightly before her. That means everybody else gets beat up slightly before everybody on his team gets it. Therefore, I go first.
That's a very specific comp to be arguing around.
Yeah, that's a single matchup.
You know what I mean? The thing. Okay,
No,
if we're talking about the same as everything, sure, but
we're just talking about
exactly how I
like
run.
You're kind of confirming what I'm saying, which is you're like, oh, I would just do this to deal with Strange, but there are characters like Quake. You don't have to do anything to deal with Quake until like turn 3, so you eventually have to deal with Quake. But if she's there, just you try to kill her. But there's other things to worry about. Like if Strange is on the field, you are using cooldowns that you might have preferred to use on other targets. You now have to use them on Strange, or you'll regret it.
Yeah, but the idea is that Vision can ability block Strange, and then Ultimate to clear Captain's Inspire. So, your
easily.
opportunity cost isn't really that high to shut down Strange.
Right, no, Vision is a good counter to Strange, but, again, that whole thing is on, I hope that ability block lands. If it doesn't, you are so screwed. Yes, there's a good chance of it landing, but it's just one example.
Pretty much gonna land all the time.
But even so he's basic attacking. So let's say he basic attacks Vision and the offense down lands. Now Vision's odds of removing all those defense ups are much lower. Even just his basics, he is...
But then you're also saying that my tank doesn't have his tank up.
Okay, so then he's hit the tank the first time.
Okay, and then by this point he's dead because he's already turned 2 and you're exploding or doing whatever.
Strange wins is a win condition. It's a win condition that you can stop. There are a lot of win conditions that you can stop.
Right, and I'd argue that his heal revive is close to a win condition.
But he's never going to get there in defense, though.
If everyone else is a higher priority, like the whole thing is you have to make him a priority. Most comps these days have the AoE to take him out. Yes, you'll probably take him out by then, but it's not a guarantee, and the whole reason you're like, oh, well, he'll go down. Well, yeah, because you can't afford to leave him up.
I mean, to be clear, Doctor Strange, unless you're running a fancy energy generation team for Strange and he gets really lucky with his procs, he gets his revive well after Quake ults. The fight is over, unless you're doing some weird Star-Lord thing.
Yeah, no, he can just get lucky and just get energy from Captain. He can just get lucky.
All I'm saying is, Doctor Strange, to have him come through what he needs to do in defense is more likely than not going to happen.
I don't agree with that. I agree, if you are fighting Strange, the fight is probably going to look like you shutting Strange down. But my argument is Strange being there means that the fight has to look like you shutting Strange down.
I mean, CrossBones' win condition pretty much never happens to me, and I wouldn't put him in usable for defense.
Exactly. Yeah, when I fight CrossBones, he almost never explodes. But that doesn't mean he's bad on defense. That means I made sure I did not let him explode.
Oh, I'll fucking let him explode. I fucking offense down and shit. It's easy.
That's the same thing. The point is that you've addressed
a
the win
secondary
condition.
attack from Vision that gave him
Our
defense
point
offense
was
down is
you
totally
had to
targetable.
respond to it.
Soundless.
Yeah.
If you're running into a comp that has Strange on it, put any other characters on the comp to make it a reasonable comp. Who are you going to end up focusing on before Strange?
Depending on what team I'm running, like honestly, the first thing I'm gonna do is just hit Strange with a thing, and then not worry about the rest of the game.
You see, that's part of why I actually agree with Khasino about him being at least demigod green, if not just straight god.
Because you have to target him. You're the same. You can say the same thing about Sentry. If Doctor Strange isn't there, who are you going to target first?
I mean, Sentry is god on defense, though.
But that's what I'm saying, though. But the thing is, you're always going to have one target that's going to be better than the other if it's on a team that has no one else that matters. So are we saying everybody's going to be fucking demigod green because we have to target them first?
But there's so many characters you don't have to. Like the very next one is like, ignoring.
So
Drax.
So if you had Black Widow and the rest of the targets didn't matter, do you target Black Widow first with your shield team? You go target someone else first.
I'm not saying the rest of the targets
Situational,
don't matter.
but typically Black Widow.
Exactly.
Right, but so if I'm targeting Black Widow and there's a Doctor Strange on the field and there was like a Drax or something, it starts to get a pain in the ass. Those wins are going to be a setback. I can overcome them typically, but it's a pain in the ass.
Out of reasonable Strange comps, who would you ever target before Strange?
Why is this even still an argument? You still need abilities to block
most of my
him, and
targeting
then
of Strange is
still he's someone
incidental, and
that
that's
can make
enough
you
for
wish
me.
you
That's one of the reasons that I
targeted
think
him.
he's...
Demigod green.
I would put him at, like, usable orange. It's that he goes down very easily to stray AoE. He's really suppressed by, like, a Quake's low AoE. There are a lot of things you can do to shut him down without pumping as much into him. That said, his win condition, if it goes off, is still absolutely devastating.
You see, I can see the argument for usable orange. I lean towards demi-green, but I can see usable orange there.
I mean, hell, you can still run the tech team, which doesn't even run the speed up, and just have Star-Lord, Rocket, and whatever. Yeah, you'll get some defense down, but you'll still murder their entire team in, like, turn 1.
So it doesn't sound like we're much getting anywhere. I believe in demigod green. Salas, what are you officially saying?
Demi.
Just plain demi, and Shinny is saying usable orange. So we're going to open it up to a poll and let the viewers decide. What tier is Doctor Strange for Arena Defense? Option 0 is null. Option 1 is demigod with green. Option 2 is demigod. And option 3 is usable with orange. Alright, no multi-voting. We'll use a timer. We will give you guys 3 minutes to decide. And exclamation vote.
Drax.
Yeah, we will. Exclamation vote, space. 1 for demigod with green, 2 for plain demigod, 3 for usable with orange. Go ahead and vote. And we will let the audience decide. Alright. On to Drax. But either way, Doctor Strange is good. Even in his worst case scenario, he's pretty good. On to Drax here. So Drax's improvements that he is getting: a second counter on his taunt guaranteed as opposed to 50%. Yeah, woohoo indeed. And then an extra 30% damage on his ultimate and on the chain, but 50% drain to both. So the more drain is nice, but we wanted to reevaluate Drax just because Drax is more than anything dependent on the meta. So we had him at demigod green for campaign and raid. I like that. But I can see just giving him god, like he is still a selfish tank, but for raid, like he
literally, like, he even got worse with the introduction of all this shit that gives even more healing decline. Like,
Heal
none of
block?
his drain does shit. Like, it's all heal blocked, it doesn't matter.
I don't know. Still,
I'm not sure how important his drain is for his usefulness.
Oh, it
Right.
definitely is, because he has very little defense to keep himself alive without being healable with himself.
I mean, he gives himself defense up. And it lasts.
Yes, but that also lasts about 2 seconds. Everybody knows that also.
He's
Wait.
very slow.
No. I mean, because there's going to be something or another that's just going to strip him of that or
But
whatever.
we don't hold that against them. That just means anyone who uses buffs is pointless. Like, no, we don't hold that against them if it gets...
I mean, you could say the same about Cap.
Right.
Cap is very hard to strip, though.
Drax isn't much easier.
Cap is a lot harder to strip because of resistance, but, like, yeah.
Yeah, like,
50%
fucking
chance for a
Drax has,
second
like...
turn? Am I
Drax
missing
has, like, no resistance at all.
50% chance for a second turn? No, just a second counter. No chance for a second turn. Oh, you're the defense up? No, but so the defense up already was possibly 2-turn defense up. But Sal's argument is that it gets dispelled. But
I'm saying he's too easily quelled by almost everything. Like, he has such low resistance as a tank. Like, that's the reason why Thanos is this exact same. Like, without his taunt actually being up, he has dirt shit resistance, and with it being up, it's ridiculously high. Drax is kind of the same. I mean, the defense up gives him something, but he's still very susceptible to everything as a tank.
Drax pulls in a ton of work consistently in raid.
Doctor Strange.
I'm not saying he doesn't do good, but I'm saying he's still kind of unreliable when it comes to what you need to have happen sometimes.
Doctor Strange got ruled plain old demigod on defense, which is right in the middle anyway, so that lands it.
Yeah, I actually pretty much never see Drax get dispelled. Well,
Right.
okay, so like, it depends on what your path and what your nodes are, and that's a huge factor for Drax. Yeah, and I think that really is an argument for Green that he's so dependent on the enemy comp, the enemy turn 1 and the enemy turn 2. There are some things where Drax is literally the best champion in the game.
So we're gonna, I think, I don't know what that alert was, but thank you, whatever that was. Oh, Orca Slayer. Oh shit! Thank you for buying a Khasino hoodie. You're gonna be the first one to own a Khasino hoodie. By the way, if you guys are interested in Khasino merch, thank you for buying anything off Streamlabs. But I think that the stuff on Streamlabs is a bit overpriced. We do have merch on Amazon now, both Amazon.com and the UK Amazon and the .de Amazon as well.
So here's my question to you, though, Shin, on Drax being, the best tank. My question is, in those aspects that you're talking about, is it because the people who are going first no matter what? Or are you talking because it's just good because he's already tanking? Because the same thing can be said about Captain America getting sped up and then tanking immediately after that.
Yeah, like, when I say Drax is a specialty tank, I'm referring to scenarios that other tanks don't cover. So that obviously involves huge first turn bursts. In fact, my comp when I go into fuck you nodes is Cap and Drax together.
Correct. They are a super good combo, and I think a lot of people discount. So Drax as the only tank on the team is just okay. Sometimes he's perfect for the job, sometimes he's terrible for the job because he doesn't protect his team at all. If the team's going to get wiped out to AoE, Drax does nothing about it. But Drax with Captain effectively makes your team airtight because almost never is Drax going to get dropped before Captain can take a turn. And once Captain takes a turn, you've got defense up on everyone, including Drax, until Drax gets to his next turn, and split aggro between the two taunts. So the two of them together, again, really just make your team, like, airtight. They're a fantastic
But wouldn't that also be counted against him for not being a good enough tank to pull his own weight then?
I mean, you need him for that first turn and all those signs we're talking about.
I understand that, but if you're relying on someone else to help him do that, though, is
Cap
that
is relying on Drax there. Does that mean Cap isn't a good tank?
No, because Cap could still do the same thing.
Nah, Cap could get blasted. Like, if it's like a Star-Lord Rocket combo that both go before Cap, they could just blast him off the thing before he does anything, whereas...
Or
Drax
kill
will
his
take
team before Cap even
Yeah,
goes.
kill your Black Widow. Yeah. No, I love him at Demigod Green. It sounds like Shinny loves him at Demigod Green. I don't think we need to spend too much time on this.
It's worth noting
Yeah, I
that
mean,
he's
I was saying
better.
he's fine at Demigod Green. That's what I was saying. He's fine, but you were saying like God, and I was saying
None of us
no,
have said anything about God ever.
Nope.
Oh, he was talking about it. That's why I said no.
Nope. Anywho.
It's worth noting that he is incredibly good in the current arena meta.
Yes, we're getting to that. Well, here we go for Arena Offense and Blitz. He's currently Demigod. I am so ready to give him Demigod Green because of who he's going against. Any objections?
I think Drax is just going to be...
Say again, Zalis?
I said you two outweigh me, so it doesn't matter at this point.
It's not like we're choosing to gang up on you. We're just going with what we think.
No, I know.
So, but no, we still ask because... You know, if you think that he's like trash tier, like then we're so far apart.
Oh,
like,
I'm not saying trash tier. I'm just saying not green.
Not even green. He is the answer to several of the tech teams. He is the like if you're not bringing Fury Shield into Fury Shield, you are running Drax. He is the answer to a lot right now.
Yeah, I seriously think that for the rest of all time, Drax is going to be Demigod Green just because he is dependent on what the state of the arena meta is. And if you're going into teams that have a lot of first-turn damage that go before Cap, Drax is really your only option, and he just trivializes
There's two
those.
others, but it's very dependent on what the hell you have.
It's dependent on what the enemy team is running, but he is a good answer.
No. I mean, it's dependent on like what you actually have. You either have Nick Fury or Loki.
Those are tanks that go before...
Those are things that go before Star-Lord and what's his name.
Yeah, but we're talking about tanks. We're talking about aggro control.
No, I know, but we were talking about characters in general that answer the things that you guys were talking about.
No, okay, we're saying Drax, you... Like, those characters...
I understand what you're saying, but you're also saying he's the answer to the current meta. I said there's two other things that are also the answer to the current meta, but you have to actually have those things.
So yes, there are two rarer things, but so just because there are multiple solutions, like for example, Loki and Fury, neither of those two are an answer if the enemy team is running a Drax. Right? Drax for sure protects your team. Loki and Fury will allow you to attack first, but that doesn't necessarily save you from early enemy burst. It just means you get to attack.
No, that's what I'm
first.
saying. It does prevent you from early enemy burst.
Not necessarily. It depends on what their team is, but it's not the same thing. I get what you're saying, which is like early offense means you don't need early defense, but that's not necessarily true.
I use Nick Fury for that exact reason against tech teams because he goes that slightly first to boost your cap to go first before them, so you get the full tank and defense up before they attack.
Wait, how is that working? How is he making your cap go first?
Because he goes first, you put speed up and defense up on everybody before everybody else.
How do you do that?
Because he's fast. He spawns with speed up.
Oh, and then you just use the spread. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. So
that's literally how you speed up everybody before.
So Nick Fury is another thing you can do to give your whole team
and
defense
same with
up
Loki.
early.
If you get a good defense down and you get two of the cackers to cack like Star-Lord or something like that, you can straight up murder
but so
Star-Lord.
again, yes, but if they have Drax, that's not happening. And yes, you can.
Yeah, obviously, we're not talking about that scenario.
I hear what you're saying. Loki is only 75% chance to mind control a second opponent. So if you only get the first opponent, it's not happening. And what Yule said, two people who counter a tune doesn't invalidate the tune. Yeah, just because there are other people.
No,
that
I
can
know. I'm not saying it doesn't, but you're saying he's like the answer, and I said there is two more answers. That's all I was bringing up.
We didn't say he's the only answer. We said he's the answer.
You said he's a go-to answer, and also you're talking about combining an entire team to do what Drax does by himself.
And basically, that's like saying
whatever.
It's an emergency situation. We need to enter this building at all costs. And then we're like, okay, well, a truck going through the front door is an answer. And then you're like, well, a pipe bomb would also be an answer. Like, okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, sure.
Never mind, just keep going.
Anyway, so we got Demigod with green for Drax. Arena defense and AI, we had him usable green. Do you feel like he's gone to just base Demigod at this point? Like, I see some... He's on a lot of defenses that I see lately. And it's because of how big early burst has gotten in the meta. Again, I'm ready to give him Demigod at a minimum for arena defense and AI. He is a pain in the ass. And not only do you have to dispel him right away, and he literally wastes turn 1 dispels, but then you have to do something else to him or he's going to be taunting again. Not a single Drax in arena top 50 in your arena? Okay, well, let me show you my arena.
Well, but against a tech team, though, with a vision, ability blocking him, and then Star-Lord giving Rocket enough energy to AoE on turn 1, I just don't think he's that great.
But that is not what happens at all. That's not what happens at all, because Rocket... the only way you're going to get the energy for Rocket to AoE on turn 1 is a lucky Star-Lord passive or opening with the Star-Lord blind.
Yeah, that's what I mean, open with his blind.
So you're partially wasting the Star-Lord blind because your main target is Drax, so the guaranteed blind you're getting is Drax. Congratulations, he wasn't going to attack on the next turn anyway. In addition to Vision, you've now also wasted a Vision ability block on a Drax, because you have to break the Drax taunt before you do anything else. So you just wasted half your kit on Drax, so you get one Rocket AoE.
I understand that, but with everybody's AoE, like Vision's AoE and Rocket's AoE on all tech team with the Merc Lieutenant, they would just do so much damage that it doesn't matter, I don't think.
No, because now you're talking turn 2. Now you need your Merc Lieutenant to get to turn 2 for the offense up. You need your Vision to get to turn 2 for the AoE.
First of all, I run Drax into tech, but that's on offense versus their defense. But he does.
Hold on. So I just want everyone to see this. Oh God, I couldn't have asked for something better than this. So, as you can see, I'm fairly high up in the arena, and I'm competing against people who were mostly using 7-star characters, mostly gear tier 11 plus. There's a Drax on all 3 teams and a Doctor Strange.
Yeah, so.
Yes.
Those teams are complete garbage.
Yeah, they're
Shut the fuck. Are you serious? No, these teams are a pain in the ass. For sure.
Well, the thing is, I own a Nick Fury, so I don't give a shit about any of that.
I own a Nick Fury, and I give a shit. Then why are you up here, Soundless? These teams are tough for Fury. What are you talking about? I can win. Okay, yes, they are, because they all have Rocket on them, and they all have Vision. Okay, the one that doesn't have Vision is actually quite a bit easier. But the 2 that have Vision with Rocket, I will literally tell you how these matches go. The Fury Shield team only has 1 turn 1 dispel guarantee, and that's operative. And
I'm not using Shield. I just use him as a speed booster to get before they murder my characters, and then I fucking wins and rape that team.
I'm not saying it's impossible to beat this team. Of course it's possible. I've
beaten that team several times.
We believe that, Samus. That's
guess what? That's true of every defense team. Every defense team is beatable. We get it. Every defense team is beatable. If you're waiting for me to show you the defense team where you go, oh yeah, I can't beat that one at all. We're going to be here a while. You can beat them all. It's about which ones are the toughest. You can't make it much tougher than this. Or they would. There's a reason they're using these teams. It's so they get to stay here. If they were getting knocked back to fucking rank 70, guess what? They would have switched up their defense.
Hand Sentry would probably be a better one.
No, it would not. It wouldn't. Trust me.
No, I genuinely think that any defense team without Black Widow is missing out, and I'm not scared by anything.
Everything can be beaten. These teams are all quite a pain.
Black Widow is the only champ that can make a comp unbeatable. She gets super lucky chain procs.
Oh, I don't agree with that. There's plenty of just horrendous RNG that can make a team unbeatable. I'll give you a perfect example. You stick JJ on any one of like these random teams, and then you just get horrendously unlucky with your debuffs applying, and like JJ with horrendous RNG can make a team unbeatable. There's a lot of characters that, if everything just goes awful, they can make a team unbeatable.
Also, I want to talk to Thanos about his placement of his Star-Lord on that team.
That doesn't represent placements, though.
Doesn't it? I thought it did.
No, but let me show you something, because I just made an infographic. I think I have it here in the links section, actually. Here. So, I made an infographic. You can get a copy of this, Soundless, and this shows you what they actually correspond to. So, that's what it actually means. And yes, special shout out to Harumph for giving us this info. But cool, huh?
Okay.
Did you not see this, Shinny?
Not yet.
Oh, no, yeah, no, this is a thing.
Did you say earlier that Merc Lieutenant has to wait till turn 2 for his speed up?
No, he basically goes last in most situations. So
Yeah.
anyone that you're using his offense up on their AoE, it's going to be their turn too. All the examples you gave, you were like, oh, for Vision, like that's Vision's
Well, even if
turn
that's
too.
still the case, then he would still need to work on his fucking placement, because it means he put Star-Lord in the corner.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Well, no, so he put Star-Lord in the corner so that that energy for sure goes to the person next to Star-Lord. I do that all the time.
Yeah, I understand that, but why would you also want to only give it to CrossBones? We could also possibly give it to CrossBones or Rocket Raccoon.
I would prefer to just always give it to one person.
Turn 1 crossbows pop.
Like, would either one not?
Well, no, because he's going to open
like,
with his ult. It's stupid positioning, but it doesn't matter. He's not going to use the blind, which is what guaranteed gives the power to adjacent. But anyway, the separate debate.
I don't know.
So
Regardless.
we have Drax at usable green. I'm very content to put him at minimum demigod. And I mean, you guys are seeing in high-end arena, he is the arena meta right now. Like, argue it all you want. He is the arena meta right now. So, and for good reason. Like, he controls the first turn of the fight very well.
So did Sentry.
So, yeah, so did Sentry.
Many champions do. That's very good for them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it isn't, but like, why does the flavor of the month matter to?
Yeah, that's
his
an excellent
actual
question.
power rating?
What's your defense, Salmas?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, let me go down there and
People
look.
are asking because clearly you're using the exact 5 only god tier characters on defense.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not running a godly defense?
Cap, Widow, Nick, Vision, Crossbones. So turn 1 I spawn minions, turn 1 Widow speeds up everything. And then
Yeah, shield throws. Then you double up on defenses the next turn, but you reapply the slows or the speed ups and the offenses. Why not Nick Fury on defense? He is running Nick Fury, he just doesn't have his shield team ready. The Nick Fury shield defense is much stronger, but anyway. So, let's just kind of vote on this. I want to give him at least demigod. I'm content to give him demigod with green, frankly. Drax has been...
Demigod green seems a very obvious pick to me.
Okay, we're in agreement. This is not supposed to be the Soundless Override show. It just seems to be going that way, but I promise we're not like, wait to see what Soundless says, then go the other way.
Here, I'll go crap on a Nick Fury shield team right now for you.
Okay, please do. Do me a favor, fight up to where I'm at in arena so I can go back to crapping on you. I miss seeing you around.
If you do that, I'll just honestly watch your stream and then just fucking slingshot
snipe?
myself.
Okay. Alright, so on to Elektra. Elektra's in a fun spot now.
Look at your check, dumbass.
Poll finished. Yeah, I know. I saw the poll finish. I already put it in. The poll was for Drax overall should be demi green. Oh, did I not update that? Oh, and we made changes to Drax. So let me put in the Drax changes. What was Drax? We had him at. Oh, I can just check. Oh no.
Demi green, demigod, usable green.
That's what he was. Demi green, demigod, usable green. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we want the power cores.
I'm gonna roll the power cores. Oops, hold on.
It's super entertaining hearing you guys go at it, honestly. I love it.
I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I enjoy it. I love a spirited debate, and I don't even mind being wrong, but I get the feeling that Salas does not enjoy this as much as me and Shinny do.
Mm-hmm.
He sounds to be irked at times. All right.
What is the top defense in your shard?
Soundless is
You're
talking
looking at
but
it.
making not sound.
Salas is on my shard.
Well, I'm not able to. Unfortunately, I'm not able to watch Twitch, so I can't see what you're talking about.
So in my top 6 here, number 6 is a Nick Fury shield team, but they've left off medic and operative and put in Quake, which makes it much worse. I've beat it several times. Number 5 is a Guardian hybrid tech, where it's Star-Lord, Rocket, Vision, Crossbones, Drax. Next to that is the exact same Star-Lord, Rocket, Vision, Crossbones, Drax. That's ranks 6, 5, and 3. And rank 4 is Star-Lord, Rocket, Vision, Crossbones, Drax. But these are defenses adapted to deal with the Fury shield team.
Yeah, okay.
But, I mean, just the whole idea is you have to get off of Drax. Everyone who's not Drax has 2-turn defense up, or at least they're supposed to. So whoever you're trying to focus, you've now had to use a Dispel on Drax, and then you're not stopping anyone turn 1 unless you have a second Dispel to remove the defense up, which is harder to do because it's a defense up. And then on turn 2, so first off, on turn 1, you're getting Rocket blasted, and he's going to half the time call for an assist. Then you're getting Star-Lord blasted, and he's going to always call for Rocket and a third assist. So there's 2 really heavy blasts going down. Vision's going to ability block someone. Drax and CrossBones are going to re-up their taunts. So you have to get off of those 2 again and finish taking out Star-Lord or Rocket before on turn 2, Vision hitting you with an AoE, CrossBones hitting you with an AoE, and then Rocket either hitting you with an AoE that turn or the very next turn, and then Star-Lord blinding people. So it's just not fun.
Yeah, because I was a launch player too. All I seem to see in my chart is like, was it Vision, Hand Sentry, Cap, Black Widow, and Quake, and then they switch out Vision for X-Bones.
Yep, that's the old meta, but still good. But alright, so talking about Elektra. She is going to always clear 2 positive effects, but only gain 10% damage on her special, but the guaranteed 2 buff, removal is nice. Can you show us how you fight that? If you guys want...
Guaranteed.
Not right now.
It does takes me 3 minutes to fight it. Wouldn't it be easier to do a tier list stream on YouTube so you can just immediately upload it? You can immediately export from here to Twitch. I keep saying that. So her ult goes up 70% damage. That Vital Strike is a big chunk. So Elektra continues to stay in an interesting place. I actually like, if target is a defender, apply 3 bleed. Only because I think we're going to see more defenders now. We had her usable green for campaign and raid. I might take away the green here. I don't know. The burst is good. The 2 buff dispel is good. Going into stealth is good. But she's still all single target, which hurts you in campaign and raid.
My problem with hers is, even with the bleeds and stuff like that, I have never seen them really, honestly, stick. Like, I don't know if her focus is like dog shit or something.
Her focus is dog shit.
The bleed part is still broken.
Unless they reword it to if it's defender, always apply 3 bleed or something, then it might be worth it. But especially since they're getting 40% resistance now, and she's getting dog shit. There's no way in hell that shit's even gonna matter.
Very true. Very true.
I've used Elektra quite a few times with my hand teams like that, and she never applies bleed like that.
Very true.
For some reason, her special works all the fucking time, but her passive bleeds and shit never work.
I usually get 1 or 2 out of the potential 3, just because of the way focus works. How is it you described it, Khasino?
Oh, the equations?
It's a probability system.
It's focus divided by resistance. So I'll show you. It's focus divided by resistance. So let's say. We'll just use the exact numbers. So maxed Elektra, not that any of us are running maxed Elektra, but maxed Elektra's focus is 1302, and let's assume that nothing else is giving her focus. Now let's look at Iron Fist, just because he's not going to have crazy resistance, but he will gain resistance from JJ. So you're looking at 1302 focus, and his resistance is the same 1302 plus 40%. So 1302 times 1.4, so 1823. So 1823. So you're looking at 1302 divided by 1823, and so you're looking at with the JJ resistance, Elektra has a 71% chance of applying her effects to Iron Fist.
Is that to apply or not to apply?
It's good, but it's also plenty of instances where it'll fail. And so, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, statistically, if you're attacking with 3 bleeds, it's unlikely that you'd get all 3.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is.
So, it's good. Focus always has better odds, unless it's Thanos, 1,000% resistance or whatever. But, yeah, it's focus divided by resistance. Who's JJ? Jessica Jones.
Yeah, so I'm going to argue that we should absolutely keep green in for usable, just because we're seeing so many defender nodes that are a lot more trouble than they used to be.
Alright, but she's still single target. Alright, whatever, I'm fine with usable green, but man, does she scrape the bottom of the barrel Demi even when she's performing at her best.
I thought you were talking about Jeff Jarrett, not Jessica Jones.
Hardy har. Straight usable.
Well, plus she has hand synergies and
Yeah, but even then, Demigod, I mean, I don't know. She's got the
She's
burst,
fine
but
at
she's
usable.
single target. Right, but we're debating usable green. You go usable white, soundless, or usable green?
I would just say leave her where she's at right now. She's fine.
The opposite of
usable
whatever
green.
you said.
All right. Usable green, arena offense, and blitz. You think she
I would say you can actually probably take off the green on the defense, probably though.
on the defense? Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Even though she's still a turn 2 nuke, I kind of like that just for the turn 2 nuke.
Yeah.
If she gets one good target selection, 600% damage is no joke. I think we can leave the green there just because sometimes it's going to work. She won't get good target selection on defense. It's her second turn, so most tanks have dropped their taunt by the second turn. Like if Cap goes before her and taunts, Cap's taunt is done by the time her second turn rolls around.
I think you're just getting beta Elektra flashbacks.
She
Cap
does.
taunts the turn she does her ult.
No, not if you're in control of them. We're talking about her on defense.
Inspire turn 1.
Right, you'd inspire turn 1. And then she might dispel it.
I don't always inspire turn 1.
Okay,
But when I do,
just an
it's always
example. Just an example. But so sometimes, that's why it has the green. But I kind of like the green on defense just because when we're talking a 600% damage ability, just there's going to be times where that just goes, oh, fuck, did you have to hit that target? Even if, like just pairing her with Spider-Man, I give her usable green on defense just because she might ruin someone's day, you know? Still, no one's going to use her, but I'd give her usable green if she can just early kill someone. She's not great, but...
That feeling when I have a 20-some K Elektra.
So, any major objections to usable green across the board? Because I won't fight too hard to keep it there.
Well, let's do it.
Alright, leaving her. On to Gamora. Oh, good gracious Gamora.
See, that was the one thing I was really excited about when they changed Elektra from beta to, launch. I didn't invest in her at all in beta. I didn't waste my time.
It was all those damn revives. So, looking at the special, it goes from 230 to 270, and it goes from 180 to 200 on the chain. So, doing more damage means a higher likelihood of getting that reset. That's nice. I wish it did more on the chain, because a lot of times it's that bounce kill that you're hoping gets it done. But yeah, Gamora's still very, very good at her main job. And then her ult gains 50% damage. And that's terrific, and that's exactly what you want from that ability. So she just stays good at her job. We had her Demigod Green. She's still a nightmare on a Guardian team. I like Demigod Green for campaign and raid. Absolutely.
Keep her exactly where she's at in all categories. Nothing was really changed for her.
We have her Demigod Green on Arena Offense Blitz. I like that. And we have her usable. Yep, no change to Gamora. I agree. Alright, looking back at Groot, I think nothing has changed with Groot, but we gotta look at the new abilities regardless. The special gives him only 2 death proof. Big whoop. Like, one of the best things Groot can do for your team is die. And then his health goes up a whopping 500, which is just unbelievably underwhelming. Groot stays terrible.
Make sure you consider his coming buff.
Mediocre green, mediocre green, mediocre green. I wanna propose something. We put him mediocre green because we asserted that he jumps to usable with Rocket. I would not be opposed to putting him trash orange because he does.
Let's do it.
He does jump to, well, but so the question becomes: his heal sucks, his basic is crap. Team wide, well, not even team wide. What is it? 3? How many people get death proof? Death proof to all lowest health allies. So he death proofs the entire team. So how good is 5 death proofs? Does that keep him out of trash? Well, could be 10 death proofs. Group plus summoners.
For that brief moment when
Group
people
plus
are
Loki.
running...
Group plus Loki. Now they've got evade and death proof. He's not trash. I don't know. He's incredibly slow, and his heal sucks.
So I don't think it's that worth doing heavy debate on Groot, because isn't the rumor that they're about to rework him or something?
Shut the hell up.
That's what I heard.
That's all over Reddit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the rumor I heard that Groot's confirmed 100%.
Awesome, okay. You guys are very funny. So, Thanks for chiming in just for that, Katage.
You're welcome.
So is there something lower than trash? But so this is a serious thing that I actually go back and forth on, is like, what is the value? Like, that one ability can get you 10 extra turns, or it can get dispelled and not matter. You know, like, what do we? That's really it. And like, his basic does it hurts.
Or it can even get stolen, and then it's extra fucking shit.
Yeah, it's like, either way, he fights his way up to usable with Rocket. There's no question. But is he trash on his own on a random team? Is the question.
Yes.
I'm not opposed to it.
I have another point. Yes. So the thing about him is he's a support character, but he is super tanky, which means in Ultimate 6, where so many of the enemies target support characters, he's actually kind of a tank without with an undispellable taunt for the nodes where they just target support characters. And I think that is actually quite interesting. I don't have my own group, but yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
No, that's pretty good. If he's being targeted, I think they're more sophisticated than that. I don't think they just look at support tag. I think each character has an overall priority or threat rating, but I could be wrong on that. But yeah, if he gets
way
focused.
It works is that
Now, someone asked, is he one of the best cosmic healers? And that's a fair question as well.
the way the enemies focus in raids and nodes, some of them they always attack one trait if they can. So I think it's a chain reaction where every single enemy just targets supports. So you could use him as a tank there.
Someone said, why is Elektra usable green on defense, but Gamora is just usable? Because Elektra's one big burst actually does quite a bit more than Gamora's one big burst. 600% is a shit ton. Like, most people don't have their Elektra at rank 6 already to test it, but if you take your Elektra to rank 6, her ultimate ability freaking hurts, dude. It hurts a lot. So, shooting it up all the way to 600%, like that, that is just a big burst. And so, I'll give her the green. If she gets an offense up or your target has a defense down, someone gets crippled. She has a very high crit chance on it. Mine crits on hers all the time. I think I took mine up to rank 5. I can check this real quick, but I think she's one of the characters that gets big jumps as you go on. There she is. So my Vital Strike is level 5. At level 5 it gets 70%. At level 6 it gets another 70%. It's doing 530%. Like, it just keeps going up a lot. So she gets 70, 70, 70. She gets another 70. So just every rank, that doing 70% damage. Like, that ability starts to hurt. And she's a dispeller that kind of protects herself by going into stealth. She'll always dispel 2 buffs. Against the right comp, like defenders, she has a good chance of applying lots of bleeds. So I think she earned the green. But anyway, so
Gamora sucks without a pilot.
I agree as well. But I could still give her that random chance. Anyone who does one giant nuke can heavily influence a fight. If on turn 2 she takes out the wrong person, it becomes an uphill battle immediately. Basics turn 3, so Elektra's better piloted by AI. She stealths turn 1 to protect herself, then ults. I know. Yeah, no, AI plays her pretty well. And yeah, Gamora wastes her big ability, and if Gamora doesn't get the reset, she's much less good. Probably needs to account for sometimes a trash character, the only real choice you have. Does this impact their ratings? Sort of yes and sort of no. So we look at overall. So like Groot, even if Groot was the best healer for one thing, he's not even close to the best healer for most things. Can you all chime in on not having Groot orange on defense? But the reason he's getting the orange is Rocket. I have gone up against defenses that run Rocket Groot, and it's still annoying. He still taunts. So first off, he always assists Rocket on Rocket's special, which that can just one-shot someone on turn 1 if it calls the 3rd assist, especially if there's a Star-Lord increasing their damage, and Star-Lord will give him increased damage and speed. Like, on a full Guardian team, Groot goes to usable, period. So he can stay orange. He's never worse than usable on a Guardian team, and that alone says synergy can get him up there. But alright, so moving on to Hand Assassin, because I don't want to be here all day. We're almost to the number 30. So it's a bunch of hand units, Hawkeye and Hulk, and then we're at 30. And the hand units should be pretty quick. So The hand units I don't think changed much at all. Which one are we on first? Assassin? Assassin. Assassin gets a lot
Archer?
of flack.
Did we do Archer?
We're doing them out of order. For whatever reason, they went on this list and not alphabetical. But anyway. So what changed is an extra 70% damage on the special. So now every 3 turns, so every 2 turns, 480% damage and a 3-turn heal block. It's not terrible. Gaining 25% damage from the passive, not terrible.
What's the damage on her though?
Let's check here. It is 7,328, but then if you look at with the passive factored in, Hand Assassin has... Oh, wow, they didn't factor it in. Weird. But plus 25% to... Oh, no, okay, they did. Abilities aren't. So 7,328. So, up there.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all. One trick pony, but trick friggin' hurts. That's why we had usable green.
And it's reusable quite often.
Yep. And it's a 3-turn heal block, and it's a pain, and that's it. That's what Hand Assassin does. Is every couple of turns just chunks the shit out of someone, and you can't heal. So gave her usable green.
Yeah, I fucking hate her in raids too.
Gave her usable green for campaign and raid, just because of all the perks of being on the hand team. Like, there's so many benefits to being on the hand team. So, any objections to usable green campaign raid? Any objections to usable green arena offense splits?
She's basically the same, yeah.
Now, I'm questioning these greens. Originally, the logic was hand characters get a tier up on a full hand team, but I think Assassin is identically useful on a hand team or off. I think Hand Assassin loses the greens.
There's damage bonus and all the...
No, there's no damage bonus. The damage bonus is like characters like Archer gain damage from other characters on the team being hand.
I mean, she would also gain the bonus from being on the hand team with what's his name though?
Nobu.
Yeah,
what
for
the revive,
resin and stuff, and yeah,
that,
and also
and Elektra can toss her and
and
evade, yeah. But I don't know if that brings her up to demigod though.
Well, Elektra doesn't really count because she gives it to just one hand minion, so none of them like especially benefit from it.
So this is just green. So this is just saying if you run
having that character on the team, though, you're also giving Archer that extra 5%. So it's still it's
right.
synergy.
But even for getting a full hand team, you could make the case. Let's assume best case scenario, you're just running Elektra and Assassin. Now Elektra is for sure giving that evade to Assassin. Now is Assassin a demigod with a guaranteed evade? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
So, take that down to white. Let's do here, Hand Assassin. And same thing, Arena Offense Blitz. I just say normal, usable, no green. Any objections? Okay. And we had Arena Defense and AI mediocre with green. I think that green can stay. Because there are teams like that 3-turn heal block and then like Venom to spread it, then like there's no healing happening or things like that. That big chunk with a Spider-Man and then she goes and she can just kill someone. I'm fine with mediocre green. I don't think that's too generous. Objections?
Oh, sounds good.
Alright, so the mediocre green isn't changing. Let me just update these. Fortunately, the minions aren't too complex, and we have pretty good bases for them. But yeah, I'm probably just going to be stripping some of these hand units of their greens. Blademaster, I think is like, we'll look at it, but I think it's going to be literally the exact same thing. Just strip those greens.
Yeah, everyone but Archer.
Yep, pretty much. 3-4 down is basic. His hit, he gets 60% on his middle ability. That's quite a bit as well, and the second attack gets 50% with a 40% chance to happen. So, yeah, I think he's pretty much in the exact same boat as Assassin. Can keep the green, but any objections? Well, okay.
Do it.
All right. Yeah, Blademaster. Yeah, I think we were just a little too cavalier the first time around. The first time around, we were just saying, like, well, if they're on the hand team, they go up. But they go from low usable to high usable. They don't break into demi.
If you go to Venom's character whip them left and right, and it's tongue whiplash.
Yep. All right. Okay. On to Hand Sorceress. Hand Sorceress, one of the most underappreciated healers. I quite like Hand Sorceress. I wish I had a really high level one. This heal ability goes from apply defense up to the foremost injured to apply defense up to all, which is fantastic. Heals everyone for an extra 600 health, and that's it. So an extra 600 health is crappy healing, but now defense upping the entire team. It's very good. And chance to gain stealth for the next 2 turns. Like, a chance to gain 2-turn stealth is a good way to stay safe as the healer. I wish, you know, if you funnel enough energy into Hand Sorceress, it's already only every 3 turns. If you put like a Star-Lord next to Hand Sorceress or something, suddenly you have a very viable raid healer who's doing 2 jobs at once, healing and defense upping.
I think we said this like right after beta or in our first tier list stream, but Hand Sorceress transitions away from being like a healer to a support character. We're like, oh, because of the way HP scaling works, they're going to really have to toss something in with her higher levels if they want to keep her relevant as a healer. And they unfortunately haven't really done that. But her defense up is fantastic.
And I do like that she heals on her basic. So when she's not healing, she is healing herself up. So she has a lot of tools for keeping herself safe. She throws herself into stealth for 2 turns sometimes, and she heals 20% of her base damage every time she attacks. So she's all right, man. She's all right. Every 3 turns, a team-wide heal and a defense up, and it's still 15% of her max health. And her health ain't bad. Her health is 63,000. So, you know, it's like somewhere around like a 20k heal. It's not bad. But so we had her usable green, mediocre green. So let's take a look at this. For campaign and raid, I'm content with her staying usable green. If you really wanted to get a lot of value out of her as a healer, I think she can keep usable green. Any objections?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alice?
Okay.
Alright,
Arena Offense and Blitz, we had our usable green. That's too generous. That's a plain usable for me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the game field was a lot different at that time, and it was still probably too generous.
I mean, you just made the reasoning that if you gave her some energy boost, she could be quite annoying.
Yeah, but so in campaign and raid, it's the whole thing is she'll get to keep pulling that off. In Arena Offense and Blitz, like, those end much quicker than raid nodes do. Like her constantly like getting a heal every 3rd turn in raid, a raid match might go 12 turns. Your arena match, your blitz match should not be going 12 turns, you know?
Good if you're fighting a bunch of tanks or something, who knows?
Okay, well, you know, all those arena matches I'm doing against 5 tanks.
You have double hand assassin in the
I've
change.
had them, actually. They're pretty hilarious.
I have double hand assassin? Oh, I did. I meant sorceress. Whoops, good catch. Thank you. I love this text-to-speech script. And then we have our mediocre with green for arena defense and AI, and I'll give her that, especially if she can defense up the entire team. That's a pain. She can be usable on the right team. If she's getting energy from any source, that's annoying. So, fine with that. Any objections? I'm looking at assassin, but it's the same thing here. Okay. On to Sentry. Oh, so did we skip Archer? I think we skipped Archer. Let's do Archer. Archer, 300% damage, 20% piercing. Winner of the most irrelevant passive ever for his plus 5% accuracy. Although he gains 10% accuracy per hand ally, which can actually make him very bleed immune. Is that? Oh, that's new. So the plus 10% accuracy per hand ally is actually pretty insane, specifically on AI in campaign. Now if there's 10 hand on the field, he is blind immune.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a pain in the dick.
That is a massive pain in the dick, considering that fucking Aerostorm is going to debuff you. So it doesn't say it here, but for those of you that don't know, this Aerostorm, just like with JJ's Dispel, it gains 100,000 focus, which means it's gonna dispel you, period. So, yeah, that's actually a big boost to the passive, being immune to blind, and it's not that difficult to give. So if he's got 5% base accuracy, so let's put him at 105, just running a standard hand team and then Nobu summons, now we're at like 165% accuracy with them all on the field. Like a targeted blind against hand archer is not that good anymore, and we're starting to see blinds more and more. And then the guaranteed dispel. Archer has always been, he's at usable green, and I like him at usable green for campaign and raid. He has an AoE that hits a lot of people. He's blind resistant. He has a dispel that always works, and it's an AoE dispel.
I'd agree because he's green because he's so dependent on enemy comp. Like, his own comp doesn't change things that much. Yeah, there's the hand synergy to an extent, but it's really dependent on what he has to dispel.
Well, he also gets the 10% damage per hand ally, so you can raise his damage by 60%, 65%.
Which
too.
is nice, yeah. But I'd say far more impactful is like, are you going against a Luke Cage who has 90 debuffs, and you're like, man, I hope I get the right one? Or are you going against a Thanos who just has one?
No, yeah, very much so, very much so. But, yeah, no, usable green's fine with me. I agree for the same reasons. And I like his dispel better than JJ's, even though JJ's like almost certainly going to remove the debuff you want her to. Hand Archer, like sometimes there's just like a few people with debuffs and you don't have to pick. You can just be like, you lose your offense up, you lose your speed up, and you lose your stealth. All of it gone.
I'll say, would you rather take everything off of one character or get like several things off of everybody?
Situational. Yeah. It seems to me, whichever one I have at my disposal, I wish I had the other one. But usable green for arena offense and blitz, we had usable green. I think that might be too charitable. I think maybe just a plain usable for arena offense and blitz. Well, I mean, still good for blitz. Just normal usable, you say?
No, green usable's fine.
Oh, all right. Even more generous than me. Shinny?
I'd say green usable.
Who else does what he does besides Vision?
Fair enough.
There are very few AoE dispellers, and they're super valuable.
Yep, and Shield Assault
Besides
is a
that,
50%.
also Visions doesn't have a chance to, or Visions has a chance to get resisted. His doesn't.
Right. But Visions does 2 debuffs. But yeah, no, I hear you. And then we have mediocre with green on offense, so I guess Archer's not moving. On to a very interesting one, Hand Sentry. Hand Sentry's big change is an interesting change, not the change he needed. This one makes me kind of happy, kind of sad. Still apply stealth to all allies for 2 turns except himself. Still gives evade to 4 allies. Now just gains deflect on himself.
It's not bad though.
It's not bad, but it's a 1 deflect. Like he needed to give everyone.
Like
Merc Lieutenant is giving everyone speed up and offense up. Hand Sentry got a deflect stack for himself.
If it had been even 2 stacks of deflect, that would be so much bigger.
Yeah. Hawkeye has an interesting thing. Hawkeye doesn't have the focus, but we'll get to it. Hawkeye has an interesting thing going on that we'll talk about. Hawkeye is not unresistible, but there are other things. Anyway, trying to kill Hand Sentry meta completely, we'll see. So we had him for Demigod for campaign and raid. I'm ready to give him Demigod with green for campaign and raid. Just because you use him in the right combos and your team is so safe. I mean, it's every other turn. It's his one trick, but he does it well.
Doesn't even 1 deflect pretty much guarantee him, though, seconds? If he's for that, like he's close to that for me pretty much every match.
Well, we're just talking about campaign and raid right now, but the fact that he can do it every other turn, and then if he gets energy from any source, like, he can sometimes do it just over and over and over, you know?
Yes,
Stop dying.
very annoying.
Courtney, I told you, we drink water, we don't breathe it. I don't think she got the message.
Dying on stream.
Yeah,
Courtney's drinking problem.
Yeah, everyone knows my girlfriend has a drinking problem. She just comes in here to make noise in the background. Alright.
I quote Airplane all the time, and nobody ever gets it, alas.
I got it, bro.
Lunch, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Alright, see you.
So, I wish. So...
Wish what?
Nothing. So, Demigod, I vote with green for campaign raid. Objections?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You really need a team that, So he's really good in shorter fights or, like, carrying suicide teams to just bomb with their win conditions. He's not good for longer fights against like really high damage focused teams. He often can't take the sustained fire in like Ultima 6.
I don't know even if I agree with that, because he does gain 20% block chance, which is pretty good.
How long does he survive against Thanos?
Not as long, but if he gets an evade, he does okay. You know, an evade is so good. Like, just evades are so good. Like, him passing out evades, it has everything to do with, like, did he get an evade? But if he has an evade, he'll do just fine against Thanos. It depends on how many people target him. And yeah, I understand when he's isolating himself. But so the whole reason I'm saying Demigod with green is I think he falls into that category of, like, you were saying, like, you run, like, Cap Drax. There are plenty of stages where you want, like, Cap Sentry. And then between the two of them, you're really, really safe. I don't think Hand Sentry's a solo tank, but I think he is, like, #1, like, tied for #1 support tank with Drax. Like, there's like a new class of character that falls in a support tank. Like, Thanos is an excellent support tank. CrossBones is a fantastic support tank. Kingpin is a great support tank. Like, there's characters like, if you just bring them in alone and you're like, all right, be the tank, then mixed results. If you have a proper tank like Captain, Luke Cage, and then you bring in one of these characters and say, all right, back them up, they do incredible. They fill in all the gaps. Hand Sentry, yeah, like an off tank. Yeah.
To make it clear, I am arguing for Demigod Green, and the reason that I'm saying that is because he's not a standalone big boy.
Yeah.
But he's incredibly good for specific purposes.
Yeah,
arguably, like, one of the best for specific purposes.
Yep, he's a great off tank. I give him Demigod with green. Any objections, Soundless?
I don't know. I mean, aside from, you know, the obvious evade stuff, like, I feel like he's kind of pushy sometimes. I don't know.
What do you mean?
He just dies. I don't know.
Sometimes. I mean, part of that is you got to use him smart. Like, if you know what's coming, sometimes you just don't want to open him up to it. He's a little squishy, but that's why I say he's an off tank, because he doesn't taunt. So you can have someone else taunting, and then he's just giving everyone evades and stuff. I do think Loki is stealing some of his thunder, but he's not a good main tank, but I think he's an excellent off tank. But so where would you put him?
I think we had him right the first time, honestly, but I don't know.
Plain Demigod?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He makes some comps airtight. I don't know. For me, he destroys puny gods in Ultima 6. Yeah, just the fact that there are some teams you can slot him into where he just makes them airtight.
He's better than Cap in some very specific scenarios. And, like, most of the time that will not be the case, but there are the very rare scenarios where he is the best tank for the job, and I don't think it's possible for somebody to not be, like, brought to God tier with green if that's the case.
If there are multiple instances where they are MVP. Yep. For arena offense and blitz, we had him Demigod green. I think I still agree with that. Any objections?
No.
Okay. And then for arena defense and AI, we had him at plain Demigod. How many comps are there nowadays where he's
I think we underbuild him there.
You say Demigod green there as well?
Yeah, I mean, you could really argue straight God tier for Hand Sentry, but, like, the reason we brought him down was because Kanage made that very compelling case about how all the new champions being introduced were very strong against Hand Sentry, which is still absolutely true, but I think we knocked him out of God too readily just because there are counters.
Yep. I think Kanage's point was that there were several counters and that he was just the one trick, but I think Demigod with green is just fine for him. I have no objection to that. And it sounds like we agree. This guy went to usable whites. This is Sorceress. Sorceress is now just plain usable. And then, yeah, so he is now Demigod green. Okay. Alright, Hawkeye and Hulk, and then we can take a short break. I'll roll the Power Core winners and open up another Power Core giveaway, etc., etc. So, Hawkeye. Hawkeye's stock has been going nothing but up with the introduction of all these blinds. We'll get there, but so Hawkeye's improvements, his special gains 10% damage, but it clears all positive effects from primary and adjacent targets instead of 3. Rarely do you have more than 3, but now when you have more than 3, he clears all of them. So that's nice. And then he gained 50% damage on his ultimate. So a couple things to say about this. First off, they use some weird language here. So it does say his basic attack is unavoidable. The middle ability.
I think Hawkeye's ULP has been fixed.
So will his ultimate be fixed at level 7? I don't believe so. Then his middle ability is also unavoidable, but it says this attack cannot miss and cannot be dodged, which means the same thing. I don't know why they just wrote it as attack is unavoidable. That's how they should have written it. It is unavoidable. That's what that means. And then the ult is also unavoidable. So we checked the code. I can check the code again. But so what it's supposed to do, his ult is supposed to blind primary and a 50% chance to blind everyone else. It does that, sort of. The way it's coded is mistakenly coded. What it does is it for sure blinds, instead of primary, random. And then 50% chance to apply blind all remaining targets. So if there's only one target remaining, it will always blind that one target. It does 100% blind a random target. But it's supposed to be primary, which is, random is clearly worse than primary. But you're always going to get at least one blind out of that unless it gets resisted or something. So the plus 50% damage on an AoE is nice, but these improvements don't do that much for him. He needs the fix. They didn't fix that from when you did your status video? I don't believe so. But I just recently told them, it was a week or two ago that I told them about the spaghetti for who it's blinding. I think it's fixed. Well, I can check. I have the newest JSON right here. So I'll let you know right now. No need to debate. Oops. Not like this. Here's Hawkeye. Here is ultimate, actions, stat modifier, ability damage percent, target 10, random, procs, proc, accuracy down, use count 1, target, proc, counter, proc, accuracy down 50, use count 1, primary selection, exclude from pool. Wait a second. It just says target empty object. I think it was fixed. I think I am seeing that it is fixed. No, it says here type random. I'm so confused now. I don't think these are these, is this supposed to be tied? Target 10 random? Well, there's an easy way to do this. We can just test it real quick. I can just go into like a really lowly campaign and just find out if it's fixed or not.
For the record, it's not always better that it's target.
No.
Random can be an advantage if there's a taunt and you want to blind someone who's not the taunter. I'm not saying it's
you're right,
better,
but
I'm saying that there are edge cases.
Yes, but that doesn't mean much of anything. Like you're not wrong, but so what? There's edge cases for everything. There's edge cases where, you know, using a defense up is a disadvantage. You know, like Vision's passive is a disadvantage going into a Doctor Strange node. Like everything at some point or another can be a drawback. But just doing this real quick to see, because it doesn't read very clearly to me. If any of you guys are reading this and I don't see it, like where it says here type random. I don't know. Oh, this is a Guardian team? Oh boy. I'm trying to stall. Oh crap, we do too much damage. This is yeah, this is the wrong mission for this.
Rip.
Yeah, we're too strong. Okay, I'll go in a 6. Oops. Insane native, stop lying. How tough is Heroes Chapter 6? No, they're still all blue gear. We'll do it in Nexus.
Show off?
Show off? No. Okay, this one should work, right? Well, we'll use Venom just for fun. Where are you, Hawkeye? There's Hawkeye. Gonna be food on the table tonight. What happened?
I gave him 2 chips.
Oh, nice. And then he won 4?
Yeah.
Make it happen. Okay. Oh, good. A red skull. Oh yeah, because there's a Spider-Man on the enemy team. Nice. I mean, he might have still done that. But, you look frozen, Red Skull. Okay, next turn we'll find out. Try and clear that so that it okay. Now it's also certainly possible that it just randomly hits. Come on, drop down some more enemies so that the odds are improbable. Although, because it's 50% to everyone else, there's no way to know for sure. I didn't want to do it yet. I'm waiting for more enemies to drop down so we can be as clear as possible. I got it.
Yeah, that wasn't to do it now. That was big moral support.
Oh, okay. It doesn't look fixed to me, but I'm not sure. Alright, here we go. Let's see if it blinds Iron Man. It did, and it only blinded one other person. I think it might be fixed. I just used him in Blitz, he blinded my primary. I think they might have fixed it. I think he might be fixed. And then we'll use Venom to spread the blinds and have some fun. That's 2 for 2. It failed for me yesterday. How do I take part in the Power Core promotion? You're about to find out, Jimster. Think they'll ever fix his passive missing? No idea. Alright, yay, we win. GG. Just try on this one again. If you guys want me to do it one more time, if we go 3 for 3, that's good enough for me to assume it's fixed. And if it is fixed, that is a huge help to him. So, do it. Alright. Alright, let's see if we get 2 for 2.
I use him all the time in Blitz and raids and I always get primary.
If this was fixed, it would have been with 2.0. The way the code reads to me, like, it doesn't look how it used to look, so the fact that it's changed at all leads me to think that they... So what it is here, if you look, it says accuracy down, target, empty object. That used to say random. If it says empty object now, like, I think that it's fixed. That's how that reads to me. So, we'll make sure. But I think it's good now. I think it used to say random where it says empty object. Alright, here we go. There's a lot of targets on the board. Spider-Man can't evade it, so let's go Spider-Man. Do we blind Spider-Man? Yes, we do, and he was the only blind. I am ruling Hawkeye fixed or incredible odds. Kind of disappointing that no one else got blinded. That's really bad odds, but yeah, I'm calling fixed. I think Hawkeye has returned to his former glory. Not that it was ever working properly, but he used to be perceived. People thought it was. So, can't spread that stun. Could have spread that
Remember,
blind.
chat, if we don't get at least $500 in that donation bar, I'm canceling the streams nearly.
This is, for the record, the worst the donation bar has ever done for a tier list stream, despite viewership being pretty good. Oh, operator's dead. Oh, GG, we lost. Okay. But yeah, I'm ruling that fixed, so that's good news for all you Hawkeye fans. Now, since I claim this campaign energy, I have to dump it. It takes 2 seconds. Can this blind be resisted? Of course it can. Okay, that's dumped, and I'll hunt briefcases. But so, talking Hawkeye, just so we can open up this debate while I'm dumping energy.
Yep.
Demigod with green is what we had for campaign and raid. Does he jump up now that you have a guaranteed blind?
Not at all. I think it's still very, very comp dependent.
I think so as well, and he's still just kind of squishy, but he also does more damage now to multi-target, which is a big boost for him. Doing more damage to an attack that hits everyone is definitely good for campaign and raid, and he can't miss. He counters a lot of stuff. I mean, I still think Demigod Green is... He's always been the shining example of like an upper demigod. I still think it's the right rating, but he has a lot of things going for him now.
Yeah, I think he's exactly where he should be. I mean, he definitely goes into God tier with the right comps. He has a lot of good synergies, but by himself, he's not quite over that threshold.
Yep. The poll result was plain demigod for Strange. It was really close. Demigod with green was a close second, and no one was saying usable orange, really. But okay. So then we had him Demigod Green for Arena Offense and Blitz. I still agree with that wholeheartedly. Any objections?
No, I agree with that.
And now,
that's fine.
Now that he's Demigod with Green for Arena Defense and AI, you could argue, like, he's still good for the reasons he was good, and I don't think his rating changes, but you could argue that now he's more likely to waste that quote-unquote random blind on someone taunting, so it slightly hurt him, but I don't know that it slightly hurt him enough. Any objections?
No.
I like him where he's at. He's not really a controversial pick, so.
Agreed. Alright, moving on. Glad we're not taking too much time with these guys. We're about to do our first break here. So Hulk got 2 improvements. Now instead of clearing 3 debuffs from himself on taunt, he clears all debuffs. And that's it. So that's not particularly good. And his leap... super odd. The primary damage is totally unchanged, but the splash damage went up 70%. So people adjacent to the main target are now taking a lot more damage. I don't see any change to Hulk at all.
Oh man, Hulk. Someday you will be reworked.
But I don't see any changes to Hulk. What do you guys say?
I mean, he needs so much more than he's getting out of anything in his kit, and his upgrades just don't have anything to do with any of the things he needed at all.
Yep, he still can be used to great effectiveness as an Avenger. How is he usable green? Because as an Avenger off-tank, he's good.
I mean, he benefits from Avenger synergies and turns into like a really low demigod. Really low.
Yeah. Yep.
Anybody who gets a permanent guaranteed Black Widow speed up and like all the cap benefits and all that stuff.
Yep,
and the Black Widow debuff purge.
Yep, it's just because Avenger synergy is so strong. Anyone that can get the full benefit of Avenger synergies crushes it.
I think he's actually in a better place than he was just because of Black Widow's new max rank special.
Yep. Even though he was able to dispel.
Can you do any more notes in Alpha 3? We're at 57%.
How long do we have, Canage? If I can do it like during this little break that we're about to take.
We have like 33 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Alright, I'll see what I can do. So, I am going to roll and open another Power Core giveaway. You guys cool with like a 15-minute break? You guys need longer, shorter?
Yeah, I can do it with some tea.
Alright, and the winner for $10 worth of Power Cores, Google Play or iTunes goes to... Pro V. Congratulations, Pro V. Are you here?
This is obviously rigged!
Shinny sounds like CGP Grey. I love CGP Grey.
Obviously rigged. It's not.
I hope that I have a list of people I hope one day I get to meet them and shake their hands. CGP Grey is on that list, 1000%. I love that man. I think Canage sounds more like him. Neither of them sound exactly like him, but
More like
CGP Grey. I don't think Pro V is here, so we're gonna re-roll. If you guys don't know who he is, I'll show you some of his videos on another day. He's great. And the new winner for $10. Oh, he said double down. He came in right before we were about to re-roll. He's going for the double down. The wheel will decide your fate. Let's see it. And then just because it can be hard to read against the white background, we'll do this.
Trolls, show some fucking respect.
Minus 750 spam in the chat, please.
Congratulations! That is $20 worth of power cores. I assume you don't want a double-double.
Spooky 1K.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Did he say? What did he say? So yeah.
Didn't say anything.
Yep, waiting to see if he wants to go for the double-double. I
haven't seen that many people go for it.
At this point, I will stay. All right, he's gonna stay.
No balls. No balls. No balls. No balls.
All right.
No balls.
I gotta open up the roster reviews and record that win.
The thing is, it's like mods will double on like $100 prizes, and they won't even double on $20. Come on.
Alright, and I'm assuming that the country's US. I'll get that from you. But, alright, so let me open up the next Power Core giveaway and then run to the restroom real quick, and then I'll come back and just answer questions and stuff. So, oh, did you already reopen it? Oh, okay. Spooky's reopened it! Exclamation cores, please! All one word. Exclamation CORESPLZ. All one word. Exclamation cores, please. Just type that, and you are entered for a chance to win $10 worth of Power Cores, Google Play, or iTunes. I'm just taking a leak real quick. 1 sec.
Oh my, how lewd.
Alright. I did too, Wash, and I did too use soap. Shut up, you liars.
Yeah, but it wasn't long enough. Go do it again. Do it right.
Okay.
Oh god, Daddy! Harder, Daddy! Yeah!
So for the record on this one, right? This morning, I took a shower, then I put clean clothes on. So my dick came straight from being scrubbed into clean clothes. At no point in between was I like sticking my dick in a pile of dirt or anything. And then you go to the bathroom, right?
You liar!
Wasn't like wiping down the toilet with my bare hand. Was just touching my own clean body, which has been protected by my clean clothes. So it is not sweaty. If anything, it's cold in here. No, it wasn't in my girlfriend. Remember what we learned earlier. So, backsplash, yo? There was no backsplash. You've been touching a keyboard? Well, then, that has nothing to do with going to the restroom. But
Pee on hands?
I did not pee on my hands. What the? You guys have issues. But, alright. So, I'm taking this opportunity to grab a snack. We're actually...
Can we skip to Venom?
We're gonna bring in some of the new characters at the halfway point, which is we're 10 characters away, but we're going through them pretty quick. Excuse me. We're keeping a good pace. You know, it doesn't need a lengthy excuse, washing your hands. I'm just explaining that there's a reason I did a quick wash the first time, because it wasn't dirty.
Yeah, we're at 58.8 with 25 minutes left.
I'll see what I can do.
Maybe 2 more minutes.
Let's see. I had some teams wipe, but
yeah, we're pretty much just trying to like scrape the bottom of the barrel to like limp into it if we can right now.
oh, Ost is about to do that one. And Nekakami's on this one, but so I can clean up after Nekakami depending on how this goes.
Yeah, Nekakami said he's gonna soften it up, but he has like 3 characters that are worthwhile left, and the rest of it's just kind of whatever.
My YouTube video won't get demonetized for that segment. You can't go up that path? Oh. Okay. Oh, you're right. I can't. That's unfortunate.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Oh well. Yep, that's a bummer. Well, Ost went into this node and it had like nothing left, so. Our strike group isn't even at 60%, so we're the slackers anyway. Oh, okay, wow. Alright, yeah, no, happy to clean this up for you.
Yeah, we're at 59.2 before you finish that off, so hopefully that'll get us there.
Let me heal these two, but that might be a little wasteful. Let's see how far we get with this crew. GG. Each node is worth 0.39% of the total. So how many do we need? But I don't think, like, I think that you can get partial percent from part of a node. How do you switch mouse and keyboard between two computers? I'm using a physical device. All or nothing on a node, really? So 59.61. So we need one more node, huh? Fuck.
Yeah, Tiger Stone's trying for one right now.
Okay.
And it looks like Troful Health's trying for one as well.
Okay. I'm certainly able to pay to do one. So if it comes down to that, yeah. I can. But if it's all or nothing, what's the device?
We have like 3 people trying right now, so we'll see.
I can pull it up for you. This is the IO Gear USB hub. That's what it's called? Yeah, it's this thing. IOB.
Okay, we got it.
Look at how cheap they are, too. Literally, it looks like this. So this one is super cheap version. They make ones with like longer cables and stuff, but that's the idea. 4 ports. Well, that one might just be turning 1 into 4. There's where's the specific one that I'm using looks more like this, I believe. How do I find? I want to show the one I'm using.
Alright, yeah, we had 60. Shane finished the node chisel.
Nice. USB switch. Maybe it's like that. Yeah, this looks more like it. This I think is the exact one I'm using. Well, not quite, but it's hard to tell from the pictures. They all look like black boxes, but you get it. Anyway, you can find it. It looks. This one probably
Search
doesn't.
KVM
Yeah, peripheral.
switch.
That's what they call it. Peripheral sharing switch. KVM. Okay, KVM switch. I had it like this. Peripheral sharing. So yeah, peripheral sharing switch. But yeah, something like that. So Pro V, are you Google Play or iTunes, and are you US? I assume you're US, but could be wrong. Let's open these blue gear orbs while we're waiting. And Shinny's making tea. Briefcases, please. Never briefcases. Always dossiers. Give me briefcases. Never briefcases. Well, I can do this raid while we wait. We picked a good time to break. So far, keeping a good schedule.
Don't forget to run ads.
Don't forget what?
Run ads.
Oh, I ran an ad the first time, but honestly, the Twitch ads, the pay for them is atrocious. Like, they are so not worth it. So I run a tech team for this node, and usually that goes just fine. Actually, we'll put Rocket, then we'll put Iron Man, then we'll put Star-Lord, then we'll put Vision. Where are you, Vision? Or not Vision,
Bacon shirt.
Vision. Mark Lieutenant. The bacon shirt I can do anytime now. I'm good on the bacon shirt, so we gotta just pick a date for that. But I'm ready for bacon shirt. Let's take you out. Nice. Let's take you out. Oh, so close. And then let's ability block you. Rocco, thank you for the follow. Beefed up for bacon shirt a little. Let's hit Thor with it. Or, him. Whatever. That guy. Not even gonna waste the rocket ult. I'll just have the rocket ult charged up. So, all in all, that was really clean. See that Candage made me a captain? I am very much okay with it. It has nothing to do with you. I worry that we have too many captains. My issue the other day wasn't that we didn't have enough captains. I was like the one issue we had the other day was that I couldn't reach any of the captains that we had. But I don't think there's any harm from an extra captain, and I think you'll make a fine captain. I don't know if we needed another captain, but it doesn't hurt. So this is the let's charge up Storm node.
while we're on break, I'm trying this game. I just thought it's pretty fun.
Crunchitize me, Captain. I remember that. Oh my
No,
god, Salas, were you the one who requested the friggin' Wonder Ball music the other day?
No. Oh no, I brought it up and then everybody else started doing it.
Yeah, dude, right as I ended the stream, it was playing and I was like, oh no.
I only started it. Everybody else finished it.
I like this story.
I mean, everything I do is trendy, so you know.
No! 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 Critical failure, no! Take him out! No! Mistakes were made! Oh god. Gonna need a giant heal coming in here. Thank you. Alright, we're in the clear. Time to charge up Storm.
Look, Storm floats with charges.
Yes, Storm floats with charges. That was supposed to be the case. You ability blocked my Storm, how could you? Now she's gonna basic attack you instead. Go ahead and... Aww, you son of a... Can we get the slow, Night Nurse? Oh, stop dodging! So now we're all gonna eat the AoE. I'll save the friggin' heal. The AoE heal until after he does his AoE. Go ahead. Jerk. She got a big heal. She gets another charge stack. We've charged her up to 12. Not too shabby. Alright. Stream should not be delayed. Do you use keyboard commands with blue stacks? Every once in a while. I wanted to so bad when I first got the game, and now I've gotten so used to not doing it that I have to remember to do it, but I do have them bound. I'll use them for this next fight, just because I'll actually remember. So... gonna use the tech team for this one. We're gonna use a slightly more explosive version of the tech team. Hopefully we survive. Where's Mark Lieutenant? Mark Lieutenant. Then we put Star-Lord, and then we put CrossBones. Alright. Wish us luck. Get to Mystique yet? Nope. That'd be cool if Vision cleared the charges. I'd be upset. How do you know how much she's charged? You click and hold on the charge icon. And we're going to open up with a turn 1 AoE. Wow, that dropped one of the assaults below 50. How about that? We'll go ahead and blind those guys. I kind of want to wait for Merc Lieutenant for this, so Oh, good. We got offense down on Iron Man. That worked out.
Gamma got fucked.
Oh man, this did not go well at all.
Okay.
But we've got that going for us. So, as per usual, I'll need a cleanup crew on this. I could use a suicide squad and get to keep all these guys alive, but not a big deal. I don't use these guys after this anyway. So, in the future when we push beyond this, I will. But cleanup time. You have not learned yet? I don't. Again, I'm willing to sacrifice those guys there. I don't use them beyond that. I use the beefy boys and then Storm to clear the Thor node, and then it's just Nick Fury and Shield from there on. So let's be greedy. Let's see if we can get a bunch of kills here. 1, 2, 3.
Buckle my shoe.
That was so good. That was exactly what I wanted to happen. Yeah, I'm not even gonna... Are they close enough to chain? I don't know. That would be a no. So Shinny's back. Soundless. You ready?
I'm still here, yeah.
Alright. I have to send in some beefy boys to die. It'll be all of 3 seconds. We'll send in Hulk. We'll send in Venom. We'll send in Luke Cage. We'll send in Mark Rygaard, and we'll send in Groot. Unfortunate that this is how Venom is going to meet his unfortunate, untimely demise. So people find it hard to see if they are adjacent. Every once in a while, like if I sat there and thought about it, I could figure it out. But sometimes I just eyeball it, and I'm like, eh. Clonk. Clonk. Okay. Alright. Why do I have 23? Oh, okay. I was gonna say. And then I'm still waiting to claim those. I'm still waiting to claim that. Okay. So, and then let me see. I did want to see if I could figure out the next Blitz character for you guys as well. That. Forget that. Ah, whatever. All right, moving on in the tier list. Hydra Grenadier. I don't think Hydra Grenadier has changed at all, but we'll take a look because. So this special went from 180 to 210 damage to just the primary. That's super negligible. The only reason we gave Grenadier mediocre was because the splash damage on every attack and the dispel. So just plain mediocre across the board, no improvements. Any objections?
Nope.
No.
No. If anything, got worse. Like Hydra Grenadier is dangerously close to trash, but now we're on.
I'm not.
Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Sure, anybody with a reliable dispel will ever be trash, but it is.
That's why I said dangerously close, because he does as little as you can possibly do in addition to having a dispel.
Yep.
So, Hydra Rifle Trooper gains 30% damage on his AoE. We had him at usable across the board. I think we have to give him usable just because he has a low cooldown, high damage AoE, and piercing on his basic. but just barely usable, like the lowest of low usable. Any objections?
I mean, I think he's solid mid-usable, but yeah.
Yeah, he's... I mean, depending on the team, I also use him in, like, a high-energy refurbish rates thing, so I get, like, him and Punisher, and this do, like, a bunch of AoE. I like him at usable, or maybe even green, but I don't know.
What's up, Ty J? Yeah, we always have used MSF.GG for our tier list. Even back when Strikeforce Lab was still up and going, we would alternate, like, we would check both and make sure things lined up, but I've been using MSF.GG since day one. I have no qualms whatsoever about saying that. I've always been a big fan of you guys' stuff. Thank you so much for making this site. So Ty J is with MSF.GG, so if you guys use and enjoy MSF.GG, which you should, Ty J works very diligently. Ty J actually personally slaved away at this sheet here to make sure our max stat list was exactly what we needed it to be. So again, we are in your debt. On to Hydra Sniper. Hydra Sniper is a weird one. I'm interested to see what happens with this special. This special goes from offense up on self to 2 turns, offense up to 3 allies for 1 turn, speed up to self, to offense up to all allies for 1 turn. It's not half as good as Merc Lieutenant, but it is now an offense up to everyone for 1 turn. We had Hydra Sniper at usable for campaign and raid. I think you have to give usable for a full team offense up, even though it's like, again, like low usable. Agreed?
Yeah, I actually really like Hydra Sniper for low-level Blitz.
I like Sniper for low-level Blitz. I like Sniper for early game player Blaster Challenge. I think if I could have taken Hydra Sniper all the way up from the get-go, giving everyone offense up would make Blaster Challenge pretty easy. You give them all.
I thought you just give like 3 people fucking whatever.
Until Orange Mats.
Oh,
now it's everyone.
No one would ever do that.
It doesn't matter. Maybe one day.
I mean, we're not arguing he's above usable by any means.
Yeah, no.
But, like, as usable characters go, he's not terrible.
When I do roster reviews, if they don't have Rocket, if they don't have Iron Man, sometimes I give that 5th spot to Hydra Sniper for the Blaster Challenge specifically. But alright, so on Arena Offense and Blitz we gave usable. Again, low usable, but any objections?
Nope.
And then we had mediocre for Arena Defense and AI. That still seems accurate to me.
Yep.
Okay. That brings us to Hydra Scientist. I actually kind of like Hydra Scientist. Interested to see what this becomes. So he goes from Death Proof to lowest health ally and heal for 4,500 and 15% max. The heal goes way up. It goes from a 4,500 health heal to a 10k plus 15% heal. So it becomes a very good heal and a Death Proof. And his basic has a chance on any basic to apply heal block. It does piercing. It's actually kind of strong. On turn, 30% chance to apply 2 positive effects to 2 allies. A maxed out Hydra Scientist is not that terrible. He's not that good, but he's not that terrible. We had him at mediocre across the board. Does this give anyone the inclination to say he bumps himself up to usable? That's a big heal and a guaranteed death proof.
Yeah, 5,500 is a lot of boost.
I've always liked him a lot more than you guys, I think. He's not good. Like, he's not good, but this does bring him up to usable if for some reason you were insane enough to pump an orange mat into him.
So, you say bring him up to usable, just flat, he's up to usable, or he can be usable, give him green?
I would just say usable.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean, that's like... Is that the best single target heal in the game, other than... No, is that straight up the best single target heal in the game?
I'll have to take a look. It might be. Certainly might be. Hold on. Let's add 20 more rows at the bottom. Okay. Then we can do this. I'll have to look, but it certainly might be. It's a pretty good single target heal. Well, hold on. So I was updating where he is. Is anyone else checking on that, or do I have to go check it?
I mean, Night Nurse is only 3,300 with 20%.
Who?
Night Nurse is only 3,300 with 20%.
The 20% compared to 15%, yeah. I'm thinking that beats her. Well, Miss Marvel has a fantastic single target heal, but
that's not supporting.
I know. Let's see. Who are we looking at?
That's the case.
Doctor Strange heals 50% of someone's health when he revives them.
Means they also have to be dead already.
Yes. Otherwise, the heal is, and again, it's not single target, but it is a big heal. It's 8,000 and 10% max. Well, but so I was looking at what it does to a single target, so it's not too far behind it. It's 5% max health and 2k.
AoE, not single target.
Which I would argue makes it better, but yeah, it doesn't compete there. Let's see, Sorceresses is an AoE, so it won't be as much. Iron Fist probably is to defenders, just like Medic and Fury to Shield. So I believe Operatives might overtake it if you factor in the regen taking effect. So I don't know if you'd want to count that, but either way, it's among, if not the best single target heal that I'm seeing.
It's usable. Got it. Next one.
I haven't looked at what Ronin does for Kree, but yeah, it's pretty good. So you just want to get him usable across the board? I'm fine with that.
I wouldn't say cross board. I meant just in the first one.
Specifically for campaign and raid, I would argue that he's better in Blitz and
Blitz. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I just gave it to him for campaign and raid. You want me to?
I would say he has it for both of those, and obviously is not there for defense.
Yep. Well, so I mean, it's still applying a death proof, depending, like, because of how slow he is. I could see mediocre with green. Not that, like, I'm gonna spend a lot of time debating this, but he is slow enough that if you were trying to burst someone, but you're not able to by the time his turn comes around, he pretty much sets you back to 0, like you wasted your time trying to burst anyone. And then it only takes him 3 turns, and if he's getting any energy, like, he can keep doling out giant heals and death proofs. So I could see mediocre green.
Got it. Mediocre.
Yeah. I mean, for defense?
Yeah.
I mean, but AI targeting. AI timing the ability, AI, all of that stuff. I mean,
yeah, but
I don't want a healer.
I hear you, but worst case scenario, he's just passing out death proofs every now and again, and it's just costing you, like, he's costing you another turn unless you're going to flip it.
I don't think that brings somebody up to usable.
Alright. Well, and his basics actually do hurt. Like, it's not a weak basic. And he can
Isn't his base attack really low?
I don't think so. Take a look. I didn't think it was.
We're putting way too much effort into this.
No, 6,600. It's not terribly low. Not really. I'm curious. Let me see where 6,600 ranks for damage. Yeah, he's actually slightly upper middle for damage, and his passive, he 30% chance to apply 2 positive effects to 2 allies. He can give out 4 buffs on 1 turn. I say usable.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, even mediocre green. That's plenty generous. And that brings his average, of course, to usable. But yeah, no, not gonna fight anyone on exactly how good or bad Hydra Scientist is. Hydra Armored Guard. Oh man, do I hate Hydra Armored Guard. I feel like every time we talk about him, I hate him more and more.
Really? Like, hate fighting him or hate using him?
Hate the fact that he exists. And the improvement he gets to his middle ability is he gets 900 healing on his self-heal, which is just nothing. It was already terrible. It's still terrible. Just, ugh. I think your original case was like he's one of the top damage tanks.
Not one of the top damage tanks. He's just one of the top damage minions.
Is he?
Yeah, I pretty much never use his taunt unless something is going horribly wrong and I need to, like, off-tank.
I don't see that. His damage is low. It's 6,000. He doesn't have high damage at all. I know he has the piercing. His basic is okay, but an okay basic is not doing it for me.
Fair enough. I guess I mostly just use him at lower levels, and his scaling does drop off.
But we had him at mediocre across the board, so I see no reason to move him. But
yeah, that's fair.
Someone said I think aim security is the worst tank. Like, this is a pretty bad tank, man. This is not a good tank. No other buffs. Nothing for that team.
Kree Royal Guard.
Kree Royal Guard's really bad as well. We'll get there. This brings us to Iron Fist, and it's about to get interesting again.
Pillow Fist.
I won't call him Pillow Fist anymore. His Pillow Fist days are done, man.
Fine, pussy hands.
Dude, say that to his punch. We'll get there. But so, the weird thing is he's Iron Healer now. I think we have to call him Iron Healer. But, so, here's the improvements to... Well, we actually just have to look at his kit as a whole. He's basically a new character. So, his basic, attack primary for 250% damage, chain to 2 adjacent targets for 130%. That's okay. The guaranteed chain to 2 targets is nice. The fact that he's a hero brawler is nice. And he is a Mystic, so he can be used in Mystic campaign. Big whoop, though. His special inner piece is a very low cooldown. Heals self and all defender allies for 8,000 health, plus 10% of this character's max health. I wish that wasn't just for defenders, but... Then heal most injured city hero ally for 8,000 health, plus 10% of this character's max health. So that's a double heal on one of the defenders. Clear all negative effects from self and gain 30% speed bar. 30% speed bar is whatever. The Iron Fist, attack primary target for 700% damage, clear 3 positive effects from target, 60% chance to gain offense down. Oh, they did finally put in here, cannot be blocked. So yeah, so if you guys didn't know, there's 2 abilities in the game that cannot be blocked at all, period. And that is Iron Fist's, the Iron Fist, and Winter Soldier's cybernetic arm, whatever it's called.
Is it Ultron's beam also?
Possibly. I don't remember. We'll look at him. But these 2 punches for sure can't be blocked, so they're super effective against tanks like Shield Security, Captain America, etc. Shield Security, by the way, is such a ridiculous unit now. I can't wait till we talk about him. He's straight broken. But anyway, this passive, on spawn, heal self and defender allies for 30% of this character's max health. Heal additional city hero allies for 10% of this character's max health. On turn, 40% chance to heal self and defender allies for 30% of this character's max health, and heal additional city hero allies for 20% of this character's max health. Gain 5% damage for each defender ally. That passive alone puts him orange for me. So his whole kit, one of the issues I have with this defender team is things are, like, none of the things apply to non-defenders. Like, Nick Fury is way better with shield, but he's pretty good not with shield. Iron Fist is so mediocre without the defenders and so incredible with the defenders. I'm voting usable
Does def
orange.
up get removed after
That's what I was doing as
applied?
well.
Does defense up get removed after damage is applied? I believe so. But so let's looking here at Iron Fist. We had him at usable for campaign and raid. We have to give him usable orange because the defender team is just godly for raids. Any objections?
No, that's exactly where I was going.
Yeah, that's fine.
So for arena offense and blitz, we had him at mediocre. I don't know. I know for blitz that they're god tier, but the question is for arena offense. I believe they're a super effective arena offense, and he fits really well on the Miss Marvel team. But so, is he? The question for me is he mediocre orange or usable orange? And it's more looking at, like, does he jump up to god or demigod? Like with the defenders.
Demi.
With the defenders, he is
Demi.
doing so much for them. I don't know. I think Good.
I think the value of sort of AoE healing is significantly reduced in Arena and Blitz. What he's providing is not worth nearly as much.
Agreed, but it's still just on turn. He's healing self and defender for 30%.
A percentage of the time he is, not all the time.
Almost half the time. Almost half the time, and he's healing
30% of the time?
No,
isn't it?
40% of the time.
Oh.
And it's a lot, man. 30% of his max health, and then additional city hero allies, another 20%. That's nuts. The 5% damage for each defender ally. Now just his damage is good on a full defender team. I think I agree with you, though, that he's pushing upper demigod on the defender team. I think I'm with you. Mediocre with orange.
Yeah, if we based on how annoying people were, yeah, he'd be usable with orange. But as is, it's just like, oh god, it's Iron Fist. This is going to take 2 years. The fact that he exists, I dodge him in a matchup because he's going to slow my blitz rotation down so hard that it'll decrease my point yield.
Now let me going up against a 140k shield team, and shield just destroys them.
He has on turn 2 a 700% damage ability, and he's gaining damage per each defender ally. In most instances, that will crush someone. Let me run these damage numbers. And forgetting that he can be going into villains and stuff. Like, does anyone else give him damage? Doesn't Punisher just give them like 10% damage?
Yeah, let's check what
So
Punisher.
so 6,000 base damage, 5% for each defender ally. So let's call it 115%. We'll call it a flat 6,000 times 115%. We're at 6,900 base damage, and then he can get an offense up from Luke Cage randomly. But so what Punisher is doing, just because I can get to him here. Oh shit! Nice. They were very generous with these gold orbs with these new raids. By the way, I love it.
I am absolutely thrilled with them so far. People were talking about how the rewards are so bad, and I don't see it.
Yeah, no, these rewards are very generous. And I don't really feel like I'm getting less from the campaign. It might be that they made the Venom drop rate worse.
I feel like they did it in the last one also, though, for Storm. Like, I did so many nodes. Like, I would do 3 at a time. I would get, like, nothing, and then, like, 1 or 2. And then it's like, what the fuck?
Counterpoint. I got way more Storm than I got Miss Marvel. Do you remember my Miss Marvel luck? I will never stop talking about my Miss Marvel luck.
Yeah, it's only funny because you love Miss Marvel so much more than pretty much anyone.
I am a huge fanboy. I thought she was great. I max refreshed every single day, and I didn't get her as a 4-star.
And I have her as a 5-star.
I spent nothing on Storm, and I easily got her as a 4-star.
Yeah, that's rough. Looking here, if at least one ally is a city hero, 10% chance to assist, 10% chance to assist on non-attack. That also really helps Iron Fist, but gain 10% damage, 30% damage against villain. City allies gain 10% damage. So he's a city hero, so he would gain another 10% damage. And then he would do another 30% against villains. So he can just one-shot a villain. Like, he'll one-shot CrossBones with Punisher on the team. Or close to it. What were we at? We were at like 68 or 6,900. Let's call it 6,800 times 1.1. And then times 7. 52,000. And then times 1.3 against a villain. Yeah, he'll do, conservatively, with just... with Punisher and the Defenders, he'll do 68,000 with his punch. So, the ability to one-shot someone with the right team. I think mediocre with orange on defense might be too harsh. On the right team, he's punching hard. And it can't be blocked. It can be evaded.
I mean, yeah, he's not bad, but I'm not sure how highly I rate.
That's turn 2.
Yeah.
You can put Miss Marvel on that team.
Does that bring him up to God tier? I would say no for sure.
Here's where I'm at. For Blitz, alright, whatever. I'm not going to fight this too much. Mediocre with orange is fine by me. Salas, you agree with him?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, whatever. I was on the fence anyway. If it was God, it was really, really low. But
no.
Anywho, arena defense.
It's gonna be the same thing as Storm, basically. Oh, she can do so much damage, but it's like, okay, who cares?
All right, so arena defense and AI. I don't know where to put him here. I guess mediocre orange is fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go up here. We had him at just mediocre across the board, I believe. Alright. On to Jessica Jones. I don't know that Jessica Jones moved at all. We had her demigod green across the board. That is where I expect her to stay. She's always been the shining example of an underappreciated demigod character, but let's look at her and see if she doesn't just go straight to God and make sure. Attack primary for 220%, 50% chance to bonus 1 to 2 times for 170% damage. I'll do what I did the other time, and I'll scroll down a bit on the spreadsheet. Yep. So, generate 1 ability energy for a random defender ally. Each attack has a 50% chance to generate 1 ability energy for a random ally. But, so, this just says, like, if she uses her basic, a random defender gets energy. And then every attack has a chance to generate ability energy. So, she can, with a really good proc, she can hit 3 times. She can give out 4 ability energy on 1 really lucky basic, but it'd have to be a really lucky basic. Then shake it off. Clear all negative effects from self and all allies. That is strong and only getting stronger. Generate 1 ability energy for each defender ally. Generate 4 ability energy for random allies. That for random allies applies on top of for the defender allies. So she can give out 3 plus 4. She can give out 7 ability energy with that one move. That's crazy. On to rejection. Attack primary target for 400% damage. Clear all positive effects and gain the 100,000 focus. It's one of the best spells in the game. It hurts. And gain 40% resistance. Defender allies gain 40% resistance. Additional city gain 20% resistance. Other additional allies gain 15% resistance. I like her Demi Green for campaign and raid for sure. Any objections?
No. I would agree, and I'd also say that one of the things is for most defenders, the green represents defender synergy. She's one of the few for whom she's not limited to defender synergy. She can green off of a lot of different comps.
Mm-hmm. And that ability energy is fantastic. There are a lot of characters that just need 1 extra point of ability energy to really go nuts. So we have her demigod for arena offense and blitz with green. I think that's where she has to stay for that as well. She's still a dispeller. She still gives out ability energy. She hits hard, and you can put her on a defender team and just always win. Any objections?
No.
Now for arena defense and AI, we have her demigod green, and we had her there because there were so many comps she could enable. But I think that with Thanos and Star-Lord, she kind of lost her spot as the go-to energy enabler. And I don't think we're going to start seeing defender teams on defense that much. I think she might lose the green on defense for me. But interested to hear what you guys have to say. I think...
Yeah, I think she's still a solid demi, and I think there are comps that elevate her, but not into godhood, I would say.
Right, that's where I'm at. Someone said she didn't get worse because Thanos came in. Well, she kind of did. If you're no longer a top pick, like if you go from being the first string pick for the energy enabler that can make a turn 1 comp work to the 3rd string pick for someone who can make a first turn comp work, like that does make you worse. Because now you're asking, why would I bring JJ when I have better options? Like, that is very relevant. So, does Strata have limits? I mean, it's just general. Like if they introduce 5 more really good tanks, all of whom are better than Hand Sentry, Hand Sentry's just not that good of a tank anymore because he's like the 7th string pick now. You know? So, if people do your job better, suddenly you're not that good. We are grading you also on the landscape of what other people can do. So, any objections to just demigod with white?
No.
Alright. Let me update her. She was demigod with green all the way.
It's worth noting we frequently say things like a character doesn't get downgraded just because other characters exist. What we mean by that is they don't get downgraded just because counters exist.
Right.
She does
Now, if those counters become ubiquitous, like Katie successfully argued with Hand, Sentry, that's another case. But like the fact that there is one character, the fact there are 2 or maybe even 3 characters that hard counter, isn't an automatic downgrade. The fact that they have more rivals who would outperform them in that function, on the other hand, that is a reason to downgrade.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the fact that counters exist doesn't hurt them unless most characters are a counter to them. Like when it shifts from like 2 or 3 people counter them specifically to most people do things that counter them, or a fair amount of common characters counter them, that hurts them. And then yeah, the same thing. We comparing JJ to Thanos is dumb. Not on defense, it's not, because on defense the whole reason. So you guys are not hearing the entire conversation we had on JJ, but the whole reason that we had JJ rated as highly as she was for arena defense was because she could enable really cool things with her middle ability that she would use on second turn. That was the whole thing behind her. And now she is not the person you would pick for those exact same strategies. So the few use cases we really liked for her on defense are no longer her use cases. So that's why she's getting downgraded. But we've done much more extensive talks on JJ, but she didn't really change that much. But she's just no longer the best battery for a defense team, and that was her claim to fame on defense. So we'll leave her at that. Moving on to Kingpin. God, we get so much crap for Kingpin every single tier list, and I'm waiting for the day that my mind is going to be changed. I'm always like, are we getting this wrong? Who else does that? Removes negative buffs? Several people now. Plus resistance, plus 7 energy in the right team. So in the right team would be green, but removing buffs and giving resistance, it doesn't matter. On defense, you have to be a threat, right? You can remove buffs all you want, but if you're not going to be killing me, sooner or later, I'm going to win. On defense, you're a threat if you're going to kill me. More so. But anyway, there are way better people in Kingpin. I don't know if I agree with that. We'll get there. We'll look at Kingpin. We'll see. I'm open to being swayed. But so, Kingpin, here's what changes. He gets the opportunity to summon a third bodyguard, and they go to 340% damage. Okay. 3 is nice, but his minions they don't last very long on purpose, but that can waste an extra turn. I really hate this upgrade here, the 10% chance for assist from allies. So it goes up to 30%. Twice as likely to select a villain or mercenary for assist is interesting, but yeah, that's really bad. The offense up only to 5 allies is meh. But really, among other things, Kingpin is slow as hell, but there's just no denying defense up to all allies for 2 turns is so good, and offense up to 5 allies is so good. And then he can literally just stand there, and even though he's not taking a lot of turns, the fact that at the start of any villain's turn, there's a 25% chance to gain an assist is so good. Because if you're doing it right, and he might get greens for this, but if you put villains on the team, and typically you have like a few, you get a lot of assists, and you make up for the turns that KP is not bringing. But 2-turn defense up is just phenomenal. There's no... By the way, if someone doesn't mind, can someone link the tier list? Because people are saying like, oh, I can't see your heads in the way. You can just watch me edit the document live. So if someone can just link this in chat, please do. Kingpin is not as used, but so let's look at it. So we had him as God for campaign and raid. If we're gonna downgrade him for things, I'm open to that, but campaign and raid is really not where it's gonna happen for me, because he's giving 2-turn defense up. He is still, like, as of right now, I talked to a lot of people about like what the best teams for certain raid nodes are, and Kingpin is on several.
Well, the one that I run across a lot, or the couple that I run across a lot, I don't even use him anymore either because he's just too slow for it. And now it's like the Quake pre whatever the hell it is, the thing where she just like quakes all the time. Like she's gonna get off 2 quakes almost before he gets his debuff or his buff on. And at that point, you need faster characters than you do his buff.
We're talking about campaign and raid specifically.
Look at your chat, dumbass.
I don't know if he's the first mediocre orange, but whatevs. But so, I mean, the offense ups and the defense ups, those buffs are so...
It's not bad, but like, I'm talking about like the raids and stuff like that nowadays. You need to do the villains only.
I'll give him demi-green. Oh, wait, villains only, I think he shines. Villains only...
I'm saying in a lot of cases where it's the stuff you have to fight against is a lot faster than him and it becomes irrelevant.
It doesn't because his passive is just doing more constantly. Like in villains only content, you're getting an extra turn. Like all those extra turns, all those villain assists. Like Kingpin may not be taking a turn, but someone is.
But when there's 10 people versus your 5 and he's literally doing nothing, it's kind of irrelevant.
I don't know that he's doing nothing, and he has the summons, which I use those summons all the time. Like there's
I'm
a
not
raid
saying
mode.
he's not good. I'm just saying there's better choices than him now, though.
I like demi-green. Any objections to demi-green?
I'm fine with
I think he's very, very demi-green. I think he's dependent on sort of the burst pattern and the timing of the enemies, and there are obviously some nodes you can't run him into. That's why he's not God.
Yep. He is no longer a god, but he can be. He is still so good for so many things, but fine by me. So we'll give him demi-green here. Moving on to Arena Offense and Blitz. I don't know. He carries, like, he is mostly a free win in Blitz. You don't think he's green? Oh, no. There's nodes 100%. Villains only content, he's green. 1000%. He is absolutely god for villain. Like, you're silly to run a villain team without him, I think. Why? Because he's doling out tons and tons of assists, and he's giving 5 people offense up, anyone and everyone defense ups. Like, even if you just run him with Loki, now you've given defense ups and possibly offense ups to these Loki summons. If you're running him with Yondu, like, he synergizes with summoners incredibly well. There's so many villain summoners. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Merc Riot Guard is not 2-turn defense up. 2-turn defense.
2-turn is big.
2-turn is very big. And
yeah, but he's 1 turn every other turn. Kingpin is a very slow 2-turn that never gets to use it again in a single fight.
That's not necessarily true. So I like running him with Merc Lieutenant, but you can run him in situations where he gets energy. Even in villain only, you can run him with Merc Lieutenant, and Merc Lieutenant will give him the speed up, which makes him not so slow and can give him ability energy. But
plus 1 turn every other turn isn't, I think, remotely comparable to 2-turn, and here's why. If you have a character that has a speed where they go directly after Merc Riot Guard, they're essentially going to get 0 benefit from a 1-turn defense up. They will intercept 0 attacks with that. With a 2-turn up, you're guaranteed 1 full cycle, even if the speeds don't line up well.
And just about everyone goes after Kingpin, so yeah, everyone is getting at least 1 full turn, which is, yeah, way better. But there's no reason, and people do not appreciate his summons. Like, a lot of people look at it as like, oh, his summons die right away, but it's not that. You save his summons. If you know AoEs are coming, you don't use them. But if you know big single target nukes are coming, literally Kingpin with 1 move can waste an Iron Man Unibeam, a Winter Soldier punch. Like, there's so many big moves you can see coming and be like, oh, hit this instead. So,
though that's a little less applicable in Raid.
This is team-wide synergy. I agree with you 100%, Canage, but this is team-wide synergy. That's why. He's demi-green for that reason, is because he does have team-wide synergy.
But he doesn't. His ability doesn't change based on who's in the party.
What? Of course it does.
He will always complete his function regardless of what team.
No, absolutely not. Those assists are for villains. With villains...
Yeah, but the assists aren't why you're bringing them, right?
They're not solely why, but it's huge, and it's on every villain's turn. So if you bring a Yondu, or a Nobu, or who is the other one that's on Loki, any of them, their summons are villains also. So when you have 10 people on the field, which is very easy to do with villains exclusive teams, That's multiple free turns, and some people do things with their assists. So, like, the Loki minion can jump in with an assist, now it has an evade. Yondu can jump in with an assist, he just removed a buff. Like, it brings so much, and even on his turn, when he's, like on his basic attack, 50% chance to gain an assist. That adds more value to his basic attack. Even on his boss's orders, it's a shit chance, but again, a chance to call for an assist. And the amount of enabling you're doing when you're passing out 5 offense ups, especially to villains who tend to be a bit more destructive, like, you know, I mean, just his combo with CrossBones, the reason his CrossBones combo is so lethal is you give CrossBones a guaranteed defense up and an offense up, it's about to go down. He is just such a good enabler.
It's worth noting the comps that benefit Kingpin really aren't meta in Raid right now. They do exist, and there is the potential for them, but this is more applicable for Blitz.
I love him for Blitz, but I'm content to give him Demigod with green, but so I, can we get link to tier list? Yeah, can someone, actually, there's a command for it. No, exclamation tier list sheet. Exclamation tier list sheet. I've had a command for it, I forgot. That's the link to it. There you go. I'll update. Oh, that's a bit.ly link. It'll still go to it. We're good. But so Demigod green arena offense Blitz.
Soundless thoughts?
No, I'm fine with that. I mean, I was always thinking he wasn't like what you guys were always thinking in the first place. So finally, glad someone's agreeing.
It's hard for me to let this one go. I agree that it's time. He's just there's other people now doing it, but. Man, 2-turn defense up is so good. There's zero way he's as good as Cap, Black Widow, Fury, Loki, Spider-Man, or Vision. Well, so if you're looking at Demigod with green, look at all the characters that get Demigod with green.
I think we're way too generous with Demigod green.
I mean, if there are instances where a character is best pick, like, I really believe that he is priority pick on your villain only content. I think it's a mistake not bringing him.
I think it's more about the green is really more about people that have win buttons that would escalate, or like tanks that don't have their own defense up built in and they really need protection. So like Thanos or even Hand Sentry.
Yep, and his defense up is to everyone. So he's very summoner friendly. He summons, and just being a summoner, like, there's so many instances where being a summoner, even in arena offense and Blitz, like, how many Blitz matches have you won because it was winding down, but then you just got to bring a bunch of people onto the field? And now with orange abilities, he can bring 3 more people on the field, and they're taunting. Like, it's very, very useful. He got power creeped a bit, but he still brings so much to the table.
His passive is 25% assist chance compared to like.
But it's on any villain's turn. Storm is only on a mutant turn.
Yeah, but my point is that they have built-in synergies that are going to make them better in the relevant ways.
A little bit, but like Storm is not giving out half as many buffs as Kingpin is, and Nick Fury is a legendary character. Nick Fury is upper god for a lot of things.
I mean, Storm's giving the best buff, which is speed.
Yeah, but only to mutants. Kingpin is not discriminating.
What, 5 more mutants?
Doesn't matter. Kingpin's not discriminating. You can bring anyone. Bring the mutants. He'll give anyone buffs. Doesn't matter. But so, just so here, I'll paint you this picture. Here's a match with Kingpin going very well. So I'm running Kingpin, Merc Lieutenant, Yondu, Loki, and CrossBones. All right, here we've got 5 of them. So everyone else is going first. Loki's defense downing someone for 2 turns. Someone's going to get wrecked. Yondu is dispelling, whatever. They're doing their thing. Merc Lieutenant fires a speed up, whatever. Now, before Kingpin even takes a turn, it's possible a bunch of free damage was done because it's 25% assist chance. Now, just on that team, which is a pretty standard villain team that you'll run, Loki and Yondu are both going to summon. Loki can summon 3. Yondu, I think, gains the ability to summon 3, but we're not there yet, so let's say he summons 2. Kingpin on his first turn gives everyone defense up. Everyone, for 2 turns. So for the next 1.5-ish turns, everyone is just fine. All the summons are fine. They're not even going to die to straight AoE. They have to take a ton of AoE for them to even go down. He gave out a bunch of offense ups. Doesn't really matter who gets it. right? If that offense up is like Yondu, if he summoned already, he gave it to himself, but it doesn't matter. CrossBones is now going to detonate and be absolutely ridiculous. Merc Lieutenant is now covered with defense and has an offense up until he gets it up to drop it again. Like, there's so much going on here. It's entirely up to you what you want to do on your second turn here, but the passive damage that you're generating now, anytime any one of these summons takes a turn, someone can assist. And the damage builds up very, very quickly. Him being there is doing so much. No one is in danger of going down. 5 people are hitting substantially harder. Not to mention everyone, like 1 in every 4 attacks, if let's say there's only 8 people on the field, is hitting substantially harder with an assist. If the assister is one of the people that he gave offense up to, that's hitting substantially harder. The very next time he gets a turn, he can choose to bring more people on the field, blow a bunch of big single target cooldowns, or hold it, just go for a basic. Worst case scenario, his basic's okay, with a fair chance to call for an assist. And then you can drop the summons down, but I don't know, man. He is super slow. He's super slow, but I don't think it matters. And he's not going to die. You don't have to worry about him. He's slow, but you at no point are you ever going to be like, oh crap, Kingpin. So, I don't know, man. He's carried so many matches for me in Raid, in Blitz. He carries.
So, are we finished talking about Raid, or are we on to Blitz?
Well, we've been on Blitz.
Okay, yeah, he's my go-to counter against CrossBones.
Oh yeah, he's a giant middle finger to CrossBones. Anyone that does any substantial damage not before his turn, he counters. He's literally weak to burst that happens before his first turn. Or Doctor Strange. He has 0 armor. It doesn't matter, he has so much health. But so, we gave him Demigod Green. Were there any objections to that?
Not I. Next one.
Alright, Arena Defense and AI, Soundless.
Yeah, he's fine where he is, I think.
As a god on Arena Defense and AI?
Oh, I thought we were changing it. I thought you said we were changing it. My bad.
You want that to go Demigod Green?
I would say Demi.
Maybe, but, yeah, I think we're all in agreement that he's just plain Demigod there. But makes him Demigod Green overall. Works for me. He's up there with the best of them. It's a shame he's so slow. Straight Demi. Alright, on to Korath. Korath, I have to see. I don't think they changed Korath's special and ult, so let's see. So Korath's special does an extra 60% damage and applies, that taunt. I had a slap myself in the face moment in a match earlier. It was like a random Blitz scraps match, and I had Korath and Operative on the same team. Korath, I was like, oh, okay, so before the tank taunts, let me target lock and apply this taunt, and then he called Operative for the assist to cleanse the taunt immediately.
Rip.
Yep. I was like, derp. So, this ultimate, yeah, they did not change the ultimate. It gains 120% damage, so on turn 1, before anyone else gets to do anything, you are doing 570% and a 2-turn heal block and a 50% chance to ability block. That's massive. He spawns with speed up, so he is the first to act. I don't think in any instance anyone acts before him, if I'm not mistaken. Like, even Loki with his turn, I think Korath is just the first. Do I have that right? I don't think anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's wicked. He has a slow on his basic, heavy piercing. What did I miss? What?
What Kanich said.
Oh. What? Don't know why he looked, because someone did exclamation look. But, I think you guys are undervaluing all the assists and 2-turn defense up and 5-turn offense up. Like, that is such an enabler. If you can't conceive of instances where 5 people having offense up and 10 people having 2-turn defense up and a bunch of assists, like, wouldn't be a giant swing for a match, Did I say 5 turn? I meant 5 people having offense up. But you get what I'm saying. Team-wide buffs are super, super good, and he gives out arguably the best ones besides speed up. 2-turn defense up is phenomenal. Like, it's just a 1 button. He does enough with that 1 button for most things to just be so much more effective than most people in his spot, because he enables the rest of his team really hard. Think about just how much better everyone else on the team is with offense up and defense up for 2-turn. It's huge. It's so huge. Like yeah, it's very good. Oh. But alright, so Korath, yeah, we are at halfway after we look at Korath. But so we had Korath as demigod for campaign and raid, demigod with green. I like that he goes first. I like that he does burst. I like that he's fast. My issue with him has always been that he's single target, but I think he's fast enough and benefits from kills enough. Can we still give him demigod with green or demigod plain?
Okay, I'm starting to think plain because what situation elevates him? Though Soundless is the Korath expert, so he'd probably know better.
He's the Korath aficionado. I don't know about expert, but he's a big fan of him. But yeah, I just wish he had AoE. Someone said Vision. He has Tech. Vision elevates him, but I don't know if it makes him a god just because he has defense.
Oh, Tech. Never mind. Yeah, he goes up.
Oh, you think he becomes a god if he spawns defense up? That's it. That does it for you. Because one of those defense ups is going to be. It's only 1 turn because he goes first before anyone.
That's true. 1 turn is still nice.
It is, but does that make him a god? I don't know if it does for me.
Soundless thoughts? I think he's at the border.
I use him a lot, and I think he's
for campaign
very
raid.
Good. Oh yeah.
What for?
But demigods are very good too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Very good doesn't mean much.
Yeah, I mean, Demi Green is where we landed last time. I agree with it.
I'm trying to see where he becomes god if he needs that green. If it was a guaranteed ability block, I'd get it.
He can be God and Mystic 3/9.
No, he can't. He's not a mystic.
Oh, you're right. My bad. I'm actually an idiot.
So can you?
That would be an impediment.
Can you illustrate for me why Korath would be a god? Asking you, Soundless.
Oh, I didn't say he was.
You said you like it with the green.
Damn it.
But the green means he can be a god.
Yeah, I mean, fucking when you need to clean shit up, fucking focus certain characters before they even get a turn. There's many instances I use them in raid for that exact reason. That and the slows are really good.
Which is amazing, but why is that god versus demigod?
Right.
Who else goes fast enough to kill someone before they get to do something?
He doesn't kill.
So you're arguing the turn 1 ability block or insta kill is what elevates him,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
I can agree with that.
But I don't see it happening. It's not an insta kill. If you follow up on it,
it pretty much instant. I'm not saying he kills them like 1 hit, but like they're fucking dead.
He dooms them.
Yeah, he typically does. But
like 100% heal block, so there's nothing getting around that, and possible ability block. The person he targets is fucked.
And I do like, I really like the utility of applying the assist. So, all right, you can keep demigod with green for now. So for arena offense and blitz, we had him as a god. I think Soundless talked us into god last time. Just like last time, I want to put him demigod with green here. Someone said put him next to Thanos and he goes again. That's a great point. If you can keep pumping those out, that's actually...
And that's what I do with them in my raids also.
Alright, I'll buy that. Alright.
Yeah, that works.
So, for arena offense and blitz, do you have him as a god or a demigod green?
I think he's fucking amazing. Same exact, reasoning, basically.
So you should land in the same spot, demigod green.
Can, yeah.
Alright.
But you also remember it's different scenarios, so it's 5-man versus 5-man, not like 5 versus 10, so he elevates himself from not having to worry about so many threats.
Yep, he gets royally screwed against Drax, but yeah, that's just a counter, it's just one example. No, you're right.
Actually, he's not bad against Drax. Sometimes he counters Drax.
Because the ability block?
Yeah, if he gets if he doesn't ability block Drax, he just played himself so hard and he is miserable and unhappy. But if he ability blocks Drax, then Drax is crying in a corner.
A, that's a coin flip, and B, you just wasted a giant burst ability on Drax. I still think it's kind of worth.
Yeah, but then you can save your CC that you were saving for Drax for somebody else. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that
Drax is
he
still taunting.
himself hard counters for the rest of the turn. I'm not saying that he himself counters Drax. I'm saying that he doesn't cry in a corner when he sees Drax.
I don't. I feel like my Korath is wasted. When I see a Drax, my best case scenario is blowing a big damage ability into a Drax, and then he's still taunting. Like, he's not the worst possible answer to Drax, but he's not having a good time. His best case scenario is like, hey, I half the time save someone from using another ability on Drax. Like, okay. But you just want, like, Yondu, someone who can just basic him, Elektra who can just special him. Like, those are answers to Drax. Korath. You're not using... You don't even want Korath in that fight if you have to use your burst on Drax. You already regret it. But, yeah, no, I agree. But, so, yeah, I think God's too generous. It sounds like we agree with Demigod Green here.
Yep.
Okie doke. So he's Demigod. And then we had him Demigod Green for Arena Defense, and I have fought Soundless's defense with Korath on it, and while I have never lost to it, I see what he was getting at. I got kind of close a few times. Like, I get it. I can see how he can be a menace, because Korath goes first. So if he just ults your Black Widow and ability blocks her, you know,
then you're in misery.
Yep, then you're gonna have a bad time. Even if he does it to your captain, you're still not gonna have a good time. And then he's still someone who can basic attack with the slows. So I'm fine with him being Demigod Green. There. Any objections?
Nope.
Alright. So that was number 40. We are halfway. There's actually 81. And then we're going to be adding in Mystique, which would be number 82. If I remember correctly. So let's do exactly one more, and then we're at the halfway point. And that brings us to Kree Cyborg. Let's see, what are the changes to Kree Cyborg? And then we'll mix it up. We'll do a couple new characters, and then we'll go back to... We'll save some surprises for the end for the people that make it all the way.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we have a Okoye in here. So... his special goes from 310 to 360, which is pretty good, and it still has that 80% chance for a bonus attack, which goes from 250 to 300. So, the one thing he does gets pretty good, and I do like that he gets the offense up for 2 turns when an enemy taunts. So, anytime someone taunts, he gets a nice offense up, which is a good answer to a tank, and that special, he can use that every 2 turns, and that's assuming that he's not getting... any energy. And it says here, chance to grant ability energy to 1 to 2 allies. It doesn't say Kree. It just says to allies. Let's check this. I thought that was only to Kree. If it's to all allies, that's a different ballgame. Kree, cyborg. 1 ability energy to 1 ally. I don't know when this was changed. Didn't it used to only be Kree?
Maybe that's the others.
All the others? No, to 1 ally. They definitely used to only do it to Kree. And now they don't.
Let's see. Noble is all.
Forgetting Nobu.
Reaper is all. Yeah.
Oh, Noble. I thought you said Nobu. Yeah, no, they all do all now. How about that? Well, that helps them a bit. It doesn't make them incredible, but 80% chance to grant 1 ability energy to 1 or 2 people. That's not so bad, but that auto-targeter hurts like hell every 2 turns, and he is tech, so he does get tech synergy, so... he's not usable across the board. I don't think he goes to Demi. I think he's one of those cases where he goes from low usable to high usable.
Yeah. He's always been the good one of the bunch.
So,
well, he and Noble.
Yeah, I like Noble, but we'll get there. So, we have him usable campaign and raid. He's still single target. So a low usable with tech synergy up to high usables is about right for campaign and raid. Any objections?
Nope.
Nope.
For arena offense and blitz, same thing. I'd argue he's actually slightly better in here, but still single target. Just no reason to use him when you can use other people, but he won't be a total waste of his spot. He'll do damage, but he's not bringing a lot of utility. The fact that whenever someone taunts, he gets offense up, he's a little bit of a dangerous damage dealer. That's about it. Any objections to just usable?
Nope. Do it.
Arena defense AI, we just had him at usable, and yeah, he's just, if you've already taunted, he's just going to blast you with offense up and do some damage, give out some ability energy, and 2 turns later he's going to blast you again. So, he's usable. You can't, he's whatever. Any objections?
Nope.
Okay, so now that we've done that, we are going to touch on at least a couple new characters. So for the new characters, we're doing the defenders as we get to them. We're doing Nick Fury and Shield as we get to them. The people we have not touched on are Storm. Loki is a new person, but he's already on the list. Venom is a new person. So it's between Storm and Venom, and then Mystique. We'll do a special thing with Mystique. But so Storm or Venom? Been waiting a long time for this. Anyone have a vote?
Storm.
How'd I know? Alright. Is Storm even on here? No, so we gotta make the spot for Storm. Let me do that right quick. Storm. And then we just had this as the light gray. Alright.
What the fuck?
What? So, let's do Storm here. So, since we're doing a proper evaluation of Storm, I'm very interested to see how you guys want to classify Storm. My issue isn't so much that we all disagree on what we think of Storm, it's how is the best way to present that information to people. But so maxed out Storm is attacking primary for 200% damage. If charged, in addition, attack adjacent targets for 150, gain +1 charged, up to a maximum of 20. We all have tons of issues with Ice Storm. Attack all targets for only 180 damage, and that doesn't even change. 50% chance to apply slow to each target. If charged, chance to apply slow is increased 25% per charged. Additionally, 10% chance to apply stun to each target, and chance to apply is increased by +10% per charge, then lose charged. 100% extra focus, not dodgeable. The ultimate, attack everyone for 110%, damage increased 100% per charged, then lose charged. And then the passive, on turn, 50% chance to apply speed up to X-Men and X-Force, 50% chance to grant assist now, to sell for a random X-Men or X-Force ally on each X-Men or X-Force ally's turn. So, starting from the bottom, the passive is meh, because it only applies to X-Men or X-Force. If you were using more X-Men or X-Force, it would be better. Even though we're getting more mutants, we are not getting many more, if any, X-Men or X-Force. We will be getting more mutants, but we might get one more who will even fall under that category. And that would mean, even best case scenario, the mutant team sucks, mainly because 3 of the 4 mutants out right now, I'm going to say 4 out of 4 mutants right now, mostly all do the same thing. Damage. Wolverine does a weird version of damage and some other things, but really damage. Deadpool and Cable clearly only do damage for the most part. Cable has some turn meter. And then, yeah, Storm is about saving her up and doing damage. So, you don't want to use a team that makes good use of this passive, or you're making bad use of your team. It's just a bad team. So, the passive is not anywhere near as good as it looks. When it applies, it's nice, but I would say any more than like 1, maybe Storm, Deadpool, Cable on a team could do okay, but even that's like too much of a team committed to not utility. My most effective teams have been 5 utility. I was running Strange Vision, Black Widow, Quake, and Captain, and all 5 of them are some form of utility, very, very heavy, and then the team works just because of all the options you have. You don't even need the damage. So, yeah, they're in a weird place. We all hate the special because it's really stupid and there's almost no reason to ever use it. You can use it with guaranteed extra focus and it can't be dodged, so that you can stun 10 people and slow 10 people. And then comboed with Scarlet Witch, you can get 10 two-turn stuns. But I can conceive of very, 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 very few, if any, instances where 10 two-turn stuns is better than what the equivalent would
damage.
Be, which is going to be like over 1,000% damage. There's really not a lot of use cases for it that I've seen. Even the most convincing ones, I would have rather seen the ultimate. So we all pretty much early slow stuns team wide are decent. Yeah, but again, for most of that content, you'd just rather nuke. And if you don't have enough charges, it's not reliable. If you want just early AoE slows, there are other characters that do it better, and you don't have to waste those charges. Like, it's just so silly. It's not just like, you can use that ability effectively, but you'd almost always rather wait for the right time to use the ult. The ult is just so much more effective. Dead enemies are the easiest ones to deal with, you know? But, so, the basic does not do a lot of damage. Her base damage is kind of high. That damage is meh. It does do splash damage. It's okay. She's decently fast, but it lands pretty reliably, but the damage on it is awful. It's a lot of build-up for just some utility that the alternative to that utility is literally a nuke. But alright, so looking at that ultimate, the ultimate is what's great, but so before I talk about how we should classify Storm, does anyone have anything they want to really touch on for her kit here?
Just one thing. I've seen a lot of people talking about sort of like building up Ice Storm and sort of running it with Scarlet Witch or people to extend the stuns, and I think while that looks really sexy, there are very few formats in which it's actually better than the raw damage, and the most convincing fight was against Thanos, but even that is super RNG dependent, because that inflated Thanos can still shrug off that stun, and in that case you just sacrificed all of your buildup and didn't nuke and got nothing.
Mm-hmm. And even if you pull it off, like, we have several people without Storm that can go in and one-shot Thanos using various other existing strategies.
Ew.
And it's still better to then just bring in Storm and nuke what's left and clean him up. So. Alice, anything?
No, not really. You know how I feel about her.
Yeah, but they don't.
She's pretty hot garbage.
I'm not sure I'd go that far.
I'm going to take an interesting approach on this. I was one of the biggest critics of Storm initially. I have to walk it back a bit. She's not hot garbage. I'm going to go so far as to say she is mandatory for endgame rating. Not pretty good. Mandatory.
I wouldn't even say that.
I would. And I'll tell you why. I've seen a ton of instances where she is a phenomenal pick. For example, I have been crushing that Thor node that gives everyone so much trouble. I still have to use a bait team for right now, because there's no team that can just walk into that node and eat 37 super sped up AoEs and walk away from it just fine. But outside of eating all those AoEs, it is easy for me to charge up Storm before that node. In fact, if you want, I'll do it on stream right now. And then I just go into that node and just blow it up. It makes that node a joke. So she can choose for non-boss nodes to just delete the nodes. And there are plenty of nodes that we get to where we're like, fuck, how do you deal with this node? And if you have Storm on the team, the solution to the node is run Drax, run Cap, run Black Widow, and have Storm on the team, and then just nuke the shit out of it. If we had enough players with really built-up Storms, we would always destroy that Thanos node, because you can literally load in, fire off your Storm nuke, leave. Let the next person come in, load in, fire off the Storm nuke, leave. Seen that several times, and
mandatory unless you get her killed like the other day.
I got her killed the other day because I gambled and didn't bring in Drax. If you bring in Drax, she's usually pretty safe. She might. Well, anyway, we'll talk about that. But so she can for sure do things that no one else can do, yeah, there's just so basically, the biggest thing I did not account for with Storm was how effectively you would be able to charge up Storm with cheese strats. I have since discovered, even though it's a shitty basic, the issue with the shitty basic for me, it is a shitty basic, but my issue with the shitty basic was I was thinking, crap, I'm going to be dragging Storm through 3-4 nodes of her weighing my team down. This is not the case. So far in every raid we've done, there's at least one node. I can get Storm up to almost 15 stacks in a single node. You literally have to choose to stall out that fight, but if you just keep using defense ups and heals and speed ups and just letting her be the only one doing any damage, I've even seen people do this, where they go into a tough node, kill everyone but like 2 shield securities, then leave, then you bring her in and just a bunch of tanks and healers, and you've wasted 10 raid energy, which is rarely a big deal if you're not like perfectly time crunched anyway, and she can charge up a crap ton just hitting tanks, and so there are very good cheese strats for charging up. Yeah, you can go all the way to 20 charge stacks. I haven't seen 20 charge stacks on one node, but I bet it can be done. And yeah, exactly. No, so in the Thanos nodes I was running Groot, who has 2 abilities that don't do any damage, Luke Cage, who has 2 abilities that don't do any damage, Night Nurse, who has 2 abilities that don't do any damage, and Hand Sentry, who every other turn has an ability that doesn't do any damage, and then Storm. And on the opening node, I'd get her like 12, 13, 14 charges. So when you're saying it's not something that is mandatory, I will tell you why I'm saying she is mandatory. Because I can see... I'm looking ahead a little bit. Like, we haven't been to the end of this alpha raid, but I guarantee you, if we all had 15 stack charged up Storms going into the final node, assuming we can bring her into the final node, we're going to have a much easier time, because you can load in, set off the nuke, leave, let the next person come in. There are things Alliances can accomplish with using targeted Storm nukes that no one else can. So I am arguing she is mandatory for boss nodes we haven't reached yet.
And Sentry is every third turn stealth bomb, not every other.
You are wrong, Truffle Helt. It goes up to every other turn. Check it out. Try to tell me. Shit. Goes up to every other turn, buddy. But, so yeah, I've been using Storm to great success. And yeah, I mean, if you put oranges into her and you get it up to 20 stacks, it gets just ridiculous. So... Well, we'll get to Blitz and defense, but so she is really, really good for raid, and my issue with her was that you would have to drag her along and be weighed down by her to get the benefit out of her, but that's not actually the case. Like, I can charge her up in one node. In the Ultimate 6 raid right now, my Storm has 13 charges, more than enough to make very quick work of that Thor node, and I just did it on one thing. Hold on. Da-da-da-da. Where are we? Where's Hand Sentry? Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, Storm as a champion is absolutely dependent on the layout of the raid she's involved in, and the pacing of the nodes, right? I don't think anybody's going to argue that.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
Storm is absolutely dependent on the layout and the pacing of the raids, right?
Okay, it is every third turn. I don't even agree with that. Like, because if you assume we're going up to level 70, there's no raid where she's not going to be able to get decently charged up on the first node. Like, until there's a raid where the first node or the second node, you use it again on turn 3, use it on turn 1 and turn 4. I felt like it was turn 1 and turn 3. It might be turn 1 and turn 4. Doesn't matter. But How much would it take to destroy the node in one hit? It depends if there's characters that drop down. On most nodes, there's characters that drop down, so you can't just insta-clear the node. But like some nodes just have characters like 2 characters drop down, so you can just wipe everything and then you just have 2 characters to deal with. But I have not seen any raid content thus far in the game where you can't easily charge Storm up in the first or second node reliably.
Which guarantees her 1 boom. But in order to get a second boom, you need a future node that you can charge her up on. In order to get a third boom, you need more nodes. If you could potentially have a raid where a Storm could get 6 booms if you went like easy node, hard node, easy node, hard node. But if it's all hard node after the beginning, then you're gonna have to really work to charge her up after that first time.
70% at current max.
Yes, but I would argue that she is good just for the 1 boom.
Well.
Like, in the Thanos raids, I just charged her up on the first node and then brought her out for Thanos. For Ultima 6 right now, I charge her up on the second node, I bring her out for the Thor node. And I hear what you're saying, and so I feel like at level 70 it might be a little bit easier to charge her up. And again, there's value to those cheese strats. It's not even that you have to find a node where she can reliably charge up on. You just have to sacrifice 10 total energy, which most of the time will not be a problem. You just have to pick one stage where you can leave like just their tanks and healers alive and then leave. And then you can charge her up arrive. Like, you can convert nodes into good Storm charging stations.
But if you're saying 1 boom justifies her inclusion, that's dependent on there being, like, a node that you have to boom.
No, not even. There's, like, regardless of whether or not there's nodes you have to boom, I think we all agree it's better to just boom. Like the Thanos node, you don't need Storm for the Thanos node. But it is the better route to go to just bring in a giant nuke. There's no downside to it. Like, it guarantees you're being super effective. If we all had it, we could make quick work of Thanos, period. Were we having trouble killing Thanos before that? No. But boom is always better than no boom, even if there isn't a specific node that you want it for. There's got to be...
I'm trying to agree that it's absolutely better than no boom.
Well, but so, like, whether there's a node... First off, there's usually... I don't think we've seen a raid yet where there wasn't even one... Like, there's always at least one node where, like, like, this node, just there's always so much that can go wrong on this one node that she's just, nope, what node? You know what I mean?
Okay, it sounds like you're going to be pushing for demi-green.
I am going to be pushing for usable orange.
That's exactly what I was going to push for because of her limited applicability and all the things I was saying.
So we agree on that, but here's why I'm a little worried about usable orange. I worry that it even though we mean the same thing and we both agree we know what we are talking about when we say it, to most lay people, if she is just hands down a top raid pick, you kind of gotta call her just a god tier in raid. Like, we know what we're saying, but like, looking at the average, she's not a god for the one node where you charge her up. Then she's a mega god for the one node where she is charged up. I think she averages to just god performance in raid. Like, she was made to excel in raid. I don't think it's misleading. If we tell people she's god in raid, I don't think they'll think, oh, well, we brought her into the match, so we win now. Like, I think they'll get how it works. So I don't know if we go with the technical assessment or if we just put god for campaign and raid, because she was designed as a god for campaign and raid.
Unless she spends half her time, well, 9/10 of her time charging Solar Beam. How do you think that places her average?
I agree, but if you look at, like, her overall damage distribution, it's probably way up. Because every basic is doing splash, and then you have the massive nuke. Like, if you just literally took her damage average and averaged it across X amount of turns, and again, like, this is if you play her properly, but if you play her properly, her downtime is like...
So you're saying she's Quake only when she's charged, even though Quake does Quake and also slows.
I know we had a special highlight. That splash is super nice, makes her not shitty. She is usable orange. I just worry that not just putting God for campaign and raid, people are going to misunderstand it, even though it's what we mean. I agree that usable orange is more technically accurate, but
then put a little crown on her or something. No need to say something that's wrong, just to make sure that people understand exactly what it is.
All right.
I mean, she's not even good in campaign though, so like it's literally.
Oh, for some campaign,
I would say not even campaign, just raid.
Not even campaign.
I can see for
unless that campaign had like 100 characters, and then even then, good luck trying to beat it in like 7 minutes or whatever the fuck it is.
Campaign isn't timed, but
right.
I thought it was still.
Nah.
Whatever.
What was that one campaign map that had like 97 waves?
But all right, we'll give her usable orange. That's fine.
The one that Black Panther, you can just auto and walk away.
The all the hand.
Yeah.
I forget.
It's like 40 something.
But anywho, for arena offense and blitz, I think she's just a usable. Period.
I think she's mediocre.
I'll buy mediocre. She so after like at the same point in time that Quake can do her AoE, Storm does a stronger AoE. Quake does offense down.
Yes, but Quake puts slows on the entire team in the meantime. Storm does nothing but shitty damage.
I know. But then
mediocre at best, and then garbage for defense.
Mediocre. Any objections to mediocre on arena offense and blitz?
I'm just weighting the value of whether. I mean, if there were better X-Men or X-Force, then I could argue green. But I mean, it's just not there.
Yeah.
Nope. All right, and then for arena defense and AI,
Feels Ronin.
For arena defense and AI, she is pretty bad, but she doesn't use the traditional pattern. She actually charges up twice and then unleashes the stun and slow.
Like I said, Feels Ronin.
I think trash might be a little harsh. Just because there's so many characters that do trash. I'm inclined to say mediocre, just because on her third turn she does have stuns and
mediocre
slows.
with red.
Yeah, but for example, on arena defense, do you think Quake is a good pick right now?
Yes.
I mean, I don't.
I don't either, no.
I would never put Quake anywhere near defense for arena right now. Because you can't have a character that does effectively nothing until turn 3, because the match is already over by then.
She's doing a multi-target slow on turn 2, and she is dispelling things on turn 1. She'll take your captain's taunt right off.
Highly doubt she'll ever get captain's taunt, barely any of the time.
Why? She has tons of focus, and he's taunting. She has to.
It's not what never mind. She's, regardless, Quake is garbage on defense, just like Storm is. She is trash. At least Quake brings a slow, maybe, and that's it. Storm brings nothing.
Alright. I feel like trash is a little bit tough, but I don't really mind either. I was saying mediocre. What do you think, Shinny?
I mean, there's only so much point in spending a whole bunch of time going,
I know,
like, is she low mediocre or is she high trash?
So what's your gut?
Let's just go mediocre.
Alright.
Oh. Ugh.
She's not doing nothing.
She's basically doing nothing.
The characters we have on trash for defense. We got Ronin on trash for doing no damage. We got Scientist Supreme on trash.
Ronin actually, I'd say, is better than Storm on defense. So.
We have Kree Oracle on trash. We have Groot on trash.
You just said exactly what we just proved. Ronin is better on defense than her.
I don't know.
I think Ronin is mediocre and not trash, but
I know he does the ability block, but he's ungodly slow, and that's all he does. So I think.
So what? She literally does nothing.
At least an argument that Ronin shouldn't be trash? Right. Comparing the other trash, we've got Minion's trash, Groot trash, Ronin we'll talk about, Scientist Supreme trash, but yeah, so, you know.
We're seeing Groot's trash, even when he gives death proof to stuff sometimes, and she does basic attacks.
Yeah, like Storm's third turn payoff is like, what, 110% AoE damage and a 20% chance to stun.
Does she do that on AI?
She basics for turn 1 and turn 2, and then she uses her special on turn 3, not her multi.
Right.
So she's doing like no damage.
Nothing. Yeah.
Then 0 damage on turn 3, and a, like what 30% chance to stun at best.
But it does slow everyone, and it can't be dodged. And she does the little bit of splash damage, and she's kind of fast, so she gets to it fairly quick.
Not really.
She's pretty fast. Was she one?
Yeah, you guys have persuaded me to trash just because we have people who are better than she is in trash.
Okay. change to trash. So now, how the hell do we rate her overall? She's got a trash, a mediocre, and a usable that goes up to God. Like...
Rate her, raid or bust or something.
A gilded trash can. That's what we should give her the rating of.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say for her specifically, put a disclaimer, only useful for 2 nodes in raid, period. So,
basically.
They're saying mediocre orange. Yeah, I think we give her mediocre orange, I think is the right.
I'd say trash orange.
That's a little harsh, but... So, I agree she's mediocre overall.
So you think she goes with the demi base from this? I doubt that. I would say usable base.
So we might... can we just say she's... Like, I know we're saying she's usable, but if I made a symbol that just said God for raid, would anyone object to Storm getting that?
I wouldn't even say God for raid. It's literally 2 fucking things.
I know, but...
I mean,
how would you say... Just put a disclaimer. Good for end boss. That's it.
Yeah, like if we have a disclaimer somewhere on it, then I would say just give her own little section for overall.
No, it's not going to be a section. So I'm going to be putting symbols under the portraits, like a double up arrow.
Here you go.
Oh, okay.
One chump. There you go. Done.
But so I want to put like just like a God for raid, if we can get behind that, because I really do think any serious late game raid player should have her. Like, I keep finding uses for her, and every day someone comes out with some new, like, look at how I used her here. But she's great for boss nodes. She's weird to use. She's hard to classify overall. I think just generally she's mediocre, but I mean, do you guys think it's misleading if we just say God for raid? Not on here, but here's where people will check if they're super serious, but just on the general tier list.
Put a huge asterisk next to her name or something. It doesn't really matter how we go about it. Just indicate that there's something funky with her.
Right.
The fact that she's a goddess is no disclaimer of how garbage she is.
But what I'm asking is, if the disclaimer just said God for raid, just to keep it simple, does anyone feel like that's a misrepresentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are making my life so difficult.
Because she's not a god for raid. She's charging her laser, and when her laser is charged, she's awesome and can trivialize like specific kinds of challenges.
She can, but I'm looking at what her average case is, and when she is primed, she is beyond God. Like, she exceeds what any other God character can do in some cases. So I'm trying to say, like, can we make the case that, let's say she does 2 nodes, one node she underperforms, but then the other node, she way overperforms.
But that's the thing, though.
I just saw something in chat, actually. Can we just make her the special icon, the Death Star?
Because she's firing her laser?
Yeah, just have it be, like, literally, like, God amazing for one shot. Because, like, she only has that one term.
That's what I just said. One pump chump. OPC.
Oh, God. I won't tell her that you said that, IJ. Alright, well, I'll have to figure out a creative way to say, like, check the tier list document for Storm, but special use case for raid, something like that.
Yeah, that has to be weird, though, because she's weird.
Uh-huh. But I'm telling you, I'm calling this now. If you guys do not have your Storms, like, powered up, it pains me to say this, but everyone in the Alliance, please power up your Storm. I promise you we will need it sooner rather than later. Like, I promise. Take up your Storm. I didn't enjoy doing it. I'm still not enjoying doing it. I'm doing it slowly. But
I'll laugh if it blows up and it does nothing.
No, I mean, it's already made my Thanos raids much easier, and it's made this Thor node much easier. Like, there's already... Trust me, I led the campaign of, like, this character's shit. She needs to be completely overhauled. I'm putting my own foot in my mouth here, but... Yeah, I know, yeah. You wouldn't give her God for raid? It's tough to say. She can do things no one else can, and not even, like, a little bit better. She's not, like, a slightly better Captain America on a certain node. She's, like, 10,000 times better CrossBones on any given node on turn 1. Like, it's just... She is so ridiculous once. I mean, have you seen the damage? Just to give you guys an idea of the damage.
You're talking about her average damage a lot. If you want to start arguing with average damage, there's a way to do it. That's to calculate exactly how much damage she's doing and how many turns it takes to get there, and then compare that damage to like a demigod character, and make it a per round thing.
I think it'll be more than you think. So her base is 7463, and it has a lot to do with how many people is she hitting with her chain. What's a fair assumption? She'll always hit 3 targets, even though she can hit 4 or 5? Especially in raid, it's more likely she's hitting more.
Be right back.
But what's a fair...
3 is a fair one.
Okay. So, her base damage here is 7463. So on the very first turn, she's just doing 200%. So, first turn she's doing... we'll do this quick, but I think it's going to surprise you. 14926. Now, if she's always hitting 3 total, is that what we're assuming?
Sure, that sounds reasonable.
Okay. 14926 divided by 2 brings us back here, times 1.5, so times 3 for the 2 people it's hitting. 22 plus the base amount, which is 14926. So you're getting an average value of 37,315 per basic. Every basic after the first one. And how many charges do you want to give her? You know, what's fair? 13?
Sure.
Okay. 37315 times 13. So that's 485,095. 485,095. So that's,
and adjacent is 150%, not 200%.
Correct. That's how I've done it. The 200% was for the primary target. The primary always gets it for 200. So that's the calculation we've got. The first turn is just under 15k, and then over 13 turns. Altogether, she's done about 500,000 in 13 turns. Now, I'd like to point out at this point, other characters you don't typically intentionally stall with very much. Storm, like, that's not the same. It's not the same 13 turns that other characters are using, by the way. It's just not. Her 13 turns, and so it's technically it's 14 turns because 13 charges, but I do that in one node all the time. But I do everything I can to drag out what I could end in 3 turns, I drag out to 7-8 turns to charge her up more. So it's not, it's not the same. No, that's not 14 charges. That's 13 charges. Oh, you're right. It is. Okay. All right. So we'll just leave this off then.
And you included the first basic as not having AoE?
I did. Whatever. But so okay. So this is 14 charges. You're right, but it's too much backwards math at this point. So we're going 14 charges. Now, when she drops this nuke at 14 charges, it is going to do 110 and then fucking 1400. So that's 7463 times 1400 plus 5. 1500 is times 150, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, that is 1,119,450, if I did that math correctly, per target? That can't be right. That definitely can't be right. That is too much. What did I do here? 7463 is her base, and then it is being multiplied. Oh, times 15? Okay. Alright, so times 15. Yeah, 111,945 per target. Is it fair to assume that you're going to be using this on 8+ targets?
Okay, so exactly how many attacks was that?
This is with 14 attacks. Bleeding.
So that is...
Wait. Before we get there. Is it fair to assume that this is going to be hitting 8+ people, and we'll just call it 8? This is a 15th attack, but obviously the whole point was 13 charges, and then I did it by 1, so we did 14 charges.
Assuming you're hitting 8 seems like a bit of a stretch, given that,
well, you're bringing her into a node to nuke. Most raid nodes have at least 8 people right there that you're nuking. You think that's...
Thanos only has, what, 6?
Right, but I'm saying in most instances, like, there's plenty that have 10 also.
Okay, 8 it is.
So, if we multiply it by 8, 895, 560. So, we'll add all that. I don't know why I got rid of that. 895, 560 plus the 485095 plus 14926. Okay, and then divide that by ultimately what was 15 turns, and she averaged 93,038 damage per turn.
Okay, so let's see. That was exactly 14. You said
it was
15
total turns.
15 turns. That's 4 rocket ults and 11 rocket basics. Mm-hmm. So for your comparison, you should do 4 rocket ults with 8 targets.
Okay. Hold on.
And 11 rocket basics
and
with
Rocket
3 targets.
is a hell of a blaster. And I'll tell you again, I still think this is slightly misrepresentative because
of the dragging fights out, right?
Yes, and because like with Rocket, you're not going to get as many Rocket ults if you're waiting to always hit 8 targets. Like Rocket's ult is on a kind of lower cooldown. If you've already used your ult, half the time that Rocket's ult comes back, there's like 4 people still alive. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt just to really show where this puts us at.
That could well be, but it's just yeah. Chief Lo also makes a really good point. You're assuming that it's not overkill on all 8 targets, but
it doesn't matter.
So
the idea
that matters a hell of a lot.
No, the idea is that it's overkill because it is going to do up to that much. That is still her potential. So
okay, so one of the things is it's so much easier to just compare the damage total, like as a percentage, rather than go back and say, well, I think Rocket would have gotten this many fewer turns. It's just like, no, if Rocket does triple the damage, you can be like, oh. But if he only does double, and you can be like, oh, I can reasonably charge up Storm to double the amount, then you can argue from that.
Yep, no, I know. We're gonna look at the numbers.
I'm back.
But the whole thing is, I don't think Rocket gets as many ults against as many people. But and also like Rocket is easily the toughest. Like of all the people you could have picked, Rocket is just known for putting out the craziest damage. If anyone's gonna beat her, it's gonna be Rocket. But I'm happy to do
Rocket
it.
has a pretty mediocre basic.
So we'll assume that all his basics are hitting 3 people as well.
If I were picking somebody to beat her, I would have picked DareDevil. DareDevil against villains, or somebody with a really strong basic. Rocket's basic is his weakness.
Well, no, so I don't think DareDevil would have beat her because Rocket's basic here helps him because it's splash damage. Daredevil would, even though he'd be hitting really hard, it'd be single target each time. Daredevil would get smoked. But the value of Storm is you can power up in a weak node, then blow her wad in a mega node. I know. But so anyway, doing this math here, his is 8292, and he doesn't have to charge up, so he's always going to do, assuming he's always hitting 3 targets. I'm going to leave out his crit chance just because it'll get crazy complicated, and if it looks like that, 15% crit chance ends up making a huge difference, then we'll put it in, but we'll see what we get. So 180 plus 300, so we're looking at 480.
Well,
so with every basic, he's doing only 398016. And then
also Daredevil and Rocket have the exact same basic damage, assuming that Rocket hits 3 targets and Daredevil hits 1.
Cool.
Well, I'm before percentage before including attack stats.
If you want me to help, I actually just did the math on Rocket for 15.
Okay. With what, 4 ults on 8 targets?
Yeah, 4 ults, 5 specials, and 6 basics.
Okay.
And this is without any assists on the special.
Okay.
He averages 89,000 damage a turn.
Okay, so he did slightly less than her, and that's assuming he gets good ults.
0 assists. Yeah.
Right, but also that's assuming all his ults. Like Storm, you just have to go into one node with everyone up. Rocket is not going to get that many ults with everyone up, because after 1 ult, not everyone's up.
You are comparing
Rocket
apples
loses
and oranges.
damage on special versus basic.
Yep. But so even still, it doesn't matter. The point is it's close. Rocket's whole thing is he does damage. Let's just assume, like, when you factor in the crit and everything, obviously you can stick him on a Guardian team and stuff. The thing isn't that Storm averages the most possible damage. There is a huge value in how concentrated she is. You can speed it. Yeah, of course you can give Rocket more energy. There's things you can do to put people ahead of her. But the point is, her average hangs with Rocket, generally speaking. So I'm telling you, her average. I'm happy with what we've demonstrated. I wasn't saying no one will have a better damage output than Storm. Like, of course you can out damage her, but she'll do overall, especially if you're like when you're charging her up, you're losing less because you're deliberately stalling it out. It's not a pointless metric to evaluate her because it was showing that she hangs with really top tier tunes even by that metric. But anywho, it doesn't matter so much about the lost damage because her whole thing is it happens all at once. So if she's nuking 8 targets or 10 targets, it doesn't matter if a few of them didn't need to get hit that hard. Like that
actually matters a lot. That means you're only getting 10% of the value of the attack on potentially 3/4 of the field.
But Rocket's ult is every bit as vulnerable to that, and it doesn't.
Rocket's ult is not as vulnerable to overkill.
It's not as vulnerable to overkill, but you really want to go after her for
just because he doesn't overkill by as much, so his waste is going to be less. Like if you talk about comparative health pools.
Who cares? I'm not holding it against her that she overkills people on her only function. That's her only function. It should. Rocket should only get 13 turns on Storm's 15 because she's faster. Doesn't matter. I proved my point. She hangs. If you want to make the overkill argument, there's a lot of ways you can make the argument, but my point is, you can't paint her as useless. You can't paint her as just sitting around. Her average damage comes out to be pretty good. And if you're worried about overkill, then just bring her nuke into a stage where there's no hope of overkill.
Yes, in her niche, she's very, very strong.
So I think everyone in our alliance is better. So it is one node, but it's a node that no one else can touch.
Everybody can kill Thanos.
I wasn't just talking about Thanos. Dude, the Thor node. You have to get super lucky with other comps to do this Thor node. It's not. I'm sure I might go back to worrying about this Thor node when I end up saving her for the Ultimus node. But for right now, she trivializes the Thor node. So
videos out there how to beat that node also, by the way.
Yeah, and they involve a lot of luck. I've seen them. You need luck. With Storm, I don't need any luck. I just push the button. Boom! But alright, so, anywho, I'll come up with some kind of tag for her. You guys are making my life incredibly difficult by saying I can't just put a tag that says she's God for raid. I don't know how else to communicate this. But she does 2 nodes. She does a node where she's dead weight for raid, and then she does a node where she's mega super god warhead elder god.
How about this? This exactly personifies what she does. She is a broken clock.
Maybe.
Oh god, that's horrible but true.
She's right 2 times a day.
Okay. I'll give her a time bomb or something. We'll figure it out. I have no idea. You guys are no help at solving the one actual problem. How do you present this to people?
Like I said, broken clock. I don't know. What do you want, man?
Give me something.
I'm giving you like a billion things.
Put an asterisk. Make a little fancy crown thing and put it next to her character thing.
Do a teal day.
But what is the text I put? It's not choosing the symbol. It's how do I explain what the symbol means.
I'm telling you.
And then below, write in the text something like,
raid boss.
This character is not evenly useful in raids, but spikes incredibly hard on the right nodes on the right maps.
Put a golden gun. She is the sole solution to certain nodes, but otherwise she's not doing much.
I'll just put ascends to God for some raid content.
No.
She does. For some raid content,
Yeah,
she's
word
the god.
is this
She is.
bitch slapping the
I'll
face?
show you one node. You tell me she's not a god on this one node.
Show me the other 20 you have to do before that also then.
One. I have to do one before it.
Nobody's arguing that Storm, except for Soundless, maybe apparently, that Storm isn't a god for her best case scenario.
Right, but so I'm arguing that that's half the time for her.
I mean,
Half the time.
I charge her up on one node. I let her loose on one node. That's my Storm experience.
So by that argument, she's like the CrossBones that does more damage.
I am telling you,
She's not
though.
sustainable. She doesn't help you actually clear the raid itself. She's good for one node.
Yes, but
she's the only one who can clear that node.
Right, there's
But she's
the
not
only one who can
But she's not the only one
There,
that clear
look, even if we haven't reached it yet, I guarantee if we all got a pass to go fight the Ultimus node right now, my Storm would prove more effective than 95% of things we'd throw at it. And even then, the other ones that might outperform it would require a good amount of good RNG. She is a very reliable, super effective thing at boss nodes and boss fights, period. She
Let's just get off this one. She's
I think you guys are not appreciating her, and some of you are in my alliance, and I need you guys to know, like, you got to take her up for this reason. I'm telling you. But first off, I'm going off what I currently see, which is take the L on this one. I use her, and she works better than anything else I use. But that's
Khasino, I'm with you here. She is literally the only without her at an appropriate level, you cannot clear certain raids. It's physically impossible. You cannot get 100% on raids without a properly leveled Storm.
That's not true.
Then how did people get 100% before Storm came out?
money. They just kept paying to refresh and throwing them at them over and over. But if you have to pay to refresh your team to go into the same fight 5 times, when you could have had 5 people enter, bring Storm, drop a nuke, and leave, it would have saved all of them tons and tons of money.
So, like, I'm actually partially with you in that I think Storm's best case scenario is a lot better than Soundless is acknowledging. But to say that she is the only way to do the Thor node, or that she is the only way to do certain nodes, is
so let's back up.
Overplaying a hand.
Technically, if you're willing to spend enough power cores, any team will eventually get you through any
like
node.
2 teams that can do that without dying.
What else is clearing
Forgetting the Thor node, let's call it Ultimus. Let's call it Thanos. Like, here's the thing.
Thanos?
But we don't know what...
I'm saying Thanos for a reason, because I know what we can do on a Thanos node. But people who are much weaker than us can use the strategy I'm about to tell you with incredible effect, and this is what I want you to understand. There are people with smaller rosters than us who it might cost them a lot more to do Thanos. Whereas, if they all charge up Storm on an early, easy node, which a lot of them can do,
right there.
then
we're not talking about people who don't have these characters or don't have it. We're talking about, in all scenarios, at full tier, full everything, we're talking about that all the time.
Fine, then back up. So let's assume we can do the Ultimus node right now. I have seen the Ultimus node. I realize I'm the only one here who's been on the test server, but
yes. So stop talking about the Ultimus.
No,
node. Talk about
it's
the shit that we
relevant.
know now.
No, because
how is it relevant to any of us besides you?
I'm explaining it. If you're in an endgame alliance, the level cap is about to raise. Pay attention. We are going to be able to progress farther in these raids. We will get to nodes that are really, really tough, and rather than saying, my best case scenario is perfect RNG, and then I only lose a couple people on this 500,000 PI node, instead it will come down to, Kanage, is your Storm ready? Okay, take her in. Hit it. Alright, I got the cleanup. My Storm's ready for the node after this. You got a cleanup squad? Alright, perfect. Shinny, is your Storm ready? We need someone to deal with the node after this. Like, that really is a thing. Storm is great right now. Huh?
We have never before evaluated a character on future content. We have evaluated them for what is available.
Right, but I am telling you, we have the Strike Alpha raids that are available right now. I know we are not reaching that far.
I think Ronan's going to be the next big guy because he's getting that update.
I'm talking about right now.
Because he's going to be a god. He's going to do 8 trillion damage.
Pause. Can I highlight what Yule is saying? I think you guys are a little bit behind on this. Yule is saying, our alliance top 20 is using Storm to great effect. I talk to tons of people that are in top 20 alliances. A lot of them are using Storm to great effect. I know we are underutilizing her. This is why I am explaining it. Like, we are not you are assuming Perfect Alliance synergy. Yes, we're high endgame.
What exactly are we disagreeing about? Because we all agreed to put her God in raid tier for the right circumstances. You're just... Last I checked, you were arguing about what text to use to explain the fact that she's good under specific circumstances.
You guys are arguing with me saying for all intents and purposes, she is a god for raid. I know she's not a traditional god for raid, but unless you give me a better way to phrase that, I need to communicate to people that Storm is hands down a top pick for raid, even though she's a selective top pick for raid. She's a top pick for raid, period. And if you're just going down campaign raid, like, my raid game's really struggling, who should I take up? That's why I worry about her being usable with orange. I know what it means, but they're going to see usable with orange and be like, nah, I just want the god tier characters for raid. But, like, if you are really trying to step up your raid game, Storm needs to be...
be the exact reason why we shouldn't have her at god? Because that means everybody's farming her to hopefully overall improve their raid experience, not just for one fucking fight?
So our color system all the time has been, like, conditional. If somebody's conditional, they get a color. It's God is a universal thing, and even characters that spike higher than God, like Doctor Strange, spikes higher than any other God in his right circumstance.
Yes.
But he gets a color because it's conditional.
Yes.
I get that you're saying that Storm's payoff is so big that her inclusion becomes mandatory in order to clear certain parts of certain raids, but she is still an evenly conditional fighter. I think what you are arguing for is a separate color to indicate that, the same color that you might put on Night Nurse, for example.
agree with you 100%. I am asking what wording you would use, because what I would use, I would just put a unique symbol, and she'd still be usable, she'd get a unique symbol, but the wording I would put for that is just God and Raid, because it keeps it simple. You guys seem to have an issue with that terminology.
Because then why wouldn't we label her God and Raid?
Because
she's not actually
pause. I know, but so because the graphic just only looks at overall ranking, so she's not going to be in God for raid. She's just going to be in usable or in mediocre. That's her overall rating. The symbol is going to say yes, overall she's mediocre, but for raid, since you're only looking at this one graphic, you do need to know she is so much stronger.
Then use a synonym for God. Say something like divine or sublime or supremely, amazingly fantastic. The Raid Supreme. Using the same word, God, is just confusing and misleading.
I don't think it is, because even though it's usable orange, like if we just had to determine her average for campaign and raid, remember I was saying, like, I think usable orange is both the most accurate and the most misleading.
Why not just put required for 100% raid? Because for 99% of people, yes, if you're going to throw $1,000 at this game to complete one raid, yes, you don't need her. But
refund! Refund! Are you crazy? Refund! Refund!
None of us in here are Krakens, and none of us require Storm to complete the current raid.
I think we would all be doing better if you guys all had Storm up. We would
also be doing better if we all had our defenders up, so we could actually clear the city line.
Yes, of course.
Like, so you're saying defenders are 100% required to 100% all raids in the game right now?
No, absolutely not. But so they're...
That's why I just don't want to be misleading on it.
Right, but it's not the same. Like, I don't even know if we've made it far enough, but there, like, for sure right now, in the current state of this game, for sure, there are nodes where you have two choices. Storm or eat shit. Those nodes exist right now.
That's great, but that's not any definition that we've used to justify God tier
pride. I know, so how do you label this? I'm fine with not using God, give me something.
But that's not part of the tier list stream. We can do this after stream. We should just move on, and you should work on a label on the side.
Fuck you guys. Everyone's just gonna leave. As soon as it's over, be like, thanks for having me. See you later, guys. I'm gonna be stuck here with the same fucking problem. I'm gonna put God for raid. You're all gonna bitch. Whatever. Fine. No, it's fine. I'll figure something out.
You know, I have to say, I do agree with them on not using the word God, because God has a certain definition in the tier list. So I actually agree with them on that point.
That's like saying, oh, she's trash for raid because she trashes all the enemies. That's not misleading at all, right, guys?
I just showed you her... I hear what you're saying, but I just showed you her damage average and like, so currently right now, I have characters that I literally use for 2 nodes in Ultima 6. There's plenty of other characters besides Storm that I only use for 2 stages. And those characters are God for raid. even though they only see 2 stages, just because that's how it currently goes. I would argue that if you average Storm's mediocre node with her insanely beyond God tier node, I think she averages to God for node. Or for God for raid.
That's not what our definition of God has meant so far.
I know. So if you have a better term for it, I'm so on board. But
just put a crown next to her and say that she's like the queen for current content or something.
Yeah, I'll figure something out. But alright, as long as we all agree on the concept, that's enough.
Because if you say current content, that works great for defenders, because there are the city limited nodes that we don't know if they'll be coming back and whatnot. But Storm,
I'm probably just going to put raid essential. I know you guys are going to disagree with that terminology, but for the average player, I'm going to put raid essential. She's for sure, for 99% of players, going to enable them to do things in raid they can't currently do. And I know you're going to debate the phrasing of the word essential, because it's possible to pay through any content without her, but for all, it's, you know, or whatever, or something that means something similar, but anyway, or, oh God, for raid bosses? Raid boss god? Kind of like that.
But Thor isn't really a boss. I mean, it's a boss node, but not all bosses.
But Storm is a boss, or is a god for raid bosses, assuming you've prepped her.
Fine, that phrasing will do. Right. I mean, it's inaccurate, but it'll do. Just
I know, it's close enough. Raid boss god works for me. Alright. Boss killer? Yeah, we can call her boss killer.
How about essential?
Even boss killer works. I already...
Not essential, though.
The issue with essential is that you're not specifying what raid she's essential for. She is not essential for all raids. Essential implies that she is essential for all content, and she is not. She is essential for some raids, perhaps.
At any given level, to perform your best, Storm is essential. Storm is the
not true.
I see. I agree with him. I'm telling you guys, if you guys had stronger Storms, and I know you say, well, if we had stronger anyone, if we had Fury Shield, yada yada, but dude, if we could coordinate Storm nukes, our alliance could accomplish a lot more. Period.
Okay. Why don't you say God with
But here's also the other thing: how many people are going down the same goddamn lanes to do this? There's usually 8 lanes.
Okay, but so that's 8 free nodes. Like Storm is a free node. She's a free node.
How about after that? And then you try and build her up again, and she gets murdered by like 2 hand ninjas or something.
And aside from the Thor node, the biggest nodes you're going to be using them for are things like the ultimate boss node, where every lane ends up. So unless you hit a roadblock like
I'm good with
the Thor node, then everyone will be able to nuke if they didn't hit one of those roadblocks.
Which is absolutely true for that node and nodes like that, but if you're talking about Thanos, for example, including Storm would actually lower my Thanos damage. I can take Thanos to about 10 to 15% in one shot, and I would not be able to do that with Storm on my team.
Disagree. Yes, you could.
Disagree.
I've seen several people 100 to 0 in one shot with Storm.
It's how I take down Thanos.
Yeah. No, you're definitely wrong on that. But anyway, it's fine. I'll figure out the terminology. We all agree. You all are just gonna have to deal with whatever term I pick, because none of you guys have a fucking good one.
We're arguing semantics at this point.
We've been arguing semantics for like an hour and a half.
That's just what we do here. But okay. Moving on. So back to the Kree. On a Kree Noble. God for raid for Kree Noble? No, I'm just kidding. Kree Noble. Kree Noble ultimately received... oh, Jesus. Ally gains team attack. If they're Kree, they get offense up. Attack primary for 530%. So even without another Kree, it's doing 530% and team attack. The basic can grant ability energy to anyone. On ally assist, heal ally for 15% of this character's max health. Cool, so whoever she calls to assist gets a heal also. Not too bad, Noble. We have Noble at... usable with green all the way across. I don't know why these greens are here,
content because you
but
need
I like
them to get Fury.
I like the usable for campaign raid. Any objections?
Yeah. She has a really big damage move. She has Kree's. Well, what's the green for?
No, I'm getting rid of the green. There's no green in my mind.
Yeah. Just usable.
I think we were originally trying to say, like, well, if you call the right person to assist, it can be really strong. Like, not demigod strong. Any objections to usable with white campaign raid?
Go for it.
I'd actually say I liked the green just because a full Kree comp is actually not bad. Not
Yes,
to
it is.
mention they have specifically called out that they're buffing Kree.
Okay, we do not grade on speculation. Who knows? Maybe they'll nerf them into the ground and make them all shitty with Ronin. Who knows? Maybe they'll make them all good for one raid node, and then we'll have another debate about it. Who the fuck knows?
If we're grading on speculation, we'd have to go into like all the future mutants that Storm can synergize with.
Yep, nope, Groot, future god, since his rework
Well,
is coming any
Colossus
day
is
now.
probably going to come eventually, and you know X-Man is going to be super overpowered, so I think Storm really goes straight to God tier in all categories.
Speculating about Storm.
I do agree on not grading on speculation in general, but I would say that you're no, you guys have a point. You're absolutely right. I rescind what I said.
Okay, so arena offense and blitz again. I give a white usable. It's one good ability, some ability energy, but it's not demigod good. Any objections?
Go for it.
Soundless. I think Soundless hung himself. Soundless. No. Okay.
I mean, I think all the creatures should be mediocre, except for Oracle.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Noble's good.
Yeah.
Usable.
My fucking microphone is detachable, so it's like awful sometimes. No, I said I agree with you guys.
Okay, and then for arena defense and AI, again, I'll just give the usable. Just with white. Okay, that'll be usable with white.
I died and I have risen again, so you know what that means. Oh my god.
Noble is usable. Usable. These were green. Oops.
You can call me Solomon Grundy.
I'm gonna call you Solomon Grungy.
Good.
But were you born on a Monday?
Yep, and I love pants.
I know that's a lie. Alright, so Kree Oracle. Oracle, we have trash across the board. Let's see if an improvement to Oracle's incredible ability makes
Trash with blue, he goes down below trash, and
why would you waste a good color like blue on that? Trash with shit brown. Alright.
Ugh, blue.
So, apply regen all allies for 1 turn goes to apply regen all allies for 2 turns. Whoa! Trash across the board. Any objections?
Do it.
Alright, moving on.
The basic's not bad, but you know.
It is though.
270
with peanut damage. Let's look at this damage. Let's see if it's oh, that is insanely peanut damage. He's got to be a candidate for lowest damage in the game. What's the lowest damage in the game? Okay,
like Night Nurse.
Night Nurse, Scientist Supreme, Merc Lieutenant, AIM Infector, Shield Security, Stitcher, Kingpin, Researcher, Strange, Luke, Sentry Security, Red Skull, Noble? Noble! You traitor! Wait, so how the fuck, where is he up here? Where's Oracle? There is Oracle. Okay, Oracle's ahead of like 15 people. I apologize, Oracle. Apparently your basic is not that shitty. You're outperforming Hand Sentry, Luke Cage, Kingpin. Although we haven't seen their multipliers, but still pretty terrible. No debate. Alright. Kree Reaper. I always kinda liked Kree Reaper. Let's see what happens.
Kree Reaper's good.
Kree Reaper goes from 500% damage and 50% chance to heal block to 500% damage and 50% chance to heal block for 2 turns. That is not the upgrade that Kree Reaper needed.
That is not. God, that's bad. Hey guys, 1 turn half the time, 2 turns half the time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's rough. This is not the only usable Kree. The other Cyborg and Noble actually do more reliable damage.
These are the main. These are the main 3. Obviously, it's just like when we were doing the Nick Fury nodes and shit like that. You had to have these 3 higher than the other ones because they were just better.
Yep. So we had Reaper usable across the board, and it's just.
I'm so tempted on mediocre, but I'm not gonna fight it. Just keep usable.
Yeah, they're she's fine usable. She still hits hard enough with that special.
Hits hard enough, gives that ability energy, and by nature of being a Kree, has okay health. It's like Kree minions are like the middle benchmark. Like they're like low usable, and low usable is like our halfway point. So it's like if you don't bring at least this much health, damage, speed, and status control,
Yeah, but she also, when she crits though, she also gains a crap ton of health, so it's not bad either.
But alright, the next one on the list is Loki. I am so excited to talk about Loki because he's fucking awesome. I'm really sad.
You only got a 4-star. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I think mine's still stronger than yours.
I still haven't pulled him from a premium. I've been trying so long.
Yeah, me too.
Yours is not stronger than mine.
I blew my load on premiums and didn't get shit.
He's got a blitz coming up, but you guys successfully got whale milked. Oh, we did miss Kree Royal Guard. Okay, you're absolutely right.
No, we didn't.
We did, unfortunately. This won't take long. Kree Royal Guard goes from taunt and a 1300 heal for plus 10% to taunt and an 1850 heal plus 10%. Hey, 550 more health on the heal. I almost want to just demote him just for that. How terrible. He's mediocre across the board. I am ready to stick Kree Royal Guard back in trash. Any objections?
Yeah, poor guy.
He's so bad, and that just doesn't help. I'm not seeing it. I mean, the 50% chance to grant one ability energy to one ally on a super weak basic, a shitty taunt, a shitty heal, no additional statuses, gains 20% armor, like, no, trash. Trash across the board for me. Any objections? God, I hate this guy. He's so bad. He better get...
What's your Loki at, by the way? Because I bet you mine still beats yours.
Maybe I'll check in a sec. You probably continue to gear yours, actually, but I'll check in a sec. Kree Royal Guard. You go first.
Mine?
Yep.
24,806.
Oh, it's gonna be close. You might have me. 23k. All right.
So let me get a picture for everybody to look at. A real one.
Close. Oh, a real one. Get out of here. I really wanted to push for Loki God tier, and he's like, he walks the line for me for demigod or god. Like, there are so many instances where what he brings to the table doesn't benefit everyone, and comparing him to other god tier characters, like, I think he might just be a really good demigod that goes easily to god with the right team, but with the wrong team, I don't know that he's universally usable. But
I posted it in MSF chat, by the way.
Nobody cares. Show off. Just kidding. I'm jealous. You're a lucky bastard.
And he's max basic also.
Mine. Oh, like you put the orange mats into him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're a psychopath. You have 50%. Nick Fury. Oh, you're wasting your time.
50%. I already have my max Nick Fury. What the fuck are you talking about?
You are not using your oranges properly on your Fury Shield team.
Because I still have enough for another like 1 or 2 abilities.
Okay, so how many people on your Fury Shield team have orange abilities?
1.
Okay. Anywho, so Loki, attack primary target for 260% piercing, 50% chance to gain evade. That's nice. The basic being full piercing is very effective against tanks. We haven't done Venom yet. Mind control, ready on turn 1. Apply defense down to primary target for 2 turns. Mind control 2 enemies to attack the primary target. The controlled enemies gain 25% damage for this attack. So at rank 7, that special always mind controls 2 enemies. On the Thanos node, you can just make Thanos kill Gamora. So it's got some uses. The mirror image, which is available on the 2nd turn. Apply stealth to self and all allies except mirror images for 2 turns. Summon 2 to 3 mirror images at 340% of normal damage and 150% of normal health. Mirror images gain evade. So yeah.
Giveaway after Loki, right?
Oh, okay. So this adds. There might be a core giveaway after Loki. Let's see. What number is Loki? Yes, core giveaway after Loki. Absolutely right. So, so the 2 turns, yada yada yada. So his stealth goes for 2 turns now, which means you have to go after his summons, and the summons gain an extra 40% damage. But I don't know if I like that. The 2-turn stealth is nice, but it means that there's less hope of the summons staying alive, because everyone else is going to stay stealth. So he's actually increased the likelihood that those summons die. I don't know how I feel about that. Half of the value of them is that their evade keeps them alive until people come out of stealth, and then they just stick around. But anyway, finally, God of Mischief. On spawn, gain 15% speed bar. Mystic Controller allies gain 10% speed bar. Minus 30% resistance to all enemies is awesome. Gain 20% focus is awesome. Mystic Controllers gain 20% focus is awesome. Gain 20% resistance is awesome. Mystic Controller allies gain 20% resistance. So, any questions about Loki? Just looking at his stats, he's got low to moderate health. Low to moderate, like low-end damage. Excuse me, as any Mystic Controller does. Low but not inconsequential armor, and very above average focus and resistance, and this does not seem to be including his abilities, which further improve them. So, I wanted to make the case for Loki God, and this is where we come to a weird intersection. Loki is pretty good, probably only demigod for most content, mainly because of the long cooldown on Mirror Image. He is, without a doubt, God for Mystic Campaign. I brought him into Mystic Campaign and immediately finished the entire Mystic Campaign. Even Chapter 3. So, he is the enabler for that.
3-star 3-9?
3-star, no. Probably could. I beat 3-9. I didn't 3-star it. I can. For me to 3-star 3-9, I just need some RNG. But yeah, if you want to see.
I'm in the same boat right now.
I did it. I'm sorry. I did it off stream. I got frustrated one night, and I was like, fuck it. I'm beating this. So, I did beat it. I know Seaton 3-starred it. I actually used his method. His method worked great. He used Loki as well. I could. It literally takes RNG. If you want, like, it's literally just RNG. There's nothing else to it. It's very simple. Like, 3 things need to go right. So I would just literally have to do it over and over and over and over, 20 energy each time until I got the right RNG. But I do have the team to make it happen. I just got sick of rolling the dice for 20 energy. It was expensive. Like, one day when I have plenty of energy refreshes, we can just go for it. It'll happen. But anyway, so Loki is hands down God for Mystic Campaign, but that's just because he synergizes so well with Mystic Controllers, and there's so many other limited choices. For Nexus and stuff, I worry that he's only demigod, but he's so good. Like, he is the upper bound of demigod. So here's what we have to evaluate. Like, take away giving Mystic Controller allies speed bar, take away Mystic Controllers gaining focus, take away Mystic Controllers gaining resistance. On his own, he's got a weak but pure piercing basic, 50% chance to gain evade on the basic, defense down, and then the mind control on 2 enemies has everything to do with how strong the enemies are and who gets mind controlled. If you mind control a Night Nurse, it's way less effective. If there aren't 2 more enemies in addition to the one you're mind controlling, or if the only enemy left is the one you're mind controlling, that's much weaker. His cooldowns are kind of long. Again, on the Mystic Campaign, you stick him next to Thanos.
Mind control is pretty short for what it does.
Yeah, but it's not like there are 2-turn and 3-turn cooldowns, so it's 4. It seems very low because you run them on a Mystic team where there's plenty of ability energy and stuff.
Well, no, I mean, 4 energy is not bad for especially what the hell that does. Giving someone a 2-turn defense down and then murdering them with 1 to 2 guys.
But so
and
Spidey
you start full energy with.
Right, but Spidey is a god, starts full energy on a multi-target 2-turn defense down that's 3 energy.
Yes,
so
you're also comparing him to another
a god. I'm just asking.
Spidey doesn't get to use the inflated values of the attackers.
Yeah.
Yes, for some content, but so for some, like for campaign and raid, Loki shines more in that aspect, for sure. So we'll get to that. The mirror images are good. Again, I don't like the stealth lasting for 2 turns. I feel like, although it does waste more attacks aimed at the summons, the beauty of the summons is that they would stick around. And I feel like
they still can if they, don't get attacked, by like everybody.
Well,
you can break the stealth on your tank then.
Right, so your tank can taunt and then keep them around. So you have to coordinate that a little bit more, but
I mean, it also depends on how fast or slow the other team is, because if your summons also get a chance to go, they have 50% chance to get another evade.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true. It doesn't make them useless, but I don't like that change. I don't think the 2-turn stealth helps you much. I think if anything, it just complicates things. But anywho, summoning the 2 to 3 mirror images is nice.
Well, here's the thing. Do you want to spend your orange on that right away anyways?
No. But we have to evaluate them on their potential.
There you go.
Doesn't matter. We have to evaluate them on their potential. And then, so the on-spawn gain 15% speed bar. That's nice, but that's like a novelty that wears off after 1 turn. I mean, I guess he keeps that mild advantage from just being ahead, but whatever. The minus 30% resistance is awesome, and the gaining 20% focus and resistance is nice, but when he's only applying it to himself, he already had really good focus. The better focus is great, but the resistance, like, he's really squishy. So, anywho,
You also got to remember that, yeah, he's only giving it to himself, but even when he's giving it to himself and he's targeting those inflated raid bosses and shit like that, though, that you might need that.
Yeah.
Just to get off a good mind control or something.
No, you're right. And what's weird is the way it's done, they can resist the defense down, and then the mind control still happens. I don't think I've seen the mind control get resisted. So.
No, the mind control is just part of it. It's not a resistible thing, I don't think. It's just the defense down.
But so, we had him Demigod Green with Campaign and Raid. I like that. I feel like if anywhere he is God, it is Campaign and Raid. But just comparing him to what other gods do in Campaign and Raid, I don't think he's there.
Oh, so he's definitely a toolkit champion, and this is the theme of the new releases, and this is why we're putting so many people in Demigod with Green. It's that a lot of the new champions we're getting are like solidly good, and they have specific scenarios they thrive in, specific toolkits that they deal with, encounters they trivialize. And he is one of these, and he's also very comp dependent.
So you're agreeing with the Demi Green?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's becoming an overbloated category, but that's just a product of Fox Next releasing so many toolkit champions. And I'd say he's one of those.
Alright. Demi needs to be split up. We're thinking about it. Demi is a bit overcrowded, but for the time being, like, the most I would ever want is 6 categories, and we are adding a new category for Ultron, and we'll get there, but yeah, we might need to split up Demi. We'll take a look at it. But there are so many characters that can be so good, and upper Demi and lower Demi. I think usable is much more overcrowded, but we'll see. The idea is that the bulk of people should fall into usable, but maybe we'll make a new category after this time. If it's overbloated, we'll split it. So, any objections to Demigod Green for Campaign Raid?
Do it.
Soundless?
Yeah.
Then Arena Offense and Blitz, we have him Demigod Green. He seems to me to just be a god for Blitz. Exclamation tier list sheet. If you want a link to this sheet, just exclamation tier list sheet in the chat. All one word.
Blitz right now, he's really good. I don't have him high enough that I'd be comfortable running him in Raid. Arena.
I just don't have any incentive to run him in Arena. I have Fury Shield.
I think he's still very valuable into Fury Shield because of his negative resistance passive.
It is nice. They gain more than he takes away, but he is one of the few people that can chip away at it. But I don't know, they deal with him fairly well. Like, if he drops someone low but doesn't kill him, security immediately taunts. I don't know. I'd have to mess around with some Loki comps and see if I can put a dent in a Fury Shield team with him, but Spooky, I see what you're writing in the chat, the other Spooky, not Spooky Needle. So Friday, you were up, and by the time you had sent the images, Saturday, I just took an easy day to prepare for today. I was getting a lot of things in order, and then today I'm doing this. So, should be tomorrow, if not tomorrow, the day after, the latest. I would not say my opinion on arenas become a bit irrelevant. I still try other comps into stuff. And, but anyway. So, does anyone think he ascends to God always for Arena Offense Blitz?
I don't think so. Not by himself, at least. It's hard to say. I'm really curious how he could play with Venom. I haven't had a chance to test that as I would like.
I mean, they can do that combo where Venom just spreads the 2-turn defense down. Like, there's a comp I've been wanting to mess around with. I just haven't had the right instances to do so. But the whole idea behind Venom, if you use him properly, is pick one target, debuff the shit out of that guy, and then use Venom to spread it, and then Scarlet to extend it. So that's a thing. I think he'll work really well on the Mystic team, even though he's not a Mystic. But anywho, so we're all in agreement. Demigod Green Arena offense Blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah, it pains me. He is upper Demigod, and it just does not take much. Like even like one good synergy on the team pushes him into God. But I wanted him to just be God, but he's just not quite. But so close. Arena defense and AI. He's damn sure annoying in like I make him a priority kill in raids when he's on the other team. We're not really seeing him in arena defense, but he's probably pretty good. Desi, that is being upgraded when we're done with this, so it should be out tonight or tomorrow at some point. Probably tomorrow. Probably do the stream today and the graphics tomorrow. But so, any objections to Demigod Green on arena defense and AI?
This one I'm a lot more torn on. Thoughts, Samus?
I'm in heaven! I'm telling you!
I mean, the first turn he's just gonna... I mean, do we know what he does on first turn? I haven't even used him in defense or
Mind control.
Yeah,
he does mind control.
that's the only thing he can do on first turn. He doesn't get his...
I thought he has...
Nope.
I thought he did.
He used to,
my
it
bad.
got changed. Now he gets that on second turn.
Oh, okay.
His special doesn't murder people. It's like Korath. It's a death sentence, but it's not a kill on its own. It's a likelihood that someone's going to...
I mean, it also depends on what you're running into it also. So, I mean, if you throw like fucking Drax in there, who the hell cares? Like, whatever.
Right.
Lower. I mean, he's not Demi for sure.
I think his summons and the stealth and the evades and the hitting for piercing, and again, just Drax being a counter, like one counter.
Donate or they will start talking about Storm again.
There's a lot of stuff that counters him, but he's maybe Demi.
I mean, he goes first, so Drax is one of the only things that stops him from just picking someone and really ruining their day.
He doesn't really just go first. Like I said, Nick Fury can also get him to go before.
Yes, bye. Thank you for the sub.
Goes first.
Yeah.
That was great!
But he is pretty fast. I'd be fine with Demigod no green until we see more. I mean, how high on your priority list is he to kill if he's on a raid node?
Depends on what else is there. In raid nodes, it's different.
How often is he in your like first 2 or 3 that you kill? He's target 2 or 3 usually.
Higher, but we're talking about arena though.
Well, no, it's arena defense / AI. It's also how tough is he when you're fighting.
That would be in part of.
No, when we grade him for campaign raid, we're talking you using him for campaign and raid. For this, we're talking on arena defense and him on being played by the AI for a raid and campaign. So this is enemy. So think of it as friendly, competitive enemy.
I mean, Demi still, I think.
Shinny, did you have a well thought out? I don't mind giving him just normal Demi here. It doesn't even change his overall.
Yeah.
But there aren't that many gods for on arena defense and AI. There just aren't that many people that are just full on permanent nightmare. I don't know. Loki's pretty much a pest, and I don't know. I think if you have a team that
I'm also running a lot of different stuff than you guys do in raids and shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say just Demi.
I run the hardest counter ever for Loki, so I don't know.
You think you're giving Loki too low grades in general? I don't. We've said that he's upper demigod, that goes into God with the right team. So we're literally giving him the highest grades. His worst grade is a flat demigod, and even there he's upper demigod. So we might need to add an upper demigod category to distinguish, but that's we're not going to go back and do that now. Another problem for another day. We already rated Storm. All right, let's look at Luke Cage.
Giveaway.
Oh yeah, giveaway, and let me just put that Loki. Loki was demigod green all the way across originally. So let me update that as well. I wish I could copy colors. I think there's a format painter thing in here somewhere, but I don't know how to use it. I haven't looked. Alright, let's do the giveaway. Here we go. And the winner for $10 worth of Power Course, Google Play, or iTunes goes to Zen Kitties. Congratulations, Zen Kitties. And also, Most Def Isley. Thank you so much.
It's not.
It is so obviously
It's not. I'm so happy. I'm so happy right now.
I've enjoyed the debate and discussion. Thanks for the stream, guys.
Thank you so much, Most Def Isley. Zen Kitties, are you here? We all deserve $10 in Power Cards out of that stupid Storm conversation. I knew before we even started that it was going to go something like that, just because there is no clean way to classify her. Alright, you are here. Did you want to go for a double down? For those of you that are new to the stream, double down. Alright, you got it. Alright. Guess I'll explain it next
Show
time.
some fucking respect.
What do we call someone who's God green?
We actually do have a thing for that. No one is that, but you'll see when we get to the character that is that.
You speak my name.
The one Soundless doesn't call trash.
That doesn't exist.
It does, actually. You'll see. Oh, unfortunate. Congratulations on 1,000 chips, though.
who? The her.
Way to rub salt in the wound, harumph. Alright, that takes care of Loki. On to Luke Cage, and we've done Iron Fist, we've done JJ. Let's keep it going with my man Luke Cage. Luke Cage also got a full rework, so we'll take a close look at him. I'm also excited.
Is Spooky reopening?
Yes, please reopen. Okay. So we're opening another Power Core giveaway. Exclamation Cores, please. All one word. CORESPLZ. Exclamation Cores, please. That's it. You just type that, and then you are entered to win $10 worth of Power Cores, Google Play, or iTunes. Good luck. Alright. Moving on. So Luke Cage, 30% chance to apply Assist Now to a random hero ally. If that ally is a defender, they also gain offense up. Attack primary target for 330% damage. I hate that ability. That's such a crappy chance for assist. And then the 330% is okay, but his base damage is terrible. Luke Cage is kind of slow. But anyway, getting on
What
with
the fuck?
What? Man, guys, shut your mouth. Anyway, the special ability, bring it on. Gain taunt for 2 turns. 2 regen stacks. Clear all negative effects from self. Apply regen to all defender allies. Sucks that it's just 1 regen stack, but their synergy makes them just super resilient. Unbreakable. Gain defense up for 2 turns plus death proof. Apply defense up to all defender allies for 2 turns. Apply defense up to all additional allies. Generate 1 to 3 ability energy for random allies. That's not a bad ability. Gain 5% max health per defender ally. Gain 5% armor plus 15% max health. So he gains a crap ton of max health with a bunch of defenders. I don't think he's really changed much.
As the player with the
we had
world's
him
best
at
Luke
flat
Cage,
demigod
I can confirm his
in
rework
campaign
completely
raid.
destroyed a broken
Do you
character.
think?
I'm disappointed.
I mean, we have to give him
on this
demigod
one.
with green just because they are a god squad. in campaign and raid. But you don't think he goes down to usable orange, right? You guys think he was low demigod? He stays low demigod with green?
Yeah, I think he's right on that boundary for me. Also, I just want to point out, I think FoxX needs to just stop doing the clear all negative effects from self upgrades. It's not useful on anybody they put it on. It's just a wasted upgrade.
Yeah, pretty much.
Consistently.
Yeah, like if they're going to taunt, who cares? If they're slow, that helps them. If their offense down, who cares? They weren't attacking. It's
Plus,
mildly...
what doesn't expire on their turn?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Like it would clear like a 2-turn defense down or something, but...
Well, but he already cleared 2 effects, so it went to clear 2 to clear all. What 2 effects would stick around on his turn?
I know. It's not... It's
pesky Spider-Man debuffs.
But
one of them...
He's saying like he'd have to be hit with like a 2-turn defense down, a 2-turn slow, and a 2-turn offense down. So
like bleed.
Heal negative.
Yeah. So yeah, just a lot of crap. It's not a big help. But I think demigod.
Well, I mean, what if this happens? You get yeah, never mind. Never mind.
We could concoct a scenario where it would be better, but the fact that we're having to do so much reaching, it's not like no, this happens all the time. It's like, well, I could come up with one.
Scientist Supreme does the thing, gives you 3 debuffs.
Boom! Scientist Supreme hard counter.
Scarlet
Luke Cage.
Witch add to turn to all of them. Done.
Luke Cage going
adding
up.
a turn doesn't matter for how many get cleared.
Nah.
From 2 to.
He was saying once there's 3, if Scarlet Witch extended them all, then it would make sense to want to clear them all. But yeah,
if one's not a slow. But yeah, like. So the fact that they're having us pay these hundreds of orange mats, ability mats, for that consistently, and like Hulk has the same thing, right?
Yeah, Foxnix, if you're listening, stop this. Don't do this. It's bad.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense as a mechanic. How clearing a single negative effect from yourself on your own turn is a trash tier upgrade. And then having it like consistently upgrade, now you get to clear 2. Oh man, now you get to clear 3 from yourself. And now you clear them all. Why? Just why?
Kane's shots fired. He said usable orange for campaign and raid.
I think with the variety of tanks that are available now for campaign and raid, I think he loses a lot of his previous value.
Tell me how many better tanks you're taking over Luke Cage, because
Thanos buff.
Thanos is useful for some things, but he does not protect the team half as well.
No, but in general, I think Thanos is a lot more powerful in the fact that the energy that he...
Thanos is a better offensive tank.
Thanos is... If you kill them, killing them is the best defense, right?
Yes, of course, but these are completely different conversations. There are so many nodes where that is not an option, and Thanos, as we said earlier, is like a weird off-tank. Luke Cage is a better main tank than Thanos for all...
I would disagree strongly.
I think Thanos is a better main tank because of his self as well.
I think Luke Cage takes too many turns to get his rhythm up. I think Luke Cage is the 6th best tank in the game.
Alright, who do you got in front of him? I'm on board.
Drax, Hand Sentry, Merc Riot Guard, Thanos.
Oh, and Shield Security.
And Shield Security, 7th best tank.
Alright, usable orange works for me. Poor Luke.
I think what Luke Cage really needed, and what he didn't get, is some sort of like speed benefit with defenders or something, or maybe like if his ult gave some partial turn meter reset. The issue is that he gets essentially, he becomes a tank on everybody else's turn 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, I hate how long it takes, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. So yeah, he's too slow. Alright, usable orange. Any disagreement?
No.
Okay. Arena offense and blitz. We had him at usable with green. I think he goes
up.
I'd say
mediocre orange for the same reason.
I don't think he goes below usable. It's still a team-wide defense up that you can fire off right after the end of the first volley. I think that's always going to be at least usable. Mediocre is too harsh for someone. Like, even if he does nothing else, just a team-wide defense up. I don't think...
It's not for 2 turns unless they're defenders.
I know, but still, just a team-wide defense
Hey
up.
guys, should I be afraid of an all-tier 12 Guardians of the Galaxy team?
God, no, I stomp that all the time.
I know, it's a joke.
But, so, I think mediocre's too harsh. Luke is not that bad. I've used him as main tank on Blitz teams plenty.
I don't know. I think he's either really low usable or really high mediocre. But that's with an orange. I would be completely fine with usable.
What? I know
I shit on tier 12 Guardians
slow
of
as
the Galaxy
fuck. The split
teams.
defense up and taunt is terrible. I agree. He should do the same. Yes, she does.
Hmm?
Someone pointed out that you wanted attention.
I do. I miss you.
All right. Well.
I love you.
Okay.
Get the hell out of here.
All right. I'll be done soon.
I have to go to work.
Oh, okay. Well,
All
hurry
right,
up.
bye.
Yeah. Yeah, you could be hanging out on Discord, you know. You have a laptop now. Oh, you don't.
I'm hanging out with you.
Oh, it isn't? Oh, okay.
It's the same.
Anywho, so.
What's the other?
I know. Soundless, usable green.
Yeah, fine.
All right, no objections there. Then that's fine. I see your case. It's close, but usable green's fine by me. And then for arena defense and AI, we had usable green. This is where I'm fine with like mediocre orange. I think even. I don't. AI uses him just as terribly as you can. Yeah. But he's much easier to play around.
I think his worst case scenario is mediocre on defense, and the best would be like Demi the defenders.
All right, mediocre orange. Any objections?
I mean, Kinder's just talking about his best case scenario. I think Crossbones, Luke Cage is a matchup that I don't look for. I don't like that matchup at all.
I agree, but that would be an example of like with a
one
team
specific, yeah.
No. I mean, even like there are other instances. Like a full defender team is going to be a pain in the ass, but it's synergy reliant. He gives out a team-wide defense up, but he's super slow. I mean, I'm having trouble justifying this only because the AI plays him exactly the way you would. So I don't think we can downgrade him. If we're giving him usable with orange and then usable with green, I don't think...
Yeah, but because he's so slow, you have so many turns and options to prevent him from doing what he wants to do.
That's
yeah,
true.
you effectively distribute your CC on Luke Cage. The AI rarely effectively distributes CC on you.
Fair enough. So now let me backtrack real quick to Arena Offense and Blitz. I feel like we have to give them usable with orange rather, because they're absolutely a very sure to win Blitz team, and you could very much use a full defender comp effectively on Arena Offense. I think we have to give them usable orange on that.
Okay, so here's my argument here. I think defenders are overall a god tier team, but I think Luke Cage is actually the weakest part of the entire defender roster, probably.
Probably, but he still does a lot. Anytime he calls an assist, he's giving someone an offense up, which they keep for their turn. The taunt, he's still a tank that has a 2-turn taunt, which is no laughing matter, and he gives them all regen, and regen coming from him is worth a shit ton. It's a big heal because it's his regen stack. Then he's giving them all 2-turn defense up, which is one of the biggest things we rate Kingpin so highly for. Then he's generating ability energy, which is a nice thing for a tank to do, especially when he can generate 3 ability energy for random allies. I want to see the specifics on who that goes to and how much. And then he gains a shit ton of health, and the more health he gains, the more that regen is good. I would argue that on the defender team, he's a god tier tank.
Well, here's my question then. Okay, so first of all about the regen, that is going to apply on turn 4 for most other characters, right?
All right, Alan, come
because
here.
Their turn 3 lines up with his turn 2, and you get regen at the start of your turn. So that's really late into a fight to start making a difference. But with the vendors, how do you think their roster would compare if you swapped out Luke Cage for Merc Riot Guard?
It wouldn't be much worse, but so first off, he's already Demi, like we're about to get to him. Okay, that's good. I think he might get Demi Green because he's so good, but he doesn't do 2-turn defense up. He doesn't taunt for 2 turns. He doesn't give out regen. He doesn't give out ability energy. He doesn't call for an assist that can give out offense up. And he might be tougher to kill because of all the blocking, but just blow for blow, he doesn't have as much health or armor. But
I'm leaning towards like the green taking him to like high demigod in a defender's comp, but I wouldn't fight too much if you said he were like low god in a defender's comp.
I say he's low god because of like, if nothing else, those regen stacks, like it's 2-turn taunt, 2-turn defense up, and let me show you what this regen stack does, because it's a lot. So he gains 5% max health per defender ally and 15% max health. If we look here, this does not have the max health factored in for the abilities. So check this out. So he's got 75, 660. And then let me just make sure that it shows differently on the max stat list. On the max stat list for health, he is at 87,010 with his own passive, which is the 15%. And then he gains, what was it? 5% per defender. So that's another 15%. So I don't think it's multiplicative, but it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of around 100,000 health. So that's a 10,000 health regen stack, just about. That's no joke.
On turn 4.
On turn 2. His turn 2.
He applies it on his turn 2. That's everybody else's turn 3, and it kicks in at the start of their turn 4.
No, it kicks in at the start of their turn 3.
But you don't get... Okay, if people's get their turn 3 before Luke Cage gets his turn 2, which is pretty reasonable, right?
No, but I hear what you're saying, but so as soon as they go after he's done that. So his turn 3 is when his heal comes.
Well, let's check. He has speed 80. DareDevil has speed 119. Okay, so DareDevil is just barely shy of... Okay, DareDevil will come right after, so it'll be DareDevil's turn 3 where he gets that. That's better.
Yeah. He ults turn 1, taunts turn 2, regen... But the regen comes on... Regen doesn't wait for him. The regen comes as soon as they take a turn after him.
Exactly.
And he's, like, just slow enough to go right after all of their turn 2s and right before all of their turn 3s. DareDevil's the fastest one, right?
Yeah, so that means the regen would come on their turn 3. I was thinking that DareDevil would go 3 before his 2, so it would come on his turn 4. But
no, they all get it like right after.
It's really close. DareDevil is 119 speed and Luke Cage is 80.
I know, it's close. But they get it right after, and that's a 10k heal on top of what Iron Fist is already doing for them. So it's no joke. And then he's taunting for 2 very long, very slow turns while everyone is defensed up, so even AoEs are nothing. He protects them for a big window. It takes an unfortunate amount of time to get in position, but once it's in position, it's difficult to break through. In a perfect world without slows, well, yeah, but...
So, I have a question for you guys.
And with the right team, he has insane resistance. Usable orange.
So how close do you guys think that Luke Cage on a defender team is to a Kingpin that doesn't give defense up? No, not give offense up.
A Kingpin that doesn't give offense up? I mean, the offense up is a big part of it, but...
Yeah, true, but what I'm saying is that he does the same as Kingpin on a defender team, almost, but doesn't give...
I hear what you're saying. The 2-turn defense ups are similar, but 2-turn taunt is a very different thing. Ability energy is a very different thing.
Offense up is a very different thing.
Yeah, they're not really comparable.
Though, just like the raw defensive power by itself is, like, your defenders are essentially Kingpin tanky for that period of time. That is a fair comparison.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to say that I think that he can never be a god, like, on a defender team.
I think Luke Cage can be a god on a defender team. You have 2 full God is Unbounded, it is, and you have 2 long, slow turns where he is taunting with excellent resistance while everyone has 2-turn defense up, after having healed a bunch of people, giving out ability energy, possibly calling an assist that doles out an offense up.
There's one more factor to consider. DareDevil gives plus 10% speed. So Luke Cage is still slow, but he's less painfully slow.
Less painfully slow is good. So, I
think... How does he compare with, like, MRG, then?
Doesn't matter. We'll get to MRG when we get to him, but I think we got to go usable orange. I mean, they are just a really tight team.
Soundless, your thoughts?
Are we talking about just Luke Cage or the whole team right now?
Luke Cage with defenders. Does he go to God on defenders? I'm thinking Demi.
I think he goes God. On an all defenders team, he does everything I could ask a tank to do.
Like when I thought they were like redoing shit, I thought they were actually gonna like add like more stats like speed and shit too, and that's exactly what we were talking about here like a little bit ago. And I was hoping for like actual adjustments in the team, not just like revamped powers and like slight stat boosts. Like I don't know.
I was hoping for a base speed of at least 90 on Luke Cage.
I'm upset that they made them so interdependent. I hate that so much of their power comes from run this team.
See, I don't mind that at all, honestly. But I was hoping for like just like a better cohesive, like even if someone gave someone speed buffs based on defenders or something like that, it would even be a better like up.
I know Fox
like
Next thinks it
like
benefits
Iron Fist used this like heal and he healed everybody and gave them like speed up or something for like a turn or something. Even that'd be kind of cool. I don't know.
Anywho, I think he's contributing a lot on a defender team, but
Cannon says demigod.
I know.
I'm not even saying like they're not like good all over, but like we were saying, like yeah, they can survive a lot of shit. But if it takes that long, there's a lot more chance.
Well, so hold on. So let me back this up. On a defender team, would you put Captain America in for Luke Cage and expect better results?
Yes.
I say no.
Yeah.
I say no. I think it'd be close. If it was better,
Captain
I think
America
it'd be close.
brings a lot more to the table.
I don't know.
That's the reason I was talking about MRG, because I think MRG, who is
let
City...
me pause, because he's also benefiting from a lot of other things. Captain is not getting anywhere near as much JJ resistance. Captain is not getting Iron Fist heal.
Yeah,
Captain is not
really need it,
Captain is not doing damage through Punisher when he's using his non-damaging abilities.
You're also assuming we're going to bring Punisher, though.
We're talking arena offense and blitz.
Even
That's where you
still,
bring Punisher.
The job of a tank is to protect the team, and I don't think Luke Cage adequately protects a team, and that takes priority over absolutely everything.
But I think he does. I hear what you're saying, which is that he takes a while to spin up, and he does. But I think once he's spun up, which is the end of his second turn, you have a good window.
And that could make him God potentially for Champion or Raid, where the fights are longer. In Blitz or Arena, I think the fights are functionally decided much sooner.
I don't know. For Blitz, they're a very sure to win Blitz team.
Yeah, they're sure to win, but that's because they have 4 God tier members and Luke Cage, who's like a demigod. Okay. That's still not bad.
All right. I mean, if you and Salas are both saying usable green, I'm outvoted here, so it's.
I have a serious question. Who would you replace Luke Cage in that team with?
They're saying Captain, and but I wouldn't replace him with anyone else. If Captain could replace him, there isn't a better pick for me.
I have to agree with you. I don't see Captain as the better pick in that situation.
Why not?
He brings different things to the table, but I don't think Captain benefits half as much from all the things that Luke Cage does. Captain's not healing the team. Captain is not a 2-turn taunt. Captain is not a 2-turn defense up. Captain is giving out ability energy differently, probably better. Captain does have a dispel over him. Captain has no hope of giving someone an offense up. The heal is very significant.
The heal is very significant in Raid. The heal in Arena and Blitz, I think, is utterly irrelevant.
Oh, I disagree very much. I can't speak for Arena. I haven't run them in Arena, but in Blitz, it's huge. Cap is better than Luke at everything in a vacuum. But we're asking... We know Cap is better. We have Luke Cage as usable. The question is, does usable go... Does Luke Cage ascend beyond Cap with the defenders? Because if he,
and I think
he does.
I think you're focusing too much on fringe benefits without asking the question, does he protect the team? And Luke Cage doesn't protect the team until like the 3rd turn.
Correct. But I think that I think even if someone died by then, still, like, once you get to that point, everyone should be fine. And Yule makes an excellent point. Those defense ups that are 2-turn go up on turn 1. So,
which is turn 1.5 for everybody else.
So what? So
you miss all the first turn protection.
Yeah, you miss a little bit of first turn protection, but you even end up healing some of that back.
But the thing is, they have 1.5 turns, maybe even 2 turns, depending on the character, to murder someone.
Going up faster.
So Luke Cage is.
And then even if you do the defense up, like at that point, Vision's on turn 2, and he can just be like, "Okay, see you later. There goes all your defense up." Then
well, that's an instance of if a counter exists. Of course, a counter exists, but so
and Archer, anyone else?
I'm thinking like the rocket comps that are dominant. How do you think Luke Cage would fare against them?
Probably not as well, but you could still argue that with Miss Marvel on the team, I know she's taking over some of the duty, but she's another one of the excellent picks for that team. But yeah, I mean, we've established this as how often is someone burst down or critically low before Luke Cage's first turn. I don't think it happens that often. I think it happens much more in Arena than in Blitz.
Yes, Arena is the more competitive game mode. That's why I'm more talking about that.
Right. Well, so we're weighing them evenly, and the real question is how often does it happen? Not in like we're evaluating them overall for sure, but I don't know. Like for the average player as well, I don't think they see it as much. But
yeah. But like my personal point is that yes, you can bring Ms. Marvel to compensate for him, but how does that make he himself a god tier tank in Defenders when somebody else has to take over his turn 1 tank?
Because he then covers 2 full turns. Like he has 2 solid turns of the taunt is up. He has tons of resistance. There's 2 turn defense up. Like it's a weird thing to say. Would you trade your turn 1 defense for 2 full turns of more defense? And it's a weird.
No.
It's a weird thing. Well, in competitive Arena right now, with the meta the way it is, we wouldn't. But I would argue that in most instances, not
honestly in Arena, I wouldn't even trade it for the next 2 turns either, because at that point everybody else is already situated and can deal with anything basically.
I don't know about that.
I'm just gonna say on my Arena chart,
so,
in the top
so usable
10,
with green. I'm not
5 or 6 full defender teams. I don't see any defenders, anybody running defenders minus Luke Cage.
I don't see anybody running Defenders, period.
Neither do I, and they all have it. But so he's not super top tier. But anyway, so usable with green.
Sounds.
So he averages to usable with green. So let's update it. What was he? I forgot what he was.
No idea.
Hold on. File.
I thought he was usable green across
version
the
history. See version
Demigod
history.
green, usable, right?
Hold on, I can just check. He was Luke Cage. Demigod, usable, both green. Oh, this has got to stop. What? Thank you. Demigod, usable, and the usable are both green. Alright, now we're getting to some of the fun ones, which is the Merc ones. And here we go. So, Merc Soldier, we have mediocre across the board. Let's see if he gets some improvements to bring him up. Merc Soldier. He is going to gain, instead of attack primary for 180 and adjacent for 190, attack primary for 240 and adjacent for 190. So he gains 60% damage on his Sadness, Frag Grenade. It does nothing additional to adjacent, and it's still worse than this basic attack.
It's still sad.
It is still very sad. I'm content to leave him in mediocre, and I'm kind of tempted to throw him in trash. I don't know really how he ended up in mediocre, except that he was like...
Good basic attack damage, I think, is why we put him there, but it hasn't aged well.
No. Nope. You want to leave him in mediocre, you want to throw him in the trash.
I don't think anybody who hits that hard on their basic, where you can just ignore their special, can be put in trash. I think he's very mediocre.
Does he go down to trash on defense because he'll use the special?
Yes.
Alright. I don't think I hear Soundless objecting to that. He still averages out to mediocre. Unfortunately, this means I have to update this again. Mercenary Soldier. This needed to be an O. This goes to mediocre, mediocre, trash. Okay. Back to Merc Sniper. We've always had mixed feelings about Merc Sniper. Let's see how he's doing here. Merc Sniper. Okay. Attack primary target for 360% damage and 40% piercing goes to... Holy fuck-a-moly.
Yes.
Plus 90% damage and another 10% piercing. 450%
and
damage
another
and half armor.
15% damage and another 10% piercing.
Yeah, he hits hard. It is his only job, but he hits hard. That is a lot of piercing. We had him usable, mediocre. I'm ready to give him usable.
The big issue with any damage character that's single target is that the AI won't target it well.
No, but with that much piercing, that'll hurt your tank.
Yeah, but who cares?
I mean, still, you gotta give him usable if he can cut your tank's health in half. Like, is that the biggest possible loss? No, but still... He's higher up on the priority list. He's not like the characters that are mediocre. You are saving till the end. You don't want to save Merc Sniper till the very end. He's not #1 priority, but you get to a point where you go, yeah, I've had about enough of these fucking snipers.
In arena offense, I don't know if I've ever lost a fight where my tank dies first. If my tank dies first, I'm cackling because that's my win condition.
That's probably true, but I still gotta give him usable for hitting just so much harder than other people, and he can do that often. That is 3 energy, and he's gonna use it on turn 1, and then 2 turns later he's gonna do it again. And his basic is fairly heavy hitting, and it has 25% piercing, so...
40 or 35% piercing.
I know we're arguing low usable, high mediocre, but I mean, just if nothing else, he's just a bunch of damage. His damage stat is the 4th highest in the game. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure that is accurate. Yeah, he's 4th highest damage in the game. So, dude fucking hurts. 8,265 base damage is no joke. Gonna chunk. Come on, give him usable.
Wait, who has higher?
Higher is Rocket, then Aim Assaulter, and then Punisher.
Punisher's that high now?
Yes, and he gets fucking ridiculous. That's not including like into villains and shit. Imagine giving him energy. Yeah, you can allow him. You know, that'd be fun. You can have Star-Lord and he can just do that 2 turns in a row. And then depending on how the energy goes, and if you had Merc Lieutenant to speed and offense him up, you could have some fun. Could fire off lots of those sniper shots, man.
Yeah, use the aim one or Hydra Sniper, give him the power-ups and...
The offense up? I'm thinking Merc Lieutenant because he can also give him the ability energy.
None of this is plausible, so whatever.
Come on, I think he gets usable for fucking firing a really big shot. I know what you're saying, like, well, if he hits your tank, but tons of people on defense can't help it if they hit your tank. The thing is, you're in a lot of trouble if he doesn't hit your tank. Well, you better hope he hits your tank, or someone's having a rough time.
Yeah, look at him on raid nodes sometimes.
You can't give him low usable.
It's not worth debating high, mediocre, low usable. I'll just take it.
No, I'm genuine. If you really don't think so, like, I'm not that attached to it. I don't care. He's gonna be usable overall anyway. I don't really care, but I'm interested if it's like clearly not usable to you. I want to hear it.
I mean, it's not super clear. It's high damage, but on defense, I don't really value that the same way. There's like a 1 in 5 chance it'll hit the maybe like a 2 or 3 in 5 chance it'll hit a super priority target.
We gave Kree Cyborg and Kree Noble and Kree Reaper all usable on defense.
I think those are wrong.
I'd agree with that.
You'd agree that they're all wrong?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So you guys want to go back and take all those down?
No.
Well, if you think they're wrong...
Yeah, I think those should all be down.
Oh my god, so harsh. The whole reason we put them usable is we were like, well, if nothing else, they're gonna kind of hurt. Like, that was the whole...
Well, I was thinking the energy generation makes a difference and could potentially help, but that's pretty use case scenario, and that's very team dependent.
A little bit. I mean, ability energy's gonna improve anyone. I don't mind leaving them usable because of the energy gen, so I don't care.
Perfect. We just saved ourselves work.
Cool. I'll even abstain. What do you think on defense?
What the fuck?
Soundless has been arguing mediocre the whole time, right?
I don't know. I haven't heard him. Soundless. Merc Sniper. Mediocre or usable?
I thought we went mediocre.
Okay, mediocre it is. On to Merc Lieutenant. And Merc Lieutenant is in such a good spot. He goes from offense up 4 allies, speed up 4 allies, to offense up all allies, speed up all allies. Every other turn. That is phenomenal. We had him demi-green for campaign raid. I think that might still be accurate, but I mean, that is just a phenomenal support. Every other turn, and sometimes literally back-to-back. If he gets energy from anywhere, back-to-back. Offense up to everyone, speed up to everyone. No questions asked. Even Black Widow does not speed up everyone. He is the only one that speeds up everyone. Nick Fury can. Merc Lieutenant will. Over and over and over. I
think he's an extremely solid demi-green.
I am wondering what would be the criteria to bump a minion into God. He has on turn 40% chance to heal whoever's low for 20% of his max.
God tier with orange.
And he always grants 1 ability energy on a basic. So he is an energy battery. He almost half the time looks out for whoever's lowest. Isn't that the same percentage as Night Nurse with her passive? To toss someone a heal? So he's healing, he's giving ability energy, and every other turn he is just making everyone ferocious. I think Demigod's where he's got to go, but I'll be damned. Like, I don't know what more he would have to do to go higher. He's very low base.
Speed duration, maybe, or like, I don't know. He's definitely he's an amazing champ, but I just don't think he's up there with God.
I think I think he'd have to do actual damage himself as well.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Demigod Green. I just wanted to stoke the flames of the conversation. I wasn't sold on Merc Lieutenant God, but wanted to throw it out there. All right, Demigod Green for campaign raid. Any objections? Demigod Green for arena offense and blitz. Any objections?
Meh.
I love him for that, especially there's so many comps. I really do think, and so this is the one I want to look at. We have him usable green for arena defense and AI. I'm going to go Demi Green. He is insanely good on so many meta defenses right now because he's tech.
Squishy AF. And
doesn't matter.
Does no damage.
It doesn't matter. He gets his first turn off, and that can end the match. Like, he is better than Black Widow on a lot of the tech defenses right now.
No.
He is. He's not that squishy on the tech team. He spawns with defense up.
Black Widow is still better.
I disagree. I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I have literally seen people getting better results. There's one guy who runs Merc Lieutenant.
That's why everybody runs him instead of Black Widow, right?
No, because no one has a super powered Merc Lieutenant if
Pretty
they
sure
have
all
a
the
super.
top people that are on top have a purse, like,
And they're using
7-star
using Fury Shield or a team with no Black Widow either.
The issue is that Black Widow, you're comparing her utility and her support kit to his, and yes, the two are comparable, but Black Widow's chain is the most terrifying thing in the entire game right now.
Sure it is, but back up. Merc Lieutenant gives everyone offense up, and the current defenses, the whole thing, like all the defenses you guys just saw are based around one thing. Turn 2, blow you up. Merc Lieutenant makes turn 2 blow you up impervious to you having defense up, even.
No, but here's the thing. There's no turn 2 blow you up, because if there is, one... Okay, say you have that. What am I running against you, usually in most other teams? A way to prevent you from ever having buffs.
Okay, no. Even through other people? No, come on, Shinny, no. People outdamage her through other people, are you kidding me? If he gives an offense up to Vision AoE, Rocket AoE, CrossBones AoE, that's doing more than Black Widow is on her own. Come on.
Okay,
I disagree.
He goes second to all of them. And then,
yes,
even if that
they're all turn 2, and he has gotten them to their turn 2 faster with offense up.
Okay.
Will you trust me on this? I'm very confident in what I'm saying here. He's super dangerous on defense.
Pretty sure Doctor Strange doesn't give a shit about any of that.
Oh, yes, he does, because he can't... Doctor Strange goes first and can't wins anything.
That's arguing specific counters.
It is.
Vision.
But alright, so...
arguing counters.
And even if we come to the conclusion that Black Widow is better than him, okay, Black Widow's pretty much better than everyone. So, no, this guy's super dangerous on defense. I very much want him minimum demigod. I don't care if he doesn't get the green. He is at least a demigod on defense. He is now literally the only person that can speed up everyone. And he offense ups
Isn't
everyone.
he demigod right now? Because he's usable green?
No. I think on any team he's incredible. He's at least demi.
You were just saying only on tech teams is he maybe demigod, whatever.
No, on tech teams he's god. Tech teams take away the one big weakness is, oh, you can just kill him. Well, no, you can't.
So with Drax, does that make him god also?
Certainly helps. It's another one of those combos. Drax, one Yondu basic and it's dispelled. But anywho, I think you guys are not running into enough high-level Merc Lieutenants. I ran into exactly one guy who actually had a high-level Merc Lieutenant on a tech team. Yes, there are counters to any team, but man, is he a pain in the ass. I disagree. Merc Lieutenant's not worth using in arena. Each spot is so value intensive. So we're specifically talking about defense and AI. And yeah, he's better on the tech team than Black Widow. And yeah, of course.
Disagree.
I've seen it in action, man.
Black Widow chain wins matches. Merc Lieutenant is never going to win a match by himself. If everyone else on the team is crippled. Black Widow can solo the rest of a match if for example, so you have like an average RNG fight, but like against a tech team, and it comes down to like your low health cap plus your low health whatever versus a Black Widow. Half the time she will have a chance of pulling through, while Merc Lieutenant will not.
I don't agree with that. I don't think you've ever come down to the wire with a Merc Lieutenant, and part of that is
he usually dies turn 1.
Right,
Black Widow
but the tech team keeps him from dying turn 1. But so I get what you're saying, which is like, well, then she'll stun someone and she can chain. But if he in the clutch pulls out a speed up, which by the way he's literally doing more often than her, if you don't have Cap constantly feeding her energy, he's giving out that offense up. So while she's chaining, remember he gave that offense to?
Cap feeding her energy all the time. She's twice as fast as him.
She's fast. I don't know if twice as fast. But she's fast. He's not that slow. He's like 97 or something.
He's 114.
He's 114?
No.
Or 112 is he? 112.
Oh, that's even better. Okay.
Cap is?
100. Oh, no. Yeah, no, not talking about Cap. Merc Lieutenant. He's 100. He's 100.
Lieutenant is 100 speed.
Yeah. I was close. I said 97. He's close. So, yeah. She's not laughing him.
Yeah, after one turn, she literally has 50% faster, so she takes 3 to his 2.
You're assuming with orange mats if she's up to 155? Because she's not at 148. That's only with her fully maxed passive. Which,
close enough.
And even then, I don't think she will, because that extra speed doesn't kick in until someone takes a turn the first time. I don't think she gets 3 before his 2.
Are you countering the duration of the speed buff?
Because yours is 1, hers is 2 also.
Yeah, alright, fair. Yep, okay, she will. But, I think you guys are...
No,
right.
we're being fair and saying that he's good at some things, just not
we're
defense.
talking on... but so, okay, so let's back up. I'm going to make this really, really simple. You guys want to stick him in usable on defense. Let's take Black Widow off the field. You can't use Black Widow. Are you going to have Merc Lieutenant on most of your defenses?
No.
I will. You guys are nuts.
I'd run the other tech team that has no power. But...
You guys are nuts. He's the team-wide speed up. He's number 2 to her. Oh, it matters.
Oh, you're overvaluing him way too much.
No way. Speed up is
I
monumental.
would rather have Drax than Merc Lieutenant in any team for any reason on arena defense, period.
Oh,
I don't think one-turn speed up is that valuable.
I do, because it comes with an offense up each time, and it's constant. Like, it's every other turn. And you're ignoring everything else he does. Like, not only is that ability good, he's also giving out ability energy, healing people. He is putting
my vote is he's not moving up.
Am I getting overruled? He voted. I have a feeling Shinny's going to vote as well, but this one hurts me.
I think he's high demi with green, and I think the green is concession.
Well, we haven't usable green. I was only pushing for flat demi.
Oh. Flat demi? Mm-hmm.
I was pushing for flat demi. You just said you'll give green. It sounds like you were on board with flat demi.
Yeah, I'm on board with flat demi, but I don't think he's like
That's all
one of the big boys in arena. I think.
Usable green.
Dude.
Damn.
Right, that is too harsh. But
no, like you guys value Kingpin. Kingpin does infinitely more than him.
I don't.
Why
know
would
about
you bring
Kingpin.
another 0 damage support character over Kingpin?
Because he makes the other 4 people on the team do considerably more damage more often.
So does Kingpin.
Right.
Kingpin is less
That's why
likely
they're both
to die
good.
before he actually does it.
But so again, we're assuming for the purposes of a highlight that he is way faster than Kingpin as well. A lot of people pick Merc Lieutenant over Kingpin, but that's besides the point. And yeah, I mean he's bringing offense up and speed up. Like he's for sure making the team do way more damage.
I have never once seen Merc Lieutenant in my arena shard. Not a single time.
Right.
That is true, and I was evaluating him more for Blitz than arena, because we do have a merged category. I think in Blitz he is very, very safely demi.
Yeah, I'm talking defense though. I've never seen anyone ever run
offense.
So this is 2 things. This is no, we're not. We're talking arena.
God, what have we been talking about? I've completely
We've been
lost
talking
the
about
thread.
arena defense and AI. So
Khasino thinks he's demigod in arena defense. I do not.
I absolutely.
Yeah, he's clearly usable, maybe with green.
Oh, get out of here! I give him demi, and I'll tell you why. Because this is a merged category. The other one being AI, and when you see him on enemy teams on AI, he's a priority kill. Like, I literally take them out first in most instances.
I ignore him all the time.
Oh my god. Just because it wasn't on a meta team, Merc Lieutenant has never been on an arena defense comp until right now, and most of the people that have him high enough to run him are running Fury Shield. I am seeing him on meta defense teams. Whatever. So, it sounds like I'm still getting overruled on this, but I firmly disagree, but it is whatever. I used him on meta defense comp and he did great. I don't doubt it. But anywho. So you're going usable green or no green, Shinny?
Yeah, I won't fight the green too hard.
Soundless said leave him
It'd be a
where he
really
is.
low demi, I suppose.
I think that it's his standard operating procedure is very low demi, but screw you guys. Alright, on to Merc Riot Guard. God, that one hurts my soul. I don't think we changed him. I don't think we changed him. But that does put him demigod green, so I don't know if that's... I think we might have changed him if he wasn't originally demigod green. I think, yeah, I think... now I have to check. I think we added the green. Merc Lieutenant. Where is he in here? Oh, there he is. Oh, okay, no. He didn't change at all. I just never added the highlight that he was supposed to have it the first time. Okay, on to Merc Riot Guard. This is a fun one. I wasn't expecting that one to go so long. So, he goes from gain taunt for 1 turn, defense up on self for 2 turns, defense up to the 4 lowest health allies, to defense up on self for 3 turns, and that's it. That's
kind of irrelevant.
It is very relevant to him, but it's unfortunate that he doesn't get the team-wide defense up. He is still only defense up to the 4 lowest health allies.
Wait, you think the upgrade is relevant to him?
Yeah, he has 3 turns defense up.
Why is that relevant for him?
Because he can taunt every other turn, so...
Yes, and it just overwrites the defense up.
Right, but now he can basic attack and keep the defense up and not necessarily have to taunt again if he doesn't want to. It's not super relevant, but it's something for him. Like, he can contribute more damage.
I suppose that's true. I just hadn't imagined a scenario in which you wouldn't want your tank to taunt.
Just if you want to do that extra shot of damage, like, without your defense up falling off. Nick Fury would love it. Yeah, he would. But it's not particularly good. I don't think it's a marked improvement. Like I said, I very much would much rather him just give defense up to the whole team. But the whole idea is... assuming that the team is okay, you don't have to refresh your defense up. You can just basic attack, but it's very meh. So Canage, I will call that right now. Rocket, Star-Lord, CrossBones, Iron Man. I think you'll have better results with Merc Lieutenant over Korath.
His Korath is absolutely vital for a ton of comps, right?
I mean, it sometimes shoots Black Widow, but if your Merc Lieutenant is on the same level as your Korath, I implore you to try it and see how it goes. And so that's a perfect example. Is Merc Riot Guard is and this is also true of Merc Lieutenant. Like, we all agree Merc Riot Guard is an excellent tank, and yet none of us use Merc Riot Guard. And it's not because Merc Riot Guard isn't very good, it's because we have a better option.
Exactly. There's a scarcity of resources. So, like, there's a finite number of tanks, and most Blitz teams need 1. Therefore, you are limited in how many Blitz teams you construct, roughly by how many tanks you have. Merc Riot Guard gets around that, and he's also excellent for, like, running a C-team raid.
Yep, I think Merc Riot Guard and Merc Lieutenant fall into the same thing. People just assume they're minions, they don't put resources into them, and no one takes them seriously. It took a long time for Hand Sentry to even catch on. Like, Hand Sentry could have been doing the same things the entire time. It took forever for people to catch on, but it is what it is. So, I hope... I don't know. Anyway, so how do we rate this guy? We had him... just flat demigod for campaign and raid. Do you think he goes up?
I don't really think he has... Yeah, he doesn't really have any synergies that especially benefit him. I don't think he goes up at all. He's just a solid mid demigod.
Yep, I agree. Soundless.
It's worth noting that I think Merc Riot Guard is the best unconditional minion in the game.
Unconditional?
Like, you don't know anything about team comp, you don't know win buttons, you just like, hey, I need a tank.
I think he's the best unconditional tank, but unconditional tank minion.
That's cap. Oh,
exclamation
tank minion,
tier
yes.
list cheat. Exclamation tier list cheat. But I don't know, man. I really like Merc Lieutenant, and he's no Hand Sentry. He's better than Hand Sentry, but dude, literally the only character in the entire game that can always just constantly speed up and offense up everyone. Ah, it's so good. Shame on you guys. Anyway, Arena Offense and Blitz, we had him as a flat demigod. I think I agreed there as well. He's just gonna, every other turn he's gonna be taunting. He's gonna be a pain in the ass. We had him as demigod across the board. Are there any objections to any of that? I think it's pretty accurate.
Nope.
What are we on?
Merc Riot Guard, Demi across the board.
God. Sure.
Alright. On to Nebula. we are passing over Mystique. You guys want to do something interesting and talk Mystique?
Sure. We wouldn't be that well qualified for that one, but sure.
We will be more qualified than you think. I am gonna run to the restroom super quick, and then how about we talk Mystique? BRB.
How long ago did you guys stop talking about the lieutenant?
Never. We never left the lieutenant bit. We've been there this whole time.
Chad's still trying to argue with me to say he's a good character on arena defense.
No.
Yeah. Like, someone literally just told me that Merc Lieutenant is better than Black Widow.
That's a good April Fool's joke in September.
So how are you guys going on Kamala?
Yeah.
I took it easy since.
Oh, in the I did nothing. Honestly,
top 1500 wasn't gonna get me a star up, so I was like, yeah, whatever.
It wasn't even that. Like I was just busy with real life shit, and like I had like lack of sleep for a couple days, and I just didn't give a fuck, honestly. She's good. Don't get me wrong. I wish I would have done more to get that, but I just did not have the effort or the drive to put that much effort into it.
I'm channeling all my rage at not having gotten her from the campaign. I'm at 4.2 so far.
You poor baby.
What
I'm
happened?
gonna be one shard off 5 stars after this Blitz.
What we talking about?
Maybe.
Just BSing him out, Kamala.
Dude, I know. Did they really? It upsets me that they don't appreciate Merc Lieutenant, because the big thing is everyone is discounting the offense ups. When you have offense up,
about her
no. I'm going to talk about Mystique, but I thought about this literally while I was in there, and I was like, yes, right now. All right, you're going to miss it. The offense up counters defense up. Like a lot of times right now, the way you protect your team is I'll just throw up defense ups. Offense ups hard counter defense ups. If like the common meta defenses right now, we're seeing CrossBones, Rocket, who else? Vision. If they all have offense up, and they all have offense up, even with your defense ups, you're still fucked. That is a big deal. So, there's just so much going on. There's so many things he can do. Soundless's reactions, yeah. Alright, so let's talk Mystique. So what we're gonna do here, this is missing the numbers here. I think I only have level 6 numbers, which makes it slightly off. But I'm gonna have most of the numbers, and so let me clarify here what we got. Okay, cool. So I would love to see Merc Lieutenant on Carnage's defense. I would fear a lot of these defenses way more if they had him. But so anywho, these are rumored damage numbers for Mystique's abilities. So I must legally say these are unconfirmed rumors. We are evaluating it based on unconfirmed rumor, but I'm fairly confident in these rumors. So let me actually do this. All right. Can you write these down for me, Shinny?
Sure.
Okay. So the basic attack is attack primary target for X% damage. Bonus attack X to X times for X% damage. I believe that one is 210% damage on the primary, and then bonus attack 1 to 2 times for 160% damage. And then copy 2 positive effects and apply them to self. If Magneto is an ally, copy all.
Damn it, Ginny, you didn't say when it was over.
which that would go up.
I knew we'd return to it as soon as you came back.
Interesting. So I don't think. I mean, there's no Magneto. So anything that plays into Magneto, we're not going to evaluate based on. But so you got that 210 bonus stack 1 to 2 times, 160% damage, copy 2 positive effects.
Yep.
And looking at the base stats, by the way, I will check for the.
I have no idea what the fuck they mean by that basic attack.
Why?
So you copy their attack with the same percentage, but then what the hell is the bonus X attack where X is?
No, so
X
it's
times
attack
that.
for
What?
it's attack for 210, bonus attack 1 to 2 times for 160% damage. Copy 2 positive effects and apply them to self.
Where does it say 210?
In my unconfirmed rumors box. It does not read as stealing 2 positive effects with each bonus attack. That is not how it reads to me.
Why are we looking at this if we have no information?
Because I am...
He's giving the information that he suspects.
Yeah, I am giving unconfirmed rumors here.
She's a god. Let's move on.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's not like even if we had like the actual numbers, I'd be okay with.
For fuck's sake, Soundless.
Like, you know, like doing a rough estimate. But like,
all right, Canage, you're in. Soundless, you're out.
I also agree that we shouldn't run it off of pure speculation.
You guys are. Will you trust me? It is.
Unless I got your back on.
But even you are not 100% certain about your numbers, so like.
Okay. I don't know how to explain this to you guys in a way that makes any sense. These numbers are leaked. So, because they did not come straight from a dev, I don't know for sure 100% that they are accurate. What I will say is all previous leaks from the same source have been entirely accurate. And so I am perfectly comfortable treating this as fully accurate, as should you. However, if I were knowingly spilling insider dev info, we would not want to be doing that. So, of course, we are only looking at unconfirmed rumor. Right, guys?
So moving on.
Fucking Jesus.
To her special ability.
Unbelievable. It's like if there's not another tier list, it's because I'm in jail because Soundless is cast derp. So, on with the let's see here. The infiltrate. Attack primary target, this is at level 6 for this one, so I think we're looking at either 7664 or 7665. But, infiltrate, attack primary target for 210% damage. Attack 2 additional targets that do not have stealth for 140% damage. Attack all additional targets that do have stealth for 140% damage and clear stealth. So, that one happens to be the same 140 on each, I believe. So, hit for 210, then attack each stealth for 140, and remove stealth. If there is no stealth target, gain stealth on self. Interesting. I'm not sure how much has changed, but I think this is a bit more recent. Then going on to the ultimate. Attack primary target for 130%. Trick one random enemy to attack primary target. The tricked enemy gains 220% damage for this attack. Gain evade, and that's at level 6. And for the passive, we have on spawn, gain evade, gain 1000 resistance to bleed, which is interesting. On okay, we have that. Okay. And yeah, okay. So, interesting. Some things have changed quite a bit. So I think it's that. I think that's one of the things that's changed. But alright, so Yeah, exactly. This info's not under NDA, it's speculative rumor. Exactly. So we might be wildly off. But, anyhow. So what are you guys thinking? I wish I could. I'm gonna plug the numbers in here. You wrote them down for me, Shinny?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I got the first ones.
Just the first ones?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll plug them all in.
Let me refill my tea while we get going.
So that's 10. 1 to 2 times 160. Copy 2. Okay. Then, but yeah, it's interesting. Some wording changes here. Attack primary target for 210. Attack 2 additional targets that don't have stealth for 140. So this is X% chance to attack each stealth target for 140, but it shouldn't be like that. And remove it. Gain stealth.
Get me in this game. Come on.
So it's not a % chance. This is an interesting one. So then it was attack each stealth target for 140% damage. Let me see exactly, specifically. I know I can't change the text of the website. 2 additional that don't have stealth, all that do. So, plus 2 additional targets
that
don't have stealth for 140%. Attack each stealth target for 140% damage and remove stealth, so she kicks people out of stealth. Alright. For the ultimate here, primary for 130. And then trick 1, they get to 20%, gain evade. That was what, 130, yep, which is not a lot. Shapeshift in them, attacking for 220%, then gain speed up. Okay. And then the passive's changed a little bit, methinks. I wonder where they got this. But, anywho. Gain evade on spawn, 1000% resistance to bleed. Interesting that there's specific resistances. Okay. And then okay. I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
Don't think.
Just double checking.
I'm just giggling over the fact that she gets specific resistance to bleed for lore reasons, but Groot doesn't.
What are the lore reasons? I don't even know.
Isn't it something about, like, she can close her own wounds through shape-shifting to an extent? I forget exactly which incarnation of Mystique's powers are the right ones.
So, this has something extra. Okay. And then, what do we have here? Oh. Okay. Okay.
Oh, if he ever gains like a 1-turn defense buff, he gets it for 2 turns then?
Yeah. Or like, yeah, if he gets a 2-turn defense buff, he gets it for 3.
Okay. So that's what we're looking at.
Up to 3. That character sucks now.
Up to 3 turns extended. So
okay.
it can't be a 4. You can't give anyone like a 4-turn defense up.
What's that meant? Oh, that sucks then still.
Yep, garbage now.
I can't get a 6-turn evade? God.
No, fuck that, right? Come on.
So, let's look at the base stats, see how accurate they are. The stats are... This is assuming gear tier 12, just curious. Alright, looks about accurate. So, we can assume that the stats are correct. So, very high health. Damage. Not bad damage, but just lowish armor. And slightly higher resistance. Perfectly average focus. So, attack primary for 210. Bonus attack 1 and 2 times for 160. Copy 2 positive effects from...
Look at your check, dumbass.
What am I looking at? Data says what?
It's Jessica Jones, but with the fucking shield operative mixed in for Magneto.
Last you saw it said stun, not bleed. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So it's something. We're gonna be kind of close. Copy 2 positive effects from target and apply it to self. So that's pretty good. That's copying. It's not stealing. It's not removing it from them, but you are gaining it. I wish it was stealing, but it's copying. So that's not an incredible basic. It's generating buffs. That's nice. I know it matters a lot, but I have to go off of the most recent information that I have. So, attack primary for... This is why it shouldn't be done until the character's in the game. We've literally always done it speculatively for characters that have... Like, characters we know are coming. We put them on there, so... You know, I'll put a little symbol that says this is a speculative one, but we've always done this. And it's fun for us. And it's fun to see how close we are. About half the time we're dead on, and about half the time we go, well, I didn't see that coming. Like the whole storm charging yourself up. I'm so upset that we didn't predict that.
No one really cared either.
I wish we had. I know Okoye was on the last tier list. I know, we do this. So, anyway. And so, like, Okoye you can fight against, so it's good to have a general idea of where she's at. But, attack primary target for 210% with the special, and 2 additional targets that don't have stealth for 140, attack each stealth target for 140, and remove stealth. So that doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does literally take stealth off everyone. So how good is an anti-stealth? And then if there are no stealths, she stealths herself. So, I don't know.
I wasn't sure how to judge that one. I think, so like, stealthing oneself is obviously good, and she hard counters certain teams, but is that really necessary in the current game state? It could scale well, but like...
Yeah, it doesn't seem super good. And then, like, when you think stealth, like, who's your number one, like, oh, hand sentry, right?
Exactly.
They will still evade. And the way it reads to me, she won't kick anyone out of stealth if they evade the attacks.
Yep.
I think if they evade, they evade. So, I don't think she counters hand sentry that well. If she ends up being an anti-hand sentry, that's nice. But, he's already kind of fallen out of the meta. He's not out of the meta at all. He's still very, very good. But, I think he's on his way out from what we're seeing. It's become a lot more about first turn burst.
That basic attack is insane, though.
Kinda. It's not...
Average of 450%.
Okay, but it gets reduced by armor each time, and her base damage is kind of low, and...
Yeah, but 450% plus a copy on it? That's like... That would give her the best basic in the game pretty safely.
You think? Alright, that's kind of generous. It could. It's not a bad basic by any means, but I think your whole kit's a little bit lackluster for damage. It's not a bad basic by any means, but it might be the strongest part of her kit. But we'll see. Yeah, it's pretty good. It doesn't chain or anything either. It's just a single target, but it hits that single target pretty hard. The ultimate does not do a lot, but then it does a mind control thing, and then you gain speed up. So that's not bad. It's going to hit one target kind of hard.
I'm confused about the wording of her ultimate. It's trick enemy target into attacking primary target for 220% damage.
They gain 220% damage, but so it reads weird. Like,
okay, yeah.
But so when it says they gain 220%, like the way Loki's currently reads, if I'm not mistaken, and they might have changed it on here, but I think Loki's reads like they gain. So it says here the controlled enemies gain 25%, but it used to say the controlled enemies gain 125%. So I don't know if it actually gains 220%.
That's nutty.
That's someone's dead. Because with Loki, them only gaining 25%, they cripple someone. That would just insta-kill someone.
Well, that's with the defense down, though.
So I'm going to assume.
But still, yeah.
I'm going to assume it's similar to Loki power. So if we assume it's similar to Loki power, it's pretty good. So let's start rating. I'm not even sure what direction to go with this one. I know we're all like a little bit like, what do we even say? But we can.
How did you say her base attack stacked up? Just the raw numbers?
What do you mean? She has 6k base attack. So if you look at her.
So low.
Yeah, about half, about midway, like right at the midway point. Same as Wolverine, same as Fury, same as Iron Fist, same as Nebula, same as Boomer, same as Korath, like right in there. Same as
all people who rely on big multipliers to compensate for their low bases. Yeah, so her basic attack has the highest numbers, but like the highest percent multiplier, but not the highest damage.
So we actually only need to go one down here. So I'm putting her in here. Yep, it's a good basic, but so let's do it this way. Campaign and raid. What are you thinking? I only see usable, and I won't give green until Magneto is actually in the game. Let me go back to Mystique here. I guess her kit's really kind of here too. I'm only seeing usable. A strong basic, and she's kind of fast, but she doesn't do anything that's a big wow. And we can see like the ability, energy, and the cost. So both her abilities are ready on turn 1. One's a 5 energy, one's a 4 energy. She seems like a counter to me. She's countering people who stealth. She is in campaign and raid, mind controlling someone and can make them do good damage. She spawns with evade. She's kind of slippery, but she kind of seems like a bit of a jack of all trades, like a buff copy, a stealth removal, a stealth gain, an evade gain. Like, are you in the fight? Are you out of the fight? She's a bunch of weird utility that doesn't all quite line up.
I think she looks incredibly good, but isn't a standalone character. She's blatantly just designed to be a buff bot for Magneto.
She's definitely designed to complement him quite a bit, but we have to evaluate her on her own.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but even if we have no idea what his kit is, look at this. It just substitute, like, Magneto for any character. Copy 2 positive effects, apply it to Self and Magneto, and give them both +1 duration. So that gets around, like, a lot of the duration issues. Give yourself speed up for 2 turns if Magneto's there, and Magneto speed up for 2 turns. That's insane.
Well, hold on.
Stealth, 2 turn stealth.
So hold on. So I think that let me look up the specifics on that that passive. That is on Magneto's turn.
Okay.
So anytime he takes a turn, whatever buffs you've given him, you extend. So it's nice, but she, again, we can't evaluate her with him, so take him out of it. I know with him she's going to be excellent. She does.
So could we evaluate it like with a blank character? We obviously can't evaluate it with Magneto's kit.
No. I don't evaluate her as a buff bot because any other character going in that spot gives it green. We have to evaluate her with none of that taking effect.
Okay, I think she's going to be usable. I think she's usable orange, but she's going to be usable then.
Usable orange is steep. I think that orange is relying on characters that aren't out yet.
That's exactly true.
And there's a good chance.
But I think...
So let me put it this way. We will almost certainly not see Magneto for a while. I don't know yet. Like, we might see him a little bit sooner than later, but we'll see her this patch.
Let me rephrase this. I think that if you were to substitute all the Magneto references for Ronan, a trash tier character, that would be sufficient to make her usable green, because she would get somebody to bounce her own buffs off.
Right, but for getting any greens, like, we can go back in and put greens, but we can't put greens for a character that's not in the game. I know she's not in the game, but she will be in the game, and we don't know how much longer it will be until he's in the game, and until he's in the game, those go to nobody.
True.
So we're evaluating what we're going to get, because like this is the 2.0.0 tier list. By 2.1.0, if Magneto is in then, she'll get reevaluated for that tier list. But I'm projecting that she will be here giving buffs to no one, just like Thanos had a passive that benefited the Black Order.
In that case, usable.
I see usable here.
Low usable, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I see low usable, and I get that she's there to set him up, and I'm fine with it, but campaign and raid, I'm giving her a low usable. What do you think, Soundless? She is pretty fast. Sure. She is 120 speed. She is fast. So, I don't know about low. Maybe like mid usable, just because how often she can go. And then so, on her own, presumably for arena offense and blitz, what are you thinking?
Garbage.
Low usable.
He said garbage. She's
Isn't low usable pretty garbage?
It's not great. But yeah, that's pretty much where I had her for everything. And then so for defense and AI, we can figure out what she'll do. She'll do a good amount of burst to someone on turn 1.
We'll see how she goes when she actually releases with a different kit.
I can tell you. Well, okay, we'll see. But so she'll do a decent burst and mind control someone on turn 1, then gain speed up. Then attack primary target for 210 on the second turn, and then two more people that don't have stealth for a smaller amount. So yeah, I mean she's just not hitting that hard, but she's very fast. So she's kind of like Nebula. And I think we have Nebula unusable. Nebula can blow some defensive cooldowns. But yeah, I think we have to pretty much give her what Nebula gets. And I think Nebula is usable across the board.
I think Nebula is much better than she is.
I think so too. But so we have Nebula as usable green, usable plain. So, not too far off.
Oh, we still have like 30 characters to fucking do right now?
Yep. But some of them will be very quick. So we'll just give her usable across the board, and
is she still only
let's start
usable
doing
after
like
getting the
2
2
minutes
buffs from the
tops
enemy?
nowadays. That's so great.
If you want to bail at any point, you can. Is she still only usable after getting the 2 buffs from the enemies? Depends on what buff she gets from the enemies, and that would even still fall under like, is she going against enemies where there's good buffs to take? If she's taking a speed up, she already had a speed up from one of her other abilities. It depends on what she's taking. So certainly can be. She can be, but I don't. She just does too many things without doing anything insanely well, except being a buff bot for Magneto. So just drop that in there. All right, moving on. This is a fun little experiment. Who knows how close we'll be on that, but we had to try for it. Nick Fury. I think we were pretty damn close with Nick Fury.
Done.
Easier said than done. So his ability, it goes up to a 10,000 heal from an 8,000 on his special, which is not that big. And he can summon a 3rd shield agent, which is pretty awesome. And then they get the extra damage. So he has a weird thing where in the past, like Nobu, when Nobu summons 2 shield agents, or sorry, when Nobu summons 2 hand units, it's random. Like, even when Nobu summons 3, he can get 3 Blademasters. Like, it happens, right?
Right.
Nick Fury, 100% of the time, summons 1 of each. With his 2 summon, he has never, ever summoned duplicates for me, ever.
Oh my, that's interesting, actually.
So he always gets speed up and offense up. Never 2 security, never 2 operative. I originally thought, oh, that 2 to 3 is a big boost for him, because it makes it all the more likely that he'll get both buffs. But he just always gets both buffs. People keep saying God, God, God. I don't know that that's true. I've only ever used him with Fury Shield, but not everything he does. Like, we had him Demigod Green for campaign and raid. We're evaluating him without Fury, or without Shield. But he still gives team-wide defense up. His heal...
I use him without Shield all the time, and he's plenty good.
We will, let's take a look at his kit, just because I have him here, and a lot of what he does is only good for shield minions. So, like, his basic is nice. That's just generating ability energy on the basic, but it's not high damage, but it's nice. Gain defense up, spread all positive effects, heal self and all shield minions for that massive heal. So he pretty much loses that heal on anyone but himself on any random team. The summon 2 shield agents is nice. The on-spawn grants speed up to self and all shield minions. Again, they're assuming there are no other shield minions. He's the only one spawning with speed up, and he's, what, 99 speed? So he spawns in at, like, roughly the same speed as Black Widow, but he's the only one that, like, gets to go potentially ahead of her. Then the 30% chance to assist for self or random ally on each hero ally's turn. That's nice. It's only 30%, same as Luke Cage, but it's nice. If the ally granted assist is a shield minion, so that doesn't apply. And then the extra armor and the extra resistance, again, is only for shield minions. Like, a good amount of what he does only applies to shield minions. So really, he's generating ability energy, giving a defense up and spreading all buffs, but not really healing. And he's a summoner. And he's giving himself speed up and 30% hero assist. I don't mind giving him a god. But so... Black Widow speeds at pretty much all times. Yes, but so the Black Widow speeds, that's a synergy thing. We had him at Demigod Green, and I feel that's pretty accurate without the team around him. And I do think... Go ahead.
So he himself is always, or nearly always, at Black Widow speed because he gets his speed up on spawn. And then his turn 1, if you summon his summons, he gets speed up again.
Right. And then he spreads.
After that. So, like, very likely he's going to be Black Widow speed for the first 3 turns of every fight, if not, and then 50-50 after that.
I agree. People are saying Demi-Orange, but is that true?
I'm agreeing with Demi-Orange, actually. I didn't know people had caught on.
I think Demi-Orange is a bit much. Although, you know what, I get what you're saying. I could see Demi-Orange because we are introducing a tier above God. I'm fine with Demi-Orange. You guys like it?
Yeah.
Alright.
What?
We are introducing a tier above God.
I'd even say God Green then, instead of Demi-Orange.
That's the question. I think on his own, he's given out defense up and spreading all the buffs, but he's just given out some ability energy on crit, but he doesn't like the ability energy is only on crit, and he doesn't crit anywhere near as much without the shield team.
I've lost attacking into a solo Nick Fury before. I thought it was going to be a joke, and I was like, oh god, what is this? This is horrible. I could see God Green.
I wouldn't fight it too hard. He's really good. And he is a summoner. I don't mind either way.
He's a god hero. Like, why are we trying to involve something higher than that?
No, there's already something higher than that. We're not bringing that out for Nick. There's already something higher than that, and we're getting to it. But I'm fine with God Green. Any objections?
Do it.
What's it called? It's called One Above All.
Well, isn't that what God Green is? You're fucking saying he can go above fucking God?
He can elevate to One Above All, but there's one character that is already One Above All.
Who?
We'll get there.
Ultron? No, he's not.
Yes, the fuck he is. Get the fuck out of here, Soundless. No, it's one above all because he'll be the only one in there, and it's just the name of the thing. But anyway, picky. Name it plus Ultra. Anyway, so for Arena Offense and Blitz, again, I'm fine with God Green, with Demigod Orange. I think God Green, if that's what we're going with, I think it's accurate. You guys like it?
I mean, you already know my stance.
You say God Green, I'm just...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then Arena Defense and AI, we just have him at plain God. Can give him God Green there if you think.
No.
No? You don't think with the right team?
He objects to the idea of God Green, period, and is vetoing everything that involves it.
Is that what it is? You just want him to be plain God?
Pretty much, like, we have our set, prereqs, we should just be keeping that.
I vote God Green on the basis that is a really bad argument.
Yeah, that is a bad argument. And when you see Ultron's kit, we will do.
I've seen it. I've looked at it.
Okay, we will do Ultron next, and you have to talk me into putting him in the same class as any other character.
Tell me why you think he is first.
I certainly will. So we're all in agreement. We'll do Ultron next.
Let's do it.
Okay, we have to do this for Soundless because he doesn't understand what is going on. So hold on. So Nick Fury was Demigod Green, and Plain God, but I do think with the Fury Shield team he elevates. And I like this that they're going to be in God with the arrows, but there will only actually be one in the one above all. Like, it's going to look beautiful. So here we go. Actually, we'll go to msf.gg and look at the full kit. Holy fuck, dude, this character's so broken. So, Salas, you know
You're fucking high! Are you out of your mind?
Salas, you know how to get Ultron, right?
Yeah.
But do you really?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Dark Dimension?
It's not just Dark Dimension. Dark Dimension has 2 game modes. There's...
And paying money, probably.
Oh, let me get to it. So Dark Dimension has the first version of it, which you're going to need, unconfirmed rumors coming up, you're going to need 6 stars just to get in to the first version of it, and every node's going to be like over 1 million, and every day you will just slowly chip away at it until you can beat it. They do have Ultron bots, they're just under unplayable.
They are okay.
I believe so. They used to. I hope they didn't get rid of them.
Because their new interaction with them, I think, is part of what makes them busted.
I mean,
he only makes accelerators. It doesn't matter either way.
That is not true. Anyway, so then once you've done the normal version, then you can do the insanity version. So that the one is called Enter the Darkness, and the other is called Fear the Darkness. The harder one, Fear the Darkness, unconfirmed rumor here, I believe you can't even get in with anything less than Gear Tier 13. Like, they have to be 7-star Gear Tier 13 to enter. So, and you have to complete it. Like, when you've completed that, then you get Ultron. So, it makes sense that Ultron would be preposterous. Right? Magic Wand said they data mined 80k power, level 80s on the first Dark Dimension node. So, his basic, attack primary target for 340% damage, steal 2 positive effects, that is steal and clear taunt. So if he's hitting a tank...
It says copy, not steal.
Says steal.
Disintegration beam?
Mm-hmm.
Says copy 2 effects.
Says steal on msf.gg. Are you...
Okay, right here in the actual game client where I'm looking at Ultron, where I'm assuming is the correct one, it says copy.
Yeah, look at level 5. The copied effect is now cleared from the target. It upgrades to a steal.
Oh, okay.
Question me, motherfucker. Anyway, so yeah, attack primary, steal 2 positive effects, clear taunt. It's pretty goddamn good. Then, this special here, which is ready on turn 1, it is 7 energy. but it's ready on turn 1. Summon 3 Ultron minions at 340% normal damage, 100% normal health. Apply defense up to self and all Ultron minion allies for 2 turns. So as soon as he summons, they all get 2-turn defense up, which means they aren't going anywhere super soon. And now he's defense upped himself if he hadn't already stolen one. Now, let's pull up what those characters do, because those characters do things to him and for him as well.
I can link him in chat to say.
Here they are. So the 3 he can summon are Incinerator, Accelerator, and Fabricator. Incinerator, Accelerator, Fabricator.
Oh, that's what it meant by additional minion? Okay.
So, the Incinerator attacks primary target, clears a positive effect. If Ultron is an ally, he gains the effect. So, right off the bat, the basic is giving a buff to Ultron. This ability, grant offense up to self, 4 allies, and Ultron for 2 turns. Fill Ultron's speed bar 25%. If Ultron already had offense up, give him 1 ability energy. On death, grant Ultron counter. Okay. This one he'll summon, so this, by the way, this level 7 ability, he's going to summon all 3. And with this new format, I think he's getting 1 of each. Fabricator, attack primary target, and grant 1 ability energy to Ultron. So we are fixing his ability energy problems with every minion. Heal the 4 lowest health allies, except Ultron, for 7,000 health and 15% of this character's max. That's a big heal. Heal Ultron for 14,000 health, 25% of this character's max health. Clear 4 negative effects from Ultron. Grant Ultron regen for 2 turns. Fill Ultron speed bar by 25%. On death, grant Ultron death proof. As you can see, all 3 of them, just using their abilities, you're giving him a crap ton of speed bar. Ultron Accelerator. Attack primary target for 340. Change speed bar by minus 30%. With every basic, they just chunk you for minus 30%. Grant speed up to self, 4 allies, and Ultron for 2 turns. Fill Ultron speed bar by 25%. If Ultron already had speed up, fill Ultron speed bar by 40% instead of 25%. And of course, on death, fill Ultron speed bar by another 25%. And they can use those abilities every 3rd turn. Those are just the summons. We are only on his 2nd ability. Let's get to his 3rd ability, because this is a fun one. Attack primary target for 700% piercing damage. This ability deals double damage against targets with defense up. So if they have defense up, this does 1,400% piercing damage. He can use that after 2 turns, but you can totally, stick a Star-Lord next to him and give him ability energy or whatever. Gain 1 ability energy per positive effect on self, which means he can pretty much fully recharge that ability if he has enough buffs when he fires that off. I don't know what the maximum amount of positive effects are, but you can, literally every one of his minions is putting buffs on him and stuff. And he steals positive effects, so he's always going to have a bunch of them. And then his passive, once per match, revive with 50% of this character's max health. So he comes back at half health, and that's once per match. So if we're talking on a raid node, he can die on a raid node, revive, and then guess what? Going into the next one, he's ready to do it again. That actually happened to me. I was so mad. I killed him. He revived by himself. I killed him again. He was dead. I had to leave that fight. I got wiped for some other reason. Actually, it was a bunch of bad RNG on him. But we finally got him down, and then I was like, alright, he's down, let me leave. I left, came back in, Scientist Supreme revived him when I was back in the 2nd time, and then when I killed him, he fucking revived again. It was the trollest shit ever. On kill, this character and all villain tech allies have all positive effects prolonged by a duration of 1. So anytime they kill someone, all the buffs stay up. This dude is a motherfucker. But I'm listening, Silence. Tell me why he's not that good.
I didn't say he wasn't good. I said, why are we making another fucking level for it?
Okay,
It's still a god character.
Okay, who's better than him?
It's not about if he's better. It's
so
he's still
what you're saying?
Point possible.
All right, so you agree he's the one above all, though? We agree?
No.
No. Who's better?
Who's above all?
Okay, Vision cancels him out altogether. Turn 1.
Get the fuck out! Oh, please.
Does he not? Ability
No.
block?
No, that doesn't cancel him out.
That does not stop him from doing anything except for basic attack in a turn 1.
For 1 turn where he steals 2 positive effects and removes a taunt.
Okay, and then
he can be
stun
stalled.
him with Black Widow next turn.
It's not that he's impervious to everything.
I mean, but you're saying he's above everybody else, so obviously
he's the best character in the game by a mile. That doesn't.
I'm not saying he's not good, but like, why the fuck are we
character.
making new things?
Because he's a reward for the toughest possible thing in the game, and it's pretty obvious he's designed to be well ahead of everyone else.
Okay, to clarify the positions, Soundless has a categorical objection to having any category above God tier, and that is the reason he is objecting to this. Therefore, if we wanted to frame things in the Soundless world, we shift every other champ to demigod and just leave Ultron alone in God tier. Just shift everyone down 1.
Right.
If you want, go for it. Wow. And we're just making this whole entire thing pointless. Like, I don't know.
But that's the point, is Ultron is clearly in a class of his own.
Okay.
And it's just a fun thing to put him in the one above all, because he's literally the one above all. And it's the accurate thing to do. And to your answer, like, oh, I'll just vision block him. Okay, well, we'll just bring whatever JJ and shrug it off before his turn. Like,
and if you're treating a single champion the same way that you would treat a raid boss, it's like, oh man, my stun failed against Ultron. My stun failed against Thanos. Oh man, I didn't get my ability block off on him. You know, there's something really wonky.
Yep.
I fought against the raid version of Ultron. I don't give a fuck about him at all.
If you were expecting them to design a character that we look at and go, there's absolutely nothing you can do ever, like, that's bad character design. We will never see that. Every character, there has to be something you can do. Ultron is...
I'm not saying he's not good. I'm just saying, like, why the fuck are we creating a whole new thing just for one character?
Because he's a whole new thing.
He's in a category of his own above the other
Ultron
characters.
and Titan tier.
Yep.
If you want to shift everyone down a tier except for Ultron, that would work too.
Right, but it's crazy to me that that's what he agreed to. He was like, yeah, you could do that. Like, then
I said you could do that, then it'd make everything fucking pointless.
Okay, sure. Oh, we forgot. If anyone's running Ultron on defense, Soundless will shit on him. That's what it is. That's why he's not that good. We can't put him in one above all. Soundless shits on him.
Oh my god.
Actually, my arena defense totally beat somebody who was using Ultron. I saw they were using their phone and I broke their phone. Hard counter. It's just not viable.
The old smash the phone? Dude, there's even a counter to that. You just get one of those OG Nokias. If it can run the game. Yeah.
I'm not like, it's just like he set up these fucking, guides of like how the fuck we're gonna rank characters. Obviously, he's gonna be a god character.
I will explain.
Now we're adding the whole we just keep
no.
adding shit to this, and I understand, but like
we're trying to be thorough. But the devs intended for him to be in a class of his own. It's very obvious. They meant for him to be.
And then they're gonna fucking make like Ultimus and like revamp him. He's gonna be the same thing. Who the fuck cares? Like, it's gonna be the same shit. Then it's 2 above all.
No, it's just 2 people who are 1 above all.
That is the tier designation.
Yeah.
The point here is that the current classification system just isn't good enough, because the difference between Ultron and literally just about everyone else in God tier, difference between them is equivalent to the difference between your average person in God tier and your average person in demigod tier. You need to be able to distinguish just how much of a gap there is. Ultron is just so far different. The power scaling is so far different that I'd say there's a bigger gap between Ultron and some god characters than a lot of the god characters and the demigod characters. You need to be able to make that distinction.
Alright. Agreed. So, this nerdy talk is getting me horny. Nice jiggle Billy here. Anywho, I'd go with God with Orange. Isn't he stronger than Fury? Fury can be on Ultron's level with the right team around him. So, like, Fury with the right team versus Ultron with the wrong team, you got an actual match on your hands, is the thing. Can we have this sheets online? Exclamation tier list sheet. You can watch it as we're working on it. Okay, so on to Night Nurse. Night Nurse, the improvements she gets, this heal goes from 3,300 to 4,200 on the special, and the ultimate goes from 2,500 to 3,200, and that's it. Oh, and then, yeah, that's it. So, not big jumps for Night Nurse. Now, she was already in an interesting scenario. We have her God for campaign and raid. Is she just God, Campaign, and Raid, or is she going to get the same designation as Storm, the same kind of special usable orange, where you don't use her for most of Campaign, but for Raid she's notably better?
I mean, yeah, she seems like the exact same thing. In fact, we made the explicit comparison when we were talking about Storm.
So we'll give her the usable with orange, and so yeah, we might need to just put in like a specific thing for Raid. So we'll put Raid Specialist, because I don't use her that much in Campaign. You can, but all right. So for Arena Offense and Blitz, we had her at usable, and for Arena Defense and AI, we had her at usable. Does she sit there for you? I might even turf her to mediocre for Arena Defense and AI. Wouldn't change your rating. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, she's mediocre in defense. She doesn't do anything.
No, she doesn't. When I see her, I'm like, yes, it's a 5v4. So, let's add, she was, we had her at God, usable, and she dropped down to mediocre. And I don't agree that she goes up to usable even with the right team. She is just a liability on defense, always.
A question, we're on end. Did we skip Kamal? Are we saving to the end?
We did, and I'm not sure how we did, but we did. So yeah, good call. Let's go to Kamala. Let me get rid of Mystique here. And then I'll get rid of Ultron, because we did him. Well, actually we didn't. We looked at Ultron, but we didn't grade Ultron. So hold on, real quick. Can we just put Ultron in one above all across the board?
Clean and easy.
One above all. What a monster. Okay. We actually had him at Demigod, but he got reworked, so we weren't grading the same version of him. Oh, and I have to put in the thing that the level cap changed too. I gotta do that. So this is level cap going to 70 up here. Level cap to 70. Okay. Carrying on. Miss Marvel. I'm so excited to talk about this one.
My girl.
Your girl, and I fuck, like, every once in a while I just fuck one up. I think we all have ones where we're just like, yeah, I fucked that one up. I fucked this one up. It might have been personal bias against the character. I don't know. She doesn't impress me that much as a character, but she's not bad, man. She is not bad. She's kicked my ass a few times. I'm a little salty about it. So, fully maxed out. Attack primary target for 200% damage, gain deflect. Heal self for 20,000 health and 50% of max health. If health was below 50%, also gain slow. The slap, attack all enemies for 220. 60% chance to generate 1 ability energy per target hit. Energy is granted to random hero allies. She can't give it to herself. What? Spooky, what? And then the passive here, gain assist on each hero brawler ally's turn. On turn, grant assist now to a random hero brawler ally. When a hero ally drops below 50%, gain taunt. If they're a brawler, you also gain 2 deflect. We might have to give out some greens here, but she is real good. What consistently impresses me is her damage. Her base damage is fucking high. She hurts. And
yep, she just clips on damage to everything constantly.
Yeah, it's a lot of assists with the right team. And the thing is, what I didn't appreciate is she got a big boost because all the characters that she enhances are so fast that they're going like it's they have early burst in a really weird way. She is very team dependent. She is very team dependent, but she might be getting like usable orange or something. I don't know. We'll talk about it. She's definitely way worse without a team, but she enables a team to do some crazy things. The early burst that they get is just nuts. Because Spider-Man is so fast, he goes right away with the defense downs. Daredevil's so fast. Deadpool's fairly fast. Like, a lot of the hero brawlers go nice and early, and they just, like someone pointed out, like, all the damage that's going to be taking place. So let's look at her abilities. She can do her AoE. So, like, you can have, like, Daredevil with this comp, you can have Spider-Man hit 4 people minimum with his thing. Then Daredevil can crack all 5 enemies. Then her slap can hit everyone. Like, they can just open up with a bunch of AoE, and on any of their turns, she is going to 100% of the time assist. Like, they get legit first turn kills when they're all powwowing together. Like, they score kills before you can retaliate. And a lot of comps. Not the ultimate comp, not like a Fury Shield team counter per se, but they counter a lot, man. They beat a lot of my normal teams in Blitz. I don't like it. So, anything anyone wants to throw in about this kit before we debate the placements?
No, I think it's pretty well nailed.
Alright, so first and foremost, campaign raid. So we had her at usable green. My whole thing is, if we take away her team, she really works well with the team, but if we take away her team, what is she? I don't know if she goes above usable. She just attacks for not a crazy amount and gains deflect. She... Say what now?
You said take that away, and what is she? So I said billionaire, playboy,
oh, Hardy Har.
Genius.
Yeah, okay. Well done. Like, the AoE doesn't do a lot, but it is an AoE. Like, you have to assume there's some heroes on the team, because we just assume, like, a random assortment of characters. A random assortment of characters means she'll be giving some ability energy with the slap, although if you assume it's a 60% chance and there's 2 heroes on top of her, which is slightly in their favor, it's only 1 person getting ability energy. It's not that crazy, and her passive is... It does nothing with no heroes on the team. But so
she might even be mediocre without any synergies.
That's extra harsh. I think she's usable just because she has an AoE that can hit 10 people. She can generate ability energy, and she has a giant heal. Like, that giant heal alone, especially in campaign and raid, I won't give her less than usable. That giant heal.
Fair enough.
I literally, like, I don't know if you watched the team-up event I just did. She heals like a motherfucker. That's a giant heal. And
did you finish the 5-star one?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep, just did. I'm debating how I want to spend those ABCs, but now I have no gold because I used them all leveling her up. I need to get more briefcases, but one of my shield characters is going to tier 11 like tomorrow. Fucking briefcases. Actually, the shop reset. Maybe there's briefcases in my shop. Fingers crossed. No, of course there's... Oh, there is! Holy shit! I need just a little bit more gold. Yes! Yes! Briefcase in the shop. Anyway. So... I give her usable in campaign and raid. The question is, does she go up to God with all hero brawler team? Is she usable orange? I probably, right?
I'm really torn on this one because she's at the very least a high demi enabler.
Right.
Soundless, Cambridge, thoughts?
About campaign raid with team or without team?
We have her usable without team fairly. We're fairly confident in that, but with team,
still demi.
Yeah, demi's fine.
I've been using her in raids with the defenders, and she's pretty damn.
I mean, obviously, if you're fighting city teams and shit like that, like obviously she's really good. But like if you're fighting like regular circumstantial shit, yeah, it's good. But how long is it going to sustain in raid without having to spend, heals or some shit?
Well, so here's the question again. Technically, she makes an excellent 5th on the defender team. That's with a specific team, and I think she's got on that team. I think she has to get usable orange. That actually made it up for me. I forgot. She's so good on that. Dude, that team is nuts.
I think she's a more vital component of the defenders perhaps than Luke Cage, and that would put her at usable orange.
It is, but so I love her in place of Punisher, because her with Luke Cage, like the whole thing about Luke Cage is, what if something bad happens before Luke Cage gets going? Miss Marvel is the answer to that. Period. That's it. Yeah, really.
The reports that I've been getting from people using Defenders and like Alpha 3, they said that Punisher was a very crucial part to push the damage far.
There's 2 hero brawlers on that team, and that should make up for a good bit of the damage Punisher was bringing. It's not quite the same.
I mean, I'm not sure. Like, obviously, like, she very well could. I don't have them high enough to run yet.
Punisher dies too fast, and she can take a hit and heal back up.
Right. She takes a hit very well and heals up. Yeah, she's just a lot more reliable. Like, I expect her to be less damage than Punisher, period. But she's 1,000 times more reliable, and she's not that much less damage. Less damage, but not, like, against a villain team considerably less, but still, like, she's punching above her weight, contributing extra damage in addition to being an off-tank.
That is her power, to punch above her weight.
Yep. Someone said Marvel really helps my team, but I use Night Nurse instead. Do you find Night Nurse even better?
Yeah, she lets everyone survive even harder.
Night Nurse is giving them even more sustain?
Oh, yeah. And it sucks because I like Miss Marvel on that team.
Interesting. I was wondering who the better fifth is. Interesting.
I've tried all three, and I had to give it to Night Nurse, even though my Night Nurse is way worse than my Miss Marvel.
That's the most interesting part. You have a Night Nurse that's worse than your Miss Marvel?
Yeah.
Alright. Still, I think I gotta give her usable orange, but specifically for campaign and raid, I wouldn't fight it as hard. I do want to fight her for her on arena offense and blitz, but for campaign and raid, I mean, for campaign and raid, she's way more likely to generate so much more ability energy, too.
And the other thing is that she works outside of the context of just defenders. You can slot in Spidey and do great. You can slot in Deadpool and do great.
Mm-hmm. I think usable orange is appropriate. And then, yeah, I agree with what Gregariously said. I use Miss Marvel, Black Panther, Deadpool, Captain, Night Nurse. Nice. These streams are very helpful. I am glad. That's the idea. So, any objections to usable orange?
None here.
Soundless?
Sure.
Alright. For arena offense and blitz, we have our usable green. I think we have to give her usable orange here just because there's some ridiculous comps that you can make that just smash 97% of matchups.
I'd agree with that.
Silence, objections?
I don't know. Like, your team's pretty squishy also, though.
But she taunts if any of them get too low. They have to go from 50 to 0.
That's not hard. What if I mean, look at fucking Tech Team.
They all have defense up.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not
Iron Fist heals every turn.
But I mean, well, he heals him. That's it.
Does he heal every turn?
No, well, he has a chance to heal every turn for himself.
Right, and other defenders, which we're looking at her both on a defender team and on a hero brawler team. But I think there's enough teams you can run where they're airtight with her. So
Arena defenders team does not. We've already went over this. It's not fast enough or relevant enough to really do anything to the meta or anything in the meta.
I don't know if that's true.
It's definitely true.
I don't know. I'd like to see. I wish I had him maxed. I would be trying him in arena. I would like to try him, man. The damage you can put out, like, even with a full team, like a Fury Shield team is its own thing, but there aren't that many people that go before Spider-Man and Deadpool. Or sorry, Spider-Man and Daredevil. There's just not.
I'm just looking forward to Okoye so hard.
Yeah, me too. But, so, objections to usable orange? You want usable green?
That's fine. I mean, you guys are already both doing it. That doesn't matter what I fucking think, honestly.
I asked because I'm not 100% made up. I think I know what I think, but...
I'm right on the borderline myself.
So we're open to be swayed if you think you got a strong case. Is it that you're just like, she's not...
I mean, are you going to eat through a Drax in time before Star-Lord and Rocket just murder your team?
No reason you can't have a Dispel.
Well, if you're using all brawlers and her,
no,
you're not
who said all brawlers? I like her on a hybrid brawler team. Like, you can have Black Widow and Cap on a team with her, and then her and Spidey and Daredevil or whatever.
Deadpool.
Yeah, Deadpool works great. Like, you can do hybrid teams with her just fine. So, I don't hear him saying much. I mean, I know for Blitz they'll just absolutely smash. I've seen it. But so, even so, I mean, if we give it usable with the ability to rise to God, it's in combination with the game modes, in combination with the teams. So, if nothing else, she's just a free like lifeline for a hero team, right?
Right.
And she's hard to kill, so she's gonna stick around, and she gives out ability energy. So she's a reliable in terms of not dying, giving out energy to heroes. So you can just run her with heroes, and worst case scenario, she's giving out ability energy and hitting all targets every now and again. I'm waiting for Salas to like give some kind of acknowledgement here. I don't. He's like checked out.
Entered shutdown mode.
I think he is. I think he's fading. But so you're cool with usable orange?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then arena defense and AI. I kind of want to.
I'd say much lower. Well, okay, so you can get the occasional cheese comp, but she's so dependent on the AI targeting the brawlers correctly.
Kinda. So here's what you're looking at. Like, Spider-Man is going to open up with that defense down. DareDevil is going to open up with that chain. Yes, they might start whacking into the tank with the initial, but, like, Spider-Man putting defense down on people hits everyone, and then she's following up his attack 100% of the time. DareDevil might, again, go whack into the tank, who now has defense down, most likely, and she's following up into the tank. Like, even with just horrid luck, they first off, their team does good AoE, and just her peppering in those shots, and then it's the fact that like she always gives assists to a hero brawler on her turn, so even her basics hit twice as hard as they look. Like, God, I'm looking at her kit the same as you, and I was floored by the damage she put out. Like, it was unreal. And I, like, every time I see it, I'm like, I'm lost. I'm like, what is happening? The only reason I'm fighting for her this hard, I promise you, I don't even like her. But more than once, I've fought into her team and been like, where the fuck did all this damage come from? And, like, in Comstor, I got to speed up and taunt. And I was like, aha, now you have to hit my tank. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening to my tank? Why is my whole team almost dead? We all had defense up. Like, what is happening? They do crazy damage. And so, like, even when you have Wolverine on there, the AI Wolverine fucking dances around and hits everyone. When it's fucking Deadpool, he fucking bounces around and chains. Like, all the brawlers fucking chain. So they're a deceptive team of, like, all turn 1 AoEs that get followed up with extra punches in the face to the main target. Like, it's a really ridiculous comp.
Yeah, okay.
It's fucking stupid, man. I don't know what to say. Like, people have seen it on stream. I'm just curious, how many people in chat have been watching the stream have seen, I think it's happened on stream like twice, maybe, a Miss Marvel comp that just, we're all just standing there like, what the fuck is going on? Just curious, but I'm content to give her usable orange. I mean, it still puts her in usable, but I think she forms some solid teams. And worst case scenario, I agree the AoEs with assists are insane if you can find it with an orange passive Black Panther. Oh, yeah. Miss Marvel's been so underrated. Her with BP.
Not by everyone.
Yeah. Yes, I don't like her teams. I try to avoid her teams, man. I've seen it a few times. She'll surprise you. She upsets me. She shouldn't be that good, but where she impressed me. So I was, like, when we originally graded her, she looks like a tank. So I was like, well, she's not going to be that good of a tank. It's just the one taunt. You can clear that. Like, whatever. She's just whatever. She's not that scared of a tank.
You got it. Next guy. Let's keep this going.
Just pointing out, she's crazy damage. But alright, so, Nobu, I'm trying to keep it going.
Not much has changed. He gets like 70% to his basic attack and maybe summon another guy. That's it.
The maybe summon another guy is nice, and he gives them a little bit of damage. But yeah, that's nothing too crazy. His special goes to guaranteed 2 counter. Whoa. And but it says and apply to all allies. So and then it stays to apply 1 and 2 counter to all allies. Yeah, that's cancerous. He gets 2 counter, but then they still only get 1 to 2. What a dick move. That move already sucked. Come on, Nobu. But so,
Yeah.
Nobu's in such a weird position. He always has been. We had him usable green for campaign and raid.
That's where he's at still.
Probably. Like, I think so. We had him in usable. He doesn't get the Archer summons guaranteed. He doesn't get the revives guaranteed. Yeah. This isn't a rating, but Nobu, if there was anyone who was like God with RNG, Nobu's like God with RNG. But,
Please, Nebula.
Oh, no, there are other characters who are God with RNG. Nebula's not even that RNG reliant.
If she revives long enough for you to time out, which has happened to me before.
What the fuck? Well, anyway.
Yeah, I was fighting in campaign and there were like 8 or 9 consecutive timeouts and revives.
Oh, wait. Remy LeBeau points out an excellent fact. Let's see if that's true. I think it is true. He is a Mystic Controller.
Oh, well, that's true.
So he gets the Loki perks, but I mean, ultimately his problem is his ultimate is borderline pointless. Like, counters aren't bad, but by the time they show up, it's kind of rough. Like, it's better for campaign and raid. I kind of can think we can call him demigod for campaign and raid. He summons, some of his summons do AoE, giving a team counters if you've comped around him. Like, I feel like, I don't know. Too much RNG.
He's not that great for campaign. He's what we have him at, and he's basically the
probably.
same.
I want him to be better. I recommend him for people, like for newer players doing Mystic campaign all the time.
Get a job for Fox next and start fixing it then.
Okay, yeah, I'll work on that.
There are specific nodes where he's good, but in general, he's not up there.
Fox next, just give Nobu a good ult. That's it. Everything else is fine. Just give him a good ult, please. If you're out there listening, I heard. Possibly some of them were listening earlier. I don't know if anyone's still listening, but that'd be cool. Anywho, moving on to Arena Offense and Blitz. We have him just at plain demigod. What do you think? He's in a weird spot. I think we talked last time, like he walks the line between demigod and usable. For Blitz, he usually carries just with the summons, but what do you think?
Usable green.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can make him work, but you have to make him work.
Alright, we'll give him usable green. So let me just put... So we had him usable green, and then...
Usable green.
Right.
Basically, it's usable green.
No, I know. I have to put what we had him at. Got to keep it up to date. So we had him usable green, demigod, usable green. But yeah, I think I might have fought hard last time to get him up to demigod, and now I'm just like, you were not worth fighting for. Fought hard for you, and we didn't use you very much for much of anything. He's super annoying. I almost want to give him a higher AI score, because I'll be damned if half the people on his team don't fucking revive when he's on the AI, but yeah,
he has a pretty high cheese score, but
yeah. We need to start giving him cheese score. That's the best way to put it. Yep. Okay, Okoye, we don't need to reevaluate her, especially because she's not out. I did learn a little bit about when we might see her. So I'll drop this little teaser. It is a tier list stream after all. When we might see her, we might also see another character that is somewhat related.
What's her name? Sister.
Will neither confirm nor deny. Yeah, I don't want to give away too many specifics, but I'm happy with it, and I hope we do see that character.
Sure, is supposed to be one of the most popular Halloween costumes coming up. No way they're going to miss out on that.
Also, it might not be Shuri. Might not. So...
A better version of Storm.
Oh, she's non-playable. So, just to see what changed here. Her special goes to 220 from 190, that's whatever. And then the additional target damage goes from 160 to 190, so that's pretty standard.
It's going to be a Rhino, guys. It's going to be a Rhino.
Nothing's changed there. Attack primary for 250 goes to 280, so she just gets 30% on on her middle damage abilities. That does not change her rating at all, I don't think. I'm not going to debate where she would be in the meta now, because I don't think we're going to see her anytime super soon. But so we're okay to leave her where she is. Those are pretty much on par upgrades. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, moving on to Punisher, and then the next person starts with a Q, so we're starting to wind down here. Punisher's going to need special attention, and then Quake barely. But Quake is a weird one. She's like slipping ever so slightly in the meta. But all right, so Punisher's changed quite a bit. Attack primary target for 240%, 20% piercing, 30% chance to chain up to 2 additional targets for 200% damage and 20% piercing. Counterattack breaks the chain. That's nice. I heard his base damage went up to the highest in the game. That's fantastic. He needed that. That makes that quite a bit more damaging, especially when it's a chain. Sadness Grenade. Somehow still a Sadness Grenade. Stop doing... Like, I understand the math the way you would think that it works. With like, oh, it's an AoE now, so we have to make it do less damage because it hits multiple targets. Like, yes, I get that, but so just give it a long cooldown, but don't ever make me prefer a basic attack. This is a special ability. Just make it a longer cooldown, but make an AoE an AoE. It's a grenade launcher. Why is a grenade launcher hitting someone directly in the face doing less damage than a carbine? Couldn't tell you.
I would say keep the damage low and just give it a bleed stack.
Even something like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, literally, if someone asks you, can I shoot you in the torso with my carbine or with my grenade launcher? I recommend you opt for the carbine if you're going to take one.
What kind of grenade is it and how far away?
Seriously?
Yeah.
It's going to hit you in the chest.
Mm-hmm.
So
anyway, says Soundless the one who's like, I don't want to spend too long here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, you guys are listening anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. So.
Well, when you say things like, what kind of grenade am I taking to the chest?
Being an ass doesn't matter. I'm trying to
the feather grenade. It's a feather grenade. Is that really you doing this now? We don't listen to you? Oh, Salas, please.
Yeah, because I want to get this like over with. Instead of being 12 hours long, I want to actually maybe eat and have a social
Says
life.
the man who's single-handedly protracting it.
He is, but so also, it's very important. We have to make sure we go just long enough to where at least 5 people leave a YouTube comment on the video saying, fucking crazy if you think I'm going to watch this whole thing. Like, we have to at least...
It's already at like 10 hours. I think that... Or, sorry.
Anyway.
I don't even know. Yeah, fucking 9 hours or whatever the fuck it is. 11 hours.
We're at 9, but anyway. So you can just type
1 hour away from when I got here.
Exclamation uptime. Anyway, so that damage is whatever, but it is an AoE.
Yeah, 9 hours, 3 minutes, 29 seconds.
Yeah, 9 hours. That's what I said. All right. Anyway.
Nice.
So, fully loaded, it's an AoE, hits everyone, ready on turn 1.
Did you not start streaming it? I don't know, whatever. Fucking.
You're a crazy person, and you're doing
I was here... Oh, wait, never mind, yeah. I am going crazy. It's been too fucking long.
We're valuing this guy's opinion, he can't even tell time.
Are you crazy?
I'm worried here now.
Refund!
Anyway.
Refund! Refund!
Can I say I'm with Soundless on what type of grenade, though?
Okay. Fantastic.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Moving on. Next.
Thank you, Shinny. Attack all enemies for 200%, 20% piercing. It's not too bad with the higher base. But the passive is really what's just so absurd. Like, we've had characters before where their passive is like 80% of the value of their kit, but this is ridiculous. Zaz, thank you for the follow. If at least one ally is a city hero, gain 20% chance to assist on non-attack abilities. Gain 20% chance to assist on non-attack abilities per defender ally. If DareDevil is an ally, when an enemy attacks him, attack that enemy for 200% damage and 10% piercing. That's awesome that he just always retaliates on Daredevil's behalf. Gain 10% damage, gain 50% damage against villain targets. What the why? Good lord. He is permanently offense upped against villains, and then if he gets an offense up, GG. City allies gain 5% damage. City hero allies gain 10% damage instead. City hero allies gain an additional 30% damage against villain targets. That's the crazy part, is if you're running him on a city hero team, like, you can just stick him on a Miss Marvel team if she happens to have any city heroes, like, I don't know, Spider-Man or Daredevil, who they pair fantastically with. And so I was saying, like, oh, the Miss Marvel team's a bunch of bullshit. Like, Even he's a turn 1 AoE. Like, it's just so ridiculous. But, anyway, yeah, he's ruined the early Blitz tiers a little bit. He's not that crazy. He's a little bit scary. But, so, believe it or not, Punisher was always a pain in the ass for the early Blitz tiers. I always told people, like, you gotta go for Punisher. In those early matches, like, his scaling problem was always that, like, beyond level, like, 35, he changed, like, barely at all. But he's literally always been a serious threat in low-tier Blitz. I'm sure he's worse now, but he was always a pain. But anywho, so we had him at usable for campaign and raid. Now, this is where it gets weird. He's really good into villains with city heroes. Now, he can't actually impact that many city heroes without being on the defender team. Now, just by virtue of being a great fifth for the defender team, we can just give him orange and be like, he can be god tier, because he is god tier on the defender team. But city heroes, not including all the defenders, you got Spider-Man, JJ's a defender, those are all villains, Luke Cage is a tank, Miss Marvel is a tank, kind of, Iron Fist is a healer, Daredevil is a defender, as is Iron Fist. Like, pretty much all the city heroes besides Spider-Man and Night Nurse and Miss Marvel, like, they're all defenders. So, it's not like he has that many other choices. So the question is, pretty much on the defender team, where do we stand on him? I think he's a usable orange.
Let's put usable orange across the board, and let's go to the next one.
Well, we gotta make sure...
I would agree with that rating. I think he's extremely core on defenders, actually.
He is, but so, like, I can see bumping him for Miss Marvel on the defender team for a lot of content. For raid, I think you bump him for Miss Marvel or Night Nurse, and for... But I guess the point is, if you stick him on that team, you'll still get really good results, because it's about him. So if he's mandatory and you build the defenders around him, yeah, I think we gotta give it to him. On to Arena Offense and Blitz. This is, again, clear for me, usable orange. But so we all agree, before we get to the next category, that on his own, he's still just usable. Because he...
Yes.
Yeah. And he gets way better on his own without a team around him if he's going against villains, but even that is controlling the matchup. But, just to throw this out there, we always assume that, like, it's just a random mix of characters on both teams. The villains, like, half the game, more or less, is villains. There's going to be a couple villains on any enemy team, and he's going to do good damage to him. You don't think he jumps up to Demi just assuming he's always fighting at least a couple villains?
I think his own egocentric damage is kind of lackluster.
I agree,
and I think...
just making sure.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. Alright, so on to Arena Defense and AI, because it doesn't sound like Soundless as much to... I don't think he disagrees. Arena Defense and AI, we had him at mediocre. Do we give him mediocre orange, or do we have to bump him up to usable orange?
Mediocre orange is fine.
He's a turn 1 AoE. You can't run villains into him that well.
It's part of some obnoxious one-shot comps that you have to think twice about tackling and swap comp options for.
I kind of want to give him usable orange just because his turn 1 AoE doesn't suck anymore. Any objections to usable orange across the board?
Sure.
No, I don't care.
Alright. Didn't sound like you were fighting too hard on that one, Soundless, but I'm not, like... The whole reason I say this is he can be on a god tier team and do it fairly well.
No, he's legitimately only tied to defenders.
Right.
Yuletide.
That's what I'm saying.
Which is a god tier team.
The other side of the whole thing, well, I mean, for defense, though, debatable. Like, they're not that great for AI crap. Okay. That's why I said mediocre orange.
I'll have to
go.
They're alright on defense, and he's good on the Miss Marvel City Hero comp with Spider-Man and Daredevil and stuff. Soundless is a Honey Badger? Yeah, Honey Badger don't give a fuck. I'm gonna have to go back and redo these overall ratings, because I'm sure I've skipped a bunch of them, but at least I can do his. He's usable orange now. So, on to Quake. So a lot of these are going to be quick, because we're just seeing, like, was there a significant change to them in the meta, or with new abilities. So Quake, her her buff clear stays the same. It just goes from 185 to 210 damage on the primary, and
I'm just gonna straight up say this because I'm gonna be right back in for like 10 minutes. I'm just gonna clear out this one from my own perspective. Quake is still God, and then Demi Green, possibly. I would even say Demi for defense because she is not really used anymore at all. And then the next Ravagers all basically stay the same for me. Be right back, 10 minutes.
Okay. I actually, Canage, if you don't mind, if you can fill in for him while he's gone. So,
yeah.
Then her AoE goes from 270 to 320, so they brought it down to only adding 50% damage, which is a bummer, but it's a little bit more in line. The 50% on the ult is nice, but it was 90% until I made the mistake of making a video about it, and then I guess they saw it and went, oh, that is really too strong, and then fixed it. We have to stop making videos pointing out what's awesome and then just let them do it. 90% was broken. I know, but she needed it. Quake is slowly slipping. Like, the 50% is the healthy, balanced choice, but couldn't she... Ugh. Anyway, so we have her for God for campaign and raid. I don't see that changing at all. Any objections?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
For arena offense and blitz, we have her as God. I don't see that changing. Any objections?
Nope.
No.
I mean, she's like slightly out of fashion, but she's still very, very, very good.
Yep, absolutely. Now, the question is, we all use her... I guess you could make the case... I mean, I think she's still demigod just for what she does, but if you take away Black Widow and Cap and just throw her on a random team... you know, is it worth it? She's in your control. She's doing 3-person, 2-turn slows, each basic. She can dispel, and then she has the big AoE on turn 3, assuming that she wasn't benefiting from anyone giving her ability energy or anything. I would say probably still, like, she ends the fight with that ult most of the time.
Yeah, generally.
So, yeah, I think we got to give it to her.
I'd say Demi's fine, yeah.
Demi's fine for arena offense and blitz? Demi Green?
I don't know, for defense, sir. I thought we were...
No. Going to defense, I like Demi Green for her there just because she opens up with that Dispel, which is not always the strongest move, but her ult is such a win condition, and I'm so hesitant to give anyone with a just like a 9 times out of 10 win condition less than God on defense, just because there are so few people that have defense win conditions, and hers doesn't just do good damage, it's 5 offense downs.
Yeah.
Go for it, Canage.
Like, she's fallen so far out of favor, I think, specifically because, like, Vision is in fashion now, right? Like, Vision is he protects, he ability blocks, and he purges, so... And the problem is that his protection doesn't help her.
Not as
I also think her removal from a lot of the Avengers synergies here, upcoming with the Black Widow max rank, is kind of a harsh blow for her.
So, I don't know, but now she's getting even more damage on her I win button, so... I mean, on defense, how often does she get that ult? Like, for me, I still go for her first. She's a bit of an easy kill, but, like, you can't... It is... I don't recover that well if she does get her ult off, so she's still one of those characters on defense where you gotta kill her early on.
Another one.
You have so long to handle her ult.
I mean, there's every once in a while where, like, for example, I'll run into someone that's running, like, old meta defense comp, which is, like, Cap, Black Widow, CrossBones, Quake, Yondu. And, I mean, it's very rare, but, like, the ones I do run into, like, they have them all at tier 12 now, 7-star. And, like, every once in a while when Cap just gives her energy on turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's really annoying to deal with.
Yep. The slows are a pain. I mean, I'm fine with Demigod Green. I wouldn't go any less than Demigod Green, but I'm debating, like, there's just almost no... It's so hard to call anyone a god on defense because everyone can be dealt with when you know beforehand that you have to deal with it. So we just don't have that many gods on defense, but if you look at it, we have Black Widow, we have Cap, we have Nick Fury. Those are the 3 defense gods we have thus far.
So I think Demigod green is fine. Like,
Even
I'm not gonna push too far back.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's so much about like Quake hitting more counters in the meta or the role of Vision so much as the fact that Quake was in there because she was one of the only reliable win buttons. There was just like her and CrossBones and arguably Yondu back in the super early days, and we've just gotten more and more options to slot into that role. It's not that she's gotten significantly worse, it's just that you don't have to include her anymore.
Yep, fine by me. So I'm not gonna fight this that hard. I don't see her on defense that much anymore, and I started replacing her towards the end before I changed up my team altogether, but we just keep taking people out of God on defense, but the people going in keep getting like greens, so we just have no defense gods. And I think we're being too critical. I think we need to be a little bit more generous with like, just because we have no trouble with them, just having to address them. Like we all agree you have to address Quake, but I don't know. Easily blinded? Yeah, maybe. People aren't using that many blinds on arena offense. But alright, let's talk Ravagers. We can always go back to that. But yeah, so just bear in mind that if you have a lot of demigods on your defense squad, demigods with green, like that's
I mean, other than like Nick Fury Shield, like I don't think any other team is as reliable. So
right. But what I'm saying is like the team I'm running, it's not that it has a bunch of defense gods, it's that it has a bunch of people that on that team are so hard enabled. But for other game modes, like we agree that Captain America is a god in both, but we need to be able to put more people in god on defense. Like we're being too stingy with it. So just be mindful of that. Maybe for next time we need to be a little bit looser with it, because we can't have just like only 3 characters in the whole game are god on defense. Like, well, no, just they can all be dealt with. But yeah, we've all been dropping her, so she might still need to go. So Ravager Boomer gains 40% damage and a lowly 10% splash damage on a special, and that's it. That doesn't do shit for me. We had a mediocre across the board. I see no reason to change that. Any objections?
He's perfectly happy where he is.
Yep.
Alright, on to Ravager Bruiser. I fought for Ravager Bruiser this time. We'll see if you guys want. And I won't fight as hard for him this time just because I know you guys are like, I only have so many characters I'm going to get into an extended debate about, and Ravager Bruiser's not worth it. But I am interested to know if you guys think that, like, I don't want you guys to have just laid down on that one for me last time. But he gains healing for an extra 300. Oh, fuck, that's so abysmal. That is so fucking abysmal. God damn it.
Yeah.
Ravager Bruiser, you're not helping.
I like Ravager Bruiser a lot and looked him up on this, and it's like, oh, well, give me something to work with, please.
Mm-hmm. So he's still in a weird spot. 25% block chance ain't bad, but there's no hope of it going up. Every other turn he can heal for a small amount, but he gains defense up for 3 turns. That's pretty good. And then he's super inconsistent taunt, but he's like an excellent off tank, just because he's I think not that he's worth putting all the resources into, but if you're a newer player doing Cosmic and you don't have Thanos and you just have Drax, like I think Bruiser's an excellent off tank to Drax because you never know when he's going to jump in. Sometimes he'll just taunt and taunt and taunt and taunt every turn, but the beauty of having a basic attack that is tied to your taunt is if it fails, you're just basic attacking, which is what you were going to do anyway. So we had him at usable in campaign and raid, but I wouldn't object to putting him down, but I kind of like him for his potential. Like 70% of the time, but no cooldown, so
I like him immensely where he's at.
Yeah, I think he's fine where he's at.
Cool. Easy peasy. On to Ravager Stitcher. By the way, for people just listening, usable, mediocre is where Ravager Bruiser's at. Alright, on to Ravager Stitcher.
Another unchanged character.
For the most part, his special goes from healing for 2,508% to 3,508% to both targets. Yeah, that's also just truly terrible. He is truly terrible. We have a mediocre across the board. I think we did that just because he has a bleed on the basic guaranteed, and he has a lot of health, so his percent of his max health is like an okay heal, and he's one of the only cosmic healers, but is trash too harsh on him?
I mean, look at the people in trash. They hurt you as much as they help you most of the time.
Fair enough.
He has a bleed on his basic. Like, I like him in my bleed team that I use for, like, tier 1 or tier 2 of Blitz. That's better.
I mean, a lot of people in my tier 1 and 2 of Blitz are... But...
Yeah, I mean, I put him at trash for arena defense and AI, because he really doesn't do anything.
Same. Any objections?
Nope.
Okay. Ravager, Stitcher... And I feel like this is the most accurate version of the tier list we've done thus far. We're being very thorough, although we're being a little bit quick about it. So that takes care of Ravager, Stitcher. Red Skull. I mean, I'll look at what changed for Red Skull, but Red Skull was broken, and this is not the version of the Red Skull that we're going to see. But since you can fight against him, we do at least have to look at him. So he went from summoning 2 Hydra agents to 2 to 3 Hydra agents, which is of course better. And he went from apply offense up to 3 allies to apply offense up to all allies. And he still attacks the primary target for 400% and calls assists for 3 to 5 Hydra allies. So he's just still fucking broken. How did we only have this guy at usable green? His basic applies defense down. 30% chance to chain. Oh, hold on. I gotta upgrade this blade. How do we only have this guy at usable? Red Skull's been broken. What happened?
I think it was more of us being more...
Oh, unsure, and then we just haven't touched him?
Unsure.
Okay, well, we need to look back at him just real quick, because he's fucking strong. Not that we're gonna get him playable anytime soon, but let's just make it more accurate. Attack primary target for 200% damage and apply defense down. A defense down on basic is nice. 60% chance to chain for 160% damage. Okay. What are we looking at stat-wise? Currently, he is 87k health, a lowly 5200 damage, moderately high armor, and his focus and resistance are slightly above average. Being a summoner is nice. The summoning 2 to 3 Hydra agents, that's nice. He doesn't get any additional perks from them, but he summons them. Storm Assaults, it takes 3 turns for him to do this, but then he applies offense up to everyone, attacks a primary for 400% after giving everyone offense up, and then he calls assists from 3 to 5 Hydra allies, which may or may not still be alive, but any Hydra allies that there are also going to assist with offense up, so pretty much that's going to kill someone in most instances. Chance to gain ability energy when any ally dies, chance to gain ability energy when Hydra allies die. That's pretty good because the one big move he has is very reliant on ability energy. So the fact that he can defense down, offense up, summon, nuke the shit out of someone, and when anyone is dying, although this is when any ally dies.
Yeah, it's ally.
So, but so that means when he basically gets his energy back a lot of the time for summoning, because it's mostly his summons that are going to be dying like it's nothing.
So it's him and Ultron, man. Done.
Yeah, right.
Like, I think with Red Skull, like, I think usable green is fine to keep him there. Because, like, his current kit with the way that it's laid out, he very much reminds me of the first 3 summoners and the way that their kits were constructed. Like, as opposed to, like, Loki or Ultron or Nick Fury, where all of them have some big perk attached to their summon. And even Yondu, in a sense. So, like, honestly, it's really just Kingpin, Nobu, and him, who, like, their summon turn doesn't do anything else. So if an AoE follows up your summon turn, then they wasted their turn.
Yes.
Whereas with Ultron and Nick Fury and Yondu, they at least do something else as well.
Right. No,
and in fact, the SOP 4 turns to use his ultimate.
I think it's only 3. It's only 3.
3? Okay.
It's only 3, and if an ally dies, it comes quicker, and then it comes back around a bit quicker when allies die. But yeah, you don't want to be waiting on allies to die. That's not an ideal scenario. Ideally, none of your allies are dying. But so, I'm fine with usable green. But that nuke, just having a one-shot, although it is relying on Hydra allies being up, I don't know. I feel like usable's a little bit too. He still has an offense up to all allies and a defense down on every basic, so I want to push just for Demigod across the board. That's my vote. Just to defense down, offense up, summoning, one-shot kill.
I have a feeling when they release him, they're going to fix his kit.
Yeah, he'll get changed, but just we got to be accurate.
I like him where he's at, 'cause I think he's better with Hydra, because like his ultimate doesn't call the assists if his summons are Hydra allies.
Well, or if he doesn't have Hydra allies, like Winter Soldier.
Right. So, Alright, whatever. If you guys both say usable green, I won't fight it. It's not that important.
Yeah, he hasn't changed since we last did him.
Nope, but I thought that we might have been slightly misrepresenting him. Alright. I'm surprised we made it this long without my dog barking. So, looking at Rocket. Rocket was demigod green across the board. I don't think that has changed. Nice try, Canage. That's not helping. So, Rocket special goes to guaranteeing the assist, which is huge on turn 1. And you always gain the assist from Groot. So now, Rocket plus Groot on any team is very close to one-shot kill. Like, that is an excellent expenditure of orange mats. For whatever reason, my Rocket, with a level 6 version of that special, I'm pretty sure I have a level 6 version, and he doesn't get the assist anywhere near as much as I wish he did. Let me make sure mine's level 6, just because I feel like we don't see it. Yeah, it is, and it's at 50%, and I see it at, like, 10%. So, I don't know what's going on with all that, but, anyway, still, just, like, guaranteed 3 hits is ridiculous. So, that special gets a huge boost, and then the AoE just gains 30% damage, which is alright for an AoE, but it does gain 40% if Groot is an ally, going up to 360. And I think that you would have to start running him with Groot, just for how devastating that opening move can be. Although, honestly, even without Groot, it's really ridiculous, as it is with him and Star-Lord.
Much my thoughts.
So, but it's really ridiculous. So we had him demigod green across the board.
Yep.
Taking him, I mean, with the Guardians, obviously, he's fantastic. But so, for Campaign and Raid, he still has one of the best AoEs. And now he's pretty reliably just going to eliminate a single target. Like, his thing is that he's vulnerable, but, I don't know.
Are you arguing for Rocket God tier?
I think I really like him on Campaign and Raid. He's on my tech team. I use him for Cosmic for Campaign.
On your tech team, which is not standalone. That's tech synergy.
It's not, but I would, I mean, you have to, like, when we say standalone, against Campaign and Raid, there's so many enemies. The splash damage on the basic, the guaranteed kill, the giant AoE. If you could give just someone whose only job is dealing damage God, like, I think that's why we limited him the first time, is we were like, well, all he does is damage, even though he's the best at it.
So is Iron Man.
I know. Him and Iron Man are pretty close.
I think the epitome of Rocket is just the epitome of demigod with green.
Alright, fair enough. Won't fight that too hard. But, man, he's really good. Alright, Arena Offense and Blitz. We got demigod green. Does that change for you now that he guaranteed gets an assist on that special?
Nope.
I mean, I'm already seeing him on almost every Arena defense. We'll see on Arena Offense. He's not the perfect answer to some of the meta stuff, but god damn is he good.
Yeah, he's good, but I mean, he's not like retarded god, you know, like mode. He's just good.
It's super dependent on who you have available to call in for assists and things like that.
And what team he's on.
Fair enough.
And I also think Rocket is terrible in arena defense, but you know that.
Oh, hell no. No.
Yeah, he's pretty
bad. He is on so many of the top defense teams right now, and he is a win condition.
It's because of the comp. Like, he has 20% speed from what's his name,
Star-Lord, and 30% damage. No, it's part of the comp. He would not be on arena defense by himself, but he is a one-man win condition on that comp because he spawns with defense up. If you can't drop him, oh my god, he ruins your whole fucking day.
I mean, you know my views on that and how I think that comp is actually terrible, but
it's not though, dude. Sometimes Star-Lord just gives him turn 1 ulti. Like, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Like, you can talk shit on the defense all you want, but there's a reason that like everyone in the top 10 is using it. It's super hard to crack.
Because they're sheeple?
Because they've forgotten Drax exists?
If making you bring Drax mandatory is a good enough case to say that's a scary defense character. And
I don't bring Drax and it's not scary. I don't know, like, whatever.
So Drax is what you do to survive Rocket's turn 1. When you can put oranges into that special, that is literally Drax or get fucked. If he's being run by Star-Lord.
That's what I'm saying. I don't use Drax, and I cross that team every turn.
He uses the Nick Fury Captain Speed shenanigans.
I bring Tech Vengers. Who are you bringing that's going... Because if Star-Lord's on the team, Star-Lord goes first.
Nick Fury goes first.
Black Widow does too. So I bring Cap, Black Widow, Vision, Crossbones, and then either Iron Man or...
So Black Widow goes first, speeds up, then who goes? Then does Star-Lord... Captain goes before Star-Lord?
No, Black Widow goes, then Rocket goes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. See, that's why I'm using Nick then. Because, like, literally you do Nick, and then Captain goes next, and then he attacks Captain, and it doesn't matter.
So Nick with literally, like, just everyone... Nick basically makes everyone spawn with defense up.
That too.
Which is... But, I mean, Nick being a counter doesn't make it a bad defense.
I'm not saying it is. There isn't.
And sometimes he just gives himself offense up on his turn, and then you still get fucked.
I'm not saying defense is bad.
It is the only person that Rocket can special before Cap inspires that doesn't have defense up already is Cap himself.
I'm not saying the defense is bad so much as it's massively overrated, and the people who are running are like, I don't know if somebody would beat this. And I'm like, I know exactly how I'd beat this. It's easier to beat than pretty much any other dominant meta team has ever been for me.
I don't know, because that AoE is...
No, it's definitely true, because there's no RNG factor to the point where it's like, okay, if I don't get an ability block off on the hand Sentry, I have like 4 invisible deep dodge dudes or whatever.
Exactly. Like, oh, if, I don't know, something goes horribly wrong and Black Widow speeds up Crossbones and not hand Sentry, then the stealth will get misapplied.
Okay, so here's what you guys are not putting enough stock into. So on that defense team, Star-Lord can... Like, Star-Lord can give Rocket energy just by taking a turn. Then... Rocket can randomly offense up himself, and even with all your defense ups, you don't want to eat an offense up Rocket AoE. It's just a bad time.
Rocket pretty much never gets a turn 2 against me with that comp.
Yeah, Rocket never gets AoE.
So what you're saying is you are focusing out Rocket.
No.
Or an ability
I mean, I focus him and Star-Lord together, but honestly, like, especially since they're not running like a tank that's horrifyingly scary to me, I'm just gonna like ability block murder the team.
I just use Quake slows and then take everybody apart.
If you want to do it that way also.
Again, I'm not saying the team isn't beatable, but Rocket is not the weak link here. Like, he's still a
We're not saying he is, but you're trying to say by himself, or even with the team, he's going above what he's at right now, and he's not.
Well, we're going into a tangent on how threatening that team is, and I think it is the easiest, most consistently beatable meta team that we've had out of the last, 4 cycles?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's no real, like...
wrong potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still pick into that team over the generic hand Sentry team every single time.
Suit yourself, man. These teams are nightmares. I'll fight this right now. What comp? We'll see how reliable it is. Because
I'm more afraid of like Spider-Man or something.
No.
Him,
I mean, we can do this right now. You're saying you'll always pick into this comp. So how do you want it to go?
Yeah. So
I would run that with, or Salas, you take it your style. I'll do mine next.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Go into it.
Okay.
What's your Nick Fury's power level?
25.
25.
But my top is 29. So.
Yeah. I use Nick at the second to the right, though. Obviously,
who's in the
because you
center?
don't want him to like. Let me see who I have in mind again. I use Quake Center.
Okay. Okay, next.
Nick.
We're running out of time.
Doctor Strange.
Okay.
Cap. Vision.
Okay, where's my Strange? Strange. Cap. Vision. Alright. So, how do you want me to do this?
Nick Fury buff.
Okay. Now, do we double up on the Inspire? Okay.
Don't want anybody to get murdered by a rocket Star-Lord combo.
Are you dropping this, we're fortunate enough to have Vision AoE on turn 1. Are you stripping buffs? Are you ability blocking?
Ability block.
Drax? Okay.
Yep.
Alright. Wins?
Yeah.
Alright, so Cap's getting crushed. No, please, continue.
Yeah, that's fine. Slow down on Star-Lord, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Boom! Alright. What do we do now?
Throw on, what's his name? CB.
Okay, we had
Just to clear
offense
the
down.
extra buffs.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Do a punch on Rocket.
Okay.
Shoot him.
Don't even summon, just shoot him with an offense down?
Shoot him.
Okay. Guess I know what to do here. Stay on Rocket. Okay.
You had a bad opening of not getting CB off.
Well, that happens constantly with this team that you guys are talking shit on. Like, that's a very regular occurrence, but okay.
And now you have to slow vision.
Soundless?
Shoot. Like I said, shoot him. It's gonna slow vision and Star-Lord.
Okay.
Yep.
What?
Clear, obviously.
He's blind.
He's blinded.
Oh, is he? Oh, he got blinded. Oh. Can't do much about that, I guess. Your guys are also considerably weaker than your team that you're fighting against.
Right, but if we're talking about comps here, like...
Well, if we're talking about equal footing, like actually gear and tier level and everything also, like yours is several tiers below his.
Yep, but I can beat this team.
Okay, so can I, obviously, because I do it all the time.
Well, then get down to this rank and beat this team. But, anywho...
You're fucked, because you're just outclassed, honestly. If you had higher level stuff, you'd be fine.
Okay.
I do it with tier 11s all the time. And if Doctor Strange gets his heal off, he can still do it, actually. Star-Lord.
He's dead.
Undeniable attack. It wouldn't have even been this close if it was just a little higher power rating, your guys. There you go. You still did it though.
Saved.
Yep. Alright.
But you can see, because we're also not talking about fighting uphill battles. Also, we're talking about everything on an equal playing level.
Yep. That was I couldn't really tell if that was more or less of a gamble than my normal strategy, but still, the fact that they had the team on the ropes. Yeah, we are talking about Nick Fury included, but anywho, got any premium orb predictions? I still think Demigod Green. That's what he's at, so we're leaving him Demigod Green.
He wasn't fighting Oh,
yeah, no.
Are you talking about me fighting even?
This guy is saying that you brute force your way through those comps by being so much stronger. I'm like, no, what Samus is saying is that his teams are usually at a peer level with the teams he's fighting. Khasino managed it with a team that's, what, like 20 or 30% weaker?
Yep.
Well, these tier 10, those were like tier 12.
Yep, that's exactly right. Now, this is exactly the comp I was using prior to this, except with Black Widow where Nick Fury is. That's the only change.
But the thing is, with Black Widow, you wouldn't do that because unless you're doing orange. Actually, no. Even orange, you still wouldn't get it, would you? Yeah.
No,
You literally need to have Nick Fury because he's the faster character.
I know.
Yeah.
We can try it. I'm rank 4, so I think we can. I don't know. None of these guys, so I have to wait and see if I get knocked back. But
And no, yeah, you can do it with Drax also. It's just I don't have a great Drax, and I don't like Drax as much.
It's just I'm the Draxophile, and not everybody has like Drax pumped up.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean mine's like tier 10 and shit, but yeah.
Keeping it going, I do it without Drax or Nick Fury. Alright. So Ronan. Like, do we even need to...
Do we need to say anything until he's revamped?
I don't think so.
One below all?
One below all, I like it. Alright, so he'll stay trash. Scarlet Witch, this is a good one for us to re-review. I don't think we were terribly off on her. And I've used her a lot. My Scarlet Witch is level 65, ability maxed. But so, let's pump up these abilities.
Yeah, giveaway.
Oh, right, yep. Yep. Okay. And the winner for $10 worth of power cores goes to Arizona Heat 007. Congratulations, Arizona Heat.
Alright, I'm gonna fight a full defenders team with the Drax.
It is so obviously rigged. It's not.
Congratulations. Do you want to double down? Alright, he says no. Alright, congratulations.
We really need the cheap sound coming in from the room.
No balls.
I don't know it.
No balls. No balls.
Yes, it's the coward sound command.
Alright. Looking at Scarlet Witch. This goes... I really like this. Her special goes from 50% chance to apply defense up to everyone to apply defense up to everyone. So now it's a full health rebalance, a full defense up, and a full deflect to the whole team. That's so good.
Scarlet is really, really good.
Her ultimate just gains 15% piercing. And then the orange materials in her passive makes it a 50% chance to spread a negative effect. It's super good. Happens all the time, even with mine at 40%. So, we had her at Demigod Green for campaign and raid. I think I agree. Any objections?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's different for her for me.
So, I think we nailed that one. Arena Offense and Blitz, we have our Demigod Green. And I believe she does get an Avenger synergy. I know she works with Vision well. And she works with Mystic insanely well. But
yeah, and Avenger. She like triple dips synergy.
Nice. If only she were tech. But, alright. If you want to access the spreadsheet, you can type ! tier list sheet. All one word in chat. Alright. So with Demigod Green, Arena Offense, Blitz, and then yeah, I mean, she is just really not used well by Arena Defense and AI. We gotta give her usable now because the defense ups and the health rebalance, but she's not threatening. Her passive might screw you over by spreading something you don't want spread, but it's nowhere near enough to get her usable.
She's real good.
But on defense, just usable.
I mean, like, yes. She's real good, but defense isn't what she does.
Yeah. All right.
Her AI uses everything in the wrong order. Anywho.
Yep. Let's move on to Scientist Supreme. What changes? Instead of convert 3 negative effects on each of 5 allies, is that what happens? It only works on 5 allies? What the hell? The rank 6 of that doesn't work on all allies?
Game changing.
Oh,
what tier would you put her in with their huge upgrade?
It goes to convert 4 negative effects, and I believe now it does on all allies.
So I'm sorry, I think we have to rename Ultron's rank to 2 above all.
Wow. Yeah, jeez. Alright, and then the retro vaccination, heal all allies for 2,005%, goes to 3,500. That is the whole change, is plus 1,500 healing. She can stay trash.
Alright, so the update, full tier 12 defenders with a Drax as the 5th was pretty easy.
Drax is not the 5th. That's silly. That's very silly. And yeah, they're not as threatening on AI. They're just not. They're a pain, but they're. I mean, against just super meta arena teams, they're not there. But all right, so shield assault. So now we got to do all the shield units, and we got to be extra careful with these because these guys are all getting orange pretty much. So let's. What the? Oh, right. Okay. I'll open them all separately. We'll do it like this. Starting with Shield Assault. So Assault is already, like, just this passive is so phenomenal. This goes from 200% and 50% chance to remove to just getting 30% damage. So no change to Shield Assault, but we had Shield Assault in mediocre with green. I think it's got to be mediocre with orange, and like now I'm not going to bring out the goes up 3, but giving your whole team 50% crit is so ridiculously good. You know what, I'm going to push for usable orange on this one because that is still a turn 1 AoE. It's not a terribly long cooldown. It is a buff removal. Every basic attack is some splash damage with a heavy amount of piercing. And that crit chance does apply to Shield Assault themselves, so they're going to be critting a lot. So you know what? I'm going to push usable orange.
I'll harken back to our first conversation we had about her as far as being solo. And is that instead of only having 1 sadness grenade to suffer through every 3 turns, she does it almost every turn.
Yep. I agree, but that like having 50% crit chance to yourself, they're not as sad because you're getting the crit.
Sad.
They're not
yeah,
that
but
sad.
I mean, like Winter Soldier's passive is effectively the same thing for himself because Hydra isn't really usable yet, right? So.
Well, Winter Soldier's
like
much
not
higher
50,
up.
but he's like, yeah.
This is 50 on top of the 10. This is like 60% of the time it's a crit. Like, it's not that bad. It's not that good. But the reason I'm pushing usable is because on turn 1 you get a big AoE that it's not the worst AoE ever. It's 230% damage. It can dispel, and that has a high likelihood of crit. But the main reason I'm pushing, and this is a weird reason to push usable, it is possible that Assault like rides the line between mediocre and usable, but for campaigning rate especially, if you have an AoE that can hit 10 targets and dispel, it's not the worst thing ever. And then the ability, like she goes up. Oh no! All right, I could do mediocre orange, because aside from contributing the crit, it's not that much. So
pretty much, yeah.
So mediocre orange.
Yep. She's, I think, the worst standalone of the shields.
Probably true. And God, we were so harsh on Medic, but Medic might be that bad and then get crazy oranges. But so, on Arena Offense and Blitz, we have Trash with green.
Yep.
So it'd have to go to Trash with orange, minimum.
Pretty much.
And then Arena Defense and AI, we had Trash with green. That's got to go to Trash with orange. Okay.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, just Assault is an absolute core part of the Fury Shield thing, and like the Fury Shield thing, like the guy in the rank 1 spot who almost never moves, has Assault on his defense.
Yeah, like I could see her being mediocre orange across them.
If anyone was a candidate for jumps up 3 tiers with the right team, like there's no reason I can't put a triple arrow and just put a new color here, but for consistency's sake, we'll leave it. But Assault, that crit is so massive for that Fury Shield team. It is literally like the engine that makes it all work. But outside of contributing that, like, that's why you have Assault on the team and nothing else as well. So it does so much more for the other people, but it's the other people benefiting from it that they really run away with it. So okay, and we had mediocre, trash, and I think we had there was some green. I think it was all green. So now it's orange.
If anybody's watching, don't forget to eat your energy. You got 5 minutes.
I don't get mine.
Depending on time.
Yeah, I get mine in 5 minutes.
Same.
Okay, Central Standard Time, people. You have 5 minutes.
It's also dependent on when you joined.
Yeah, I think you joined back when we were still in quote-unquote Canada and New Zealand. But, so, on to Shield Trooper. Trooper is in a weird spot now, for sure. I don't even know how we rate this guy. So, this special goes up to 370 plus 100% piercing, so it ends up just being 470% full piercing, which is pretty good. It's just 470% uninhibited damage, but primary is 330% damage on a crit, reduce speed bar 25%, and when anyone hits someone adjacent, attack them for 250, and on crit, reduce speed bar. So we had Trooper at usable. I mean, I'm content to go usable orange. Do you think Trooper holds up as usable without the Fury Shield team?
Easily.
Yeah.
Okay. And same for Arena Offense and Blitz. And then
yeah,
for Arena Defense and AI specifically, we had mediocre with green. I mean, I think that's a ton of free damage. I think we can give usable.
Yeah, I'd say usable's fine.
Usable with orange, okay. And I forget, I think we had usable green, usable green. Wasn't I paying attention? What did we have there? Or do I have to go check the old version? So I'm just gonna put what they all are here. Assault is up to trash with orange. Yeah, I'm gonna have to relook at all of these. Okay, let's check the previous version real quick. We had usable, mediocre, green. Usable, mediocre, green. Okay. I'm just gonna like copy paste what the others are before I get on them, but it's gonna be medic, operative, and security. Medic. Operative. Security. Let me get this out of the way so I can see. There is a new Power Core giveaway going on, right? Yep. Exclamation Cores, please. All one word. Exclamation CORESPLZ. All one word. Get on it. All mediocre green. And, or sorry, that was for security. So medic, we have mediocre, trash, all green. Originally. For, I'll change that to green after. For operative, we had usable. I'll just put that was all green because she was in a special category. And then security was mediocre. So they were pretty much all green. Operative actually had an orange originally for being a campaign god. Okay. That's hard to read. Let's make it like a dark orange. Oh my god, that's so hard to read.
Oh dear.
There's no winning here. Okay, close enough. Alright. So, let's actually look at changing them. Starting with Medic. We are done with Trooper. Medic gained 20% chance to revive dead ally with 10% health. Heal for 1100, 15% of max health. That goes up to 400 fucking healing again. God damn it.
Yeah, it's...
Not again. No, Medic, please.
Not like this.
Not like this indeed. Oh look, I have to claim energy. I'm gonna get my briefcase in just a sec. But let's finish with Medic. 240% and offense down 1 to 2 turns. The guaranteed offense down is nice. 20% chance to revive a dead ally with the heal. Like an alright heal, not a terrible heal. Heals for way more if they're shield. With the 400 healing, 1 above all orange. Alright, fair enough, PO. On turn, 50% chance to heal. So this passive is really good. And I didn't realize that this wasn't unique to shield minions. So I like this. We have to give Medic an improvement for this. On turn, 50% chance to heal the most injured ally for 20% of max health and regen for 2 turns. So that is a 30% heal. Ultimately, it comes out to be a 40% heal.
Oh, fuck. I gotta actually head out. I just realized I only have 2 hours to complete this before... Oh, wait. Eastern time. Is it already Eastern time? What time is it in Eastern time?
It is 3 hours.
Eastern's 10.
Yep, 10 p.m.
Ooh, fuck. Yeah, I gotta go then. I only got an hour to complete this.
Okay.
If I'm done before you guys are done, I'll be back.
Okay.
This is
Good
paperwork
luck
for my
with
new
whatever
job.
it is you're doing.
Paperwork with my new job. See ya.
Bye. Alright.
Oh, that sounds like something you shouldn't forget.
Nope. Alright. Gained, you're up. So, that is a really good passive. Like every other turn. Like this procs for me constantly. So, alright. And we had it at, we had Medic at mediocre with green. Gotta give this a usable at minimum. It's a guaranteed offense down and the passive alone, and then a 20% revive chance, which is a shitty chance, but it's something. The heal is alright. Like, it's not great, but it's targeted offense down on every basic, and a super small chance to rewind turn meter, but she can crit on her own. All you have to do is just say, I shit on that. Whatever we ask you, just I shit on that.
Trash, I shit on it.
Perfect. Thank you, Soundless. I mean, Canage.
Nice.
So oh, it's great.
Like in Neverland?
It's exactly like that. Usable orange. Any objections? Campaign and raid Medic, just based on the passive, doing so much of the work.
Yeah, I mean, she seems to be like the heavy lifter for sustained campaign. Obviously, she's one that you leave off in Blitz and Arena, but...
I don't even agree with that. I have been using her... So, when you say the one you leave off, you're talking about the Fury Shield?
Yeah, it's not Medic?
No, so here's what I've been doing. For Arena, it is either Medic or Operative. Well, so basically, you have to have Security, you have to have Fury, and you have to have Assault. Those are the 3 you have to have. The other 3 trade in for those 2 spots. Most of the time, it's Trooper, and then either Medic or Operative, and it is literally, like, situational. Like, about half my matchups, I want Operative in, half my matches, I want Medic in. For Raid, Trooper's out. Because there's obnoxious healing with everyone who heals still in. Like, the sustain is preposterous. So, I like Medic, and for the matches that Medic wins, like, let's say there's a CrossBones, and, like, no matter what, I'm not going to be able to stop the CrossBones exploding, because there's too many other things going on. Medic will just offense down him, and it'll go off, and then Medic will heal, and the healing Medic does for the Fury Shield team is so stupid. It is so broken. So it's 1,500 health, plus 15% of max health, plus an additional 20% of max health. So it's 35% max health plus 1500. And 35% of how much health, we are talking 63,000. So a little over a third of that. So it's like over 20,000 in healing to everybody. Most things that, like anything that doesn't kill you, you just, okay, you just give that. And every single time Medic takes a turn, there's a 50% chance of healing whoever was lowest for 20% of max health, and giving them, if they're Fury or Shield, 2 turns of 2 stacks of regen. So just the passive alone is, here's 20% of max health, here's another 20% of my max health on your next turn, and then here's another 20% of my max health on your turn after that. And statistically, before even all their regens apply, Medic will already have doubled up giving this passive to someone else, because it's every other turn. It's like not uncommon for like 3 turns in a row. This passive just heals the shit out of everyone.
Makes sense.
It's pretty ridiculous. So, yeah, it's an obnoxious amount of healing. But that passive is super good. I put orange mats into it, and absolutely zero regret. It's so good. And I thought that only would heal Fury or Shield. The fact that it's anyone, it's not 3 regen for Shield. You're misreading it, Mace Pro Windu. It is, what it is right now is 1 regen stack for 2 turns. She makes it 2 regen stacks for 2 turns. But it's not 3, it's 2. See, it says apply regen for 2 turns, and then apply additional regen, which would be 2 regen for 2 turns. Tell me like I don't have the team. Anyway, so usable with orange, no objections there. Arena offense blitz, we had trash. Again, that passive alone, like I don't mind giving mediocre, but like Medic just gets super obnoxious. Like I still kind of want to push for usable with orange.
I'd probably push for mediocre orange, because even on just like a random team, she still gives an offense down and a proc heal on her passive. So I mean, it could be pretty good.
That's why I'm pushing for usable, though. I think arguably an offense down every time you attack is not bad. If she crits, which they all have like an 8 crit, there's still that ability to rewind turn meter. So even though it's like 1 in 10 super long shot, she can just rewind turn meter.
And her focus isn't that bad.
No, it's not. And
I mean, but if we're putting Assault at trash orange, like I don't think she's much better in it, but like in a random team than Assault.
I think that passive is so much. That passive is so much, man. It ends up being 40% of her health to someone for free every other turn.
I really think you value healing and Blitz in Arena much higher than I do, and it sounds like much higher than Canage does.
Yeah, no, that's true, and it's because I'm running a team that's a bit more about sustain, but there's no denying it's a big heal. But alright, I won't fight you guys too much on this. Mediocre with orange, especially because I know that's what fucking Soundless would say.
Trash, I kill it.
Perfect. So, I don't know why that makes me laugh every time, but it does. So, Arena defense and AI, so the same mediocre orange. Like, offense downs are annoying, and randomly healing someone, the chance to revive someone's annoying. Not trash.
Yeah.
Mediocre orange. All right.
I'm so tempted to say trash on defense, but I wouldn't fight mediocre.
I wouldn't say trash just because offense downs are a pain. Yes, you can usually aim it, but when you can't, offense downs are a pain. The occasional turn meter rewind is super annoying. That heal is going to happen if you don't heal block it, and if you already had someone killed 1 in 5 times, they are getting revived. If you're working on someone who's getting low and that passive kicks in, it might, like, Medic passive could be the difference between I downed CrossBones, I didn't down CrossBones. It almost never will be, but, like, there's enough things that could
Chad, if
happen.
you didn't know, there is a direct correlation between the amount of donations we get and the speed at which they talk.
No major objections from Canage / Soundless.
Sorry, say again?
No major objections.
He beat it in Blitz once, so I think it's probably trash.
Oh.
I beat it in Blitz like every day, every hour, every minute of every day, so it's trash.
Okay, perfect.
My Nick Fury team actually hard counters it.
Oh, well, there you go. So, Shield Operative. This is a fun one. because she was one of the original oranges when it meant something else. Is Operative as good as Operative was for Escort? Let's find out. Oh, that is a shitty upgrade. She gains 300 health healing on that special. God, their orange mat upgrades, some of them are just
pizza's here, give me a second.
Atrocious. But, so attack for 250. Still has a Dispel on basic. Guaranteed. So that's pretty good. 20% extra focus, which is great if you're dispelling on basic. On spawn, apply 2 counter to Nick Fury. On turn, apply counter to Nick Fury or shield minion allies. So that's just the focus when she's on her own. But every other turn, stealth someone for 2 turns, heal him for 1200 plus 10% max plus 3 regen stacks. So the 3 regen stacks, and you've stealthed them for 2 turns. So they just have to, they get a little bit of a heal, and then if they make it to their next turn, they get 30% of Operative's max health, which is 61k. So again, we're talking like a 20k heal follow up on top of like a 7k heal and a stealth. So for campaign and raid, we had just usable, which I think is fine because it's still a dispel. But then we had the orange, specifically the same thing we gave to Storm and Night Nurse, which is like there's select uses for this. Do we still think Operative is like a must-have for escort missions, or are we beyond that?
So, I think there are a lot more protection options than there used to be.
Right.
And there are a lot more ways to get around escort missions. So, she is still good for them. I'd say green, quite certainly, and she's a really good budget option. So, if you don't have the more advanced champions, if you don't have like the advanced protectors lined up, she is amazing for that. But I don't think she's orange anymore.
So here's the funny part. She's still orange because on the Fury Shield team, she does so much more.
Well, yes, that's true.
So she is still orange, but for a different reason. I was wondering if we would downgrade her. So now I don't have to put a special symbol for God for escort. I can just put usable orange. So
usable orange seems fine to me.
All right, kind of across the board. I mean, she's still annoying. Well, we'll see about defense, but Arena Offense Blitz, it's still a dispel with every basic, and you can, every other turn, protect anyone who was going to die until your next turn when you're just dispelling.
Yep, and because she spawns with counter, she actually breaks turn 1 chains from, like, Daredevil or whoever.
Nice. And then Arena Defense and AI. I wouldn't object to mediocre orange, and I think she is for defense. I think she's the one you leave out just because she wastes her turn 1. Although I'm interested to see how much more of a pain she is than medic beyond that. But
I'm gonna get some pizza, but I shit on it trash. No. Mediocre orange sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, her dispel I think is much more applicable than a defense down a lot of the time. She does her job well. She's real obnoxious and clutch when it comes to popping priority targets out of the line of fire.
Okay, so we agree on mediocre orange. By the way, Shinny, I did get knocked back, so I can face that team again with your recommended strategy. So now I want to use your team and see how it goes. You ready?
Okay, I run Yondu, Widow, Quake.
Hold on. Is this in the select order? Yondu, Widow,
yes.
Quake. Okay. Okay.
Drax, Strange.
Drax, Strange. Okay. Well, let's do it.
Let's see how this works. And I will confess, I brute force this comp with an overpowered Drax, because that's how I handle everything in life.
I'm not too worried about my Drax dying. He might, but he should be fine. But alright, so Widow speed up.
Yep.
Okay. Drax takes the hit. Drax takes more hits. Drax is low, wins.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, success. Drax got ability blocked by vision. What are we hitting? Take out Rocket?
Let's see. Yeah, prioritize Rocket.
Okay. Now again, see, but this right here, prioritize Rocket, like, acknowledging that Rocket's the big threat. So Widow got ability blocked.
Oh, wrong placement on slow, but that works.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got to hit the CrossBones, that's not a huge deal.
Offense down.
Offense down the XP.
He's ability blocked, so all he can do is basic.
So what you wanted to do was slow the Star-Lord so that you would slow the CrossBones, but I think you can still take him.
Alright, so now we fire the slow at him.
Yeah, now you have to.
Yep, and then stun the CrossBones to be safe.
Yep.
Okay, unfortunate no chain. Drax is dead. Do we fire off the Yondu AoE?
Yep.
Okay. There's the rocket AoE.
Yeah, this one's gonna go a little wrong. Yep, Widow, speed. Let's see, does Clayton get
but
it?
he'll still land. Alright, dropping the AoE, and then she'll probably get countered and killed.
Yep. Yeah, this isn't gonna work out.
Nope. It's not as bad of a defense as you guys think.
I mean, yeah,
I know they're stronger,
maybe.
but there's a lot of room for stuff to go wrong, man. It's not as easy. Like, there's a reason that, like, look at these defenses. There's a reason they're fucking identical. I know these guys too. Like, I talk to Sounds Delicious. Like, this holds, man. Like, they all hate fighting it, and they all have all these characters. Like, you can see so many of these guys have gear tier 11, gear tier 12. Like, they have the characters that you think would be the best to fight them. There's nothing stopping them from just swapping in a different team and trying to crush them. It's just they're a fucking pain in the ass, man.
I know, I fight them all the time.
So.
Why don't you take a shave in between battles there and get a haircut?
Why don't you make me? Alright, hold on.
That said, I prioritize my upgrades very differently.
There's a shinny.
Ew.
I gotta get enough gold to get briefcases unless I can just farm them. Oh shit, I got one right there. Oh shit, I got another one. Oh my god, I just farmed them. Are you kidding me? I don't even have to buy them. They're in my shop and I don't even have to buy them. I probably still will. But that is my assault. It's tier 11. Oh baby. So worth. Okay. Let's just... You know what? My strange is so close to a star up, even though I want more briefcases. I'm not derailing the whole stream to do this. I'm just burning the energy super quick. This won't take long. 60. Hey. Alright, so we're 7 shards away from a 6-star strange. We'll grab this, and then I just have to burn my Venom energy, and then we're good there. And then I've been super slacking in the raids, but I'll jump into those. We'll worry about that when we get there. 420, 420. Oh, okay. Close to my next Venom Orb. Alright, back to the tier list. So, you wanted to push for mediocre orange on defense for operative, or...
Who did?
Just in general.
Was that Kanich?
Yeah, I said mediocre orange is fine. Just because, like, she's gonna waste her stealth on turn 1 and not even basic.
So medic ended up mediocre orange. Trooper ended up usable orange. So sorry, so operative Shinny, you agreed mediocre orange?
Yep.
Alright, that works for me. And that still averages out to usable orange, which is fine. Shield security. Now, this is fucking... What the hell is going on with this character? This was a mistake, man. This was a mistake. Like,
yeah, it's stupid, broken trash. Like, oh my god, why would you do this, Fox Next? Please, no.
I don't understand this design decision at all. I don't mind, because I have one. But, should probably be fixed. So... Let's see here. So, oh my god, the special gains 50% damage on both, for fuck's sake. Medic gets a 400 heal. Shield Security gets an extra 50% damage on the primary and bonus attack. Dude. Alright, so this character's busted. I'm just turning a light on. Give me half a second. It's too damn dark. Alright. So...
I love the kids you have in your channel. They're so playful.
Okay. Reddit knew Shield Security was OP. Yeah, Shield Security got changed to be OP. Is Security's base attack any good? That doesn't matter literally at all, but we'll look. I don't think so. No. Shield's basic damage is, the base damage is atrocious, and it doesn't matter. So, attack primary target for 270 and apply a slow. That's good. Then the special is attack primary for 370 plus 350, and if they're slowed, apply a stun. But it's so ridiculous. Like, that damage is just absurd. That's what, 700? It's over 700% damage on a tank special. That's so ridiculous. And if you had basic attack them previously, you stun them. I use that all the time just to kill someone. Like, it is actually the hardest hitting ability on my Fury Shield team. Like,
yeah, it's like the stun is amazing, and the raw damage can just finish people.
Yeah, I almost never use the stun. Like, I try to hold out for the stun when I can, but it's like in part of your opening rotation, one of the reasons why Fury Shield is so obnoxious is they one-shot people, and they're actually too weak to one-shot people until security. Like, it's very rare. It happens, but you have to get, like, the right crits and the right team-ups given out every time they take a turn and stuff, but security makes sure. Like, oh, if anyone was, like, kind of hanging in there, no. The average damage on this ability from a tank, forgetting that he has such a high crit chance on the Fury Shield team, is, this came out to what? 4976. 4976 times, sure, it gets reduced by armor twice, but it's 720. That does 35,827 damage without a crit. With a crit, that does... I think technically both abilities can crit, but like my base crit on him is 60%. 46,575. Like, the number of times someone has had more than half health, and I just use this ability on them and they're dead. Like, more than half health Quake, dead. More than half health Black Widow, dead. Just really silly. So that's crazy. And then, doesn't Operative hit harder? Absolutely not. Not even a little. I don't believe Trooper hits harder. His one burst shot does not compare to this. No. Definitely not. The 20% block chance, 10% block amount is nice. For each ally that's Nick Fury or Shield minion, gain 10% block chance. That gets extra ridiculous. Like, the 20% block chance base is already nice, but the fact that you can add in another 40%, and then with the summoned ones, like, it gets up to, what, like 80% with 2 summons? 80% block chance? That's ridiculous. Oh shit, Yule Tidebringer.
$1! I'm in heaven! I'm telling you! I'm in heaven!
Thank you so much.
So happy. I'm so happy right now.
$5 each for you, Shinny and Soundless.
Thank you so much. So that was $5 for everyone. And then, when an ally drops below 50% health, gain taunt. If that ally is Nick Fury or a shield minion, also gain defense up. The defense up does make a significant difference, but still with all the blocking. But again, the blocking is surprisingly reliant on how many shield minions there are. It's only a 20% block chance isolated, and it's a taunt with no defense up. So shield security isn't as... Like, shield security actually has 63,000 health at max, so isolated security is not as much of a threat as a tank. Like, one of the easier to kill tanks and one of the easier to dispel tanks. Like, not crazy. Well, all right, fairly high base resistance, but still.
His block helps too. Like, he blocks and resists a lot because of it.
Yeah, but it's not outrageous. Like, in terms of tanks, we only ever run into shield securities with other shield units.
Isn't his base block chance inflated? Or block him out or something? Okay, no,
10%, 10% block him out, 20% block chance.
There's somebody who's inflated. Is that MRG?
Yeah, MRG's amount is inflated naturally.
So is Ant-Man's. Ant-Man has like 25% block chance or block him out, something like that. Why? No idea. Let's take a look. It is 25% block amount on Ant-Man because that's what Ant-Man needed. So, yeah. Because spaghetti is the right answer. But okay. So, that, don't worry, I got the power course. But yeah, that's crazy. Shield Security does not need anyone from the Fury Shield team to just do 30k plus damage.
If they're slowed, it's literally a Spider-Man ult.
Yeah. Yep, and yeah, they can be slowed from another source. Like, you can just stick Wake on the team and then just guaranteed stun on turn 1 with him. Things like that, so very silly. So we have for campaign and raid mediocre. Mediocre is way too harsh because just anytime. And what I like about Shield Security is Shield Security does not ask, is it a hero that dropped below 50? Is it a villain that dropped below 50? Right. Shield Security is like, someone's low, I'm in. If they're Nick Fury or Shield, they get the defense up too. But I wish Shield Security had a way to give themselves defense up other than that. But usable is like the minimum we can go here. How do you rate a tank that will bash your skull in? Usable orange?
Yeah, I think usable orange is good.
A tank that can bash your skull in? You mean like Hydra Armored Guard?
Except actually bash your skull in.
Your favorite champion in the game.
Everyone is 25% block amount minimum? Oh, then what was I looking at? Am I just going crazy? And 0% block chance? No way. You might be
No,
right.
you were just born that way.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe I'm crazy, or maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. Never mind. I'm making stuff up. Yep, thank you, Yule. You're right.
I mean, you're theoretically not making stuff up because he does have 25% block amount.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, on Arena Offense and Blitz, like, I guess usable orange? Like, I don't know. How usable is someone that just keeps taunting anytime someone goes below 50%?
Super RNG dependent, but okay, so like obviously with the shield he automatically oranges on everything, but by himself, just usable, I'd say.
Okay, so usable orange is the right call, because sometimes, like, you know, even just by himself, sometimes you're gonna have to clear that taunt like 5 times anytime you AoE someone. Like, you can dispel him, and then the dispel, like, literally I've seen it happen where, like, on one turn, like, you dispel him, you chain, hit the person to his left, and drop him below 50, and then he taunts. And you're like, are you fucking serious? You know what I mean? Like, it gets really ridiculous how often, like, he can just be taunting and taunting and taunting. But I get it if it doesn't break into demigod for you guys, but dude, that smash ability is so good. I don't know if, like, I don't see demigod, but this is like an upper usable for me. On arena defense and AI, still team dependent, but this is where we're really talking about all the taunting.
I mean, I'd still say upper usable with orange.
He's the exact same because it's so speed dependent and RNG. Like, he could cover somebody for 1 speed unit of time when they desperately need coverage, or he could do for basically their whole turn.
Yep. Alright, fine by me. Spider-Man, we'll take a quick look at, but I mean, Spider-Man, they recently looked at, he's already a god. I don't see him getting worse.
Look at Venom. He's going demigod.
He gets 10% more on the, middle ability, but it always chains to 3, so that's hitting a minimum of 4. The chain targets are taking 10% more as well, but just removes the RNG, always hitting a 4th person instead of half the time and 10% more damage. Alright, whatever. Then the ultimate does an extra 60% damage because goddamn. So, Spider-Man was God, Demigod, Green. Staying God, Demigod, Green.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's real good.
Alright. On to Star-Lord. Star-Lord is probably staying where he's at, but we gotta take a look. The 2 abilities that change. The Clever Distraction just gets a 50% chance to blind a third target, which is nice, but it's only a chance at it. The nuke goes up fucking 70% damage. Good God. 70% damage on the nuke. That's a lot. So we had him Demigod Green for Campaign Raid. I mean, I don't think we can give him God without his team. He's good. Yeah. He's a turn 1 nuke. His passive still gives out ability energy. He's got a blind. He's got a chaining basic. But
yeah, he's basically the same for Campaign.
I know. Just he's a legendary character. He should be God, but he's not. But he is with his team. He doesn't like you can just pair him with Rocket and boom, he's God. Arena offense Blitz. We got him Demigod Green. I agree with that. And I do want to vote to move him to Demigod Green on Arena Defense and AI. He's a fucking threat on Arena Defense. Or could give him usable Orange. Specifically for defense.
Defense, I actually think he's Demigod Green.
Just because of the turn 1 burst? Because he's mostly bringing that. Oh no, and then whoever's next to him, he's giving ability energy. Yeah, I'm fine with Demigod Green. Any objections?
Like, for the same idea as JJ, right? Like, he enables on Crossbone holds, as we saw earlier tonight.
Yep. And then, what's crazy is if Crossbones detonates, on his next turn, he does the blind. That gives out 2 more ability energy. That can literally enable, like, 1 more turn between them, and then another Crossbones detonate right after. Like, he can be so absurd. Actually, he can, on the start of his turn, give more energy to Crossbones, and then use the special. So you can actually get Crossbones ulted on turn 1 and turn 2. I believe. It depends on whatever the cooldown on detonate is, but he can give someone 3 ability energy on top of the 1 that they get for taking a turn. So if it's a 4, you know, whatever. Like, definitely works for Iron Man.
Yeah.
So.
Real good.
Demigod with green. Any objections?
No, that's extremely solid. He's a very good character for a reason.
Okay. Can't believe I have to shift these down again. We're making so many changes on this one, but again, we won't have to spend anywhere near as much time on the next one because we're doing it with the new level changes now. So we might look at some meta characters that have changed, but it's not a big deal.
Next up is Thanos.
Oh, excellent. I'm gonna ask you, Candace, to please mispronounce his name for this entire time, if you don't mind.
Thanos.
Beat you there.
Perfect. Yeah, you did. I was just piggybacking on it for anyone who didn't catch it. You do still have to say he's trash, though, because you beat him. So you gotta do both.
Yeah, obviously. He has, like, low armor, no defense up, he's trash.
Perfect. And we had him usable green, but yeah, I agree very much that Demigod Green, especially with the tech synergies. Like, man, tech synergy's so good. Alright. So yeah, we did Storm onto Thanos. I'm growing more and more fond of Thanos. He's still in a weird spot, but let's see what his abilities do for him. He goes from 300% to 350% on his middle abilities damage. Like, okay, that's good. That keeps up. And then the nuke does an extra 30%, but it also does more healing because it's 100% drain. So that's good. Nothing too crazy. He just keeps up pace, so no major changes. So we had him God for Campaign and Raid. I understand why we had him God for Campaign and Raid. He's not bad for it. He heals himself. We might have to give him Demigod Green here because his ability energy only goes to Cosmic. Although, you know what? No, if no one's around him, he'll just recharge all his own abilities. And
exactly.
Yep.
Hey, he'll just AoE over and over again if you don't want him to taunt that turn.
Right. Okay. God for Campaign and Raid. No objections?
Definitely there. He's really grown on me with his changes. He's been much more stabilized.
Mm-hmm. Alright. On to Arena Offense and Blitz. Demigod with green is what we had him at, and that's probably about right. He's a successful pain in the ass. You guys agree that he goes to God on certain comps? I've seen him used on Guardian defenses and stuff, but that's defense. We're talking offense.
I'd say yeah, he's fine at Demigod Green. I think he's.
Does he go to God tier? Would not be opposed to stripping that green.
No, because Soundless shits on him.
Perfect.
The rhythm of, like, Arena and Blitz offense is very weird for him, and like the rhythm of defense is also very weird for him. I think he can't ever go above Demigod in either.
I don't mind that at all. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm fine with regular Demi.
His Dispel can't be broken, but so what? So that would put him at regular Demigod overall. You don't think there's ever a situation where he's a god on defense? Because
no.
The reason, I mean, we're not bringing someone that strips his taunt. I know we can deal with him beforehand, but... Alright. So that unfortunately downgrades him to just plain old Demigod. But, okay. Dang it, I gotta update that. So we had him at God, Demigod Green, God, Demigod, or just God, Demigod Green, Demigod Green. So he has been stripped.
What the fuck?
Next up, Tour.
Who is it?
Tour.
I don't know who that is.
Thor?
Oh, that guy. I don't think there were any significant changes to him. Like, Loki existing was probably the biggest change to him, but we'll take a look. Right, quick. His thrown weapon gets 50% more damage for, like, the one target it hits, even though it's supposed to potentially hit 9 more. Okay, 70% chance to chain, whatever. And then, his Lightning Storm gains 50% damage, which is nice, but it doesn't fix any of the problems that he's had at all. We had him usable green across the board. I think that's still entirely accurate.
Nothing changes.
Nope. Ultimus we can take a quick look at, but Ultimus is getting a rework, so this doesn't matter too much. Ultimus goes from 160 damage to the primary and 130 to adjacent to 190 to the primary and 150 to adjacent. Whatever. And then attack primary for 310 and bonus attack for 240 per positive goes to attack primary for 370 and bonus attack for 290 per positive. That's still pretty much a one-hit kill. And I still think there are energy generation comps that make Ultimus just fucking obnoxious. I think Ultimus will actually be one of the best answers to Ultron, because Ultron will have all those buffs, and then Ultimus will one-shot him. So...
Once, and then...
Right, and then he comes back at 50%, but it's something. And then his basic attack has a chance to apply ability block, but anyway. On kill, fill speed bar 20% for all non-Kree, 15% for Kree, but he's getting reworked, it doesn't really matter. Those changes don't really make a big difference for him. We had him usable for campaign and raid. You could make the argument that now there are more things in campaign and raid to use him on. I think he might go a little bit farther in campaign and raid. I don't mind giving him Demigod for campaign and raid, but he's still a slug. I don't mind giving him usable with green. I don't really... He's
Ultimates?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a horse in this race.
None of
yeah,
us
me
do,
either.
but...
I don't...
I know none of us do, but we're almost done. Let's try to be as accurate as possible. So, let's see. Looking at his max stats. He's got high health. He's got high damage. He's got high armor. He's 71 speed, though. He is so fucking slow. His basic hurts, and it can low chance apply ability block. The energy beam he can use every 4 turns. It does damage and some splash. 50% chance to clear positive effect. Like, there's not really any reason to ever use that, except if the splash damage is going to kill someone, but they're almost never even going to use that. The Domination Ultimate is incredible once, but he's kind of reliant on a team. I would say just because of how slow he is. What's his focus and resistance? His resistance is slightly above average, but this guy's a slug. If we gave Thor usable, like, this guy's a slightly better Thor. 20% block chance, so he's sturdy. He's hard to kill, but...
I mean, his only real upside I can see is that he's the one character I can see right now that can one-shot Ultron.
Well, there's a lot of... anyone who uses a lot of buffs. Like he's probably a good answer to the Fury Shield team, right? He can just be like, fuck you, Nick Fury, boom. Like...
If you can get to Fury.
Well, he'll probably still do some real good damage even to the fucking security, even with the defense up and the block chance. Like, there's so many buffs flying around on that team, he'll just do a shit ton. So, he's probably one of the better answers to Fury Shield, but doesn't matter. But I'm saying usable green. Any objections?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, put him Ultimus here, usable. Then, we had him Demigod usable. So let's, in case this all changes. All right, so we had him Demigod for Arena Offense and Blitz. You think it should go down to usable green because he's fucking 71 speed, or do you still think...
Yes, he goes down.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to offer way more for that speed. That's the thing. He doesn't offer that much, and his speed is just garbage.
Alright. And for Arena Defense and AI, we just had him at plain usable with no green. Just, sounds about right. Right? Super
yeah, he's
slow.
slow. He can get DC.
Alright. We talked about Ultron. Before we go on to Vision, did we miss anyone? Venom. The time has come for Venom.
Oh my god.
Perk up, boys and grills, because a lot of people have been asking about Venom. I think this is the last super exciting one we get to do. So, looking at Venom. Here we go. So his level 7 abilities here, he goes from attack primary for 330,
Benheim sucks.
ability block and 3 bleed, to 380 ability block and 3 bleed for 2 turns. Both the ability block and the 3 bleed go to 2 turn. That is big, because that makes his combo
sustainable
for
himself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is huge for him.
Yeah, it offsets his low speed too.
It certainly does. Okay. And 3 bleed for 2 turns, even if he doesn't follow that up, that's gonna fuck someone up. 3 bleeds 2 turns in a row while their ability blocked, like, not only are they in timeout for 2 more turns, but that hemorrhaging is just... Hemorrhaging is... That's fucking obnoxious. That is a lot. That's real good. And then the ultimate... Primary for 180 and adjacent for 140 goes to primary for 230 and adjacents for 180, and nothing else changes. But that move desperately needed some more pep to it. That's pretty goddamn good. So just to recap the kit, his basic attack does 230 and applies a bleed and flips 2 positive effects into negative effects. That is super massive. Plus, the basic can't be dodged, so it will flip and evade into a bleed because you can't dodge it. It just says fuck you. Like, I love that his basic is a counter to evade, and it punishes you for evade. It's not like Doctor Strange or Hawkeye where you just still hit them, but then other people have to deal with the evade. His basic is an answer to an evade, and it's a good answer. It's a fuck you, have a bleed, and get this shit out my face. So it's nice. And a 2-turn ability block you can do on turn 1. Just another nail in poor Ant-Man's coffin.
Alas, Ant-Man.
I think they just made Ant-Man just to make all future characters shit on Ant-Man. But that's great. That damage is just... I mean, I'll run some damage numbers for you here, just because this is a lot. So his base damage is only 5804. So we're doing 5804. So the ability itself is going to do 22k, and then it's going to put 3 bleed. So tabling that 22k, we're still at 5804 damage. At level 7 it will do 150, and then times 3 it's going to do another 26,000 damage on the next tick, and then another 26,000 damage on the next tick. So that one ability is potentially doing 70,000 damage. Fucking
yep.
Ow.
That's a lot of damage.
That's very much a lot of damage. And if you just decide, like, fuck it, let me just basic attack him. So his basic attack is deceptive because it depends on what you flip. I mean, first off, just turning an offense up into an offense down. Such a win for you. Turning a defense up into a defense down. Such a win for you. Like, his basics are already such a win, but let's just say you're hitting Luke Cage, who has taunt and regen on him. This basic can apply 1 bleed, and then turn the taunt into a bleed, and turn the fucking regen into a bleed. And you just did 230% plus another 26k damage in bleeds. It's not 50% of basic attack. It's at rank 7, it does 150% of base damage. At rank 6, it only does 135% of base damage. And so on. But just, like, he can just make people bleed like no other. I believe he's the best bleeder in the game. Right? Is there a better bleeder?
Black Widow.
Nope. This is, like, yes, for what she can distribute in 1 turn, she can put it on, what, 3 people beyond the first person, or 4?
3.
So she's putting 2 stacks on 3 people.
With offense up, usually.
Venom is the best bleeder. He can't do it in 1 turn, but he can put 3 2-turn bleeds on someone, and then the next turn spread it to, like, 5 people around them. He's the best bleeder. If you're just going for how many bleeds, I guess Doctor Strange into the right comp, maybe, but you get it. He's fucking up there. He's a bleed machine. Then
I've had him put 5 stacks of bleed on a slowed Hulk before.
Fuck me, dude.
I've actually gotten like a solid 6 or 9 stacks on a Luke Cage once with Elektra.
Oh yeah, no. If we're going for bleed records, I had a comp where I had Thanos and Strange, and I just kept giving him the battery to just keep winsing, and I couldn't even see how many bleeds, but the red number, like, there were all the debuffs, and then the red number was 8. I was like, what have I done? I should have fucking screenshotted it. It was so ridiculous. I forget who it was on, too, but it was real dumb. But anyway. Bleeds are obnoxious. So the spreading thing applies heal block for 2 turns and spreads everything. So the strategy here is you just pile on to 1 target and don't kill them so that Venom just ruins everyone's day. And then the passive is great. A 15% heal on every turn and a 2-turn defense up if you're healthy. That 100% focus is good because his base focus is just meh, which kind of keeps him in line. But, so yeah. Oh, I want to see a screenshot of the Hulk anyway. Oh my god, look at all the Discord messages. This is what happens when I stay occupied for an entire day.
Alright, it's in an MSF chat right now.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, oh my god. Rip. Yeah, he's having a bad day. And then he just dies, right? Like, you can't even stack more.
Yeah, he fell over.
That's so much health, too. Alright, so looking at Venom here, we don't even have him on this list, so I need to add him to this slot here. But, so starting off for campaign and raid, I'm inclined to just give him Demi, because he can heal himself. I don't know that he ever goes to God. Maybe with the right comp, maybe Demi Green.
Really?
He's slow.
I'd probably say flat Demi at best.
Well,
I mean, if you've got a buff applier, buff spreader, buff extender team, he seems like he would just go off.
That's why I say the green.
I heard you say couldn't go to God. I thought you meant like he couldn't be upgraded through. Okay.
No, I like the Demi Green. I think that's a valid thing, is like just bring like Mordo Scarlet Witch, and like one of them lands the blind, the other just throws like a basic where you're getting like the defense down and the offense down, or slow, and then just let loose. Like, he's a little bit slow, but god damn if he can't just ruin a lot of people's plans. And a 2-turn ability block that's also kind of like a death sentence, like, yeah, that special is just so much better for him. So
yeah, the level 7 special, like, it's like Spidey with level 6 special. It like changes the whole character.
Yes, it does. I think he's even better in raid, honestly. I mean, we're giving him Demi Green. The only way to go up from there is God, and I don't think he's quite God, because on most raid stages he's going to take some splash damage that'll knock him more than 5% below, and he won't get that defense up. Now, the fact that he can, with his passive, heal up over 95%, or you can, all the people he can spread. We're assuming a great spread in campaign and raid, but it's still only going to hit like 4 or 5 people. If there's 10 people on the field, what's the maximum amount of adjacents you can have hit in one thing? 5?
Yeah, 5.
So, still, best case scenario, he'll get half the people on the field, which is not bad.
It's still 18 stacks of bleed to tick on the start.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's disgusting. Yeah, it's great. Target +5? Is it target +5? You sure? Yes. So, okay.
Yeah, they can have 5 adjacent, so you'd spread the 3 bleeds to 5 other people.
Okay. Cool. Target +5 is correct. Okay, cool. So yeah, so he can affect 6 out of 10 people. That's pretty brutal. So yeah, I give him Demi Green. Any objections to campaign raid Demi Green?
Seems perfect.
Okay. Now this is where it gets a little dicey. Is he's less good in arena offense and blitz. I don't think anything less than Demigod is fair, but man, is he slow.
Like I'd probably put him at usable green for arena and blitz.
With you piloting him,
just because of his speed.
I mean, it's still a 2-turn ability block, so the only thing he's not a really good fuck you for are things that happen before him. That's it. Anything after him, he takes over. He cripples someone, he ability blocks them. The turn after that, he's spreading all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like in arena, like especially in arena, you're gonna run into a lot of really high speed people. So, like, the tempo isn't always really going to work out super well for him.
I agree. I mean, you can speed him up a little, but he's 93. Who is there anyone on any meta teams right now? Like, CrossBones, what, 97? Something like that?
CrossBones is 99.
99?
Venom's the same speed as Thanos right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like usable might be a little bit harsh because of his potential, but... I don't know.
I mean, I'd say we could be safe on it. Like, usable green still puts him at Demi if there's, like, even one other person to give him speed or a debuff or something.
Yeah, I'm fine with usable green. Alright. I'm just wondering, like, by himself, it's still a ability block. And, I mean, the buff, like, just on the basic attacks, the flipping, but you're just totally hurting him on that for the speed, right?
Yeah.
Like, his
speed is purely the reason why I'm knocking him down.
The way things line up, I mean, his basic attack is just a good answer to most things. Like, how often are you hitting into a team where flipping a buff doesn't just fuck someone?
Yeah, but he won't use his basic attack until turn 3, and that's how many...
That's up to you. You're piloting him. You might just see an opportunity, like, well, let me turn this offense
for some reason I thought we were talking about...
Defense?
I thought we were talking about defense for a second.
Not yet. We're talking about offense. I think his I need to see the way his energy is distributed, but... so his energy pattern makes him terrible on defense.
Exactly.
Like, he is not good on defense.
Well, before we get all crazy, if you put a bunch of other people who are for sure gonna use interesting debuffs to go before him for sure, assuming it's like a tank, he might. There'll be one more giveaway at the end.
Yeah, but for example, like say like best case scenario, you have like a Drax, and like your team on defense gets to put a bunch of debuffs into their Drax, and then he spreads it to one person. Like that seems kind of like a net turn 1, really.
Spreading it to one person.
Well, because similarly they put the tank on the end. Right?
All right, if they're smart and they put the tank on the end, yeah. I don't know. He's got the sustain. The basics are good. They're applying lots of bleeds anytime he basics you, and that second turn is gonna crush someone. Like, he's not so slow that it doesn't matter. And that second turn, it depends. If he's hitting into like someone with taunt and defense up, it might not be so good. We'd have to see it play out, but
yeah, I mean, like, trust me, I'm super high on him right now because like he's almost tier 10 6664 for me right now.
What are your abilities at? Mine's getting there.
6654 right now are his abilities.
I'm like right there with you. I have 6554, but I can take either one of them up. I just need to level him, which I just need a little bit of gold for. I would need
yeah, and he just needs one more piece for tier 10 for me. So like ours are like pretty close.
Yep, I'm enjoying mine, but man, I want that level 7 special so bad.
Yeah, me too.
Alright, so usable green on offense is fine, and then so on defense, just usable plain.
Yeah, he's not good on defense. His ability order is going to be absolutely god-awful.
That might be a little harsh. I still think we might see a comp that he enables, but it would be a very
if we do, then
comp.
we can change him.
Yeah, of course. So if he's demigod green, usable, unfortunately, I think that means that he averages usable green.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him. But yeah, that sounds about right. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 5 remaining, and these are just like quickie review ones, just to make sure nothing too crazy changed with the abilities. So, Vision goes from 210 to 230, and adjacent targets take 260 and nothing, so that's a very small change. His AoE does 30% more damage, so that's a very small change. We had him at God, Demigod with green. I think that's exactly right.
I'd actually just say God across the board for him.
He doesn't threaten.
Because he is the enabler for the synergy, right? So I mean, you could still throw him on like a random Avenger team, and he will still do pretty good.
No, well, first off, you're saying random Avenger team, but we're just like looking on a random team, and that synergy only works for tech, so he has to have tech on the team, or it doesn't do half as much. Like him being the enabler for the tech team is all about the defense ups. If he doesn't have random tech, then he's not, he's ability block, some buff removal. Like, he's not doing nothing. He's pretty good, but he's not God.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's a solid demi-green. He individually is moderately threatening. He has the buff removal and he has the ability block, but he relies on synergies to push him above the edge.
Yep, I think so. And it all depends with him, like what. Sometimes he offense downs and bleeds the right target, and sometimes the ability blocks the right target, and sometimes he removes the buffs just at the right time, but he doesn't know when he's doing that, so not always.
Exactly.
But he doesn't just have a win condition. It's not like if this ability goes off, you're fucked. Wasp goes from 220... and the bonus attack's doing 170 to 250, and the bonus attack's doing 200. That's a nice little boost for her, but whatever. And her AoE just goes up 30%, which is just the safest possible upgrade. We had her Demigod for campaign and raid, which I don't really mind. She's fast. She's got an AoE. She has a stun. She's low Demigod, but I don't mind it.
I'd drop her to usable green, maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
She also hits stun. I don't know. She has 25% dodge chance on her own. She has a stun as soon as she dodges, which is going to happen sooner or later. The blaster's ability does good damage, and her basic is not bad.
Blaster ability does alright damage. I don't think it does good damage for it being like her big damage.
I would argue that her AoE is supposed to be her big damage, but she's got moderately high base damage, 6,400. It's not bad. But I mean, she's got a fairly good AoE, and that's what you look for. She'll dodge so she can blow some big cooldowns. I think usable's a little harsh.
If she's by herself in a vacuum, though,
right.
Like, at least when I use her on my Blitz team, she doesn't really seem to do that much damage compared to, like, Rocket or Iron Man or the other demigod blasters, right?
Right, but so where you'll see her shine a bit more is that 25% dodge chance in a Blitz match, like, once the first 2 turns are over, like, by that point, it doesn't matter if she dodges or not. In Campaign or Raid with 10 people taking shots at her, she's way more likely to, A, get charged much earlier, B, waste big cooldowns by dodging, and then C, an AoE ability that hits 10 people is just more valuable against 10 people than it is against 5 people. So that's, when they bounce these AoEs, it's not like they do a flat amount distributed across the targets. It's just they do this much. So against 10 targets, she literally does double damage. So
I've had to use her a few times, and I'm just finding she's so squishy, and that, like, people who are similarly squishy offer more in damage, even with the dodge chance.
I agree. All right, usable green. Yeah, I mean, she was low demi for me anyway. I don't mind usable green. That's what you guys both think?
God damn, you guys are still going.
Usable green?
The green.
Alright, and let me update her. Wasp, we had Demigod, usable.
Who are you on right now?
Wasp, we're almost
Wasp,
done.
we're downgrading her.
Oh, yeah, she's garbage.
Yeah, he shits on her. She's garbage.
I knew it was coming.
She's into that. She's into scat, you know, whatever.
Alright, Arena, Offense, and Blitz, we gotta give her the same downgrade then. And then we just had her as plain usable on defense, which I guess is fair. Because she can blow big abilities with an evade, but... For me to
but she never gets to stun on... I'm not going to drop her below usable, but I'd say she's even a low usable on defense.
I agree. That's where I have her at. She's not a good usable on defense.
Yeah, I've used that special like a bajillion times, and I've gotten like one stun probably.
I get the stun pretty often, but...
You should get stun 100% of the time when you meet the condition.
King Magicaler, is that a joke? I've taken that test several times. I
think he means
the purest ENTP you can be. Why on stream? You don't believe me? I've been debating people nonstop for 10 hours. Read what an ENTP does. We live for debating people.
Yeah, I know what one is. I'm one too.
Hey. What up, dude? Anywho. So you know, you don't need me to tell you. So... Aha, look at the introverts. Anywho, so on to Winter Soldier. If I remember correctly, well, we didn't. I don't know if we looked at Winter Soldier's special and ult. I hope his special and ult are good because the other upgrades suck. So his special.
The ult's really good. Well, pretty good.
The special, the bonus attack does 150% damage. That's negligible. The ult goes up 80%. That is a big punch. That is like what he needed to keep him at the bottom of Demigod.
Exactly my thought.
And we just had him Demigod across the board. For campaign and raid, he's still single target, but he does punch someone out. Does he stay Demigod for campaign raid for you? I think he's kind of... Even with that really good punch... Is his damage enough to justify it, or is he usable green? And you got
it's less his damage for me and more his tankiness.
Which is he's 63k health. He's got high armor, but 63k health.
You're gonna laugh at this, but I think he's usable green specifically because of Merc.
Who brings him to Demigod?
Yeah.
I mean,
for the one shot.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
we're talking campaign
After that,
raid.
Then he doesn't really do much. Yeah, so if you run him in campaign and raid, if you run him with Merc Lieutenant, he'll one-shot somebody. And if you don't, then he won't. So
he might still, but it depends, because he goes after, so you can chip at a couple people, and then he can finish them off, but...
Yeah,
how good is
considering we're in over-leveled content currently.
I'm not saying that single target isn't good, it's just like... How good is he, though? Because... Like, for instance, I use Iron Man, but Iron Man is, like, considerably faster than him also, though. And then also with, like, you know, the synergies of multi-turn speed up and stuff like that. Like, that's what I use in my raids a lot of the time. But is he up to snuff with, like, say, other single-target DPSers, though? I don't think he is.
No.
That's fair.
And that's what I was saying earlier. I also use one of like the hardest Loki counters in the fucking game for in raid. I use fucking Iron Man.
So we're putting him at what? Usable green?
Yeah, I would say it's time.
I think usable green.
You think that's too generous or too harsh?
I think maybe usable. I don't know. Like, see, like his punch is really good. But aside from that, like, what is like he doesn't do a lot.
He's kind of tanky. He does like his basic attack hurts. He's
not as tanky as he used to be, though.
I know, but
I think he's better for campaign than for raid, and one of the reasons he's good, and we don't consider tags, we try not to, is that his tags are pretty favorable. The other thing is he helps ensure 3-star clears, and the other big thing is like for challenges, he helps control death timings. None of these factor into the ways that we usually assess people, though. So I'd say that means he gets downvoted.
I don't mind giving him plain usable either. Who thinks he should get green? I don't care. I'm out. I don't think Merc Lieutenant empowering the punch is enough to give him green. He doesn't actually get tech synergy.
And it's pretty much everybody benefits from being empowered.
Yep. Alright, so he's down to usable. We had him a demigod across the board, so let me add him in here.
It's a shame because mine is now like well above 7-star.
I have never invested in mine.
Mine's like 5 or maybe 6 almost, but not by choice.
I pulled him in fully half of my mega orbs.
He's been like that old car that you pass by on the way to work every day, and you're like, one day I'm gonna fix you up. You're gonna shine, and
then you never will.
No, never do.
Yeah. So we think usable across the board, yeah.
I think so. For arena offense, blitz. I can see for arena offense and blitz usable green, because punching one person out is a much bigger advantage in arena offense and blitz.
I mean, he's usable, yeah. Like I don't know.
You get. I mean, he like that punch.
I mean, he's definitely usable more so than minions. So.
I don't know if you heard, Salas. His punch goes up to 630%, and it's still a 2-turn heal block.
It's very strong.
It gets obnoxious. I don't even mind leaving him demigod for that, but I don't mind usable green, but I don't mind low demi either, because he can punch someone out and just win you the match.
I don't see where the green is coming from.
I think it's primarily just because the tempo with Merc Lieutenant for Blitz especially means that he gets to do it.
The green is coming from a variety of things, but mainly like a setup. So like, he's kind of slow, so do you have a Yondu going in front of him so that can clear the dispel, or do you have an ability blocker like Vision going in front of him to prevent the taunt so he can punch the target of your choice, or do you have a Spider-Man going in front of him to put a defense down so that the person he hits is 1000% dead? You know, just there's little things you can do to enable him.
I'd say far more interesting it'd be stuff like him priming for Deadpool.
Priming for Deadpool? Oh, like the Deadpool knockout?
Yep.
I actually worry that those two abilities are like that's overkill for most. Like your turn one, like if you're going after a rocket, that's overkill. You know? Don't want to overkill. But anyway, we got to get a rating.
I'd say usable.
Usable green, because that's what I'm pushing.
Usable.
You won't even give him green? Harsh. If he shines anywhere, I think it's arena offense blitz. Canage, soundless.
No, he's just usable.
Ouch. Alright. Shut down. Alright, arena defense and AI.
I mean, he doesn't do anything outstandingly, spectacularly dumb or anything. Like, he just follows his cooldowns, which his cooldowns are okay,
the
but
punch, the special,
they're not
the
amazing.
Basic.
Yeah.
So we're fine with usable for defense, not demi?
Not demi? Oh, yeah, I thought you were going to say mediocre. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, usable.
Usable, yeah.
Alright, he is officially... for the longest time, he was the benchmark for demigod, and now he has fallen out. On to Wolverine, and then we just got Yondu. Here we go. Wolverine's special goes from 120 to 150, and it always chains to 4 targets. And it does 30% more to the people it chains to. Big who cares. His ult gains 90% damage, which is a fuck ton. Doesn't really fix his problem. It's interesting that his ult becomes unavoidable when he's below 50%. So there's like a golden zone for some raid nodes.
Hey, can you do the whole list over again?
Let him go
I
below
missed
half.
more of it.
And if Winter Soldier is usable, Wolverine is less. Well, Winter Soldier would be upper usable, almost demi. Wolverine would be lower usable, almost mediocre. Usable is the widest category, in my opinion. Even though we have a lot of people in demi, I think usable is the widest. But so, anywho, yeah.
He's real bad.
For campaign and raid, I can't give him less than usable just because of his sustain. And then every now and again, he mauls the shit out of someone. And he does have something that will chain to 4 targets in addition to the main, so he'll hit 5 people with that ability, even though it doesn't hit for a lot. But his upgraded passive is 20% of his max health, so he's good for campaign and raid. just by virtue of standing around, he's not going anywhere. Usually. Any objections to usable for campaign and raid?
I think he's usable across the board.
That's probably where I have him at. But so for arena offense and blitz, yeah, I think he can hang. No objections.
Nope.
And for arena defense and AI, he can hang.
Yep. Well, I mean, barely, but yeah.
Mason J, you got INFJ. Courtney is the same thing.
I'd even put him at mediocre for arena defense, honestly.
I wouldn't have. Well, no, on turn 3, he'll kill someone.
If he's not like slowed and stunned, and everyone else gets like 6 turns before him.
Yeah.
Plus, every Wolverine we've ever played against max chains on his opening move, and gets crit bleeds on every single one. It's kind of like Thor.
I don't mind him being unusable. Like, mediocre is for extra terrible, and Wolverine. The other thing is Wolverine. This is like a weird thing, but on defense, if it's too close of a fight, Wolverine runs away with it at the end. Like, you have to beat Wolverine teams by a healthy margin. Otherwise, like, if it's like you going against a full health Wolverine, but you've got like 3 super low health people left, you're not always gonna win that. As soon as he takes one of them out, then all of a sudden you're like, oh fuck, you know?
Yeah, he's like Nebula, but worthless.
I think he's like Nebula, but exactly the same worth, more or less.
Nebula is like arguably the best duelist in the entire game.
I know.
Wolverine.
I know she is. I have lost like I only had 1 or 2 people left versus Wolverine exactly as many times as I only had 1 or 2 people left against Nebula. Like the 2 of them, I saved them for last.
I'd say Nebula is more fucking annoying.
Nebula, if you have like a stun and you take her abilities away, she's not a problem. Wolverine just fucking heals every fucking turn. Every turn. Every turn.
You have to double tap Nebula to even get to stun her.
Yeah, but that's a bit more available. Like, the only way to stop Wolverine...
triple tap her, because she has 2 stacks of evade, and then you hit her.
They can
double tap so you can make her open.
Right. I mean, they're both a pain in the ass when it comes down to, like, 2 characters left. They're both super annoying, but I don't agree that Nebula... Like, in some instances, it depends on who you have left, but Wolverine has frustrated me exactly as much. So yeah. Just usable across the board. I can't give him mediocre. He's carried enough matches by just being the last one alive. And the problem with that is he's still that ticking time bomb where even if you're like, alright, I'm slowly making progress on him, then after a certain amount of turns he just mauls the fuck out of one of the people. Then you're like, well, here we go again. So.
Either way, we're not changing his same category, right?
I put him in usable. Did anyone really want to
Did
see
you
him
know
mediocre?
1/25th people is a sociopath or psychopath?
Yay, nay. No one really cared for mediocre.
Low usable.
Yep, low usable indeed. Alright, Yondu. What happens to the special and the ult? The special only summons 1 to 2 Ravagers. What the hell? It doesn't even go to 2 guaranteed? That's brutal. All it does is give him 40% more damage. He's still 1 to 2 Ravagers. That's rough. And then the ultimate just gains 30% damage. Yeah, not a lot of stuff going on there. So, can we talk real quick? I know he's the last character, so we're pretty much done. This passive, I get more people asking me, when's the passive going to be fixed? What do you know about the passive being broken? The passive. Are people just talking about he stole a buff and then it wore off?
Yeah, the way that they changed the passive and the duration.
So I don't think they changed the passive and the duration. I think they have been reworking buffs, which is why Vision got screwed too. Like, they screwed the way some buffs apply, but I think they did that. So I think this all started with when, like, Storm was reviving, she wasn't keeping her charges. So I think they looked at, like, oh, the system for how buffs are remembered and stored in the system is wrong. We need Storm to revive with her charges, and now people, like, revive with the buffs they have and stuff. Like, Drax always revived taunting, but he was, like, one thing. But, like, revives and buffs didn't work properly. So I think they looked into, like, what are we remembering in terms of buffs, and I think they started going around like, oh no, okay, alright, this isn't right, so this needs to always clear when this happens, yada yada, and I think they were tooling around with buffs. And then I think that Vision, Vision, I don't know how Vision got screwed. Like, Vision's a weird one. It's supposed to be 2-turn defense, like, I don't know how that got screwed. But Vision got screwed. I think Yondu got screwed because there were things in place that it, like, artificially inflated. So, like, if you think about it, right, let's say Vision is stealing someone who has a 1-turn offense up. Even though he gets to use it, and then it disappears right after. So a defense up's a better example. If he steals a 1-turn defense up is coded to go away at the end of your turn. That's what it does. So if he's stealing that defense up, and then it's going away, that's working as intended. It might have before been artificially inflating it, and they didn't go back to changing it to doing that or something, but it doesn't sound like it's not working as intended. I see it as, like, now being a perceived debuff.
Be that as it may, it's an effective nerf.
I agree. So, it is. I don't think it hurt him too much. He's still stealing it from the enemy, and it depends on what it is. If he steals an offense up, he still gets to use it. He's still, like, enemy Yondus in Tier 8 Blitz that have it at rank 5 constantly steal 2 buffs from me. Constantly. And it is every bit as annoying as I would want it to be if I had that ability. So, yeah, I don't. You say it affects speed and defense up, but even only kinda, because, like, when he steals a speed up, he goes, like, shortly after my Black Widow, he steals 2 turns speed up, and then he does still have it.
I mean, but it still affects it because he has 1 turn less.
Only sort
of. If he stole a Black Widow one, he used to get 2 turns of speed. Now he gets 1 turn of speed. That means the change affects it.
Okay, but just by upgrading that, he's still more likely to grab another one.
Yeah, it's still definitely good, and the fact that it's a amazing ability despite the effective nerf just speaks to how ridiculously strong it was originally.
Yep. Alright, so let's evaluate him. I think he's still a god for campaign and raid.
God.
Sounds good to me. Any objections to God?
No.
We're seeing him much less in arena defense. You still think he's god? I don't disagree, just making sure. How can he be god? Salas, can't you shit on him?
I mean, you don't see him. He's an old piece of shit now.
So he's not in the meta, but he's still a god.
We've solved it. If you can't see it, then you can't shit on it.
Therefore, God.
Drax is God.
Ian Team is God.
Like Spooky said earlier, I am a shark that can't attack.
That was great! Thank you so much for the
Keep
sub.
up the good work.
Inquisitive Rouge. Thank you. Alright, so we've got him, God. I think we are done. So now we're going to do the actual stream, so if you guys don't mind just hanging out for another couple of hours, we're,
okay, bye. Time to eat.
Just kidding. Get the fuck out of here, guys. What are you guys doing here still?
Yeah, sorry guys, I don't think we got the ruling on Merc Lieutenant correct, so I think we should go back
and I did still have some things to say about Storm.
Can I still get into the course, please, drawing? Is the draw still open?
Oh yeah, I've got to do that. Okay. Oh man.
Was a pleasure, ladies and gents. Thanks for coming out. Thank you, chat. I will catch you a lot later.
I am not going to open my premiums. Thank you so much to Shinny Shin, to Soundless for the parts of it that he was awake for. Thank you so much to Canage for filling in for Soundless when he was half asleep.
I had to go finish paperwork for my new job.
Oh, I didn't write it down. We got to start over. All right. But all right. So let me roll a winner here. And the winner for $10 worth of Power Cores, Google Play, or iTunes goes to Voyoltus. Congratulations, Voyoltus. Don't worry, this will be going on YouTube. It will be long as hell, but it will be going on YouTube.